This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Prologue. The sky, which had been cloudy for several days, finally cleared up. There was not much food left at home. So Awan carried a bamboo basket on her back and went to the field to dig radishes. She dug water radishes, which some people also call red radishes. The water radishes were not big. Not even as big as Awan's fist. But the skin was thin and juicy. It was sweet when you took a bite. And it could penetrate into your heart. If you cut it into thin slices and mix it with chili sauce, it would be refreshing and delicious. Now is the best time to eat water radishes. When the weather gets colder, the taste of water radishes will not be so tender and sweet, but a little astringent and spicy. Awan, why are you still here? Your husband is here. An ant came over with a dustpan and said. Awan, squatting on the ground, blushed. Ant, don't talk nonsense. Who is my husband? Ant laughed jokingly. We are getting married soon. If it's not your husband, then is it my husband? On the other side of the ridge, the peasant women picking rapeseed laughed together. Awan's face was red. Although she didn't admit it, she knew that she did have a fiancé. Her fiancé's surname was Xiao, and his name was Xiao Heng. He was the only scholar in their village. Xiao Heng was not a local, but fled to their village when the war started, and then lived in the village. Xiao Heng's father died in the war, leaving him with his widowed mother and a sister who was the same age as Awan. Thanks to the help of Awan's family, the family of 3 has been living in panic over the years. Awan's family was not having a good time either, especially after Awan's father was arrested and sent to the army. The family lost its pillar and became more and more poor. No matter how poor they were, Awan couldn't bear to see Xiao Heng suffer. Awan put the radishes she picked into a small backpack and ran home in a good mood. When she passed a small fish pond, she squatted down and washed the dirt off her hands. Her hands were frostbitten and water got into the wounds, which made her gasp in pain. Then, she untied her hairband, wiped her hair with water, combed it shiny, braided a beautiful 4-strand braid beside her ears, and carefully took out the red headband that she only wore during the new year from her arms, and tied it up bit by bit. After doing all this, she used her almost unconscious hands to scoop up a handful of cold, fishy water and washed her face. I'm freezing! Awan screamed from the cold. Xiao Heng wandered outside Awan's house for a long time, but he didn't see Awan. He decided to come back another day. But when he passed by the fish pond, he happened to see Awan squatting on the shore washing her face. Xiao Heng frowned. Can the water here be used to wash your face? It smells so fishy. Awan also saw Xiao Heng and stood up in a hurry. It's only been half a month since they last met. But Xiao Heng has grown taller. Although he is 3 years older than Awan, he was thinner than Awan when he first came to the village. Awan was happy to see that he had grown up. Ah Heng! Awan walked over with a smile on her face. The girl was wearing a bloated cotton jacket with patches on her knees and elbows. She looked shabby and embarrassed. But her face was very good. There was no girl more beautiful than her in the whole village. Once upon a time, Xiao Heng also thought that Awan was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. But since he had seen those rich girls in the city, he only saw Awan as a shabby country girl. Awan saw Xiao Heng's hands, which were the hands of a scholar, with slender fingers, clean and delicate. Awan tucked her swollen hands with chilblains into her sleeves without leaving any trace, and asked him with a smile, Why are you here? Today is the middle of the month, and it's not the day to pay the tuition. Have you run out of money? I'll go get it for you. In fact, there was not much left. Only the last few silver nuggets. And the New Year's goods were not settled. But Xiao Heng's study was more important. And she thought that her mother would not blame her. Awan. Xiao Heng called her. Awan turned around. And a sweet smile rose on her red face. You don't have to give me money anymore. Xiao Heng said. Why? Don't you study anymore? Awan asked in surprise. Xiao Heng paused. No. Awan thought he was worried about the future dowry money, and hurriedly patted her chest and said, Don't worry. I have money. I can earn it. I will go pick wild vegetables in the spring. I can also chop wood. I can farm. Where did you get the money? Awan. Xiao Heng interrupted her. Awan was stunned. Xiao Heng said with a gloomy face, You don't have to hide it from me. I already know everything. Your money is not clean. You didn't actually go to your cousin's-in-law's house the year before last. You went to a brothel. A bolt from the blue hit Awan's head. Awan's body swayed. The basket fell to the ground, and the red water radish rolled all over the ground. Awan looked at Zhao Heng with a pale face. Who told you? Zhao Heng clenched his fist and said, Don't worry about who told me. Just say yes or no. Did you go to a brothel? Awan's eyes turned red little by little, and she grabbed Zhao Heng's arm. Heng. Zhao Heng was caught off guard by the swollen hands covered with chilblains, and he pulled his arm back in fear. Awan felt his disgust and dared not touch him again, but said more and more choked, I didn't go to a brothel. Heng. Believe me, my money is clean. I exchanged it for the jade pendant. Zhao Heng looked at her coldly. Where did you get the jade pendant? I picked it up, Awan said. Zhao Heng sneered. Can you exchange so much silver for a piece of jade pendant you just picked up casually? He had naively believed that his expensive marriage fee was earned by Awan's farming and firewood. But who would have thought she actually exchanged it with her own body? Does she still have any shame? Do she want it or not? She was already engaged to him, but she still did shameful things with other men. How could she be so dirty? Heng. Believe me, I didn't go to a brothel. I can swear. Awan cried so hard that her heart was about to break. She really didn't go to a brothel. Really didn't. The two grew up together. For a long time, Zhao Heng and his sister ate and lived in Awan's house. He still remembered the days when the whole village was in famine, and it was Awan who saved her own rations and fed him mouthful by mouthful. If it weren't for Awan, he might have starved to death. He had some feelings for Awan after all. Don't worry. I won't spread your story for the sake of our acquaintance. But I can't marry you again, he said generously. Zhao Heng thought that he had done his best. After all, for a woman, nothing is more important than reputation. He was willing to protect her reputation, so she should be satisfied. Zhao Heng said righteously, I am a scholar. The teacher said that with my talent, I will be able to enter the officialdom in the future. I can't marry a dirty woman. I will cancel the marriage, and you don't have to come to me again in the future. After that, Zhao Heng didn't dare to look at Awan's heartbroken face, and fled away. But he didn't run a few steps, and there was a loud splash from the fish pond behind him. Awan. Chapter 2 Crossing. Spring is here. Everything is revived, and it's the mating season for animals. Yuan was woken up by this devilish ringtone again. She knew it was her aunt who urged her to get married. Yuan's parents died early, and she grew up in her aunt's house. Her aunt is the director of the zoo, 1.8 meters tall, and has a loud voice. Yuan slid open the answer button and took the phone 1 meter away. What's going on? What time is it? The keeper has been waiting for you for 2 hours. Do you still want to get married? Do you want to? Are you going to rely on me for the rest of your life? I warn you. You are already 18 years old, and my obligation to support you has ended. If you don't get married this year, I will. Yuan's eardrums were numb, and she didn't need to listen to what was said next. The ultimatum that was routinely issued once a month. Her aunt had been threatening for 3 years, but never really fulfilled it. But a keeper? A doctor of biology who raises pandas? I'll see. Maybe I can steal a beast that will be put in jail for life. Yuan packed up and went downstairs. As soon as she opened the car door, a flower pot fell from the sky. Yuan woke up in a cold chill. When she woke up, she found herself lying on a shabby earthen Kong, with a musty mattress under her and a mustier quilt on her body. The biting cold wind rushed in from the cracks in the wall, making the already cold house even more cruel in the severe winter. Her mind was in a mess. Strange images and sounds flashed through her mind, but they were all too vague. She couldn't tell whether they were real or she had broken her brain and was just imagining them. There was a flickering fire in the room. Yuan looked in the direction of the firelight and saw a very thin little boy squatting on the ground in front of the wall facing the windowsill, wearing tattered ancient costumes. In front of him was a half-dried piece of wood in the brazier, because it couldn't burn through. The little boy was trying hard to add dry grass and leaves, although it was difficult to burn. It finally burned. Seeing this, the little boy got up and went to the table to fetch an old iron kettle filled with water and put it on the edge of the iron basin. Yuan was a little confused. Hey! Yuan called the little boy. The little boy turned around. His eyes lit up and said, Sister, are you awake? He put down the fire tongs and ran towards Yuan. The little boy called her sister. It seemed that the memory in her mind was not her imagination. She had really become another person. Sister, are you feeling bad? Yuan shook her head against her will. No. Where is my mother? My mother fainted, the little boy said. How did she faint? Yuan asked. Although the memory in her mind told her that my mother's body was not very strong, it was not serious enough to faint. The little boy lowered his head and said sadly, They said you were dead. And my mother cried and cried, and then fainted. It turned out to be too sad. Yuan looked at Adi and felt the deep worry and fear in his heart. It was really hard for him. The closest people, one died, and the other fainted. I really don't know how he survived. Yuan reached out and touched his dirty little head. Look, I'm not dead. Am I? The little boy raised his head, and the light in his eyes reunited. Yeah. Yuan glanced at the brazier and iron kettle on the wall that could hardly be called cooking utensils, and asked, Can you pour me a glass of water? I see you boiled water. Yes. The little boy went there excitedly. He felt very happy to be able to use his skills. Of course, he was too young to understand that water had to be boiled before drinking. When he saw the water steaming, he thought it was boiled. He poured the half-warm water into a large porcelain bowl with a crack, and carefully brought it to Yuan. The water was only half-boiled. If it were in her previous life, her aunt, who was the head of the garden, would have nagged her until her ears were covered with calluses. Drinking raw water? Aren't you afraid of parasites? You young people just don't take your bodies seriously. Yuan was not as particular as her aunt. She had drunk raw water before, but now that she thought about it, she couldn't tell whether her behavior at that time was really unrefined or she was too rebellious and deliberately unrefined. Her aunt was a very good person, but sometimes she was so picky that she couldn't stand it. Yuan smiled bitterly. Coming to a place like this, she had no chance of being picked on by her aunt. Suddenly, a chill came from her hand. It turned out that the little boy saw that she was reluctant to drink and thought that the water was too hot. So he blew it on her with his little mouth. Yuan drank up the water in the bowl. After drinking, she felt much more energetic. She said to the little boy, By the way, how many days did I sleep? 3 days. So, their mother might have been in a coma for 3 days? Yuan looked at the pale and skinny little boy and asked tentatively, Have you eaten anything these days? Yes. I ate in Grandma's room, the little boy said. Are you full? Yuan asked. The little boy stopped talking. His lips were cracked, and he looked weak and pale. I guess he didn't eat enough. Yuan lifted the quilt, put on a patched cotton jacket, and said to her hungry brother, Let's go see Mother first, and then I'll make you something to eat. Chapter 3. Start a new life. The place where this family lives is not big, with only 2 side rooms on both sides of the main hall. You can't go wrong even if you close your eyes. As Yuan walked, she sorted out the memories in her mind. Coincidentally, this family also has the surname Yu, and the original owner is called Awan, the same name as her. The population of the original owner's family is very simple. A father who was captured and sent to the army, a mother who was bedridden, a younger brother with a pale face and thin body, and a girl who changed her heart. In my impression, this family treated her well, and did not favor one over the other because she was a girl. Even her younger brother knew how to be humble to her. Her food, clothing and daily expenses were always the best in the family, which was almost impossible in a village that valued boys over girls. Of course, the original owner herself was quite hard-working. Her father was gone, and her mother could not work in the fields. She took on the burden of supporting the family at a young age, compared with Yuan, who only knew how to be a rice worm in her previous life. It can be said that there is a world of difference. The above are all the memories that Yuan inherited from the original owner. Or it can be said that it is a precious memory that the original owner wanted to keep most before she died. Sister, be careful. When the little Taidan who was supporting Yuan walked to the door, he reminded her crisply, which interrupted Yuan's thoughts appropriately. Yuan touched his little head. After integrating Awan's memory, she had a higher degree of fit with this body. Looking at the little Taidan, he was no longer just a strange little boy. This was her brother, and the woman in the room was her mother. From now on, they were relatives she was willing to protect with her life. She had just arrived, and she had such an idea mostly because of the original owner's will. Perhaps it was because of this strong will that she could summon a soul from another world after her death to complete the rest of her life for the original owner. There was no brazier in the room. No lights. It was pitch black. And a cold wind blew over, which was not warmer than outside at all. Yuan walked to the bed in the dark. After adapting to the light in the room, Yuan could vaguely see the woman's face. It was a pale face without blood, and her cheeks were a little sunken, which made her cheekbones stand out. But even so, her facial features were still the same. Especially her eyebrows and nose were particularly beautiful. The original owner's mother was not seriously injured. She was in a coma due to excessive sadness, and she became dying because she had not eaten for several days. After seeing Jiang, Yuan brought the brazier in her room and the quilt over to cover Jiang. After doing all this, Yuan took the oil lamp and turned to the kitchen. It was called a kitchen, but it was actually just a small kitchen built in a straw shed in the backyard. In the middle of the kitchen, a large rusty iron pot was placed on a rough and cracked stove. Facing the stove mouth was a bundle of dry firewood that had been used up for the most part. Even the firewood is so scarce. Yuan had an ominous premonition in her heart. As expected, when Yuan opened the rice jar, she saw that the rice jar was empty. Yuan turned the whole rice jar upside down, but only a few dozen grains of rice came out. Not even enough to fill the bottom of the bowl. Yuan searched the cupboard for a while, but found nothing except a small bowl of hot sauce. Then Xiao Taiden came in with a basket. Sister, radish. In the basket were a few not very freshwater radishes, and a big sweet potato that somehow got in. These things that she would not even look at in her previous life. But now she had no way to be picky, because not only were Xiao Taiden and the woman in the house hungry, but she herself was also beginning to feel hungry. Yuan washed and peeled the water radishes and sweet potatoes, cut the sweet potatoes into pieces, and cooked a pot of sweet potato porridge with a pitiful amount of rice. The water radishes were diced and mixed with hot pepper sauce. It was the first time that Yuan used a big pot stove, and she didn't know how to control the heat well. So the sweet potato porridge was a little mushy. Fortunately, sweet potatoes are a natural crop with their own sweetness, so they are delicious even if they are mushy. Xiao Taiden stood at the door of the kitchen, poking his little head in from time to time. Looking inside eagerly, the big pot wafted out a hot sweet potato aroma, mixed with a faint rice aroma and rice crust, which made the little guy drool. Sister, I'm hungry. Xiao Taiden sucked his saliva and said. Okay, Yuan said. There was not much porridge, just enough to be divided into 3 bowls. Yuan gave the bowl with the most sweet potatoes to Xiao Taiden, and the bowl with the thickest rice porridge to Jiang. Jiang was still sleeping and unable to eat on her own. Yuan tried to wake her up. Jiang woke up, but after looking at her daughter, she thought she was dreaming and closed her eyes and fell asleep again. It's no wonder that Jiang thought so. It was because Awan died in her arms not long after she was pulled out of the water. She couldn't believe that Awan was alive again. Yuan fed some porridge to the dazed Jiang. When she returned to the table with an empty bowl, Xiao Taiden had already finished the sweet potato porridge in the bowl and put down the spoon. Then Yuan noticed that there were a few big sweet potatoes in her bowl of porridge. Xiao Taiden sat there obediently, blinking his eyes and looking at her, as if saying, Eat, sister. Yuan's heart softened. She clearly realized that this was not a feeling from the original owner, but her own. Sister. Seeing that Yuan did not move, Xiao Taiden swallowed his saliva and pushed the porridge bowl forward. Eat quickly. It's not hot anymore. Yuan knew that he was not full, but did not refuse his kindness. She picked up the bowl and ate up the porridge without leaving a drop. The cold wind outside the house made the window lattice hum. Yuan lay on the innermost side of the bed, looked at the sleeping little Taiden, and then looked at the sleeping Jiang, and secretly vowed that she would never let them go hungry again. Yuan knew her bed. She thought she would not be able to sleep tonight, but she did not even have a dream. When she woke up, the sky was already a little pale. Little Taiden slept soundly, with rosy cheeks. I don't know how long it has been since he had such a warm sleep. Jiang was still sleeping, but her breath was more stable than last night. Yuan did not wake them up. She got out of bed quietly, tidied herself up, drank a sip of cold water to satisfy her hunger, and then went to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife and a backpack. She walked on the frost all the way and walked towards the 1/3 acre of land in her memory. This was a vegetable field cultivated by the original owner, where some garlic sprouts, water radishes and cabbages were planted. The cabbages were almost harvested, with only a few sparsely growing, and some were pecked by chickens from unknown households. There were still some water radishes, and Yuan plucked one on the spot, not caring whether to wash it or not. Peeled it with a kitchen knife, and ate it bite by bite. There was no rice at home, and eating radishes alone was definitely not enough. Just as Yuan was thinking about how to fill the stomachs of the family, she caught a glimpse of a paw print in the radish field. It was a chicken paw print, and judging from its size, it was already an adult. It was not surprising to see paw prints in the field when the cabbages in the field were pecked by chickens. But what Yuan cared about was that there was a royal blue chicken feather shaking next to the paw print. Domestic chickens don't have such beautiful feathers. This is a pheasant. A pheasant actually came to her family's vegetable garden. This discovery made Yuan's heart rise. When she was poor, even chickens bullied her. It happened that she was worried about having no food, and the other party came to her door. So don't blame her for being rude. Pheasants are gregarious animals with a relatively stable range of activities. They will not easily go down the mountain. Unfortunately, it is winter, and supplies are scarce. Even pheasants have difficulty finding food. What a coincidence. Yuan's land is the most remote in the village, the closest to the foot of the mountain, and the land that no one is willing to cultivate. On weekdays, except Yuan, no one would come here. It is precisely because of this that a pheasant dared to break in. This pheasant is familiar with the road. It seems that this is not the first time. However, the original owner had to cook for her brother and mother in the morning, and went to the ground late. So the pheasant always avoided her. Today, Yuan went out early and bumped into it. The pheasant pecked at the leaves heartlessly, unaware that its life was in danger. Yuan walked over quietly, reached out her hand, and grabbed it into the basket. Chapter 4: The First Meal. The pheasant was stronger than poultry, and Yuan had to find something to tie it up. But Yuan searched for a long time and didn't find any tools in the basket. Finally, she took out a red hair band from her bosom. I still have this in my pocket. Yuan raised her eyebrows and took the red hair band to tie the pheasant without saying a word. Yuan tied a sailor's knot. The more the pheasant fluttered, the tighter the red hair band was wrapped. In the morning light, it was a bit shocking. Yuan hummed a little song and left the vegetable field with the pheasant. Along the way, she tried to recall information about this village or the dynasty it was in. But unfortunately, she couldn't remember anything. However, seeing that there were almost all thatched houses at the foot of the mountain, with only 20 to 30 households in total, Yuan felt that this village was really poor. The village is located between two hills, with large tracts of farmland. The further west you go, the more deserted it is. Their family lives at the westernmost end of the village. In front of the door is a fairly flat open space. Yuan remembered that there was also such a piece of land in the old house in the countryside in her previous life. Everyone called it a dojo. I don't know what it is called here. Maybe nothing. When I entered the house, Xiao Taidan had already woken up and was clumsily putting on his clothes. No matter how capable he was still just a child under 6 years old. The winter clothes were heavy, and it was really difficult for him. The woman on the bed hadn't woken up yet. Her breathing was shallow, and her pale complexion looked more transparent than yesterday. Yuan put down the backpack and walked into the house. Little Taidan finally put on the last shoe. When he saw Yuan, his big watery eyes lit up. Sister? Yuan took a look at his bulging little body, went forward to flatten his pants, tucked his shirt into his cotton pants, and was about to ask him if he slept well when a loud rooster crowed in the main room. Little Taidan was stunned at first, then ran out excitedly, and his surprised voice came impatiently. Sister, is this a chicken? Where did the chicken come from? Did you go to town? Did you buy a chicken? Children are really noisy when they are excited. I didn't go to town. Besides, there was no money to go. Yuan tucked the corners of the quilt for the woman on the bed and took the pheasant to the backyard. The backyard was surrounded by a fence, with a house in front and a pig pen and kitchen in the back. Of course, there were no pigs in the pig pen. I caught this in the mountains, Yuan said. Caught it in the mountains? Sister, you are so awesome, Little Taidan said with admiration. Yuan took out an empty bowl and bled the chicken with a knife. Little Taidan was not afraid of this scene, and squatted on the ground obediently without blinking. Is it for us to eat? He asked. Of course. Who else would it feed to? Yuan said. Little Taidan hesitated to speak. Yuan thought her brother was a little strange, but she was busy cooking and didn't take it to heart. She soaked the chicken in hot water and started plucking the feathers. While plucking, she thought about what the side dish was. It couldn't be radish again, because she didn't like radish. Suddenly, she turned her head, and her eyes fell on the rows of bamboo behind the kitchen. The bamboo is green in color, and there are not obvious gray-white spots on the bamboo trunk. It should be 3 to 5 years old. Bamboo of this age is most suitable for digging bamboo shoots. Sister, what are you looking at? Xiao Taidan asked in confusion. Yuan didn't say anything. Put down the pheasant that had been plucked, found a shovel, and walked towards the bamboo. Xiao Taidan didn't know what she was going to do, and followed her happily. Yuan walked back and forth in the bamboo field, suddenly squatted down, and used a shovel to dig under a bamboo, digging out a pointed, sweet potato-sized thing. Really? Yuan smiled. Sister, what is this? Xiao Taidan asked curiously. Yuan said happily, winter bamboo shoots. Can it be eaten? Xiao Taidan asked again. Yuan curved the corners of her lips. Of course. Not only can it be eaten, but it is also very delicious and rich in nutritional value. After Yuan dug the bamboo shoots, she gently filled the soil so that it would continue to grow next year. There were not many bamboos here, but not too few either. But not every bamboo had sprouted. After Yuan dug too, she called it a day as little Taidan was growling with hunger. Yuan peeled the bamboo shoots, cleaned them, cut them into slices, chopped the pheasant into pieces, put the internal organs aside, stir-fried the chicken pieces and bamboo shoots over high heat, and then simmered them over low heat. Yuan rarely cooks, and to be honest, her cooking skills are not superb, but the ingredients are good. In a short while, the rich aroma of chicken mixed with the fresh aroma of bamboo shoots floated out layer by layer, stimulating Yuan and her brother's senses in every way. Little Taidan was drooling with greed. Yuan opened the lid of the pot, scooped a piece of chicken, and wanted to give it to him. He shook his head, swallowed his saliva and said, I'll wait for my mother and sister to eat together. Okay. Yuan did not refuse. After covering the lid of the pot, she said to Xiao Taidan, there are not enough garlic sprouts. I'll go to the field to pick some. Then I'll watch over the chicken. Xiao Taidan said seriously. Yuan chuckled, okay. You watch over the chicken and don't let anyone steal it. This was said as a joke to Xiao Taidan. But as soon as she went out, someone really wanted to eat the chicken in her pot. The person who came was none other than Zhao Heng's biological mother, Zhao. That day, after Awan jumped into the lake, Zhao Heng immediately rescued her and said to the outside world that she fell into the water by mistake. Even Zhao's biological mother did not know the truth. Awan had been in a coma for several days, and Zhao thought she would not survive. But when a neighbor said that he had seen Awan, she rushed to the house to confirm it. Awan, are you awake? You are so stupid. You didn't even tell me when you woke up. Hummer has to pay the tuition again. So hurry up and give me the money, Zhao said as she walked into the house. Halfway through her words, she stopped. What is this fragrance? How can it smell so good? Zhao rushed into the kitchen in a hurry. When Xiao Taidan saw her, his face suddenly turned black. Zhao didn't even look at Xiao Taidan, and lifted the lid of the pot. When she saw the big pot of golden soup and stewed chicken, her eyes suddenly glowed green. She couldn't remember the last time she had meat. 10 days ago? Half a month ago? Awan, that damn girl, was incompetent. She could only eat meat once or twice a month. And it was so little. God knows she was craving meat so much. Here is a big pot. A big pot. Zhao excitedly put down the lid, opened the cupboard, took out a clean earthenware jar, and scooped up the chicken in the pot as a matter of course. Xiao Taidan grabbed her hand angrily. Sister said, this is for us to eat. You are not allowed to take it away. Xiao snorted, your sister is my daughter-in-law. What's hers is mine. When is it your turn to eat it? Damn girl. You made such a good thing, but didn't know to give it to her. But secretly hid it in the house to stew it. Fortunately, she came. Otherwise this big pot of chicken would have been eaten by these damn people. Get out. Zhao scolded. I won't. Xiao Taidan hugged Zhao tightly, and refused to let go. Zhao was furious. She swung her arm vigorously, pulled it out, pinched Xiao Taidan's face, and said viciously, who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? Do you believe I will beat you? Xiao Taidan's face was pinched red, and he glared at her with his hands on his hips. Beat me. Beat me. You kid. Zhao raised her hand. If it were normal, Xiao would have beaten this annoying little beast violently. But the chicken in front of her was so delicious that she couldn't wait to take it back to eat with her son and daughter. So she compassionately let go of Xiao Taidan, threw him out, and turned to scoop the chicken in the pot. She scooped out the whole pot of chicken, leaving no chicken neck behind. Chapter 5. I'm hitting you. When Yuan picked the garlic sprouts and returned home, Xiao had already taken away a bowl of steaming bamboo shoots stewed with chicken. Evil woman! Give my chicken back. It's not for you. My sister caught it for us to eat. The indignant voice of Xiao Taidan came from the other end of the kitchen. Yuan walked quickly through the hallway and saw Xiao Taidan with a red face, standing in the empty pigsty with his hands on his hips, shouting angrily. But he was short and couldn't climb out. Their family had stopped raising pigs a long time ago, and the pigsty was clean. But even so, seeing her brother being locked up here, Yuan's eyes still turned cold. Yuan pulled out the bolt on the board, carried her brother out, and walked into the kitchen. She opened the lid and saw a pot full of bamboo shoots and chicken stew, which had been scooped out without leaving any residue. What happened? Who did it? Xiao Taidan was just angry at first, but when she was held in her sister's arms, she suddenly felt a sense of grievance and told everything about Zhao's visit. After listening to Xiao Tiedan's words, Yuan realized that she actually had an unfulfilled marriage in ancient times. The strange thing was that the original owner did not keep such a major event in her memory. Xiao called her my wife all the time. But look at what she did. She didn't come to visit her when she was unconscious, took the chicken away without even saying hello, and strangled her brother. It's no wonder that the original owner didn't want to remember her before he died. He didn't forget this shrewd woman and kept her for the new year? The chicken is gone. I didn't take good care of the chicken. Xiao Tiedan's eyes were red with grievance. That was the chicken that my sister caught. The chicken that I finally got was snatched away by someone. Yuan put the garlic sprouts in the basin of water for washing vegetables and patted her brother's shoulder. Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. Where are you going? Sister? Xiao Taidan asked in confusion. Yuan didn't say anything, just went into the kitchen to get a kitchen knife, and went out with a cold look. After Zhao came out of Yuan's house, she trotted back home. On the way, some villagers greeted her, but she ignored them. The rich aroma of chicken soup drifted across most of the village. Zhao was originally a peasant woman in a village called Xiaojia village in the northwest. After the war broke out, Xiaojia village was occupied by enemy soldiers. She and her husband fled with a pair of children. On the way, her husband was shot to death by arrows. She and her young children went through many twists and turns, and finally ended up in Lianhua village. It was difficult for an orphan and a widow to live. But fortunately, Zhao had a good son. Zhao Heng was not only talented, but also hardworking and motivated. He soon passed the examination for a student. Because of this, their family was given a household registration in Lianhua village as an exception. But there were no adult males in their family, and the only Zhao Heng was destined to study. How could Zhao bear to let him work in the fields? Zhao herself was lazy, and the daughter she raised was not diligent. In recent years, their family has relied on Awan's family for support, and even Awan helped to plant the land. It is not entirely true that Zhao was dissatisfied with this future daughter-in-law, but it is not necessarily true to say that she was grateful. After all, her son was the only scholar in the village. If that wild girl Awan could get along with her son, it would be a great honor for the Yu family's ancestral graves. At this time, the fog had dissipated more than half, and the people in the village began to work one after another. Although there was not much farming in winter, meals had to be cooked and clothes had to be washed. When Zhao stepped into the door, Zhao Baomei had just gotten up with messy hair. Before she opened her eyes, she smelled the tempting aroma of chicken soup. She rushed out, "Mom! What is this?" She hurried to open the lid of the earthenware jar that Zhao had placed on the table, but was slapped open by Zhao. Zhao said, "Where's your brother?" Zhao Baomei pouted. "My brother went to the academy. That's why he went there." Zhao looked at the fragrant earthenware jar and swallowed hard. He shouldn't have gone far. "I'll scoop some out first, and you can give it to your brother." Although Zhao Baomei was not very happy, she knew that her brother was the most important person in the family. If her brother didn't eat, no one else could eat. "I know, Mother," she said with a smile. Zhao went to the kitchen to find 2 empty bowls, and was about to scoop some chicken for her son. But before she touched the earthenware jar, she saw a shiny kitchen knife chopped on her wooden table. Xiao was so scared that she trembled all over. Mr. Yu. What do you mean? Xiao Baomei, who was standing aside, was the first to come to her senses. Seeing Yuan with a murderous look on her face, she was stunned. Yuan didn't bother to pay attention to her. Her eyes fell on Xiao's frightened face. And she said coldly, "You are the one who went to my house just now." She came here smelling chicken soup. She didn't remember the Xiao family or Xiao's appearance. But there were only 2 women in the family. No matter how she looked at it, her future mother-in-law would not be that sloppy little girl. Xiao was also stunned for a moment, as if she had not expected that Yuan, who always dared not to breathe in front of her, would dare to speak to her so arrogantly and even use a knife. After all, she had bullied Yuan for many years, and she was not afraid of Yuan in her heart. She said domineeringly, "What do you want to do? Bringing a kitchen knife to my house early in the morning. Are you crazy?" Yuan said coldly, "You bullied my brother, stole my chicken, and asked me why I came here. Who is crazy? Surname? Surname Xiao? What did this damn girl call her?" Xiao was instantly angry, pointing at Yuan's nose and said, "You are so ashamed to say that. You bought a chicken, but you didn't use it to honor me. You secretly ate it in the house. What are you thinking? Do you still have me in your eyes? Noisy." Yuan was annoyed, and before Xiao finished speaking, she picked up the kitchen knife on the table and waved it at Xiao. Xiao was so scared that she jumped up and down. Xiao Baomei was not much better. She was already frightened by Yuan's momentum. She stood there in a daze, watching in horror as Yuan grabbed Xiao's hair and dragged her to the pigsty behind the main hall like a sack. Her family's pigsty was full of pigs. Ouch! Xiao was thrown hard into the pig trough. Xiao Baomei didn't remember what happened after that. She only knew that when she came to her senses, the earthenware pot with the aroma of chicken soup had been taken away by Yuan. Xiao Taidian sat on the threshold of the main hall, looking depressed. He knew that his elder sister had gone to the Xiao family, but he was not sure that his elder sister would take the chicken back. His elder sister was like this. She gave all the good things to the Xiao family first. After the Xiao family had used them, the rest was theirs. He didn't hate his elder sister, because his mother said that he couldn't hate his elder sister and should love her all his life. But sometimes, he also hoped that his elder sister would love him. The chicken must be gone. Xiao Taidian wiped his red eyes aggrievedly. "What are you doing sitting at the door in such a cold weather?" A familiar voice suddenly sounded above Xiao Tian's head. Little Taidian raised his head blankly, and saw Yuan walking towards him with a kitchen knife in one hand and a clay pot in the other, with a calm expression. Chapter 6. Yuan has changed. Sister, you got the chicken back. Are you really going to get it back? How can you be so awesome? The frustrated little Taidian turned into a lively chatterbox again. Yuan brought the chicken soup into the kitchen. Little Taidian followed like a little tail, circling Yuan. Yuan was dizzy from his spinning and pointed to a small stool beside her. "Sit down." "Oh." Little Taidian sat down obediently. Yuan opened the lid of the clay pot. The chicken was already cooked. After stewing in the clay pot for a while, the smell of the chicken subsided, and the bamboo shoots were immersed in it, as if they had been fermented. The 2 flavors blended perfectly together, and it was even more fragrant than the previous chicken soup. Little Tian's saliva couldn't stop flowing down. Yuan picked a piece of golden chicken and stuffed it into Little Tian's mouth. Little Taidian was stunned at first. Then he felt a strong meaty aroma melting in his mouth. "Is it delicious?" Yuan asked. Little Taidian nodded tearfully. "Delicious." It was so delicious that he almost cried. "Does your face still hurt?" Yuan asked again. Little Taidian shook his head like a rattle. "Eating meat? No pain anywhere." Yuan saw that the red marks on his face had indeed faded a little, nodded, and stopped asking. Suddenly she thought of something, turned to look at Little Taidian and said, "You said yesterday. Whose house have you eaten these days?" "Grandma's house," Little Taidian said, and then looked at Yuan with a cautious look. Yuan thought to herself, "I didn't forbid you to eat at other people's houses. Why do you look like you are afraid that I will get angry? But what does Grandma look like? There is no such person in the original owner's memory." "You said you didn't eat enough," Yuan said again. Little Taidian choked. That is. Life must be hard at Grandma's house," Yuan said softly. "Huh?" Little Taidian opened his eyes wide. Yuan opened the cupboard, found a big bowl, scooped out half of the chicken and winter bamboo shoots, You send it to Grandma. I'll cook another dish. Ah. Grandma is dead. Only Uncle and his family are there. Little Tai-Dan said, as if he had seen a ghost. Not knowing whether he was surprised that Yuan didn't remember Grandma's death, or surprised that Yuan actually wanted to send food there. Yuan said calmly, "Of course I know that Grandma is gone. I mean to send it to Grandma's house." Yuan packed the chicken, put a bowl on the big bowl, tied it with a cloth strip and handed it to Xiao Tai-Dan. "It's not hot anymore. Take it over. Don't be reluctant. Sister left a lot for you." Xiao Tai-Dan puffed out his chest. He would not be reluctant to send things to Grandma's house. Xiao Tai-Dan took the chicken soup and went there happily. Although he didn't know why Sister had become different from before. He liked this sister very much. Uncle's house was halfway between Alwan's house and the vegetable field, in the opposite direction of Dao's house. Alwan would pass by Uncle's house when she went to work in the field. Grandma passed away in late spring this year. Xiao Tai-Dan has been calling her Grandma for several years and has not changed his habit. Whenever he mentions this place, he still says Grandma's house. When Xiao Tai-Dan arrived at this house with chicken soup, the uncle was sitting at the door basking in the sun with a cane in his arms. The uncle saw Xiao Tai-Dan at a glance, and a kind smile quickly appeared on his worried face. "Tai-Dan is here. Why are you so late today? Your aunt and others have gone out. The porridge is in the pot. I will go and heat it up for you." As he said this, he was about to stand up with his cane. Xiao Tai-Dan shook his head, handed the big bowl in his arms forward, and said crisply, "Uncle, I'm not here to eat today. I'm here to bring you chicken soup. There is a lot of chicken in the chicken soup, and a lot of winter bamboo shoots. My sister made it. She asked me to bring some to you." The uncle's smile froze for a moment. In winter, it gets dark early, but the night falls in the evening, and there is a little snow. The aunt came back with the 3 children. Today, a distant relative from the next village prepared a banquet, and they went to help. They didn't get much wages, but they received 5 caddies of cornmeal, 2 caddies of brown rice, and half a bowl of lard residue. Although these things are not enough to survive the winter, they can last for 3 to 5 days. 3 to 5 days sounds like a small amount, but there are many people in the family, and except for the 3-year-old little girl, everyone is a big eater. Tai-Dan hasn't eaten enough these days. I'll steam some cornmeal buns for him," the aunt said, and was about to go to the kitchen. The uncle stopped her and told him about Alwan asking Tai-Dan to bring chicken soup. The eyes of several people fell on the large bowls on the table, and they all showed incredible expressions. "Where did she get the chicken?" asked the aunt. "Why would she give us a chicken if she had one?" The eldest son pondered. "Don't just have a chicken, but..." The second son sneered. "What?" the little girl echoed. The eldest aunt hugged her daughter and glared at the second son. The second son touched his nose angrily and lowered his voice. "Anyway, I don't believe she would be so kind as to really give us." Halfway through his words, he opened the big bowl on top, and then his entire throat was choked. Alwan's relationship with the old house is not good. Alwan's father is not the biological child of Mr. Yu. He was picked up from the mountain ditch when Mr. Yu drank too much. Mr. Yu and his wife gave birth to 5 children in total, but only 2 of them were actually raised, and the second was a girl. The old man and his wife thought that 1 son was too few, so they might as well raise 1 more to prepare for old age in the future. Although Alwan's father picked him up, they developed feelings for him and treated him as their own. Alwan's uncle and aunt treated this younger brother very well. As long as they had food, they would never let him go hungry. If anyone bullied him, they would chase him to the fields with hoes. When Alwan's aunt got married, Alwan's father chased the ox cart and cried for half of the village. Later, a war broke out in the northwest, and the officials came to Lianhua village to arrest able-bodied men. Originally, the eldest son should have gone, but Alwan's father got the eldest brother drunk and went on the road in the middle of the night instead of the eldest brother. That year, Alwan was 10 years old, and Jiang was pregnant with Xiao Tai-Dan. It must have been extremely difficult to make such a decision. But in order to repay the Yu family for raising him, Alwan's father went without hesitation. Alwan was originally unaware of these things, but someone gossiped in front of her, saying that her father was picked up, and that it was her uncle who was conscripted, and the Yu family was reluctant to give up their own son. So they pushed his father out to die. The battlefield was full of flames and smoke. And letting a person who had never trained in the military go to war, wasn't it just sending himself to death? Awan believed these gossiping words, and her relationship with the first wife faded from then on. After the family split up, they became even strangers. Not to mention a chicken, but she wouldn't even give them a chicken feather. The chicken soup was delivered in the morning. After a whole day, the soup had already frozen. Under the milky white chicken fat, there was a bowl full of winter bamboo shoots and chicken nuggets. There were few winter bamboo shoots and many chicken nuggets. Not to mention the many. There was even a whole chicken leg. What's going on? The whole family was stunned. Chapter 7: A Rich Harvest. In the dim house, Xiao Taidan finished the last mouthful of chicken soup, held his stomach, and smacked his lips with great satisfaction. This pheasant was fat enough. After half of it was divided with the uncle's family, there was still a small pot left. Yuan went to the bamboo forest in the backyard to dig 2 bamboo shoots, cut them into slices, and put them in. In this way, they could eat until the evening. Yuan also fed Jiang some chicken soup and a little mince meat made from chicken breast. Jiang still woke up for a short while and fell asleep again soon. People who have been ill for a long time should not take too much tonic. Compared with chicken soup, Jiang may need a bowl of light and stomach-nourishing brown rice porridge. Sister, what are we going to eat tomorrow? Xiao Taidan asked while sitting on a small stool next to the brazier and soaking his feet. Yuan took a rough dry cotton cloth and walked over. The chicken offal is still there. I'll make you some fried chicken offal with garlic sprouts tomorrow. What are chicken offal? It's the chicken's internal organs. What are the internal organs? This kid is really talkative. Yuan said, stop talking. You won't be able to sleep if you talk about excitement. Oh! Xiao Taidan agreed obediently and opened his mouth again in a second. But before he could speak, Yuan glanced at him indifferently. Excitement is what you look like now. Xiao Taidan shut up in dismay. Yuan squatted down and wiped Xiao Taidan's wet feet. After wiping, she realized that the heels of the child's feet were actually frozen. Yuan picked up Xiao Taidan's shoes and saw that there was indeed a small hole in the soles. Yuan stuffed Xiao Taidan into the quilt. Go to sleep. Don't talk. After that, she turned around to look for Xiao Taidan's shoes, but found that each pair was worn and old. Sister, Xiao Taidan suddenly spoke excitedly. Didn't I tell you not to talk? Yuan turned her head to look at him, and saw that he had slept in the place where she had slept last night. Seeing that she was looking at him, he hurriedly moved to Zhang's side, blinked his bright eyes and said, Sister, the quilt is warm for you. Come to sleep. Yuan's expression did not move, but a trace of unspeakable bitterness passed through her heart. She curled the corners of her lips and whispered, Okay. I'll go to sleep now. Here. Yuan rested, and on the other side, Xiao tossed and turned. She thought of what happened during the day and felt like she had seen a ghost. She had watched the girl grow up, and she knew very well how young she was. She dared not even breathe in front of her, and always called her Aunt Xiao, more affectionate than her mother. When she told the girl to go east, she never went west. When she told her to go to the fields, she dared not disobey. After so many years, the girl's kindness to her had only increased. Even when she went to live with her cousin's mother-in-law for a whole year, she did not alienate her when she came back. Instead, she treated her like a Buddha, and used all the hundreds of taels of silver she brought from her cousin's mother-in-law's house on her and her son. This stupid girl obeyed her every word. What happened? How could she become a different person after not seeing her for a few days? Thinking that she didn't get to drink the chicken soup, and was thrown into the pig trough by Awan. Zhao was so embarrassed that she gnashed her teeth in her bed. But what made her most angry was not this, but her daughter just told her that Awan, that damn girl, actually sent the chicken she stole from her to the old Yu family to eat. That damn girl is really trying to piss me off to death. Just wait. When a Heng comes back, I'll ask him to divorce you. The next day, Yuan got up early again. It snowed for a while at night, but it wasn't heavy, only a thin layer. Yuan planned to try her luck in the vegetable garden today to see if she could catch another pheasant. If she caught one, she would not cook it for herself, but would find a way to exchange it for some money at the market. But her luck seemed to have run out yesterday. She waited in the vegetable garden for a full hour, but didn't see any pheasants. It was already light in the morning, and it was time for Xiao Taidan to wake up. Yuan had to give up and cut a bag of gnawed cabbage to go home. After removing the rotten leaves, the cabbage heart was barely edible. Yuan went to the kitchen, took out the last small bowl of chicken soup, added some cabbage heart, and fried some garlic sprouts and chicken offal with a small spoonful of chicken oil made yesterday. By the way, she washed the uneaten water radish and mixed it with cold sauce. This was their last meal. The cupboard was empty again. The garlic sprouts and chicken offal tasted really good. The garlic sprouts were a little burnt, but the oily taste was full, and it tasted salty, smooth and crispy. Among the chicken offal, Xiao Tian's favorite were the 2 small yellow eggs and 2 pieces of fat and tender chicken liver. Xiao Tian couldn't stop eating, and his little mouth was greasy. Only at this time, Yuan's ears were quiet. After breakfast, Yuan took a shovel and a backpack to the small bamboo field in the backyard. She just thought about it. It doesn't matter if there is no chicken. Winter bamboo shoots are also good things. Although I don't know whether they are valuable in ancient times. As long as they are vegetables, someone will buy them. There are not many bamboos here. Yuan dug them carefully, and only dug out 6 medium-sized winter bamboo shoots. It's still too little. Yuan's eyes were on the small hill behind the bamboo. If she was not mistaken, there was another peak behind the hill, and there seemed to be a green bamboo forest at the waist of the peak. Tian, I'll go out for a while. You stay at home to take care of my mother. After instructing her brother, Yuan went into the mountain with a basket on her back. The peak seemed to be close at hand, but when she really walked over, she found that there was a very exaggerated distance. Fortunately, this body has done a lot of farm work and has a good physique. The dry grass on the ground was frozen. Yuan was wearing ordinary cloth shoes, and the soles were not very slip-resistant, so she could only walk carefully. As a result, she arrived at the bamboo forest more than half an hour later. But there were so many bamboos here, big and green, and they exuded a bamboo fragrance that was more than 10 times more elegant than her backyard. Just smelling it was refreshing. Yuan took out a shovel and began to carefully look for winter bamboo shoots. Winter bamboo shoots are much harder to dig than spring bamboo shoots. Spring bamboo shoots grow out of the ground and can be seen at a glance, while winter bamboo shoots are hidden underground, and it is difficult for inexperienced people to dig them. In her previous life, her hometown in the countryside also planted a lot of bamboo. In the season when bamboo shoots flourish, her favorite thing to do was to follow her aunt, picking up one after another until her small backpack was full. However, the winter bamboo shoots she had eaten in her previous life were not as big as those here. Soon, Yuan dug out the first winter bamboo shoot on the mountain. Wow! It was even fatter than the bamboo shoots in her backyard. Yuan continued to dig, and each one she dug out was as big as the other. In just a cup of tea, Yuan's backpack became heavy. Yuan dug for a while, sweating profusely, until she filled the backpack. She went down the mountain with satisfaction. When she was near the hillside, Yuan found a river and stopped, looking at the still water surface. She licked the corner of her lips gently. It was so cold. I wonder if there were any fish in the water. Chapter 8 Going to the Market. Yuan dug a few earthworms on the ground and threw them into the water. After a while, fish really swam over with their tails wagging. In a flash, Yuan grabbed a dead branch on the ground and stabbed it into the water. She didn't stab the fish, and it escaped. Yuan was not discouraged and continued in another place. After several attempts, Yuan successfully stabbed a wild big Christian carp, which weighed 2 kilograms and was considered very fat among wild Christian carps. After that, Yuan didn't stab any fish this heavy, but there were 4 of them, which was considered a good harvest. It was close to noon, and Xiao Tian was hungry, so Yuan stopped while she was ahead and took the wild fish home. Xiao Tian seemed to have heard her footsteps and ran out of the kitchen like a fly. Sister, you're back. Yes. Yuan nodded, crossed the small bamboo field in the backyard of her house, and went into the kitchen with Xiao Tian. Sister, Xiao Tian was not in a hurry to see the things in her backpack, but took her hand, pointed to the main room and said, Brother is here. He brought us a lot of food. Brother? Yuan's heart moved. The eldest son of the uncle's family? Brother. Sister is back. Yu Feng came to deliver cornmeal to Awan's family on the orders of his parents. But this did not mean that he was willing to talk to this cousin. When he heard Xiao Tian calling sister, he turned around and left. But unexpectedly, Xiao Tian's eyes were so sharp that he stopped him again. Yu Feng didn't know whether to leave or stay. Yuan walked over with a calm expression. Yuan didn't inherit any memory about the old house, so she didn't know about the original owner and her uncle's family. She thought the two families had a good relationship. Otherwise, why would they take such good care of Xiao Taidan? Yuan put the backpack in the kitchen and went to the main hall to meet Yufeng. This is a tall man, about 20 years old, who has been exposed to the sun for many years. His skin color is not white, but his facial features are firm, and he looks quite handsome. Brother, Yuan greeted him. Yufeng was startled and almost thought he had heard it wrong. Xiao Taidan ran over, grabbed the 2 cloth bags on the table, and said to Yuan, Sister, this is the millet sent by my brother. This is the cornmeal sent by my brother. Yuan took the cloth bag in her hand. Yufeng thought she was going to refuse, but suddenly heard her soft voice. Why so much? Did you keep it for your own family? It's not that she dislikes the small amount, but she is worried that there will be too much for them to eat. When has she ever worried about their life or death? If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Yufeng would not have believed it. Yuan looked at her stunned brother and slightly curved her lips. Thank you, brother. The girl's smile was beautiful and smart, without a trace of contempt, let alone perfunctory. She was expressing her gratitude sincerely. Yufeng calmed down and said with a straight face, It's not a valuable thing. My parents asked me to bring it here. They said, Thank you for the chicken yesterday. Is it delicious? Yuan asked. Yufeng was stunned, and hummed vaguely, and then said, I have something to do at home. I'll leave first. Brother, wait a minute. Yuan called him and hurried to the kitchen. In a moment, she took out a basket with the largest wild Christian carp and some fresh winter bamboo shoots, handed it to Yufeng and said, The fish was just caught, and the bamboo shoots were just dug. Both are very fresh. Yufeng opened his mouth and wanted to refuse, but Yuan put the basket on his hand without saying anything. He lied just now. The cornmeal and millet were brought by his parents, which were good, but they were not the chicken she sent to thank her for. They actually wanted to ask her what she was up to. What did she say? After returning home, Yufeng was surrounded by his family, and the one who asked him was his younger brother Yusong. Without waiting for the eldest brother to answer, Yusong continued, Does she want to borrow money from us? Where does our family get the money? The eldest aunt glared at the second son. She didn't say anything, didn't ask for anything. Yufeng put the basket on the table, and gave me these things. She also called my eldest brother, looking at the winter bamboo shoots and big Christian carp in the basket. The Yu family gasped. The news of Yuan's awakening gradually spread in the village, and then people came to visit one after another. It was hard to tell whether they were really visiting or just watching the fun. Everyone who came to the door smelled the fish fragrance of her house. As the saying goes, winter Christian carp and summer carp. Winter is the fattest season for Christian carp, and the taste of wild Christian carp is even more delicious, because there is no salt. The taste of the fish soup is original, but even so, it is still unbelievably fresh. Xiao Taidan held a bowl of milky white fish soup and drank it with a snort, and sweat beads appeared on his forehead. Watching little Taidan eating heartily, Yuan felt as if she had discovered a new business opportunity. Taidan, do we have embroidery needles at home? Yuan asked her brother after lunch. Yes. Sister, wait, I'll go find some. Little Taidan ran into Zhang's house, opened the cabinet door, and took out a sewing kit from a small bundle. Yuan picked 2 long embroidery needles, roasted them over fire to soften them, and bent them to make a pair of fish hooks. After that, she went to the backyard to cut a bamboo and made 2 long fishing rods. Sister, what are you going to do? Little Taidan asked curiously. You'll know in the evening. Yuan carried 2 wooden barrels on a shoulder pole, took a pair of fishing rods, and went from the backyard to the small river where she had caught Christian carp before. 2 hours later, Yuan came back, and the wooden barrels were full of water and fish. Little Taidan squatted on the ground, picking with his little hands, counting 1 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He couldn't count to 10. When the villagers came to the house at noon, Yuan exchanged some information with them over fish soup. For example, she knew that the village was called Lianhua Village, and she also knew where the nearest market was. There was a big market every 10 days, and a small market every 3 days. Tomorrow was the big market day, which meant that there would be many vendors. But as a result, there would be more customers buying things, and she had already thought about how to sell. The market was 10 miles away. In order to get to the market before dawn and grab a good spot, Yuan got up before 5 o'clock, about 3 o'clock in the morning. She thought she got up early enough. But when she saw the lights gradually lit up in the village, she realized that the villagers were all working hard for this market. It's not surprising to think about it. The end of the year is approaching. And what should be sold must be sold quickly. And what should be bought must be bought quickly. Once New Year's Eve comes, the market will be completely closed. And it will not be until the day of the dragon raising its head in February that it will recruit business again. The house of my uncle's family also lit up. She watched brother Yu go home yesterday and already knew where his house was. Sister, are you going to the market? I want to go too. This little guy, who always sleeps until noon, actually smelled the smell of the market and woke up early for the first time. Sister, please take me there. I promise I will be obedient. I haven't been to the market for a long time. It sounded like you had been to the market before. Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and rubbed his little head. Okay. I'll take you there. Guess how Yuan will sell all her winter bamboo shoots and fish. Chapter 9. Business is booming. At the old house, the eldest aunt and the second son Yusong also planned to go out. And Yufeng stayed at home to take care of the lame father and the 3-year-old sister. They brought a basket of sweet potatoes and cabbage grown in their own fields, as well as a few wild crucian carps. After eating the crucian carps given by Alwan yesterday, the family couldn't stop. The 2 brothers took fishing rods and went to the reservoir at the entrance of the village to catch 5 fresh crucian carps. They used one to make fish soup for the little sister and planned to sell the rest. But when Yusong opened the door, he unexpectedly found Yuan standing at the door. Yuan got some information from Xiao Taidan and knew that there were 5 people in the eldest uncle's family. The uncle with inconvenient legs and feet, the big aunt with a broad mind and a fat body, the hard-working Yu brothers, and the little girl who was less than 3 years old. She had seen Yufeng before, and this boy who looked a little like Yufeng must be his younger brother Yusong. Calculated, Yusong was only 3 days older than her second brother. Yuan greeted him with a smile. Yusong was shocked. Who is it? So early. The aunt came over with a basket. Aunt? Yuan called with a smile. Now, it was the aunt who was shocked. She probably hadn't heard the name of aunt for 7 or 8 years. Are you going out? Second brother? Who's at home today? I'm going to take Xiao Taidan to the market. Can I ask you to take care of my mother? Her voice was soft. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her calm smile showed a hint of girlish tenderness. The aunt was in a trance for a moment, as if she saw the little girl who was acting coquettishly in her arms. She almost subconsciously agreed, but her reason pulled her back. She turned cold and was about to refuse. At this time, a deep voice came from the house. Don't worry. Your aunt will look after your mother for you. Yuan looked in the direction of the inner room, said thank you, uncle, thank you, aunt, and turned to leave the old house. After the Yu brothers left, the aunt came into the house with a sullen face, glanced at the crutches beside the bed, and said angrily, why did you agree to her? Have you forgotten who made you like this? The uncle was silent. After a long while, he said in a low voice, I said, my leg injury has nothing to do with Alwan. The aunt slammed the door. There were many people going to the market. The Yu brothers walked at the front of the team, and Yuan walked next to the ox cart. She had no money, so she used a fresh wild crucian carp to make room for Xiao Taidan and a bucket of fish from her own family. And she carried the winter bamboo shoots herself. It was Xiao Tiedan's first time to go to the market, and he was so excited that he couldn't sit still. Before dawn, he pointed to the night sky and said, Look, sister, there are 10 stars in the sky. He pointed to the villagers in front and behind him and said, Sister, there are 10 of us. He also pointed to the village left behind and said, We have walked 10 miles. Yuan regretted taking him out. As Xiao Taidan chattered, a faint gray-blue appeared on the horizon, and they arrived at one end of the market. They were not the first group to arrive. In the center of the market, several vendors selling dry goods were already setting up stalls. Everyone hurriedly split up and occupied the stalls they were satisfied with. The stall fee here was very low. If you don't have copper coins, you can exchange them with things. Yuan exchanged 2 winter bamboo shoots from the clerk for a good or bad position. On her left was a white radish seller, and on her right was an egg seller. The Yu brothers grabbed a position closest to the entrance of Lianhua town. Customers coming out of the town could see their stall at a glance. Yusong found Yuan looking over here and whispered to his brother, Does she want to come here? Yufeng said calmly. Don't worry about her. Go back after she sells. Yeah. Yusong agreed and placed the wooden barrel with 4 cushion carps in front of the stall. Yuan didn't care about the stall. She was thinking that her elder and second brothers seemed to have caught fish. So should she help them sell them? Soon, the first wave of customers arrived in the town. Yuan didn't care about anything else and started to do her own thing. She didn't rush to shout, but first exchanged a winter bamboo shoot for a piece of white tender tofu from the tofu stall opposite, and then exchanged 2 fish for a spoonful of oil and a piece of salt the size of a fingernail from the scallion pancake vendor. Then, Yuan took out the cooking utensils she had prepared in advance, lit a brazier, and set up a small pot. Note: while the small pot was heating up, Yuan swiftly fished out a live fish from the bucket and cleaned it with a knife. Looking at her posture of killing the fish, she really didn't look like a delicate and soft little girl. The vendors on both sides were shocked. After the bottom of the pot was heated, Yuan poured oil into it, put the cushion carp in, fried it until both sides were golden brown, and then mixed in the chopped scallions and ginger slices. The aroma of scallion oil and fried fish meat collided fiercely in the air. A passerby looked at Yuan. At this time, the fish was almost fried, and Yuan poured a large bowl of water into it. Tied in. Add some firewood. Hey! Little Tied In excitedly added 2 dry firewood to the brazier. Yuan washed a winter bamboo shoot, cut it into slices, and put it into the fish soup with tofu. The fish soup became thicker and thicker, and in the end, it turned into an attractive milky white color. Yuan then crushed the salt and sprinkled a few grains. Okay. It's ready to eat. Little Tied In sat down obediently. Yuan handed him the wooden bowl and spoon, and he scooped it up and ate it himself. The tender tofu melts in your mouth, mixed with the milky white fish soup, and the salty fragrance is accompanied by a hint of bamboo shoots. Every bite is extremely satisfying. Everyone can imagine the supreme deliciousness just by looking at it. This fish soup. Someone couldn't help but speak. Yuan pretended not to understand what he meant, and said with a smile, I made it with live fish and winter bamboo shoots. My brother didn't have breakfast. When he heard that it was the child's breakfast, how could the other party have the nerve to try a bowl? The fish that Yuan sold were large, lively, and all wild. The domestic cushion carp cost 6 copper coins per catty, and she asked for 15 copper coins, and didn't give a cent back. Many people were scared off by the price, but they were tempted back by Xiao Tian's eating style. The way this kid eats, they have never seen anyone eat so deliciously. Bite after bite, spoon after spoon, slurping, even tofu and winter bamboo shoots, all in one sip. Child, the soup is hot. Hu Xiao Tied and used a spoon to get a piece of tender meat from the fish belly, blew it a few times casually, mixed it with half a spoonful of milky white soup, and stuffed it into his mouth. The sound of swallowing saliva sounded around. Children are the least likely to fake. Whether something is delicious or not can be known by looking at his eating style. However, an expert shook his head and said, the girl made a mistake in making the fish soup just now. After frying the fish, it cannot be cooked with cold water. The taste will be locked in the fish meat, and the fish soup will not be delicious. Then why is he eating so deliciously? The young man next to him pointed at Xiao Tied In and asked. The man said, the ingredients are good. No matter how you cook it, it won't be too bad. Someone recognized the man as the chef of Baiyulu. Baiyulu is the largest restaurant in Lianhua town. The chefs there have cooked for dignitaries in the capital. If even he says the ingredients are good, then they are really very good. I want 2, said an old lady. Yuan chose 2, strung them together with a straw rope, handed them to the other party and said, Auntie, live fish and winter bamboo shoots are more delicious when cooked together. If you buy winter bamboo shoots alone, it costs 6 copper coins per catty. If you buy fish, I will charge you 5 copper coins. There is no one selling winter bamboo shoots here. She didn't know what the market was like, so she set a price based on the domestic cushion carp. The old lady hesitated for a moment, but didn't seem to think it was very expensive, so she bought it together with the winter bamboo shoots. With the first person taking the lead, the business behind was much easier. The live fish and winter bamboo shoots were sold out quickly. The chef of Baiyulu did not buy Yuan's stuff. In his opinion, these ingredients were fresh, but not to his liking. Note: cauldron, a cooking utensil with a function similar to a pot. Chapter 10 3-Day Appointment. Yuan was busy with business, and had no idea that the chef from Baiyulu had come. When the ingredients were sold out, she found that the Crucian carp of the Yu brothers had not yet been sold. She walked over and asked the two brothers, "Big brother, second brother, do you want to take it to my place to sell?" Although their Crucian carp was a little smaller, it was also wild. While there were still customers who had not left, they should be able to sell it quickly. No need. Yu Song refused without thinking, and his tone was not very good. Yuan was not annoyed. She smiled and said, "I'm going to finish work. There's nothing to do next. Do you need my help here?" Sold out? The two brothers were stunned and looked at Yuan's stall. They saw that her baskets and wooden barrels were really gone. Comparing them with their own, the brothers were embarrassed. How come two grown men are not as good as a little girl? Just do your own thing and go home early after work. Yu Feng didn't want to stay with her. "My mother is at home, so I should go home early." Yuan nodded and said to the two of them, "I'll buy some things and I'll be back after I'm done." "Yeah," Yu Feng replied indifferently. Someone came to buy sweet potatoes, so he went to take care of the business and ignored Yuan. Yuan seemed to be very accustomed to his indifference. She didn't bother him and left with a normal look. Yu Feng took the money and handed the sweet potatoes to the person who came. He glanced at Yuan's back with a complicated look in his eyes. Today's harvest was good. 15 wild Crucian carps and more than 20 kilograms of winter bamboo shoots were sold for a total of 511 coins, which was half a tael of silver. Although it was not worth mentioning compared to the salary in the previous life. As the first pot of gold in the other world, Yuan was still quite satisfied. Yuan packed up the cooking utensils, put them in the big basket behind her, and went to the market with Xiao tied in. She needed to buy a lot of things, most of which could be bought at the market, such as soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar. The brown sugar here was twice as expensive as white sugar. Thinking of Zhang's health, Yuan gritted her teeth and bought it. There was still some cornmeal at home, so Yuan bought 5 kilograms of rice. Yuan also wanted to buy some meat for her family. She thought that lean meat was too expensive, and it would be good to eat some fat meat. But when she asked, she found out that fat meat was not cheaper than lean meat at all. "You buy 2 kilograms of fat meat, and I'll give you some lean meat," the butcher said very straightforwardly. "Yuan, shouldn't you buy lean meat and give me some fat meat?" Yuan finally bought 3 kilograms of fat meat, not mainly to satisfy her craving, but to refine oil. The only vegetable oil in this era is sesame oil, which is the sesame oil in the previous life, commonly known as fragrant oil. Sesame oil is too expensive, and ordinary people like her can't afford it. Thinking about it this way, it is not entirely unreasonable why fat meat is expensive. Salt is more expensive than oil. Salt is not sold in the market. You have to go to a special salt shop to buy it. Yuan asked someone about the location of the salt shop, which is on a street in Lianhua town, and it only takes half a cup of tea to walk there. After entering Lianhua town, everything became orderly. There were no more tarpaulin sheds or thatched houses on both sides. There were blue brick and red tile shops, smooth roads, busy streets. Even the clothes of pedestrians became bright and upscale. Wow! 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 Xiao tied in was stunned and couldn't even talk properly. Osmanthus cake. Fragrant and sweet osmanthus cake. The loud shouts of the vendor came from the opposite side. Xiao tied in had just eaten a full stomach and didn't feel hungry at the moment. But when he heard the sweet aroma, he swallowed his saliva unwillingly. Yuan smiled and said, "I'll buy it for you later. I don't want to eat osmanthus cake." Xiao tied in stamped his feet. Yuan joked, "I didn't say I was buying you osmanthus cake." The little face that confessed all of a sudden turned red with shame. "We're here," Yuan said, looking at the salt shop in front of her. "Then let's go in." Knowing that he would soon be able to eat osmanthus cake, Xiao tied in excitedly pulled his sister's hand and jumped into the shop. This salt shop is an official shop. The lobby is very luxurious. Apart from salt, no other goods can be seen. What's wrong with you? The salt you transport is getting worse and worse. How can you let our guests in Baiyulu eat such inferior salt? Miss Bai has wronged us. We have always sold salt from the same place. What we sent to you is all carefully selected high-quality refined salt. I have never taken out bad salt. Do you think I believe it? The girl in a goose-yellow dress and a veil was so angry that she smashed a bag of salt on the counter. The girl must be quite powerful to be so arrogant in the official shop. Yuan didn't go forward to offend him. She held her brother's hand and looked at the salt beside her quietly. The girl argued with the shopkeeper for a few more words, but didn't take the bag of salt away. I don't care. I don't want this salt. You can do whatever you want. After that, the girl left angrily. When she passed by Yuan, she stopped and reminded her unhappily, the salt here is terrible. If I were you, I would go to the capital to buy it. I don't know who she was talking to. Yuan shook her head. She was a village girl who couldn't even afford white rice and had to go out to make a living. Would she care whether the taste of salt was good or bad? She shouldn't be such a shabby girl when making rafts. This girl is impatient and has no good eyesight. The old shopkeeper changed his flattering look in front of the girl and casually tapped the abacus on the counter. Second-grade salt is 30 copper coins. First-grade salt is 60 copper coins. How much? Yuan asked. The old shopkeeper didn't even raise his eyelids and pointed at the small bowl on the counter. Yuan took a quick look and found that it was less than a pound. It could be eaten in a month. And it had to be eaten sparingly. And the quality of this salt was indeed as the girl said. It was so poor that it was a bit unreasonable. But she had no choice. After all, the salt transportation was firmly controlled by the government. The finest salt was naturally sent to the dignitaries. And the ordinary people were left with the inferior, but not cheap salt. After Yuan bought 2 kilograms of second-grade salt, she had only about 400 copper coins left. Then, Yuan bought 2 pairs of cotton shoes for Xiao Taidan and Jiang, spending 100 copper coins each. Yuan planned to use the remaining copper coins to buy some hunting tools. When she was passing by a medicine store with Xiao Taidan, she inadvertently heard Yufeng's voice. I only have this much medicine for now. Can you let me take it back and send it to you another day? You see, I am a frequent visitor to your house. You don't have to worry about me defaulting on my payment. The medicine boy said bluntly, that won't work. You haven't paid off your debts from last time. And you want to buy on credit again. How can such a good thing happen? It's the end of the year. You should settle the bill quickly. Yufeng clenched his fists, but my father is waiting. Don't say anything. I won't buy medicine on credit again. My father really? The medicine boy interrupted Yufeng impatiently. I really mean it too. As soon as the voice fell, a girl's slender hand reached over and slowly poured out a bag of copper coins. Is this enough? She poured it out without missing a single one. Yufeng and Yusong beside him looked at her in unison. Yufeng's face flushed a little. The medicine boy counted the copper coins on the table and smacked his lips, saying, It's enough for today's medicine. But the previous credit. Then get today's medicine first. And I'll give it to you on credit in 3 days. Oh no. Both the principal and the interest. The medicine boy then looked at Yuan. Yuan was looked up and down. But she didn't show any panic. She said calmly, I will give you the principal and the interest. If I don't give you in 3 days, I will go to the government with you. You're crazy. Yufeng grabbed her arm. Do you know how much money that is? Yuan didn't answer him, but smiled faintly and asked, Can uncle's medicine be cut off? Yufeng clenched his fingers. Chapter 11 Brother and sister go into the mountains. Yuan did not intervene in the matter after that. After paying for the medicine, she took Xiao Taidan out. She held her brother's hand and walked to the roadside, and put the shriveled purse in her arms. She had turned the purse over just now, and Xiao Taidan saw clearly that she had not kept a single penny. Xiao Taidan knew what this meant. But what he knew even more was that those pennies were used to buy medicine for his uncle. Although he really wanted to eat osmanthus cake, he hoped that his uncle would get better. Taidan. Yuan bent down. Xiao Taidan held back the little sadness in his heart and said sensibly, I'm fine. Sister, I don't like osmanthus cake anyway. Really? Yuan gently rubbed his little head, and her white hand slid from his ear, and a copper coin with a round outer edge and a square inner edge appeared between her index finger and middle finger. She smiled gently. Xiao Taidan's eyes widened, and he quickly touched his ears. I have a copper coin in my ear? Yuan smiled. Do you want more osmanthus cake? Yes. 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 Xiao Taidan shouted excitedly. The loss was swept away, and the joy of regaining what he had lost was even more surprising than the first time he knew he could eat osmanthus cake. How much is osmanthus cake? Yuan came to the stall. The vendor said, 1 copper coin apiece. Give me 1 piece. Yuan handed him the copper coin in her hand. Can you help cut it in half? The osmanthus cake of 1 copper coin is already small enough. How small will it be if it is cut in half? The vendor looked at the brother and sister strangely, and finally agreed with a smile. Okay. The vendor not only cut a thin piece of osmanthus cake into 2 halves, but also wrapped them up intimately. Thank you. Yuan thanked him and handed half of the osmanthus cake to Xiao Tai-dan. Leave the other half to my little sister. Okay? Yes. Xiao Tai-dan nodded happily. Brother, what is that woman up to? How should I know? I couldn't borrow a penny from her when I asked her for money. Now that my leg can't be cured, she comes here to act hypocritically. Yufeng frowned. Who told you that Dad's leg can't be cured? Yusong opened his mouth and wanted to say, that's what the doctor said. You were there at the time. Didn't you hear it? The best treatment period is past, and taking medicine now will only prevent the situation from getting worse. After all, he couldn't say these words. However, did the eldest brother deny that the woman was just pretending to be nice? He knew it. She really was pretending to be nice. I just don't know what she was after. Yu Song was furious at Yuan's charity, but he had to suppress his anger and take the medicine bag handed over by the medicine boy. He thought, maybe this is what she wanted. She wanted to anger them to death. The copper coins left for the fair were used to buy osmanthus cake. Yuan really couldn't make another one, so she had to walk back to the village with Xiao Tai-dan. When little Tai-dan was tired, he licked the sweet-scented osmanthus cake in the paper bag. The Yu brothers who followed the two of them couldn't bear to see it anymore, so they went forward and picked up little Tai-dan, each holding him for a while, and took turns to carry little Tai-dan back to the village. Little Tai-dan fell asleep on the way, and the two brothers had to send him home in one go. When the aunt who had taken care of Jiang for half a day saw her 2 sons and Awan appear at the gate of Awan's house, her eyebrows jumped. Then, she saw little Tai-dan sleeping soundly in Yufeng's arms, and she was relieved immediately. She glanced at Awan and said indifferently, come in when you're back. Your mother is fine, and we should go back too. Aunt, Awan called her, took out a small paper bag from her arms, and said with a smile, it's for my younger sister. The aunt hesitated for a moment and reached out to take it. When they got to a place where no one was around, the aunt was going to throw it away, but she took it apart for some reason. Osmanthus cake. The little girl cried for the osmanthus cake. In the afternoon, when Yuan had cleaned up the house and was about to go into the mountains again, Yufeng came to the door. Don't worry about the things in the medicine shop. I will go to the government in 3 days. The matter seemed to have reached an irreversible point. He didn't blame her for taking the initiative. After all, there was really no better way at that time. But he didn't think she could collect so much silver in just 3 days. Unless there was still some money left from the silver she brought back the year. Soon, Yufeng denied such speculation. With the mother and son of the Zhao family, even if she had a lot of money, it would have been emptied out long ago. This is my family's business. Yuan interrupted him with a smile. Don't worry. I won't let my eldest brother go to the government. Yufeng frowned even more tightly. Yuan looked at her elder brother and said, I will solve it. Yufeng said coldly, including the interest. It's 20 taels. They worked from dawn to dusk every day, but they could not save even 1 tael a month. Even if she sold fish well and dug more bamboo shoots, could she collect such a large account in just 3 days? Yuan had no intention of arguing with him, so she took her tools and went up the mountain from her backyard. In the village, her family was the only one directly connected to the back mountain. At first, the land was barren, because it was too close to the back mountain. Snakes, rats, ants and insects often appeared. Awan wanted to save money, and Jiang wanted to be quiet, so they bought the land and built a house. This was the first time Yufeng went to the back mountain of Awan's house. The small hill looked small, but it was a different scene when he turned over. Villagers often go up the mountain to chop firewood, but they walk on the side of the field ridge at the west end of the village. There are more people walking there, and gradually a path has been trampled out. Unlike here, there are bushes and thorns, and the thick shade blocks the sun. Unpredictable dangers are hidden everywhere. He looked at Awan, who was leading the way in front, and thought to himself, is this really his sister? How come even the momentum of her walking is completely different from what he remembered? We're here. Yuan stopped near the stream. There is actually a river here. Yufeng was slightly surprised. Is this where you fished? He bet that this river had never been fished by villagers. No wonder the fish were so fat and plentiful. Are you a girl going deep into the forest? Aren't you afraid of running into something? Even when he occasionally went into the mountains to hunt. He had never been to such a deep place. Brother, are you talking about fish? Yuan chuckled. Yufeng stopped talking. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. There is a reason for that. Yuan took out a shovel and started digging for earthworms. You used to be most afraid of this. Yufeng said, puzzled. I'm not afraid now. Yuan said calmly. There was nothing to hide. She was indeed not afraid anymore. However, she didn't want to explain her change too much. She changed the subject and said, Brother, you followed me all the way up the mountain. You didn't follow me to watch me fishing. Did you? Of course, not. Yufeng realized that he had followed her up the mountain so obediently. How could it be? Yuan took out a hatchet from the basket and said with a slight curve in her lips, Then please help me chop the firewood. Yufeng looked at her coldly. Even if you catch all the fish in the river, you can't sell them for 20 taels. Here. Yuan ignored his words, stepped forward and put the hatchet in his hand, then left him to go fishing alone. After fishing, she went to dig winter bamboo shoots. When she returned with a full load, Yufeng had finally chopped the firewood and had carried it 3 times. Now it was the 4th time. Thank you, big brother. It's enough. Yuan nodded with a smile and went back to the backyard with Yufeng. Yufeng had just put down the shoulder pole when Yuan handed him 2 clean large wooden barrels. Big brother, can you help me carry some more water? Yufeng's face turned very ugly. This girl is not polite when she orders people to come. When Yufeng came back with water, Yuan was busy preparing dinner. If possible. Big brother, can you help me cook again? Yuan said with curved eyebrows. Yufeng's face was completely dark. Forget it. Yuan stir-fried the pork belly in the pot. I'm afraid you are not good at cooking. Yufeng shuddered. Whose cooking skills are not good at cooking this burnt pork belly? Chapter 12. To make a lot of money. The fire was too big, and the meat was burnt. But burnt tastes good. The thin pork belly was rolled into slices, juicy and fat. A handful of garlic sprouts were sprinkled on it, and the whole yard was filled with a crispy and rich smell. Yufeng frowned as he walked out of Yuan's house. He smelled the burnt smell and thought it would be delicious. Yufeng sneered at himself and left quickly. Is it delicious? Yuan asked Xiao Taidan. Xiao Taidan stuffed the hot pork belly and garlic sprouts into his mouth. He took a bite, and the fat and gravy overflowed from the corners of his mouth. He sucked it quickly and said with a satisfied look, Delicious. Ajai's dishes are the best. Is it really that delicious? Yuan chuckled and picked up a piece of pork belly and put it in her mouth. Although it was burnt, it tasted particularly good when chewed. Just don't forget to add salt. Today, the firewood and water were full. Yuan boiled a large pot of hot water and gave little Taidan a comfortable hot bath. After the bath, the little black egg turned into a little white egg. The younger brother put on the cotton shoes that Yuan bought for him, and was so excited that he ran around the house and didn't even let me wipe his hair properly. Sister, these shoes are so warm. So soft. Really so soft. He was only wearing a thin inner garment, although there was a brazier in the house. It was not warm enough to take off his clothes. Even so, he still sweated from running. This bath was in vain. Yuan caught him back, pressed him in her arms, and wiped his wet hair. After all, he was a child, and he didn't know what it was like to worry. He had meat to eat, shoes to wear, and sister to care for him. During the days when his mother was in a coma, this was his greatest comfort. Sister, you are so kind. He leaned his little head on Yuan's shoulder, took a breath of sister's breath, and fell asleep peacefully. Yuan pinched his rosy little face, tucked him into the quilt, and fixed the corner of the quilt. There was no market for the next 2 days. He wanted to sell fish and winter bamboo shoots to go to a bigger market. Yufeng came early to wait for Yuan. It was obviously impossible to collect the debt, and he didn't know why he accompanied her. Yuan left Xiao Taidan and went out with Yufeng. The brother and sister haven't appeared in front of everyone for many years. There is no need to go to the market today. Everyone is still asleep. If they wake up and see the scene. No. Someone saw it when they returned to the village yesterday. What did those people say about them? They said that the Yu family siblings had a falling out, and then reconciled inexplicably? Thinking of this, Yufeng subconsciously distanced himself from Yuan. Yuan walked calmly, as if she didn't notice Yufeng's movements. Yufeng looked at her deeply, and suddenly realized that no matter how cold he was to her, She always looked calm. Did she not notice? Or didn't care at all? Yu Feng shook his head. He was in great trouble. So why would he care about a little girl's concern? Brother. After entering Lianhua town, Yuan suddenly asked. Isn't the largest restaurant in the town called Baiyula? Yu Feng said, yes. Why are you asking this? You don't want to sell the ingredients to them. Do you? Don't blame me for not reminding you. This is absolutely impossible. Although your ingredients are good, Baiyula is not an ordinary restaurant. And the guests served there are not ordinary guests. They care more about whether they are sick after eating than whether the food is delicious. Ingredients of unknown origin cannot be sold to them. At this point, Yu Feng remembered something, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. What about the second largest restaurant? Yuan asked again. You mean the Jadeite Tower? Don't be so delusional about this. Although the Jadeite Tower is a new store that has been open for less than half a year, it has taken away a lot of business from the Baiyulu with the help of an imperial chef who left the palace. Recently, there is even a hint of surpassing the Baiyulu. The ingredients in Jade House are 3 times higher quality than those in White Jade House. Not to mention that she just dug some winter bamboo shoots and fished some crucian carp. Even if she got some tiger and bear food, what would it matter? Jade House is rich. Why would it lack these? Is that so? Yuan murmured thoughtfully. What did you say? Yu Feng didn't hear clearly. Yuan smiled and shook her head. Nothing. Brother, are you sure our things can't be sold? Yu Feng said lightly. If you don't believe me, you can try. Not today. Yuan said. What does this mean? Do you want to try tomorrow? During the conversation, the two arrived at the most lively street market in the town. This place is much more upscale than the market. The prices are high, and the stall fees are also rising. I have no money on me, Yuan said. The stall fees here cannot be exchanged for ingredients. Yu Feng took out a purse from his pocket and rented a small stall with an expressionless face. A town is a town. No matter how rare the things are, they can be sold. Even the winter bamboo shoots, which are so hard to dig. Yu Feng found 3 or 2 stalls at a glance. It seems that today will not be smooth. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, a shrill voice came to Yu Feng's ears. Oh, you are here. I was just saying that I won't see you for several days. It was the aunt who bought the ingredients first yesterday. She bought 2 live fish and 2 winter bamboo shoots, and stewed them in a pot after returning home. Her husband has had gout for 2 years, and has always had a bad appetite. But last night, he praised her fish soup for being delicious, and he and his son rushed to drink it. She knew her cooking skills. It was not bad, but it was not much better. She didn't dare to put too much salt. But the soup was delicious. How long has it been since she laughed at the dinner table? This morning, she came to buy fish and winter bamboo shoots again. Of course, she wanted to buy from the same store. But the market outside the town was held every 3 days. So she planned to settle for the next best thing. Coincidentally, she ran into this girl. She said, I want 2 more fish, and a few more winter bamboo shoots. Your bamboo shoots are cheap and big. If you come often in the future, I will buy from you. Yuan asked Yu Feng to find out. And then she found out that her winter bamboo shoots were 2 copper coins lower than the market price. However, other people's winter bamboo shoots were wholesaled, and she dug them herself. Thinking about it this way, she still made more money. The old lady introduced a few acquaintances to Yuan. As more people bought, the stall became busier and attracted more customers. There were twice as many ingredients as yesterday, but they were sold out in less than half the time. If you say the ingredients are good, they are indeed good. But this girl is also good at speaking. What my winter bamboo shoots are also delicious when stir-fried. Stewed chicken soup, nourishing yin and strengthening yang, and can also beautify the skin. I have wild crucian carp, which is the most effective for milk production. You should give your daughter-in-law more to drink to ensure that the milk is full and your grandson eats white and fat. What is this? Yu Feng blushed when he heard it. Excluding the stall fee, they earned a total of 1 or 2 taels of silver today. In one day, they can make a month's money. If it were in the past, Yu Feng should praise her. But when he thought of the huge debt of 20 taels, Yu Feng couldn't praise her. In the afternoon, Yuan went up the mountain again. Yu Feng also called Yusan along. The 2 brothers got a fishing net from somewhere, and caught a lot of fish, including the winter bamboo shoots that Yuan dug. They sold a total of 2 taels the next day. On the third day, they also sold 2 taels, seeing that tomorrow was the agreed date. But they only had 5 taels of silver. Yu Feng's heart sank to the bottom. The last fish was sold out, and the business was over. They had no choice. Who said it was over? Yuan smiled back and murmured lightly, "The business has just begun." Chapter 13 sold at a sky-high price. Yu Feng did not expect Yuan to bring him to the Jade Building. "What are you doing here?" Yu Feng asked tensely. They were dressed shabbily, carrying wooden barrels and shoulder poles. In the restaurant full of luxurious food and clothing, they were really eye-catching and funny. Yuan thought to herself that this was the reaction of a young man in his 18s and 19s. Although she looked young, she was not a real little girl. Yuan looked at Yu Feng with a child's eyes and smiled comfortingly. "Of course. It's to eat." Yu Feng took a breath. "This is not a place to eat. At least, it's not a place for them to eat. Let's go eat noodles." Braised pork noodles. In the past, he couldn't even afford to buy a steamed bun. Being able to ask for braised pork noodles was already a great luxury to Yuan. But Yuan seemed not to listen to him, and found a table in the corner and sat down. She likes quietness, and this has never changed in her past and present lives. Yu Feng was furious. "Why are you?" Halfway through his words, the waiter came over lazily and asked unhappily, "Do you two want to eat?" Yuan poured the silver coins in her purse onto the table. "Is this enough for us to eat a few dishes?" The waiter was stunned. Such a poor farmer. Is he really here to use money? He rolled his eyes and smiled. "Enough. Enough? Enough. Of course it's enough. What do you two want to eat?" "What do you want to eat, brother?" Yuan asked with a slightly curved lip. Yu Feng lowered his voice and said, "Don't be silly." Yuan smiled and said, "If you don't know what to eat, I'll order it. I like braised pork." The waiter smiled and said, "You've come to the right place. We have braised pork with sour bamboo shoots, which uses the sour bamboo shoots of our Lu Yuchu's ancestral secret recipe. You can't get it outside. We also have salt-baked chicken, which is also our Lu Yuchu's specialty." "Okay." Yuan nodded and asked the waiter for a few signature dishes of the Jade House. "Bring them all." "Are you going to give me a last meal?" Yu Feng asked coldly. Yuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled lightly. "If it is the last meal of my brother, I will definitely cook it myself." Yu Feng somehow thought of the pot of black braised pork, and his body trembled again. A table of dishes was quickly served. Yu Feng really didn't understand what this girl was going to do, but the money was earned by her, and he just contributed a little. What can he say even if she spent it all? It's wrong to count on this girl. Yu Feng had a little taste. Yuan ate very attentively, tasting each dish carefully, but did not indulge in her appetite. After tasting everything, she put down her chopsticks. "Are you full?" After saying that, Yu Feng felt that he shouldn't ask such a caring question, and said with a straight face, "Can we go home now?" Yuan shook her head and smiled. "There is still Baiula to eat." "Brother, Yu Feng stood up angrily. "If you just want to drag me to eat, drink and have fun, I don't have that interest." After saying that, he walked away. "Don't you want to earn the 20 taels of silver, brother?" Yuan said softly. Yu Feng paused, turned his head, and looked at her in astonishment. She smiled faintly. "If you want, just eat these dishes." "Eat, and you can get silver?" "Yes, you can get silver by eating." Yu Feng had accompanied her to do too many absurd things in the past few days, and this one was not bad. Besides, it didn't matter whether he went to the government office hungry or full. Yu Feng sat back calmly, and ate a table of delicious dishes with Yuan. Yuan didn't eat much. Most of it went into his stomach. After that, the two went to Baiyu Tower again, and ordered a table of the same dishes. After tasting them one by one, Yuan put down her chopsticks and asked, "Brother, how do you think it tastes?" Yu Feng pondered for a moment, and said seriously, "It's definitely not as good as the one in the Jadeite restaurant." Yuan pointed at the dishes on the table and said, "The skin of the salt-baked chicken is not crispy enough, and the clear soup has a bit of astringency." "That's right." Yu Feng nodded, somewhat surprised that she could comment so professionally and meticulously, as if she had eaten these dishes countless times. "Brother, what do you think is the reason?" Yuan interrupted Yu Feng's thoughts. Yu Feng subconsciously said, "What else could it be? The Jadeite building even invited the imperial chef." Yuan said, "Do you think that an imperial chef can cook all the dishes for the guests of the Jadeite building?" "Believe it or not, None of the dishes we just ate were made by the imperial chef? The imperial chef is just a gimmick. He returns home in glory to enjoy life, not to do hard labor. An elderly person has to cook hundreds of dishes every day. Is that a waste of time? If there are really distinguished guests, they will naturally show off their skills. But where do ordinary people like them get that blessing? Besides, don't you think that the dishes cooked at home also have this astringent taste? If she didn't say it, Yu Feng wouldn't have thought so. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. It's just that he has been used to eating it since he was a child, and doesn't hate this taste. Then why do you think it is? Yu Feng asked. And his tone was much softer this time. Yuan held her chin with one hand, and smiled gently. I thought Miss Bai was a fool. But I was wrong about her. Everyone thought the problem was with the cook. But she was the only one who found the real problem. I want to meet this Miss Bai. Who do you want to see me? Miss Bai, who had just returned from the salt shop, handed her cloak to the maid behind her, and said coldly. The shopkeeper said, a customer said that the lady knew her. But I don't think she is. Miss is a rich woman. How could she know a village girl? Could she be a liar? Bai Tang smiled sarcastically. If she is a liar, I will meet her. I will kill her. After half a minute, the shopkeeper took the Yu brothers and sisters to the accounting office on the second floor. The Bai family runs a restaurant. Bai Tang sees dozens of people every day. Ordinary people would not remember them even if they saw them twice. But she recognized this inconspicuous village girl at a glance. You? Bai Tang was surprised. The shopkeeper was relieved when he heard this. He had indeed seen him before. Yuan smiled slightly. Miss Bai has a good memory. My last name is Yu. And this is my eldest brother. Yu Feng nodded politely. But Bai Tang didn't even look at him. He just said to Yuan coldly, don't rush to make friends with me just because I said a word to you. I'm not someone you can get close to. Yu Feng's face turned cold. Yuan didn't seem annoyed. Instead, she smiled appropriately. It just so happens that I don't have the time to make friends with Miss Bai. Miss Bai said this. I feel relieved. You? Bai Tang choked. Yuan said again, I'm here to make a deal with Miss Bai. Bai Tang looked her up and down and said sarcastically, what can you trade with me? Vegetables? Fish? This is when he saw the bamboo shoots and fish scales in the baskets and wooden barrels. Yuan said, salt? Better salt than the one in Feizui Lu. Bai Tang's face changed. Yu Feng looked at Yuan strangely. Where did their family get the salt? No. Why would he say their family? It's her family. He is not from her family. The shopkeeper slammed the table and shouted, how dare you? Where did this private salt dealer come from? Miss, privately selling salt is a serious crime. You will go to jail. Bai Tang frowned. Yuan shook her head. Miss Bai was young. But how could she be so confused as a shopkeeper? Putting aside whether they had the courage to do that forbidden thing. I just wanted to ask which salt dealer in the world would live as poorly as them. Yuan looked at Bai Tang and said, Miss Bai, please rest assured. I am not a salt dealer. I just have a way to turn your cheap salt into real high-quality salt. Everyone was stunned when she said this. Bai Tang looked at her without blinking, as if trying to tell the truth from her words. Yuan said, of course. I am not doing this for nothing. I need to charge Miss Bai a certain amount of remuneration. Bai Tang narrowed his eyes. How much do you want? This seemed to be moved. Miss, the shopkeeper said to stop him. Bai Tang raised his hand to stop the shopkeeper. It's not right to charge too much for the first business. Yuan murmured. Yu Feng's heart was in his throat, fearing that she would not be able to pay back the debt if she asked for a lower price. Just as he was about to bite the bullet and say 15 taels, he heard Yuan sigh softly. Then let's pay 50 taels. I'm really at a loss. Miss Bai, who was vomiting blood. Chapter 14 shocking everyone. After coming out of Baiyulu, Yu Feng felt terrible. Baiyulu confiscated their meal money, and they saved 3 taels of silver. If they could go into the mountain again tomorrow, they would have 2 taels of silver. They only needed to sell 15 taels of salt to make up 20 taels. Yu Feng planned so. Even so, he still felt that the price of 15 taels was too high. But he never underestimated the courage of this girl. 50 taels, Yu, what do you think? Yes. 50 taels. What do you think? Baiyulu. The shopkeeper also complained to Miss Bai. Tribute salt is not so expensive. Miss Bai glared at him unhappily. Then you buy it for me. The shopkeeper choked. Tribute salt is something that only the royal palace and the imperial palace can eat. Merchants like them have no way to buy it, let alone see it. Yuan first went to the market to buy gauze and dozens of kilograms of soybeans. And then she and Yufeng took 2 large barrels of salt back to the village. After arriving home, Yuan plunged into the kitchen. Yufeng then understood why she asked him to carry so much water and chopped so much firewood. Yuan first boiled a large pot of hot water and poured all the salt in the first wooden barrel into it. Brother, is there a mill in the old house? Can you help me grind the soybeans into soy milk? Yufeng didn't ask why, and went without saying anything. The main reason why ancient salt was unpalatable was that it contained too many impurities. As long as these impurities were removed, the taste would rise to a new level. This is easy to say, but it is a time-consuming and labor-intensive technical job. After Yuan boiled the salt, she filtered it once with gauze. At this time, the relatively coarse impurities were filtered out, but there were more delicate ones, so other media were needed. Yuan poured the filtered brine, salt, water back into the pot. The soybean juice is here. Yufeng came in carrying 2 large buckets of soybean juice. Yuan poured raw soybean milk into the brine. After a while, some residue floated up. Yuan scooped out the tumbling residue and poured raw soybean milk again. This was repeated 3 or 5 times until there was no more dirt in the brine. At this time, the color of the brine had become very clear and the amount was reduced by half. Yufeng stared at the brine in the pot in amazement. He never knew that soybean juice could be used like this. Yuan took a breath. Wait for the water in the pot to evaporate, and the salt will come out. It was cold, but beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Yufeng's expression was a little complicated. He wanted to find something to help her wipe the sweat, but he was not a delicate girl who would carry a handkerchief with him. He pinched his sleeves. Still, it's clean. Without waiting for him to move, Yuan put down the pot lid and said, Brother, please help me watch it. I'll go and get tied in back. Yufeng quickly put down his stiff arms. I know. You go. Yuan went to her uncle's house and brought back the sweaty little Taidan, gave him a bath, and also wiped Zhang's bath. After the little Taidan fell asleep, Yuan went back to the stove. Miss Bai had given her a lot of salt, and she couldn't finish cooking it in one pot. Yufeng stayed to help, and the brother and sister worked until dawn, and finally succeeded in purifying all the salt. The two of them didn't have time to rest, and hurriedly rented a bullock cart in the village to deliver the salt to Baiyu Building. Bai Tang was waiting in the lobby early. 50 taels was not a small amount. Yesterday, she took the initiative because her father was not there. But now her father was on his way back. If he knew that she took 50 taels to buy salt, that she didn't know whether it could be made. Bai Tang didn't dare to think about it. After the salt was purified, the irregular blue-gray salt that was previously large in size turned into small crystal-clear salt grains, and the weight was also reduced by half. The shopkeeper couldn't help but frown. Why has it become so little? Is this salt? The chefs of Baiyu Building also gathered around, including Master Lu, who had met Yuan at the market. Master Lu had never seen such salt before. However, he recognized Yuan, the little girl who made the wrong fish soup. Would such a person know how to make salt? He sneered. The rest of the cooks also laughed. Only Bai Tang didn't laugh. Bai Tang was not a small merchant girl who had never seen the world. People only knew that her father was a merchant, but they didn't know that her mother was originally a lady in the capital. When she returned home with her mother, she had actually seen and tasted the snowflake-like salt grains with her own eyes. When Yuan put the salt grains in front of her, she was so shocked that she was speechless. It is unknown whether she was surprised that she could really see snowflake salt again in her lifetime, or that a village girl could actually make snowflake salt. But maybe the food is similar, but the taste is very different. Bai Tang glanced at Yuan arrogantly. Let me be frank. If the taste doesn't satisfy me, I won't give you a penny. Yuan smiled gently. Okay. What's good about it? Be careful that she won't pay. Yufeng said indifferently. Bai Tang glared at him. Who will pay? Yufeng was too lazy to talk to her. Bai Tang gritted her teeth in anger. If it wasn't for so many grains of salt, she would have kicked this annoying guy out right now. The chef of Baiyu used Yuan's salt to make a home-cooked dish. Braised pork with cabbage. In the past, in order to suppress the astringency of salt, they needed to add a lot of sauce and a little sugar to enhance the flavor. Today, they deliberately made things difficult for Yuan, so they only added salt. But no one expected that the fried cabbage was sweeter than ever before. This sweet taste penetrated into the pork belly. perfectly removing the greasy taste of fat. The lean meat was more tender, but not dry at all. It melted in the mouth with a sip, and the mouth was full of oil. Bai Tang thought that no matter how delicious it was, he had to pretend that it was hard to swallow, so that he could bargain with her. But she couldn't stop eating. "Are you satisfied, Miss Bai?" Yuan asked with a smile, looking at the plate that Bai Tang had eaten until there was nothing left. Bai Tang touched his stomach and burped. Is it too late to say you're not satisfied now?" The brother and sister took the silver notes to the pharmacy. How could the pharmacy clerk expect that the two of them could really collect the silver? He had already sent someone to report to the government office. And now, he hurriedly asked a runner to chase the man back. "I say, your silver notes are not of unknown origin, right?" the clerk asked suspiciously. It's really not his fault that he is suspicious. But this family started to see him 2 years ago, and he knows their family situation very well. If they really have the ability to earn silver, they wouldn't have owed it until today. Yuan smiled. "Don't worry, little brother. Every penny we earn with our own ability is clean." She was so friendly that the clerk felt embarrassed. The clerk coughed lightly. "Wait, I'll return the IOU to you now." Chapter 15. Mother and daughter meet. Yu Feng held the IOU in his hand and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He couldn't believe that the trouble he was powerless to solve was solved just like that. He had thought about the possibility of getting rich earlier, but that was just a fantasy, and it all ended up being shattered. However, at this moment, he really paid off the debt completely. To be precise, Awan paid it off. After a few days of getting along, he could see that she didn't want anything from them. The more so, the more he couldn't understand why she did this. Take this. Whether you can figure it out is one thing, and how to deal with it is another. Yu Feng gathered his thoughts and handed the IOU to Yuan. Yuan took the IOU and tore it up without saying a word. He was stunned. Yuan blinked innocently. "Didn't my elder brother ask me to tear up the IOU? I asked you to keep it. Do you have any good ginseng?" Yuan smiled and looked away, asking the medicine boy behind the counter. The medicine boy hurriedly said, "Yes. Yes." Yu Feng turned around. "What do you want to buy ginseng for?" Yuan said, "My mother needs to be treated." "Oh," Yu Feng responded. Yuan smiled lightly. "Uncle also needs it." Yu Feng's face flashed with embarrassment. In the end, he didn't speak to stop her. After all, it was useless to stop her. This girl, whether in the past or now, has never listened to others. Yuan picked 2 ginsengs of good quality and spent a total of 5 taels of silver. After that, she wanted to buy something for her uncle, but was dragged away by Yu Feng. Yu Feng was going back to the village, and Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Okay, if you don't want to buy medicine, then don't buy medicine. Let's buy some vegetables. The fish and bamboo shoots are all sold out." Yu Feng had to accompany her to buy vegetables. Yuan bought 3 pounds of lean meat, 2 pounds of pork belly, a pork elbow, and half a pound of star anise and cinnamon. She wanted to buy some side dishes, but Yu Feng coughed and said, "You don't have to buy these vegetables. They are grown in the fields." Of course, it was not her field, but her uncle's. This allowed her to pick vegetables from his field. Yuan's lips curved. "Okay." Yuan also bought a pound of tender tofu and 10 pounds of second-grade salt. "Do you want to buy anything else?" Yu Feng took all her things and carried them on his back. Yuan nodded. "Osmanthus cake." This time she had money on hand, so she didn't ask for a piece of osmanthus cake to be cut in half like before. She asked for 2 boxes. After buying this, the two of them went back to the village. As soon as they reached the entrance of the village, an auntie who was drying dried chilies in front of the door ran towards them in a hurry. She looked at the two of them in surprise at first, then looked at Yuan and said, "Awan, why are you back just now? Something happened in your family." "What happened in our family?" Yuan didn't know her, but the look on her face when she spoke was definitely not fake. "Aunt Zhang, what happened to Awan's family?" Yu Feng asked. He remembered that his mother was taking care of Xiao Taidan and Zhang's family at Awan's house. Aunt Zhang said, "The daughter of the Zhao family beat Taidan." Awan's mother rushed out to cause trouble for the Zhao family. As she said this, she looked at Awan worriedly. "How can your mother be a match for them?" "That shrew." Aunt Zhang wanted to say shrew, but when the words came to her lips, she suddenly remembered that Awan was Zhao's daughter-in-law who had not yet married, and swallowed the word shrew angrily. "Anyway, you should go and take a look. If you go too late, your mother will probably be beaten to death by her. Jiang was a very gentle woman in the village. It was said that she came from the city, was well educated, spoke softly, and never got angry with others. On the other hand, Xiao was much more domineering, relying on her son, who was a scholar, who in the village had not been bullied by her. Yuan did not expect that her mother would wake up at this critical moment. And once she woke up, she started to fight with the Xiao family. The Xiao family is not a pushover. Her mother is such a weak woman. I wonder if she can withstand a slap from Xiao. Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold, and she picked up a stone on the ground and rushed to Xiao's house. Before she arrived, she heard the heart-wrenching screams inside. Ah! 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 She screamed in pain and her voice broke. Yuan was so angry that she trembled all over. She walked into the main room, turned around, and kicked the door open. She raised the stone and was about to smash it hard. But she was completely stunned by the scene in front of her. The room was in a mess. Xiao, who was said to have beaten her mother half to death, was lying on the messy ground trembling, curled up. One shoe was off. Her hair was disheveled. Her clothes were torn, and her pants were torn. A thin woman rode on her bruised body roughly, holding her hair with one hand and holding the thick sole of her shoe with the other, slapping her hard. Xiao's forehead was broken and bleeding. Her face was swollen like a pig's head, and she screamed like a pig being slaughtered, each one more miserable than the last. The woman who slapped her looked like she weighed only 80 kilograms, but Yuan felt an 800-kilogram aura from her. Is this her mother? Where is the weak willow supporting the wind? Yu Feng and Aunt Zhang who followed were also stunned. Is this really third Aunt Xiaojiang? Are they dazzled? Jiang was so engrossed in the beating that she didn't know someone was in the room. And she attacked Xiao from left to right. Give me back my daughter. Give me back my daughter. Let your son pay with his life. Son? Aunt Zhang was stunned. It turned out that Aunt Zhang had misunderstood the cause and effect of the whole incident. It was true that Zhao Baomei bullied Xiao Taidian today, but Jiang didn't know about it. She was still unconscious at that time. After Xiao Taidian returned home, he didn't complain to his aunt. He took a nap in bed after dinner. While he was taking a nap, his aunt went back to the old house to make some food for her husband. Jiang woke up at this time. Jiang's memory still stayed at the moment when the doctor announced that Awan would not wake up. She opened her eyes and saw Xiao Taidian sleeping soundly, but not Awan. She thought her daughter's body had been buried. She was filled with anger and rushed into the Zhao family to find Zhao Heng to pay for his life. Even if Zhao Heng claimed that it was Awan who fell into the water and he rescued her, how could Jiang believe it? Awan obviously knows how to swim. Zhao was resentful of the chicken soup at first and was too lazy to explain to Jiang. She kept calling Jiang a lunatic and said that her daughter deserved to die. After being beaten to a pulp by Jiang, she explained that her daughter was not dead. But Jiang was no longer convinced. Beat you to death? Beat you to death? You stinky shameless bastard? Those dirty words. Yu Feng, a grown man, raised his hands to cover his eyes. Jiang beat Xiao to death, and the soles of her shoes were broken. She just took action. Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. Xiao was so thick-skinned that her mother's hands were swollen. She should be the one to deal with such a bxxxh. Mother. She looked at Jiang's back and spoke softly. Jiang, who had not heard the kick at the door, was awakened by the call that almost drowned out Xiao's scream. Jiang's body suddenly stiffened, and the hand that had just slapped Xiao stopped in midair. She maintained this strange posture for 3 full seconds. The next second, she stood up without looking away, moved her legs back from across Xiao's body, brushed her folded skirt, and tucked her messy black hair behind her ears with her white fingertips. She turned around gracefully and used her right toe to quietly pull the sole of the shoe that she had broken behind her. Then, she pressed her temple with one hand and covered her heart with the other, and said very weakly, "Oh, I feel dizzy." Chapter 16 Make You Vomit Blood. The noise at the Zhao family was so loud that all the villagers were attracted by Zhao's pig-killing sound. And the village head also came. He came the latest, not because he didn't hear the screams, but because he was held back by Zhao Baomei. When Jiang came to the Zhao family, Zhao Baomei was also there. Neither the mother nor the daughter took the weak Jiang seriously. When Jiang said she was going to punish Xiao, Xiao winked at her daughter and asked her to keep the door. This was to lock Jiang in the house and beat her. Zhao Baomei waited for a while and really heard a very scary noise. Even with her toes, she could guess that it was her mother who pushed Jiang down. That was such a great beating. The slapping sounded. Her mother had always been jealous of Jiang's looks. And now she had the chance to smash her face. The bolt was locked, so Xiao Baomei couldn't get in. She listened for a while and left. On the way, she met the village head, who asked about Zhao Heng's situation. Zhao Heng was not only the only scholar in the village, but also the most respected student in the academy. If he passed the imperial examination in the future, there would be a government official in the mountain valley. In this case, the village head treated Zhao Heng even more differently from ordinary people. Xiao Baomei was impatient to entertain him, and wanted to find an excuse to send the village head away. But suddenly, there was a terrible scream from her home. Did something happen to your family? Let's go and take a look. The village head asked strangely. What are you looking at? That's her mother scolding Awan's mother. No. Right? What could happen to my family? Did you hear me wrong? Did you ask me about my brother's studies? My brother hasn't been home for a few days. But he told me before he went to the academy last time that he is now. Xiao Baomei chattered, suppressing the screams coming from afar, until someone found the head of the village and said that the Zhao family was in trouble, and asked the head of the village to go over and take a look. Xiao Baomei reluctantly followed the head of the village back home. She was not worried that the village head would find out the truth. With her brother around, the village head would not want to touch her mother. Xiao Baomei was looking at Zhang's fate with a gloating mood. But she found that it was her mother lying on the ground when she entered the house. Mother! She rushed over with a pale face, and was frightened by Zhao's pig-headed face, and stood up. This? What's going on? She shouted. Yes. What is going on? The villagers who were watching the excitement at the door thought without exception. When the village head arrived, there were only 3 members of the Yu family in the house except Zhao and Aunt Zhang. The village head's eyes turned cold, raised his hand, and slapped Yu Feng on the back of his head. You kid! You are rebellious. Yu Feng was confused. It's not me, Yu Feng said. If it's not you, who is it? Jiang? Sister Zhang? Awan. You should use your brain to think before you lie, said the village head. Jiang grabbed her handkerchief, held her chest, and coughed weakly twice. The village head pointed at the weak Jiang and said, Look! Do they look like the kind of people who can beat Zhao into a pig's head? What do you mean by like? It was originally. And Zhang had no grudges against Zhao. The village head did not believe that she would hurt Zhao. Awan was a well-known filial daughter-in-law, so it was even more impossible for her to touch Zhao. As for Jiang, this was the most impossible. How could such a gentle and virtuous sick beauty, who dared not speak loudly, have the strength to beat Zhao into a pig's head? The village head looked at Yu Feng as if he was looking at a fool, and said with great sorrow, I know you have been holding a grudge against the Zhao family for a long time. Are you thinking that Awan broke up with you because Zhao instigated it? Awan brought back some silver from her cousin's-in-law's house, but she didn't spend it on you, but on the Zhao family. So you hold a grudge, right? Yu Feng, you are a man. Yu Feng's eyes were wide open. What is this? The village head shouted. What? You are still staring at me? Did I say something wrong? You didn't beat Zhao because of this? Yu Feng simply didn't want to talk anymore. Just when the village head determined that Yu Feng was the murderer, Zhao, who was beaten so hard that her eyes were full of stars, suddenly raised her hand tremblingly and pointed at Jiang beside Yu Feng. Jiang was 1 step ahead of her, and said with a pout, She locked me up and beat me. Everyone was stunned. Zhao actually treated Jiang like this? Although they were relatives, they knew Xiao's character very well. When she was domineering, she would not even give the village head face. No one doubted why Jiang came to the Zhao family. The news that Xiao Baomei bullied Xiao Taiyan had spread long ago. Like Aunt Zhang, they all thought that Jiang came to ask for an explanation for Xiao Taiyan. If Yu Feng took action because Jiang was bullied, it would make sense. But it seemed that he beat her too hard. She also cursed Awan and said she deserved to die, saying that Awan was a wild girl from the countryside and was not worthy of her son. Jiang said aggrievedly, This vicious woman. Awan got up early and went to bed late every day for her son, farming and chopping wood, rushing to do the dirty and tiring work. If it weren't for Awan, would her son have the money to go to the academy? The money to take the exam for a scholar? How dare she despise Awan and curse Awan to death? Besides, One is a wild girl. So which girl in the village is not? The head of the village has 3 girls at home. Everyone looked at Xiao again, and felt that she really deserved to be beaten severely. The village head walked up to Xiao, looked at her seriously and said, I ask you, did you really curse One to death? Of course she did. But, did you lock up Jiang? She did put the bolt on the door. But, do you still want to beat Jiang to death? I'll beat you to death. Xiao Baomei heard all this. But, Xiao was angry and anxious, and her whole body began to tremble. Mother! Mother! What did you say? Xiao Baomei found that her lips were moving, and hurriedly put her ear over. Jiang! Jiang? Yuan's eyes moved, and she said to Jiang, Mother, Aunt Xiao is calling you. Jiang said, Oh, and walked over sickly. Xiao Baomei didn't give way, so Yuan grabbed her. Jiang put her ear over to listen to what Zhao said. Of course, Zhao didn't call her. It was all because of that damn girl Awan, who took advantage of the situation. Zhao used all her strength to squeeze out a few words from between her teeth. Bitch, bxxxh. Oh! Jiang stood up and looked at the head of the village innocently. Sister Zhao said that she knew she was wrong and was willing to compensate us with the pig. A mouthful of blood came up, and Zhao fainted. Chapter 17. A Truth. The incident ended with the Zhao family paying a pig as compensation. No one thought that Jiang had done anything wrong in accepting the pig. Instead, they praised Jiang for her generosity. She even said that she would forgive such a vicious woman. So Jiang was too kind. If it were them, they would have to give Zhao a few slaps in the face. But she didn't even touch a hair of Zhao. Yufeng looked at Zhao's pig-headed face and couldn't help shaking. Jiang's anger gained a lot of goodwill under the distressed and comforted gaze of everyone. She took her daughter and the 300-pound fat pig home happily. Yuan gave Aunt Zhang 2 pounds of lean meat and pork belly bought in town. Aunt Zhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This child. She wouldn't say anything nonsense. Xiao Taidan was also very tired from fighting wits and courage with Xiao Baomei. He slept until dusk and heard a pig cry when he opened his eyes. He first blinked and hummed, then quickly put on the new shoes Yuan bought for him, and ran to the backyard, only to see his sister, Mother, and a pig that somehow came to his house. Mother! Mother! Are you awake? Sister, we have a pig. Ah! What a big pig! Xiao Taidan waved his little arms and ran outside the pigpen. The whole yard was filled with his noisy voice. I don't know if he was excited about having a pig, or more excited about his mother waking up. And the family of 3 was finally reunited. Jiang had been sleeping for many days, and had not been able to take a good bath. Today, she was sweating heavily after teaching Zhao a lesson. At this moment, she felt uncomfortable all over. Yuan boiled a bucket of hot water, and asked her to take a bath in the house. Yuan went to the kitchen to cook. There was still a bag of uneaten cabbage at home, so she didn't go to her uncle's vegetable garden to pick vegetables. She gave some of the pork belly and lean meat to Aunt Zhang, but there was still some left. She chopped the cabbage, a pound of lean meat and more than half a pound of pork belly into meat stuffing, fermented cornmeal, and made a big pot of steaming dumplings. The remaining pork belly was made into a dish of stir-fried meat with garlic sprouts. Xiao Taidan stood in front of the stove again, drooling. Yuan's parents in her previous life passed away too early, and she didn't have much experience getting along with her parents. Although her aunt adopted her, she was very sure that the relationship between her and her aunt was definitely not that of a mother and daughter in the ordinary sense. So, what is it like to have a mother? Yuan looked at the dumplings and hot dishes in the pot, paused, and said, Wait for mother to eat together. It should be like this. Xiao Taidan went to urge Jiang. After taking a bath, Jiang changed into dry clothes. Her wet hair fell on her shoulders. Her skin was white and almost transparent. She had a pair of bright and moving eyes with a gentle smile in her eyes. The years had been too kind to her. If it wasn't for seeing it with one's own eyes, who would believe that she was the mother of 2 children? Jiang entered the kitchen. Yuan lowered her eyes. She could feel Jiang approaching her. Jiang smelled of soap. She also used the same soap, but it smelled different from Jiang's. Is this the breath of my mother? Yuan, who had never been nervous during the operation, actually trembled her eyelashes when Jiang came close to her. Jiang didn't seem to notice Yuan's nervousness. She leaned close to her intimately, opened the lid of the pot and asked, So many dumplings? Yuan said, I also made some for my uncle's family. Jiang looked at Yuan meaningfully and said, why did you suddenly remember to send dumplings to my uncle's family? You ignored them before. And you came back with offering today. Yuan thought about it for a while. And finally told Jiang about her amnesia. After listening to it, Jiang suddenly realized and said, oh. I don't know what she was saying. Yuan was not sure how convincing her words were. But she still said calmly, maybe she hit something in the water and broke her head. Jiang held her chin and looked at her. I think your brain was broken before. And it's only healed now. Yuan. She was speechless. Jiang was very happy to accept her daughter's amnesia and the changes it brought to her daughter. Jiang looked at the endless night and said thoughtfully, in fact, some things are better forgotten. Is it referring to her and the Xiao family? It is indeed not a good marriage. Putting aside the fiancé who has never met. Just the character of Zhao's mother and daughter. You know that it will be troubled if she marries. But for some reason, she always feels that her mother doesn't seem to be referring to this matter. Next, Yuan got a lot of information from Jiang. First, she knew that the dynasty she was in was not any dynasty in history. The country she was in was called Dezhou. This village was located in the north of the middle of Dezhou and south of the capital. It was the poorest village in the area. It was not that the villagers were lazy, but that wars had occurred frequently in recent years. Every household had young men conscripted. The good family was broken up. The fields could not be planted, and the business could not be done. Gradually, it became what it is now. Yuan's father was also conscripted, but there was still an uncle in the family, and they still had a good life. Yuan paused. Uncle? He is not. Jiang nodded and talked about the uncle's injury. It turned out that the uncle's leg injury was only last year. After Awan's father left home, the uncle went to the capital alone to make a living. He had a skill and made a name for himself 2 years later. At that time, the villagers were so hungry that they could not eat enough. But the old house was eating chicken, duck, fish and meat. Your uncle loves you the most, Jiang said. At that time, the little girl was not born yet, and Awan was the only daughter in the family. The uncle really held her at his palms for fear of dropping her, and held her at his mouth for fear of melting. Until that year, Awan disappeared. The whole family was worried. The uncle quit his job, took the money, and began to ask around for news about Awan. Awan disappeared for a year, and he looked for her outside for a year. Later, Awan came back, and his feet were broken. But after returning, Awan seemed to have changed into a different person. No longer close to anyone except the Xiao family. One night, it was raining heavily. Xiao was worried that her son didn't bring enough cotton clothes. So she asked Awan to take Xiao Heng to the academy. Awan went without saying anything. Even Jiang didn't know about this. But it was seen by the uncle. The uncle wanted to chase Awan back. But a carriage suddenly came halfway and was about to hit Awan. The uncle rushed over without thinking, and the carriage was knocked off the side. And the uncle also fell into the ravine. Chapter 18 Amazing Cooking Skills. In the old house, the uncle's family was talking about what happened during the day, and the aunt brought in the medicine soup. The little girl sat on her father's lap, eating the sweet-scented osmanthus cake brought back by Yufeng. Yufeng and Yusong stood in front of the uncle honestly. No matter who made a mistake, the two brothers were always punished together. It was just that Yusong had always been in trouble, causing Yufeng to be implicated. But today it was Yufeng who was worried. What's going on? The uncle asked solemnly. The aunt glanced at her son, put the boiling hot medicine on the table, and took the little girl, who was eating sweet-scented osmanthus cake over. Seeing that Yufeng didn't say anything, Yusong nudged him with his elbow. Say something. What on earth did you do to beat Xiao? He didn't believe that his elder brother was standing up for his third aunt. Although Awan was a bad girl, his third aunt was a good person. There was nothing wrong with standing up for her. If he were to do this, he wouldn't have any faults. But what kind of temper is his elder brother? How could he punch and kick a woman? I did, Yufeng said. The head of the village didn't believe him, and he tried desperately to explain. Now that he had someone who believed him, he didn't want to say anything. Why did you hit someone too? Yusong muttered, as if he accepted this explanation. The eldest aunt said unhappily, Did Awan call you over? You've been going to her house these days, and going to town with her, and I haven't asked you why. Yusong touched his nose angrily. His elder brother told him not to tell the family about the debt contract between Awan and the pharmacy. But this time, he didn't want to let it slip. He really couldn't keep it secret. I'm asking you a question, the eldest aunt emphasized. The little girl glanced at her mother and continued to eat the osmanthus cake in the box. Yufeng didn't plan to keep it a secret from his family because he owed Alwan such a big favor. Since his mother asked, he simply confessed everything about what happened in the pharmacy that day. After hearing what Yufeng said, the couple were both stunned. No one expected Alwan to ask for them to pay the debt. It was a coincidence that Yu Kaiyong saved Alwan. But it was raining heavily. Alwan didn't know that she almost died, let alone someone saved her. She just thought that something happened behind her that had nothing to do with her. Yu Kaiyong never let them tell the truth. Yu Kaiyong broke his leg because of Alwan. But Alwan would rather give the money she earned from outside to Xiao than lend them a penny. How could this heartless girl pay off their debts? If Yuan's proposal to pay off the debt was shocking enough, then Yufeng's next words simply stunned the couple. I've paid it off. Paid it off? Yu Song was also not calm. That's 20 taels. Can you sell those fish and bamboo shoots for so much money? Fish and bamboo shoots are certainly not enough. Just when Yufeng was hesitating whether to tell everyone that Yuan knew how to boil salt, Yuan came to the door with dumplings that had just come out of the pot. What are you doing here? It was Yufeng who opened the door. Yuan stuffed the basket covered with cotton wool into Yufeng's arms. Haven't you had dinner yet? You've worked so hard today. Brother. What did he have to work hard for? Boiling salt or taking the blame? Yufeng didn't want to accept it. But his sister came over with her short legs. The little girl's face was rosy and her eyes were big. She looked very tender and cute. She looked at Yufeng's big bowl full of meat fragrance and couldn't walk for a moment. Yuan pinched her cousin's face and said to Yufeng, eat the dumplings while they're hot. I'll go back first. What is this? Yufeng found the banknotes covered under the cotton wool. Yuan said, brother's reward? The money was earned by me and my brother. And the work was done by me and my brother. So of course, I can't take it all by myself. Yufeng, but... Yuan smiled and interrupted him, brother. See you tomorrow. After that, she pinched her cousin's face again and turned away into the night. Yufeng took out the banknote and saw that there were 15 taels of silver, which was his father's medicine money for several months. Brother. Yuan's figure could no longer be seen. But a very light and firm voice came. When I save enough money, I will take my uncle to the capital to treat his leg. Inside the house, the uncle and the aunt were silent for a while. And Yusong's eyes were rolling. But he didn't say a word. Everyone heard what Yuan said. If it were in the past, they would definitely not believe it. But after watching her for a few days, this Alwan seemed to be really different from before. Yufeng uncovered the cotton wool, and the room was instantly filled with a strong smell of meat. Yusong swallowed his saliva. Yufeng took out the banknote. I'll go and pay this back. Before he finished speaking, the aunt took the banknote and stuffed it into the drawer expressionlessly under the stunned gaze of several people. This was to accept Alwan's feelings. And Yufeng was actually a little happy for some reason. The uncle's eyes began to turn red as soon as he heard that sentence. Only Yusong was still angry, and didn't want to forgive the girl. But facing a bowl of steaming dumplings, he drooled a little. The dumplings smell so good, and are so beautiful. I never knew the girl had such a skillful hand. The dumplings are as good as her father's. They must be delicious. At least better than the chicken soup last time. The aunt brought the bowl and chopsticks. Yusong couldn't wait to pick one up. The uncle also picked one up. Then, the aunt and Yusong also picked one up. Only the little girl was still clumsily poking with chopsticks. After taking a bite, the whole family was stunned. The taste. The few people exchanged glances. And the next second, they all leaned over and spit out. It was dark and windy. A spacious carriage drove to Lianhua town and stopped on the streets lined with rows of people. Lotus Town is just a small town with a low reputation. As soon as it gets dark, the streets gradually become deserted. This is exactly what the carriage owner wants. This carriage looks no different from the carriages in the town except that it is more spacious. Jadeite Building has seen many guests like this, and didn't take it seriously at all. Suddenly, a nobleman in gorgeous clothes jumped out of the carriage. He looked only about 17 or 18 years old, wearing top-grade cloud-patterned brocade, shoes inlaid with night pearls, and a priceless mutton-fat jade pendant hanging around his waist. The shopkeeper of Jadeite Building roughly estimated that, let alone the jade pendant, even if he just pulled out a night pearl from the shoe, he could buy the entire Jadeite Building. The other party's appearance was even more rare and handsome, at least in this town. There has never been a more noble and handsome boy than him. The shopkeeper of the jadeite building immediately concluded that the other party was a legitimate son of a noble family. What are you still standing there for? Go and attract customers. Get out of the way. I'll do it. The shopkeeper of the jadeite building ran out in person. But just as he was about to go forward to greet the noble son, he saw the other party bend down and kneel beside the carriage. Wait, isn't this a son? Click. The bead curtain was lifted. A slender white figure walked out of the carriage. One foot stepped on the back of the noble's son, and the other foot landed lightly on the ground. Brother 9 is here. Chapter 19 is Smell. The shopkeeper of the jade building was unable to move. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. The moment the man appeared, his body seemed to be pinned down by an invisible pressure. It was hard to tell what frightened him. He only knew that he had lived for most of his life, and had never made mistakes one after another like tonight. Who was this man who could make such a valuable young master serve as his servant? To be precise, even one of his servants was as valuable as a young master from a noble family. The shopkeeper of the jade building looked at the man again. The man was wearing a silver fox cloak, which was like a dazzling white light in the night. The shopkeeper of the jade building only took a glance, and quickly lowered his eyes. Even if his eyesight was not good enough, people's instinct for survival was always there. His intuition told him that if he wanted to stay alive, he should stop staring at the man in front of him. Master. Another carriage drove over. This one was much smaller, and still inconspicuous. But the shopkeeper of the jade building no longer dared to look down on the other party. A man in his 40s jumped off the carriage. He called the man master, and he must be his servant. But compared with those young and handsome servants, he looked much uglier. But he was the only one who could talk to the man. The middle-aged man said, I have asked around. There are no other restaurants nearby. Master has not eaten all day, so please make do with this. At this time, shopkeeper Zhou of the white jade building also noticed the movement on the street. He saw the situation and knew that a distinguished guest had come, but he did not have the courage to come forward to solicit customers. He just stared at the other party, praying that the other party would come to their restaurant. However, to his disappointment, the man raised his footsteps and walked towards the jade building. Shopkeeper Zhao of the jadeite building straightened his back instantly and showed a proud look to the other party. I heard that Bayou building had found someone to buy high-quality refined salt. But so what? When it comes to the wine and food in Lianhua town, the jadeite building is still the best. The group entered the most elegant wing of the jadeite building. Shopkeeper Zhao was not bragging. This wing was built by the most famous craftsmen in the capital. The tables and chairs are all made of high-quality yellow pear wood. The treasure cabinets are decorated with the most fashionable jewelry in jade. Even the calligraphy and paintings on the walls are all from the hands of the current dynasty. I am afraid that the prince will definitely take a second look when he comes. Who knew that he went into the inner room and sat down without even raising his eyelids? Shopkeeper Zhao wanted to follow, but the middle-aged man put down the bead curtain, and the man's figure was blocked by the bead curtain. Shopkeeper Zhao was embarrassed. The middle-aged man said, What specialties do you have here? Bring them all. When he heard that they should all be brought up, Shopkeeper Zhao went there happily, because he was a distinguished guest. Shopkeeper Zhao invited the treasurer of the shop, Lu Yuchu. Lu Yuchu made a dish of sour bamboo shoots and pork belly with a unique secret recipe, and fried a dish of crabs that were so real that they looked real. In addition, he also fried several palace dishes with good color, fragrance and taste, and steamed a portion of his most famous sweet-scented osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root. Lu Yuchu was very confident in his cooking skills. After all, this was a dish that the emperor had eaten. How could ordinary people have such a good taste? Unexpectedly, as soon as the dish was sent in, it was brought out by the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said with disdain, Is this your specialty? Shopkeeper Zhao was stunned. This is all made by our chef Lu. He was the imperial chef back then, changed to a chef who is not an imperial chef. The middle-aged man said bluntly. Lu Yuchu was also disliked? Shopkeeper Zhao was simply puzzled, but he still went as he was told. However, when he presented a table of brand new dishes, he asked the other party to withdraw again. Shopkeeper Zhao was in a state of panic. Big brother, what kind of dishes does your son want to eat? Why don't you tell us and we will cook it? The middle-aged man did not answer him, but glanced at the Bayou building opposite and said lightly, Go and invite his chef. Shopkeeper Zhao, the middle-aged man gave him a cold look. and shopkeeper Xiao left with a tingling scalp. The one who came was Chef Lu from Bayou Building. After seeing the dishes made for the guests in Feisue Building, Chef Lu had a vague idea in his mind. When he returned to Bayou Building, he did not make any complicated dishes, but only stewed a pot of winter bamboo shoots and crucian carp soup. These winter bamboo shoots and crucian carp were not bought at the market, but given by the little girl selling salt. The ingredients were very fresh. The winter bamboo shoots were so tender that they could drip water, and the crucian carp was so fat that it could be fried to produce fat. The soup was cooked into a fresh and rich milky white color. There were no extra ingredients, only a few grains of Yuan snowflake salt, and the freshness of the fish soup was thoroughly brought out. The fish soup was served to the man. The man's slightly tired eyebrows relaxed slightly when he smelled the fragrance of fish and bamboo shoots. The middle-aged man did not expect the man to react to the fish soup. His eyes lit up immediately. This soup smells fresh and looks even fresher. I wonder how it tastes. After that, the middle-aged man scooped a spoonful and tasted it for the man first. Fresh. Really fresh. Fresher than the fish soup in our house. There are no fancy seasonings, and the taste of the ingredients is preserved intact. There is a sweet smell of bamboo shoots, and the salty freshness of fish meat, but there is no bitter taste. It seems that rare tribute salt is used. The middle-aged man did not care why a small restaurant used tribute salt that was not circulated among the people. He waited for a while, confirmed that the soup was non-toxic, and served a bowl to the man. Sir, try it. The man took a sip. How is it? The middle-aged man asked expectantly. The man threw down the spoon. It tastes tasteless. The middle-aged man sighed secretly. To be honest, this fish soup is really good. But the young master is not being picky. He said it has no taste, which means he really has no taste. The young master was weak in childhood and was almost raised in medicine jars. Maybe he took too much medicine, and then he tried other things, but gradually he couldn't taste them. The three foods that everyone enjoys are very painful for the young master. Chapter 20. Save the Snow Fox. In the middle of the night, Yuan was awakened by a heat wave, and when she woke up, she found that Xiao Taidan had wet the bed. Xiao Taidan had not wet the bed since he was 2 years old. But last night after eating dumplings, he gulped down 3 bowls of water and finally succeeded in wetting the bed. Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and hurriedly got up to change the bedding. She was about to wake up Jiang, but she found Jiang's heroic sleeping posture. Jiang lay flat, her left leg slightly bent, and her right ankle casually resting on her left knee. Yuan couldn't help but frown. Wasn't she a lady from the city? Why did she sleep like a female bandit? Yuan closed her eyes. My mother is a lady. My mother is a lady. In the end, Yuan changed all the beds. But she couldn't wake up Jiang, a lady from the city. Yuan woke up before dawn. After washing, she first went to the village's shared well to fetch water, and then went to her uncle's field to cut some sweet potato vines. In her hometown, these vines were called pig grass. When there was no leftover food, her aunt cut them to feed the pigs. But halfway through the journey, she remembered that there was no pig grass in winter. She had to go to her own field to dig some cabbage and radish. The pig ate too well at the Zhao family, and it was a little disgusted with the cabbage and radish. Fortunately, it was about to be sold. Yuan only planned to sell half, and keep the remaining half to have a good new year with her uncle's family. The day after tomorrow is the market day. She can take advantage of these 2 days to dig more winter bamboo shoots, and then ask her eldest brother and second brother to catch some fresh crucian carp, and then take them to the market to sell together. After Yuan heated up the breakfast in the pot, she took the tools and dry food to the backyard and went into the mountains. Yuan had dug up all the bamboos near this side. In order to dig up fresher and more juicy winter bamboo shoots, Yuan went deeper into the forest. The bamboos in the middle section were either too old to produce bamboo shoots or too tender to grow high-quality winter bamboo shoots. Yuan walked forward patiently. This bamboo forest was really big. Yuan's legs were sore from walking, but she hadn't walked out yet, so she found bamboos that could be dug. Yuan determined the location of the bamboo whip based on the direction of the bamboo leaves. Squatted down, took out a shovel from the backpack and was about to dig. But suddenly, there was an unusual movement from not far away. Like the sound of claws scratching. Yuan's first reaction was there's prey. The prey in this deep forest might be a ferocious beast. Yuan held the hatchet tightly and walked towards the direction of the noise cautiously. However, When she arrived there was no ferocious beast. There was only a little snow fox trapped in a trap. The trap was very old and rusty. It didn't look like it was still used by hunters. Naturally, there was no bait. I don't know how this little snow fox foolishly locked itself in. Its tail was a little injured, and its hair was bald. Yuan looked at it with interest and began to estimate the worth of this snow fox. If she sold it, she wondered if she could raise enough money to go to the capital. The little snow fox was not afraid when it saw someone coming. Instead, it opened its dark eyes and showed a wrong look. Yuan laughed, opened the trap, and caught the little snow fox. It was too late. Just as Yuan was looking for a rope to tie it up, it kicked its leg suddenly, twisted its body, and slipped out of Yuan's palm. It swooped into the depths of the bamboo forest. Want to run? It's not that easy. Yuan didn't believe that she couldn't catch up with a wounded young fox. After running for a while, Yuan really caught up with it. Little thing. You still. Yuan walked over with the backpack and stopped talking halfway. The little snow fox suddenly stopped moving. Looking across from it, Yuan saw low-lying grass with 7 or 8 pheasants walking in the grass. These pheasants are much fatter than the ones she caught in the fields. It is so rare to see such fat pheasants in winter. Did this little thing bring me here to find pheasants? Yuan was a little surprised. As if to confirm Yuan's guess, the little snow fox actually jumped down from the bushes to catch chickens. You are not even as big as a chicken. What are you catching? And it scared away all the chickens. Yuan had no choice but to rush to catch chickens. Yuan caught 5 in total. Each of them was plump. The little snow fox nibbled a mouthful of chicken feathers, but didn't catch any. Afterwards, the little snow fox ran to a rabbit nest, and Yuan naturally followed it, and caught 2 fat and strong rabbits. This young fox looked so small, but I didn't expect it to be so familiar with the deep mountains and old forests. The harvest from this trip was equivalent to her digging hundreds of kilograms of bamboo shoots. Yuan glanced at the little snow fox, and somehow, she suddenly felt reluctant to sell it. It would be better to keep it and take it to the mountains to hunt every day. The thought flashed through her mind, and Yuan took out her own dry food from the backpack. 2 large meat buns she made by herself. Although the buns were a little cold, they had thin skin and lots of meat, exuding a very strong meaty aroma. The little snow fox sat up straight, staring at the bundle in Yuan's hand with green eyes. Do you want to eat? Yuan asked mischievously. The little snow fox took a step forward. Yuan went to untie the bundle, and just halfway through, the little snow fox's head suddenly turned, and its little ears moved. I don't know if it heard something, and it grabbed Yuan's bundle and ran away. Yuan thought it was going to take her hunting again, but this time, it ran away. At the other end of the bamboo forest, the waterside pavilion was quiet. In an elegant farmhouse, the middle-aged man put down the bag on his shoulders and went to see the little snow fox in the house. The little snow fox lay obediently on the soft cushion. The middle-aged man hummed with satisfaction, turned to the guard and said, "The young master is coming soon. You go to light the fire and light the earth dragon. I will go to see if there is anything to eat." "Yes." The 2 servants responded respectfully. The middle-aged man left, and soon came back with a changed look. "Why are our chickens gone?" The servants were confused. No way. They were just fed. The little snow fox turned his back guiltily and hugged his tail that was half bald. "That's enough. You guys are angry first." The middle-aged man went out again, and came back panting after half a quarter of an hour. "Why are there no rabbits?" The little snow fox silently covered himself with his tail. "Little snow fox, baby has 2 big meat buns. 9th brother, give me 1. Little snow fox, humph. 9th brother, leave your body intact. Little snow fox, oh. Chapter 21 The Aroma of Meat. This farmyard seems to be hidden deep in the forest. Deserted. But there is a jade-paved forest path that winds all the way to the gate of the yard. It's just that there is a smudge at the entrance, so ordinary people can't get in. When Yin Jiuchao's carriage arrived at the yard, the middle-aged man had prepared a table of wild game, all of which were hunted by the guards in the forest. The size is not as good as the wild rabbits and pheasants raised at home, and the meat is not fat and tender enough. The most important thing is that the rabbits and chickens at home are raised with countless natural materials and treasures. Eating a bowl of them can prolong your life. Thinking of those rabbits and chickens that ran away for some reason, the middle-aged man felt a little pain again. But I think the young master doesn't mind. He doesn't care about this life. And he can't taste it. Uncle Juan, do you want to stir-fry some wild vegetables? Asked the cook. What wild vegetables are there? Asked the middle-aged man called Uncle Juan. The cook said, there are shepherd's purse, wild garlic, mushrooms and bamboo shoots. Uncle Juan thought for a moment and said, we had bamboo shoots yesterday. You can stir-fry shepherd's purse, wild garlic, mushrooms and bacon, and make an appetizer of sour soup. Sour soup fish? Asked the cook. Sour soup fish is also okay. Uncle Juan nodded. Oh, good. The cook agreed respectfully, and went to the kitchen to stir-fry the dishes. Uncle Juan placed the food in the dining room. Yan Jiuqiao ate 2 mouthfuls of the food, which tasted like chewing wax, and then dropped his chopsticks. Uncle Juan looked at the untouched rice in his bowl, frowned slightly, and said earnestly, at least eat more. You haven't eaten much for breakfast and lunch. Yan Jiuqiao said impatiently, no. The servants inside and outside the house lowered their heads. Uncle Juan sighed helplessly. Although he didn't know the taste of the food, he could force himself to swallow a few mouthfuls in the past. Now it is getting more and more outrageous. Serving this master for dinner is even harder than passing the imperial examination. Uncle Juan held his forehead. Oh, why didn't I pass the imperial examination? Yan Jiuqiao was having a meal in the dining hall, and the little snow fox also started his dinner for the day. It jumped into Yan Jiuqiao's bedroom, quietly took out the bundle hidden under the bed, and put it on the table with a few jumps. There were several plates of delicious snacks and fresh fruits on the table. It compared the size of the bundle and picked the largest white jade fruit plate. It pushed the fruits out one by one with its little claws, then bit open the bundle and pushed 2 big fragrant meat buns on it. After doing all this, it took out a small white silk handkerchief and wrapped it around its neck. It was ready to eat. The little snow fox inhaled the meaty aroma on the bun with satisfaction, squinted its eyes in enjoyment, and then opened its bloody mouth and bit into its mouth with skin and meat. The little snow fox was stunned. After 3 seconds, boom, the little snow fox fell down. It rolled to the ground, sticking out its tongue and rolling its eyes. When Yan Jiuqiao entered the house, the little snow fox had already rolled his eyes and fell asleep. In its arms, it was holding a big meat bun that it had gotten from nowhere. The bun was really big, bigger than a human faceplate. It was almost impossible for a young fox to hold it in its arms. Yan Jiuqiao, the delicate young master, had never seen such a large bun in his life. His eyebrows jumped when he saw it. But he didn't say anything after all, because he wasn't going to eat it. Yan Jiuqiao took a bath in the medicinal spring for a while, and then rested. He was a light sleeper, and would be in a bad mood if he was woken up. No one dared to appreciate the temper of the young master Yan. When he rested, everyone in the yard also rested together. The small yard that was busy before seemed to fall into a deathly silence in an instant. Yan Jiuqiao's anorexia did not mean that he did not need to eat. He would also be hungry. Look! He ate too little during the day, and his stomach began to growl in the second half of the night. There were already prepared food on the table, including soft and delicious jujube pastium cake, sweet and transparent crystal osmanthus cake, soft and crispy jinjai hibiscus cake, a box of salty and soft crab roe crisps, and a plate of washed fresh fruits. Each snack was placed in the most suitable exquisite utensils. What was out of tune with these utensils and food was the big meat bun placed on the red jade carved crystal plate in the center. It was like a majestic queen flower mixed into a small and exquisite hibiscus garden. A trace of disgust flashed across Yan Jiuqiao's eyes. Then, Yan Jiuqiao looked at the food on the table again. It was fancy, but in fact, it all tasted the same. Or it had no taste at all. Yan Jiuqiao raised his arm, and his slender jade-like fingertips reached out to the dazzling array of pastries, such as jujube pastium cake, crystal osmanthus cake, jinjai hibiscus cake. His fingertips touched one by one, but finally landed on the big meat bun that had already been cold and looked unappetizing. Yan Jiuqiao had never eaten such an ugly bun. He picked it up for some unknown reason. It must be terrible, but I can't tell anyway. Yan Jiuqiao broke the bun and took a bite. The bun's skin was frozen and hard, and it was crunchy when chewed. It's really tasteless. He paused in the middle of the sentence. A fleeting taste flashed across his tongue, and soon disappeared. He stared blankly at the black meat filling in the bun's skin, which was not meat at all. He hesitated for a moment, and took another bite. He was surprised. Then, he held the cold and hard meat bun in his hand, and took one bite after another. Uncle Wan tiptoed back to the house after Yan Jiuqiu fell asleep. He didn't dare to make any noise. But he couldn't let himself fall asleep like this. The young master ate too little during the day, and would definitely be hungry in the middle of the night. Although there were snacks in the house, it was still better to eat something hot to warm the stomach in such a cold weather. He heard the movement coming from Yan Jiuqiu's house, and knew that the young master had woken up. He hurriedly told the cook to add more fire under the stove. And he went to the young master's side to ask if he wanted to eat anything. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked to the corridor, he heard the young master's voice vaguely threatening someone. "There is no one else in this room?" Uncle Wan's old heart beat fast, thinking that the young master was ill again, or that there was an assassin, and hurriedly walked over. He pushed the door open, and saw that there was no assassin. There was only a little snow fox that Yan Jiuqiu had forcibly woken up. The little snow fox had just woken up, and the tuft of fox hair on its head was all sticking up. But its mind had long been clear. It was seen tightly holding a big meat bun that was almost bigger than it, and had been bitten by it. Staring at Yan Jiuqiu angrily, Yan Jiuqiu squatted on the ground very down to earth, pinching its bun's skin with his fingertips, and said domineeringly, "Give it to me. Give it to me or not. If you don't, I'll beat you to death." Uncle Wan, my young master may be terminally ill. What should I do? Waiting online. It's urgent. Chapter 22 Raising Chickens and Laying Eggs. After Yuan hunted 5 fat pheasants and a bunch of fat and strong rabbits. Her backpack was almost full. There was no extra space for winter bamboo shoots. She only dug a few and held them in her arms before going down the mountain contentedly. Little Tiden thought that her sister was going to dig bamboo shoots and fish. She was counting on her fingers how many fish she could eat tonight. But she saw her sister coming back with a few pheasants and rabbits on her back. Little Tiden had never seen such big chickens and rabbits. And his eyes were wide open. "Sister, is this a chicken? How come it is so big? The rabbit is also so big. It is bigger than the rabbit of the village head. Rabbits are rare. Not just anyone can afford to raise one." When the village head bought a gray rabbit from the town, everyone was envious. "Sister, where did you get the rabbit?" Little Tiden squatted down and grabbed the rabbit's ears. Yuan hurriedly grabbed his hand. "Be careful, it bites you." "Rabbits bite people?" Little Tiden asked in confusion. "Of course. Domestic rabbits occasionally bite people, let alone these 2 wild rabbits. However, it's strange that they look like wild rabbits, but they are much more docile than expected. If they were not found in such a deserted place, she would have thought someone caught the wild rabbits and let them roam freely." Yuan locked the wild rabbits in a temporary open-air chicken coop. It's called a small chicken coop, but it's actually a small circle surrounded by 2-foot-high bamboo strips, with a diameter of less than 1 meter. Little Tiden squatted outside the chicken coop obediently, staring at the big fat rabbits without blinking. Yuan smiled and looked at him and said, "Do you want to eat rabbit tonight?" "Aw?" Little Tiden turned around and looked at his sister with horror. Why would she want to eat such a cute rabbit? "No. No," Yuan said hurriedly. Little Tiden breathed a sigh of relief, and heard Yuan say, "Then sell it." Little Tiden. Yuan put the pheasant in the chicken coop. When Jiang came to the backyard, Yuan was carrying the chicken coop to the eaves of the backyard. It was cold and snowy, and it was better to be prepared. After Yuan put the chicken coop away, she turned around and saw her mother leaning on the door frame of the back door of the main room, looking at her with a smile on her face. Even if she was wearing a coarse linen dress, Jiang was still as beautiful as a fairy in the forest. Such a stunning appearance was really amazing no matter how many times you looked at it. But what Yuan was more concerned about was Jiang's meaningful look. Could it be that she had acted too competent these days, causing Jiang to be suspicious? "Mother." Yuan was about to find an excuse for herself, but Jiang spoke as a matter of course. "I told you that you were mentally ill before." Yuan. After cleaning the backyard, Yuan and Jiang talked about her uncle. "Mother, how much silver does it cost for uncle to go to the capital to treat his leg?" Jiang held her chin and thought for a while. "At least 100 taels." Yuan was shocked. "So much?" "Yeah." Jiang nodded calmly. "Your uncle has missed the best time for treatment. Ordinary doctors can't treat his disease, and the consultation fee of famous doctors is not cheap. Otherwise, why do ordinary people can't afford to get sick?" When a peasant woman said the word common people, it always sounded like an outsider telling the story of another group of people. Yuan glanced at Jiang. Jiang also looked at her and smiled. But I believe that Awan will definitely make that much money. So much. That's what a peasant woman would say. Yuan said. I plan to sell half of the pigs at home, and all the pheasants and rabbits, and use the money to buy some New Year's goods for the family. And Anyan will also see if there is anything she and her brother need to buy. She still had 14 taels of salt left from the last time she sold salt. But she didn't touch the money, and kept it for her uncle's medical treatment and travel expenses. Jiang smiled and said, Okay. Sister, come and see. Little Tai Dan, who had been squatting next to the chicken coop, waved to Yuan. The pheasant has laid eggs. Generally, chickens will not lay eggs in winter. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Yuan couldn't believe it was true. Yuan picked up the warm pheasant egg and said with satisfaction, Then don't sell this one. Keep it to lay eggs. Sister will make eggs for you every day. That night, the hen that laid eggs received special treatment from Yuan. It moved to a large and comfortable luxury chicken coop with great vigor and pride. Not only did it enter the house, it was covered with hay and feed. The next day, when Yuan went to clean up the chicken coop in the backyard, she found that the other 4 plump pheasants inside had also laid an egg. Yuan was stunned. Pheasants? I won't sell pheasants. But I still have rabbits and pigs. Tomorrow is the market day. And before that, I can go into the mountains again. She planned to call Yufeng and Yusong, but she ran into them as soon as she went out. They were carrying wooden barrels with fishing nets in them. It was obvious that they had the same idea as her. Big brother. Second brother. She greeted them with a smile. Yusong looked grumpy. Yufeng responded calmly. The weather is not very good. It may snow soon. When the lake freezes, we won't be able to fish. My second brother and I will catch more fish today. Yuan looked at the dark sky and agreed. Then I will dig more bamboo shoots. After a pause, she thought of something and said, I'm afraid we won't be back until the evening. I'll make some dry food to bring with us. We've brought it, the 2 brothers said in unison. Yuan turned around blankly and glanced at the 2 who reacted violently. Oh, perhaps realizing that he overreacted. Yufeng cleared his throat embarrassedly and said, Today, eat at my house. My mother said she will cook. Okay. Yuan smiled and didn't refuse. The pig's trotters she bought yesterday have not been eaten yet. They have been smoked on the stove. Before leaving, she sent the pig's trotters 5 eggs and 2 fat pheasants to the old house. My uncle's family used to raise chickens, but they sold their last old hen to raise money for my uncle's medicine. Give it to me. Give it to me. My aunt was sitting in the backyard peeling dried corn cobs. My uncle walked over with his cane, grabbed a handful of corn kernels, and walked towards the chicken coop. My aunt was unhappy. What are you doing? You feed the chickens with vegetable leaves. People are not full. My uncle smiled and said, Didn't you hear what Awan said? It's a chicken that lays eggs. Is it a chicken? Is it the person who delivered the chicken? My aunt rolled her eyes and went to the kitchen with a dustpan. I don't want to bother with this person. After feeding the pheasant, my uncle limped up, took the kitchen knife from her hand, and said to her, I'll do it. My aunt looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. But my uncle ignored her surprise, put down his cane, and went to cut vegetables happily. My aunt looked at his busy and happy figure, and for a moment, she was a little stunned. Isn't she just a girl? Is she worth your being so happy? The aunt murmured with sobs, turned around and wiped her red eyes. Chapter 23 New Business Opportunities. This trip into the mountains yielded a lot of gains. Not only did we catch a lot of fish, dig up more winter bamboo shoots, but we also picked some wild mushrooms. It was not the season for mushrooms, so we didn't pick much, but it was enough for the whole family to have a meal. It's getting dark. Let's go back, Yufeng said, glancing at the dark sky. Yuan nodded. It's time to go back. Don't you catch more fish? Yusong knew that the Crucian carp here could be sold at a good price, and he couldn't go to the market many times, so he hoped to get more this time. Yufeng said, It's not safe in the mountains. When it gets dark, everything will run out. If we don't go back, my father and mother will be worried. Although Yusong was unwilling, he thought of his mother standing in front of the door and looking worriedly. So he pouted and went down the mountain with the 2 of them. As soon as the 3 entered the backyard of Awan's house, heavy snow fell from the sky. Yu Song opened his mouth. Fortunately, he is back. Today, we had dinner at the old house. Jiang and Xiao tied and went there before lunch. Yuan asked her elder brother and second brother to go there first. She put away the winter bamboo shoots, fed the pigs, chickens and rabbits, and then went to the old house with 2 kilograms of wild mushrooms. Halfway, she met Aunt Zhang, who was collecting dried corn cobs. Aunt Zhang smiled and said, "Are you going to your uncle's house for dinner?" "Yes, Aunt Zhang." "Have you eaten?" Yuan greeted her kindly. Aunt Zhang smiled and said, "I'm going home to cook," Yuan said. Then Aunt Zhang, "Go quickly," Aunt Zhang said and left. After everyone had walked a long way, she turned back and looked at Yuan's back. Just now, she actually wanted to ask this girl what happened with the Zhao family. Why did people who were close to each other become no longer close overnight? And those who had never interacted with each other for a long time started to interact with each other again. Although it's not a bad thing. The villagers are curious. Yuan is so focused on making money that she won't think too much about other things. Besides, her temperament is very different from before. So it's inevitable that people will talk about her. But everyone has no ill intentions. So she doesn't need to worry about it. Approaching the old house, Yuan smelled a strong aroma of braised meat. This was the first time she smelled such an attractive aroma of braised meat after coming to Lianhua village for so long. Yuan felt hungry instantly. In the main hall of the old house, the aunt was bringing dishes to the table. Jiang helped to look after the little girl, and Xiao tied and followed Yu Feng and Yu Song to the water tank and bucket in the backyard to release the fish. The two families hadn't been so lively for a long time. The adults could still keep it together, but the children couldn't hide it. The little girl, who was slow to speak and seldom talked, followed Jiang and grabbed Jiang's skirt and kept crying. The sound of Yu Song and Xiao Tai and laughing came from the backyard. It wasn't the new year yet, but it seemed like the new year atmosphere had already arrived. In the main room, the aunt was serving dishes, and Yuan went to help. The aunt put a bowl of steaming vegetable and egg drop soup on the table and said to Yuan, "Everything is ready. Sit down. What did you bring over? Don't always bring things home. There's enough to eat. Some wild mushrooms." Yuan smiled and handed the basket to her aunt. "Where's your uncle?" "Yes, mother." "Where's your father?" Yu Song packed up the Christian carp and came over sweating. The aunt took the basket and put it away. "There is one last dish. Come over when it's ready." Yu Song and Yu Feng, who brought Xiao Taidan over, were both stunned. What did his mother just say? His father is cooking? His father is cooking? Yuan looked at the two brothers strangely. Jiang came over with her little girl and whispered in Yuan's ear, "Your uncle is a good cook. He used to be a chef in Beijing. He hasn't been in charge of the kitchen since his leg injury. Today, Awan is here. So your uncle is so happy. Is it because she?" Yuan was stunned. Yu Feng and his brother looked at Yuan at the same time. Needless to say, they knew why his father was so happy. Xiao Taidan often came over, and he had never seen his father cook for him. It couldn't be for Aunt San. After counting, only this girl, who almost became an ungrateful person, could do it. Yu Song snorted with resentment. "The pork elbow with rock sugar is here." Uncle personally carried a steaming bowl and limped into the main hall. "Didn't I tell you to put it there?" Auntie yelled. Hurried over, took the bowl from him. "Xiao Feng, come and help your father." Yu Feng had already walked towards his father before his mother spoke. He stretched out his hand. Uncle looked at his son calmly and raised his chin. "I don't want you to help me." The despised son. Yuan curved the corners of her lips, walked over and helped Uncle sit down. The uncle's cooking skills were really good. He cooked several inconspicuous farm dishes with great flavor. A dish of stir-fried corn kernels with green peppers was spicy and refreshing. And the sweetness and spiciness of the ingredients were perfectly cooked. The corn kernels were dried, but they didn't taste dry or hard at all. Just like fresh corn peeled today. What made Yuan even more eager to eat was the dish of fried eggs with leeks. It was a big round piece, with a slightly burnt yellow on the edge. But the center was so tender that you could eat it in one bite. The uncle's family used salt bought from the store, but Yuan could hardly taste the bitterness. Egg. The little girl wanted more. Yuan picked up a big piece for her, and she ate it clumsily with chopsticks. Of course, the most popular one was the bowl of braised pork elbow with rock sugar. Just looking at the shiny red pork elbow skin, you can salivate. This is the most delicious pork elbow that Yuan has ever eaten. Even the braised pork in Bayulu and Fikwalu is not even 1/10 as good as it. Not to mention, the uncle used the most astringent and inferior salt. If it could be replaced with snowflake salt, Yuan couldn't imagine how delicious this dish would be. I have an idea. Yuan finished the last piece of pork elbow in her bowl, put down her chopsticks, looked at her family solemnly and said, "We won't sell pork at the market tomorrow." Pork? Yu Feng was stunned. Wait, when did we decide to sell pork? We didn't. He paused. How could he forget that third aunt had just extorted a pig from the Zhao family? Yuan smiled and looked at Yu Feng. Yes. It was the pig that the Zhao family compensated us. I originally planned to keep half and sell the other half at the market. Now, I have changed my mind. Uncle is such a good cook. It would be a pity not to show off his skills. We will not sell raw meat, but braised meat. Braised meat is more profitable than raw meat. But it will take Uncle a lot of effort to make the brine. Selling braised meat is indeed a good idea. But will his father agree? His father swore that he would never. What's so hard about this? Uncle slammed the table. I'll want. How much do you want? I'll make it for you right now. Chapter 24. A family together. It is not a small project to make pork belly from half a pig. They need to prepare a lot of things. Before adding the marinade, the meat must be marinated first. It's cold, so I'm afraid it will have to be marinated until the middle of the night, said the uncle. And salt. We don't have that much salt, said Yu Song. There are not enough spices either. Yu Feng learned a little craft from his father, and knew that a lot of spices are needed for marinade. I said. Jiang, who had been silent all the time, spoke up. Do we have to kill the pig first? Everyone. Killing a pig is a technical job. The only butcher in Lianhua village was conscripted with Awan's father that year. There was also a butcher in the next village. But unfortunately, he accompanied his wife back to her parents' home 2 days ago, and has not returned yet. How about I go find Xuanzi? Yu Song said. Xuanzi was the son of a butcher in the village. He was the same age as Yu Song, and they had a good relationship. He had killed a few pigs with his father after all. Yu Feng shook his head and said, How old was Xuanzi at that time? He was just passing buckets to his father. How can that be considered killing pigs with him? I think we should drag the pig to the town to kill it. The uncle disagreed and said, It costs money to go back and forth. The meat is not fresh enough after being delayed on the road. We have to kill it on the spot and pickle it on the spot. The three of them talked as they arrived at Yuan's house. There was a dim light coming out of Yuan's house. It was Yuan who opened the door before them. Yu Song pouted and snorted. What can we do? Can we kill it ourselves? The uncle sighed and looked up to the sky. It seems that we have no choice but to kill it ourselves now. As soon as he finished speaking, a muffled groan came from the backyard. Several people looked at each other in confusion, and went to the backyard to see that it was Yuan who knocked the pig down with a stick. Then, she grabbed the pig's front and back hooves, threw them on the bench, held them with one hand, and quickly picked up a knife with the other hand. The pig didn't even have time to feel pain before it was saved by Yuan. The father and his 2 sons were dumbfounded and swallowed their saliva together. The girl disappeared for a year. Maybe she was kidnapped and killed. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. In order to make the most delicious stew dishes, the uncle needs to make the best quality marinade. And Yuan also needs to cook the finest salt. The Yu brothers went to the town as quickly as possible and bought the necessary seasonings, side dishes and rock sugar. After the 10 kilograms of salt that Yuan bought were purified, there would be less than 6 kilograms left. So she asked the eldest and second brothers to buy an extra bucket of salt and soybeans for cooking salt. Yuan handed the cooked salt to her uncle. Her uncle began to pickle the pork. The half that was reserved for the new year was salter, while the half that was used for the braised meat was slightly lighter. Her aunt also came to help. The family hadn't been so busy for a long time. Her aunt looked at the meat all over the yard and couldn't believe it was real. Hang it up in a well-ventilated place. Her uncle pointed to the meat in the wooden barrel. These were reserved for the new year at home. I know. Her aunt went there in high spirits. Yuan's kitchen was too small to cook so much braised meat. Jiang stayed behind to look after the 2 young children, while Yuan, her father, and son carried the meat to the old house. That night, the aroma of the braised meat in the old house filled most of the village, and the villagers were all excited. It was late at night when all the braised meat was ready. The 3 brothers and sisters were a little worried that the uncle would not be able to hold on. But the uncle became more and more excited as he cooked. And in the end, He was even more energetic than the three of them. Yuan, try this. The uncle cut a piece of the tenderest braised pork belly and handed it to Yuan. The braised meat was crystal clear in color, full of meat, and the rich flavor bloomed on the taste buds layer by layer. It was fat but not greasy. The marinade was like glue. Salty, fragrant and soft, with a hint of just the right sweetness. How is it? The uncle asked with a smile. Delicious, Yuan said without hesitation. The uncle cut another large piece for her. The two brothers were also very greedy and came over eagerly. The uncle also cut 2 slices for them. The two looked at the braised meat the size of a fingernail in front of them, and then looked at the big piece that couldn't even fit in Yuan's bowl, and their mouths twitched so much that they were about to have a stroke. Uncle, are you going to cook these pork belly? Yuan asked, looking at the meat that hadn't been put into the pot on the stove. The uncle smiled and said, This is the lower pork belly. The sauce is not the best, and it tastes best when made into crispy meat. The lower pork belly is a piece of meat on the pig's belly, with even fat and lean. And the most suitable taste is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When the uncle finished making a large plate of crispy meat, it was the 4th watch. It snowed heavily in the middle of the night, leaving a thick layer of snow on the road. The few people packed up their things, hired a bullock cart from the village, and went there with a creaking sound on the snow. Although it was a small market, it was not worse than the big market because it was close to the end of the year. It was just that due to the accumulation of snow, people arrived later than usual. Yuan found that the stall fee had increased, which meant that their vegetable prices would also increase. This was not a bad thing. Yuan rented 2 stalls at once, one for selling braised dishes and the other for selling game. Uncle had difficulty walking, so Yuan took a stool for him to sit down. There were not many customers at the moment, and she and her 2 brothers were busy. Yuan's crucian carp and winter bamboo shoots were a little famous, and soon there were repeat customers coming over. Girl, it's you again. How's the fish today? Is it fresh? A fat ant asked with a smile. Aunt Wu, Yuan greeted politely, squatted down, and picked up a big fat crucian carp with her bare hands. The crucian carp shook its head and tail, and it was very fresh. Are you still worried about the fish I sell? It's cold. The lake is frozen, and this is the last batch of fish. We won't sell it this year after we sell it. Hearing this, the fat ant decisively asked for 5. On the other side, the pot stove was also set up, and the uncle slowly heated the marinade, and an attractive marinade aroma slowly came out. The fat ant then looked at the stall next to Yuan. Is this yours too? Yuan nodded. Yes. It was just out of the pot this morning. My uncle's cooking skills are very good. If you don't believe me, try it. Yuan cut a piece of pork belly with a good balance of fat and lean meat and handed it to the fat ant. The fat ant stuffed the hot pork belly into her mouth, chewed it carefully, and her eyes widened instantly. Oh, how delicious. Give me a pound. Yuan asked, do you want pork belly? Or half a pound of pork belly and half a pound of lean meat? The price is about the same. How much is a pound? The fat ant asked. Yuan said, it's 35 when for others. You are a repeat customer, and this is the first order of business today, so I will charge you 31. So expensive? The fat ant was surprised. To be honest, it is indeed expensive. But leaving aside the labor cost, their family uses snowflake salt, and the cost of salt alone is much higher than that of their peers. Even this price has been specially reduced in order to open up the market. Your things are more expensive than others. The fat ant complained. Yuan said, the workmanship is different. The cost of ingredients is different, and the price is naturally different. You are a person who has seen the world, and you can tell the taste of good and bad. The fat ant was suddenly praised, and she was speechless. Although she felt a little sad, she didn't need a few copper coins. After hesitating, she still bought it. Give me something else. My braised pork skin is not bad. Yuan cut half a roll of shiny pork skin for her. Did you bring a bowl? I'll put some sauce for you to take back. My sauce is not salty. It can be mixed with braised meat, stir-fried vegetables, and soaked in rice. It tastes good no matter how you cook it. The uncle sat aside to collect money, listening to Yuan's my every time. He smiled so hard that his mouth was gritting to his ears. Chapter 25 Teaching a Tough Slave a Lesson. The braised meat business was easier than expected. In less than half an hour, only one braised pork elbow was left. Girl, The first lady who patronized Yuan's business came in a hurry. I guessed you would come today. Am I not late? Are there any fish and bamboo shoots left? Yes. Yuan smiled. But not much. Huh? Braised meat? Do you still sell meat? The lady asked in confusion. Yuan nodded. Cut off a piece and handed it to her. Yes. It's the first day of sales today. There is only one pork elbow left. And what? Do you want it? I'll sell it to you at a low price. Anyone who has tasted her braised meat will not want to buy it. The old lady was determined to leave. But when she opened her purse, she found that she didn't have enough coins. Wait for me. My son is just ahead. Yuan said, don't worry. I'll keep it for you. The old lady left with the basket. As soon as she left, a beautiful girl wearing the best pink shoe brocade and smelling fragrant came over. She was dressed in luxurious clothes and had exquisite makeup, which was out of place in this messy market. She stopped in front of Yuan's stall, covered her nose with a piece of silk embroidered with golden peony, and said indifferently, I want this elbow. Wrap it up for me. Yuan glanced at her. This elbow has been sold. Girl, pick something else. My fish and bamboo shoots are not bad either. The girl's face darkened. I don't want anything else. I just want this. Yuan said. I said, this has been sold. The girl said coldly, I'll give you double the price. You sell it to me. Yuan was short of money. But she didn't lose her bottom line. Girl, you should go to other places. There are also braised meats sold there. The girl insisted, I want yours. Wrap it up for me quickly. Don't make my wife wait anxiously. Wife. It turns out to be a maid. Are even maids so domineering these days? If it were an ordinary person, she would have been frightened by her aggressive posture. But Yuan would not. Yuan was too lazy to even look at her, and turned around to help Yu Feng kill the fish. Most of the customers who came here to sell fish wanted to eat alive. But there were also some who wanted to be killed on the spot. Yu Feng was not good at killing some of them. The maid was so angry that her eyebrows stood up when she saw that Yuan ignored her at all. In the whole Lianhua town, no one dared to show such a face to her. Do you know who I am? How dare you be so unreasonable to me? She rushed to Yuan and raised her hand to grab Yuan's hand. It happened that Yuan took out a crucian carp and slapped it on the forehead with a knife. There was a loud bang, and the fish scales flew up. The girl didn't know whether she was scared or disgusted. She immediately retracted her hand and stepped back several steps. Her little face turned pale. This funny look naturally caused a burst of laughter from the crowd. Her face flushed red, and when she looked at Yuan again, she felt even angrier. She pointed her finger at Yuan's nose and rushed over with murderous intent. The three men of the Yu family stood up. The maid was shocked by the momentum of the father and son. But soon she recovered and said arrogantly, You are so brave. Do you know who my wife is? How dare you block my way? Get out of the way. The father and son did not move. Their patched-thin figures seemed to have built a copper wall for Yuan. There was a glass-like light flashing in Yuan's eyes. The maid had been domineering in Lianhua town for so long, and had never been treated like this. She was furious. Well, you? How dare you insult my wife like this? Be careful that my wife will make you unable to stay here. Yuan came out from behind the father and his two sons. Who insulted your wife? Did your wife say that she must go to grab food from the people? Or did you take the initiative and be unreasonable? But blame your wife? You? The maid was choked by what she said. Many onlookers saw the course of the incident, and felt that the maid was indeed bullying. People had already said that the braised meat was sold, and she could just change the stall. Why did she have to force it? On the contrary, this family was not moved by money or power, which was really touching. However, some people recognized the identity of the maid and began to worry about the stupidity of this family. She is the personal maid of the county magistrate's wife. What good will come of offending her? That's right. Isn't it just a piece of meat? Just sell it to her. Why offend the people in the county government for a lady? The whispers of the crowd reached the maid's ears. The maid straightened her back proudly and looked at Yuan leisurely, as if she was sure that after she heard her identity, she would come over and kneel down to lick her. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Yuan asked her uncle and brothers to return to the stall, and she continued to kill the fish. From beginning to end, she didn't even look at her. The maid was completely enraged. She picked up a basket of dried corn cobs from the stall next door and threw it at Yuan's head and face. The old woman whose corn was robbed was so painful that she almost cried. Her family was about to have no food to eat. But what could she do? He was a government official. She grabbed it from Yuan. Although the father and son rushed out at the first time, they didn't have time. Seeing that the basket of corn cobs was about to hit Yuan's head, Yuan reached out and grabbed the basket. Although the basket was grabbed, the corn cobs rolled out and hit the ground, and the corn kernels were smashed. The old woman cried anxiously, wanting to pick it up, but not daring to. Yuan's cold eyes hit the maid's face, and the maid felt cold all over and shivered subconsciously. The uncle went to pick up the corn, but was stopped by Yuan. Yuan said to the maid, "Pick it up." The maid was a little frightened by Yuan's murderous aura, but she couldn't give in front of so many people. She rolled her eyes and said, "I won't pick it up. If you want to pick it up, do it yourself." Yuan said coldly, "I'll say it again. Pick it up." The maid snorted coldly, "No. What can you do to me?" Yuan went to take the basket from her hand. She grabbed it mischievously. "Did I say I would give it to you?" Yuan said calmly, "Let go." Of course the maid refused to let go, but she couldn't snatch it away. At this moment, the uncle came with a cane. The maid suddenly had an idea and stretched out her foot to trip the lame uncle. Yuan didn't expect that she was so cruel that she didn't even let go of a disabled person. Her eyes turned cold immediately, and she grabbed her neck and pressed her hard to the ground. Young Master Yin, well, my wife is great. Chapter 26: The Mysterious Visitor. During the new year, many people do business and commit crimes. In order to strengthen patrols, all the constables in the county government were dispatched. Coincidentally, the maid was pressed to the ground by Yuan by the patrolling constable. There were 5 constables. The leader was named Zhang. He was a subordinate of the county magistrate. He ran errands for the county magistrate's wife and knew the maid. Originally thought it was a quarrel between ordinary vendors. When he got closer, he found that it was Chuanji who was beside the lady. He frowned. "How dare you? Who dares to make trouble here?" Chuanji heard the voice of Constable Zhang and quickly turned her head away. She changed her previous domineering look and cried aggrievedly and pitifully, "Brother Zhang, save me." When the father and son of the Yu family saw the official coming, they hurriedly stepped forward to pull the two apart. Chuanji was really scared just now. She was really afraid that this crazy woman would push her down again. She almost rolled and crawled to the side of Constable Zhang. "Brother Zhang, you came at the right time. There is a crazy person bullying me here." Chuanji is the head maid of the county magistrate's mansion. She is of noble status. She is 17 years old this year, and has not yet married. Constable Zhang lost his wife 2 years ago, and is now a widower. He has long been attracted to the young and beautiful Chuanji. But Chuanji looks down on him. In the past, she even thought it was unnecessary to look at him. She has never spoken to him in such a kind voice as today. Constable Zhang instantly felt that his heart of a hero saving a beautiful woman swelled. He glanced at Chuanji, patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Sister Chuanji. I will definitely seek justice for you today." "Brother? You are worthy?" Chuanji complained in her heart. But she didn't dare to offend her only savior. That crazy woman dared to embarrass her in front of so many people. She must make her pay the price. Constable Zhang waved his arm. "Come on. Bring that woman back to the yamen. I want to interrogate her personally. Whoever dares to stop me, take him away." Several young constables swarmed up. Yusong secretly stamped his feet. It was all this girl's fault. Now they are going to be arrested. Wait a minute. Yuan walked out indifferently. Her voice was not loud, and her momentum was not overwhelming. But for no reason, several young constables paused at the same time. Constable Zhang looked suspiciously at Yuan. Was it this little village girl who bullied Chuanji? He had little education, and didn't know how to describe the girl's appearance. He just felt that she was more beautiful than Chuanji. It was a pity that she was a country bumpkin. He would never offend the confidant of the county magistrate's wife for a country bumpkin. "Are you the crazy woman?" Constable Zhang said unhappily. The uncle was so angry that he raised his crutches. Yuan gently patted the uncle's arm, signaling him to calm down, and then said to Constable Zhang, "This constable brother, you always want to arrest me. May I ask what crime I have committed?" "Catch the thief, the stolen goods, the adulterer, and the couple. You must give me a convincing reason to take us, the powerless poor people, away in public." "Powerless?" Chuanji's eyelids twitched. "Who just pressed her to the ground with one finger?" More and more people gathered around. and they began to point fingers at the detectives, apparently very dissatisfied with Zhang's arrest. But Zhang said righteously, "Reason? You have bullied people like this, and you still have the nerve to ask me why I want to arrest you? Bullying?" Yuan said indifferently. "I just asked her to pick up the things she dropped. If this is considered bullying, then she threatened me first, wasted my mother-in-law's food, and even deliberately tripped my uncle, who was disabled. What are these things she did?" Zhang choked and turned to look at Chuanji. He came late, and didn't know that such a thing had happened in front of him. A trace of panic flashed in Chuanji's eyes. "Brother Zhang, you don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't threaten her. She refused to sell me the braised meat and humiliated me." How could Zhang see that Chuanji was lying? But this was a great opportunity to make Chuanji owe him a favor. How could he miss it? Besides, Chuanji was a county yamen employee after all. How dare a poor village girl get angry with her? Why didn't she weigh her own weight? Who is right and who is wrong? When we return to the yamen, the county magistrate will make the final decision. If you are wronged, I will definitely clear your name. If you really bullied someone, prison food won't be so delicious. This is a high-sounding statement. But who doesn't know that once you enter the county yamen, they have the final say? Everyone shook their heads with regret. A good girl, who has been working hard to make a living, was bullied by these beasts in the end? Xiao Feng, take your brother and sister back. After giving instructions to Yu Feng, the uncle said to Constable Zhang, "This matter has nothing to do with my daughter. I will go to the yamen with you." Yuan said, "Uncle, don't worry. I will have my reasons when we go to the yamen." Of course, the uncle was not afraid that she was unreasonable. She was not the same as before. She would not let people bully her at will. But the yamen was not a good place. A girl went there. Even if she came out intact, her reputation would be tarnished. The third brother went to the border for him, and he couldn't even protect the only daughter of the third brother. "Dad, you are not in good health." "I'll go," Yu Feng said. "Don't fight. I'm thick-skinned." "I'll go," Yu Song also said, and then glared at Yuan. "I'm not doing this for you." Yuan smiled slightly. "Really, don't worry. That won't work," the father and son said in unison. Just as the family was arguing, a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 horses slowly drove over. The most luxurious carriage in the town belonged to the county magistrate, but it only had 1 tall horse. This carriage had not only 4 horses, but each of them was a top-grade Mongolian warhorse. There were 8 majestic guards in front and behind the carriage. The guards were in plain clothes. But even so, the majestic aura was far from being covered by a few clothes. The people who were watching the constable and Yuan gradually became silent, all showing fearful expressions. And even Constable Zhang did not dare to act rashly in the street. He had planned to wait for the carriage to pass by before dealing with the girl. But who would have thought that the group would stop in front of Yuan's stall? The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a woman in her 40s walked down. Her clothes looked simple, but the fabric was first class. And more importantly, her temperament was much more elegant than that of the county magistrate's wife. She stopped in front of Yuan's stall, and at her feet was a corn cob that she had not picked up in time. She bent down, picked up the corn cob, looked around, and put it on the old woman's stall. The old woman was grateful. She smiled kindly, looked at a piece of braised meat on Yuan's stall and said, "This braised meat is really delicious. Can you sell it to us?" Everyone looked at Yuan. This woman is not a servant of the county magistrate. Does she still have the courage to refuse? Yuan said calmly, "Sorry, it has been sold." "Is that so?" The woman sighed regretfully. "Then there is nothing we can do." After a pause, she looked at the steaming marinade on the side. "Can you sell me a bowl of marinade?" "Sure." Yuan nodded. The woman went to the carriage to get a bowl. The bowl was made of gold and carved with beautiful patterns. When had the people around seen such a precious thing? They were all dumbfounded. Yuan took the bowl calmly and filled it up for her. 3 cents. "Thank you." The woman paid the money, closed the lid of the bowl, and got on the carriage with the fragrant marinade. The carriage was moving, but suddenly stopped. The woman lifted the curtain of the car window, looked at the seemingly submissive Constable Zhang and said, "My young lady said that there are constant battles at the border, and farmers are soldiers. Officials should love the people like their own children, and not bully the people, which will chill the hearts of the soldiers at the border." Chapter 27 Young Master's Wife. The carriage gradually went away, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Constable Zhang looked at Yuan coldly. I advise you not to act rashly. The daughter of the general's mansion has spoken. If you arrest people at random, you will be in trouble with her. Bai Tang appeared in the crowd at some point. As she spoke, she walked in front of Constable Zhang, who was showing his teeth and claws. Constable Zhang pondered her words. And the claws that had just been exposed retreated obediently. You said that was the carriage of the general's mansion? Bai Tang shook her finger. It's not an ordinary general's mansion. The person sitting in the carriage, just now, is the granddaughter of the old general of Jinbei. The granddaughter of the old general of Jinbei. Doesn't that mean? Constable Zhang didn't know what he thought of. His whole face turned pale. And then Chuanji didn't care, and took his brothers, and ran away in disgrace. Hey! Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. Why did you leave? Are you not going to arrest people? Chuanji stamped her feet in anger. But since Constable Zhang had left, she had to run away with her tail between her legs. The father and son of the Yu family breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Song was shocked. That town. The general's mansion is so powerful that even the officials were scared to death. Hasn't the Jinbei general's mansion already? The uncle had been in the capital. When he was a chef in the capital, he had heard some news about the major families. He vaguely remembered that the Jinbei general's mansion was involved in an unsolved case, and the whole family was thrown into prison. How could their name be so useful? Bai Tang exclaimed in surprise. Uncle, you have heard about the capital. But what you are talking about is an old story from 3 years ago. At that time, the general's mansion was convicted. Everyone was thrown into prison, and the able-bodied men were exiled to the northwest. Only one daughter escaped because she was in a villa for summer vacation. After that, the daughter disappeared. Everyone thought she was dead. But not long ago, she came back again. Speaking of this, Bai Tang raised his eyebrows. She came back with the flesh and blood of the young master of Yanqing. Do you know who the young master of Yanqing is? He is the only man in the whole Great Zhou who dared to go crazy in the Golden Palace and walk out intact afterwards. She gave birth to his child. Now the mother is honored by the son. And the whole general's mansion has made a comeback. Yuan is not interested in the gossip of the powerful circle. A little village girl like her who works hard for a few copper coins will never have any intersection with the people at the top of the pyramid in this life. The general's mansion and the young master of Yin have nothing to do with her. The only thing that concerned her in Bai Tang's words, just now, was the sentence the young men were sent to the northwest to serve as soldiers. If she remembered correctly, her father was also captured and sent to the northwest to fight. 6 years have passed, and I don't know how my father is doing. The border is covered with heavy snow. After a day of patrol, several soldiers changed shifts and returned to the tent with a crunching sound, stepping on the thick snow that was not even up to their thighs. I'm freezing to death. As soon as he entered the tent, Wu Sam began to shake the snow off his armor. Some of the snow had already frozen into ice, and he couldn't shake it off. Old Yu, help me fix it. He walked up to a man who was repairing armor. The man called Old Yu put down the tattered armor in his hand and pulled out a shiny dagger from his boots. Turn around. Hey! Wu San turned around obediently. Yu Shaoqing began to pry the ice off his armor. It was bitterly cold at the border, and there was not even a brazier in their tent. If the ice was not pried open, the armor could not be taken off. Old Yu, Wu San, who was prying the ice, said with a smile, I heard that the centurion will be selected. I think you can do it this time. Yu Shaoqing said nothing. His hands, which were scarred by years of fighting, tightly held the dagger and pried the ice in an orderly manner. Don't disbelieve me. You have been a centurion for 3 years. It's time for you to move up. Didn't you chop off the head of a deputy general last time? This is a great military achievement. If it were someone else, he would have been promoted to the South Camp long ago. You have a poor background. But I have seen the centurions this time. None of them has more experience than you. And none of them has connections in the South Camp. South Camp and North Camp are the names that these soldiers privately call the Orthodox Army and the scattered soldiers. Most of them, who were captured and sent to the army, are from the North Camp. It's time to eat. After prying the last piece of ice, Yu Shaoqing took out a dry cloth, wiped the dagger carefully, and put it back into the scabbard. Wu San took off his armor and changed into his own cotton coat. The cotton coats in the North Camp were made of old cotton. Damp, heavy and not warm. But it was better than having nothing at home. Seeing the food on the table, Wu San curled his lips. You are a centurion. How come you eat the same food as the soldiers? The mountains were closed due to heavy snow these days, and both sides stopped fighting in order to save military rations. 3 meals a day became 2 meals a day. Wu San was not full, so he always came to Yu Shaoqing for food. Yu Shaoqing's food was not much, but it was all saved from his own mouth. Wu San picked up a cold and hard steamed bun, took a bite, and tasted the astringent sand. He rolled his eyes immediately. Damn it! The South Camp is eating pork. When I was patrolling just now, I smelled the aroma of meat soup. If you were the centurion of the South Camp, you would be eating delicious food now. Yu Shaoqing took a bite of the pickled vegetables that had no taste at all. Wu San took a bite of the steamed bun. Don't worry. When you are promoted to a captain, you can also eat the food in the South Camp. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a noisy shouting outside the tent. Wu San put down the steamed bun and ran out, grabbing a hurried soldier and said, "What's wrong? What happened?" The soldier said excitedly, "Old Deng was promoted to a captain." The brothers were just about to go over to congratulate him. Wu San frowned. Old Deng was promoted to a captain. How could it be him? Is it a mistake? The soldier said, "No mistake. It was promoted by General Guide Lang himself." General Guide Lang? Wu San wondered. When did their camp have such a person? The soldier exclaimed, "You went on patrol just now. You haven't heard yet? Old Yin was appointed as the 5th-ranked General Guide Lang." Wu San gasped. He also knew Lao Yin. Like Lao Yu, he was also a centurion of the North Camp and one of the candidates for promotion to a 1,000-man commander. But Yin was a criminal slave, and his status was even lower than Lao Yu's. Not to mention that Lao Yu's military achievements were much better than his. He simply didn't even expect to be a 1,000-man commander. How come in the blink of an eye, he jumped so many levels and became a 5th-ranked Guide Lang Jiang? And he was appointed by the emperor? The soldier said with envy, "I heard that his daughter is going to become the wife of the young master of Yincheng. In order not to wrong the young master of Yin, the emperor promoted her father as an exception. You know Lao Deng, right? It's Lao Yin. No, it should be Guide Lang Jiang now. He is Guide Lang Jiang's confidant." After Guide Lang Jiang was promoted, he immediately promoted him. Oh, Guide Lang Jiang is really capable. If I had known this, I should have followed him. Confidant? Ugh. Just a follower. Capable? Not even as capable as Lao Yu. Thinking that Lao Yu's position as a captain was snatched away by an old sly guy who only knows how to flatter, Wu San was furious. Wu San gritted his teeth and returned to the tent, looking at Yu Shaoqing, who was silently chewing pickles and steamed buns as if he didn't hear anything. He suppressed his anger and said, "Lao Yu, don't be sad." "Yeah," Yu Shaoqing said. Chapter 28. The Power of Officials. It was evening when Yuan and her group returned to the village. Every household started cooking. Smoke rose from the village. The villagers had already stopped talking about it. It was no surprise that the two families were together. Today, they were going to smoke bacon. The aunt stayed at Awan's house all day and had dinner there. "How is business?" the aunt asked anxiously. This was the first time her husband had shown up in the town after his leg became lame. She was worried that something might go wrong. The uncle smiled and put the money bag he earned on the table. The aunt opened it and was shocked. "Why is there so much?" The uncle said excitedly, "They are all sold out. Even the marinade is sold out." The maid of the Zhenbei general's mansion set a precedent. After that, many customers who didn't buy the marinated meat followed suit and bought the marinade to cook it themselves. There wasn't much marinade, so the price wasn't high. But the scene of the rush to buy it was unbearable. My uncle had never been so satisfied when he was a cook in Beijing. "So much, all sold? That was half a pig, including a set of pig offal." My aunt asked again, "Did you sell the pig offal too?" In the poor village where people had no food to eat, pig offal was not something that could be thrown away casually. They were so hungry that they could even eat grass roots and guanyin soil. But the people in the town were different. They looked down on pig offal. Yuan praised sincerely, "Uncle's cooking is delicious, without any strange taste." After tasting it, everyone said it was better than braised meat. My uncle laughed so hard that he didn't know what to do. He didn't know whether he was proud of his cooking skills or proud of being praised by Yuan. The aunt lowered her raised lips and glared at him. "Virtue." Afterwards, Yu Song talked about Chuanji's quarrel with the constable, and the aunt was frightened. Thanks to the eldest daughter of the general's mansion, The county government dared not to make things difficult for us. Yu Song said from the bottom of his heart. Her servants are not arrogant, gentle and polite, which shows that she is the same. She also spoke for the third uncle, and asked those stinky constables not to oppress us ordinary people. What a good person. The aunt sighed. Not as good as my sister? Xiao Taidan said with his little body straightened. My sister is good. The little girl imitated. Yuan was amused. How could she, a peasant, compare with the daughter of a high-ranking general? The child was so silly and cute. She pinched the two little ones' cheeks. Andy loves you for a reason. Come and see what Ani brought you. As she spoke, she took out two tempting little paper bags from the basket. Little Tiadan's eyes widened instantly. Osmantha's cake. I want to eat it, the little girl said. Little Tiadan took her sister and went to eat Osmantha's cake happily. Jiang smiled at them with a gentle face. You don't need to sell braised meat tomorrow, right? The aunt said that the next market will be 3 days later. Yuan nodded. You don't need to sell braised meat tomorrow. But we are going to the town to buy things. Miss Bai showed up at the market today. Not just to help them out. She heard that there was a braised meat restaurant at the market entrance that was better than Bayula's. So she came here to challenge them. But she didn't know that the other party was an acquaintance. After tasting Yuan's marinade, she decisively changed her mind and ordered their braised dishes directly. The aunt was shocked and didn't know what to do. She had heard of Bayulu, the largest restaurant in town. Ordinary people's things couldn't be sold there at all. Snowflake salt was not available on the market, which was a special case. But braised meat was such a rare thing. They had a chef. Couldn't they make it themselves? Yuan said, we are also lucky. Miss Bai's father was celebrating his birthday, and the chef was too busy. So he asked us to make braised dishes for her father's banquet. Since Bayulu switched to snowflake salt, the taste of the dishes has risen by more than one level. The restaurant is full of customers, and the chefs all wish they could split one into two. It's a good thing to have business. And it's even better for the depressed husband to cheer up again. The aunt agreed. After finishing the business of Bayulu, we can have a good new year, Yu Song said with expectation. After that, he looked at Yuan with a stern face. I don't want to split it with you. The aunt glared at him. Yuan smiled. Children's words are innocent. But the uncle was suddenly silent. He thought of his third brother in the northwest camp. Their family was lively, but the third brother was in the border. Uncle, Yuan called him softly. The aunt sighed. He misses your father. Yuan paused and looked at Jiang, and saw that Jiang, who was originally smiling, was now staring at the horizon in a daze. Mother misses Dad too, right? When Dad left, little Taidan was not even born yet. 6 years have passed, and he has grown up so big. At noon, in the snowy northwest camp, there was no smell of fireworks, since the 3 meals a day were cancelled. The boiler in the kitchen has never been heated at noon. Yu Shaoqing wore the old armor that was repaired last night, and went to a tent that was newly built overnight with an icy look. Outside the tent, a young soldier holding a spear was ready for battle. Seeing Yu Shaoqing coming, he stretched out his hand to stop him. What are you doing? Yu Shaoqing looked at the wooden box in his hand and said, this is what General Guide has not packed. He sent someone to tell me to bring it to him. You can give it to him. Wait, the soldier said. It's better for you to hand over such valuable things to General Guide in person. Yu Shaoqing took a look at the broken cotton wool in the box and said calmly, okay. As he said that, he was about to go in. The soldier stopped him again. Hey? Did I tell you to go in? General Guide was arranging troops until late last night and didn't sleep for several hours. He just rested. You wait for him to wake up. Then I'll come later, Yu Shaoqing said. The soldier said again, what if General Guide wakes up as soon as you leave? You might as well wait here. General Guide sleeps lightly and may wake up in a while. Yu Shaoqing waited expressionlessly outside the tent in the snow. The soldier glanced at him with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Yu Shaoqing waited in the snowstorm for 2 hours. His hands and feet were numb from the cold. He was covered with thick snow. His lips were so dry that blood flowed out when he moved them slightly. Hate. A delicate voice came from the tent. And then a charming woman walked out. The woman pulled up her clothes and looked at Yu Shaoqing meaningfully. Yu Shaoqing didn't even move his eyelids. The woman swayed her soft waist and walked past him with a fragrant breeze. The soldier brought hot water into the tent. When he came out with a used basin of hot water, Yu Shaoqing said expressionlessly. Can I take the things of General Guide in? The soldier said sarcastically. I'm afraid it's impossible. Centurion. The general just gave an order, ordering General Guide to go to his tent to discuss government affairs as soon as he wakes up. Otherwise, you come back later? Captain of the 1,000? It must be Brother Yu. Yin Soming is not worth a finger of Brother Yu. How many barbarians has old Yu killed? His stomach has been stabbed several times. How can Yin Soming, the coward, compare? Captain of the 1,000 must be old Yu. Yin Soming is a fart. Looking at Yu Shaoqing's back gradually submerged by the blizzard. The soldier sneered. You are a fart. Chapter 29. Father and daughter connected. The whole family was exhausted from cooking braised meat overnight, and went back to rest early. Jiang and Xiao tied and also went to bed. Yuan lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. It began to snow outside again. Quietly, but also cold. Yuan touched the slightly thin quilt on her body. She had been busy making money these days, and had no chance to go shopping. After finishing the business with Miss Bai, she would take her mother and brother to the town to do some shopping. They bought what they needed, and also bought the New Year goods. Speaking of the New Year goods, Yuan suddenly thought of her father, who was far away at the border. And she couldn't sleep anymore. She simply got out of bed, put on her clothes, and went to the kitchen with an oil lamp. This kitchen is no longer as shabby as it was when she first came. There is rice in the rice jar, noodles in the cupboard, seasonings and salt. In the basket in the corner are some radishes and cabbages picked by my aunt from her own field. In the wooden barrel are some fresh wild Christian carps. Of course, the most appetizing thing is the bacon hanging on the wall and on the stove. These bacon are pickled by my uncle himself and hung in the kitchen, where they can be ventilated and smoked when cooking. After only one day, the saltiness is not obvious, and the meat is still relatively fresh. Yuan cut a piece of the best hind leg meat. The meat here is fat and lean, but not too greasy, which is very suitable for making meatballs. But this alone is not enough. She still cut some front leg meat, buttocks and pork. She remembered that in her previous life, her aunt liked meatballs made from pork, saying that the meat was more tender. After chopping the meat, she put the chopped ginger, garlic, green onion, and a few fresh pheasant eggs into the minced meat, and then mixed in soy sauce, starch, snow salt, sesame oil and pepper. She moved quickly, and soon got busy. She took out a large bowl of sesame oil. Sesame oil was too expensive, so she usually ate lard. However, this time, she poured all the sesame oil into the pot. The aroma of fried meatballs soon wafted out of the oil pan. After making the meatballs, she took out the white flour from the cupboard and started making pancakes. The fire in the kitchen burned until dawn. Yuan wiped the sweat from her forehead. It was almost time for breakfast at this time. Yuan used the remaining ingredients to make a few vegetable, meat and green onion pancakes. Jiang and Xiao Taidan were still not awake, so she sent them to the old house first, because they had to go to the town to buy ingredients for their business. The family got up early. When they saw Yuan coming, they were all surprised. Why did you get up so early? Asked the aunt who opened the door. Yuan handed the rolls in the basket forward and said with a smile, Good morning, Aunt. You haven't had breakfast yet? I made a few rolls. You can take them to fill your stomach. At this time, the uncle and the Yufeng brothers had just finished washing up and walked over here. When they heard that she was here to deliver rolls, they turned pale with fear. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to put salt. The pale faces of several people turned red again. I also made a lot of dishes for my father. Fortunately, I didn't forget to put those. The color on their faces faded away again. After breakfast, Yuan and Yusong boarded the ox cart to the town. Are you really going to bring something for Uncle San? Yusong walked beside the ox cart, looking at Yuan and the vegetable jar on the ox cart and asked. Yufeng was leading the ox in front. Yuan nodded, Yes. We are all going to celebrate the new year. And I hope my father can have a good new year too. I won't receive it. Yusong muttered. Uncle San said well before he left that he would write to them when he arrived at the border. But 6 years have passed, and they have not received any news from Uncle San. And their letters to Uncle San have not received any response. Sometimes, they all suspected that Uncle San had met with misfortune. But they heard that even if the bodies of the sacrificed soldiers could not be transported back, they would try to bring back the iron plates with their names engraved on them. If they didn't receive the iron plate from Uncle San, Then, they would just assume that Uncle Sam was still alive. Dad will definitely receive it, Yuan said with a firm face, holding the jar in her arms. Yusong opened his mouth, wanting to persuade her not to be silly. But just as the words came to his lips, he received a warning look from his brother, and closed his mouth angrily. Yufeng continued to drive the ox cart. His feet deeply stepped into the snow. Go buy vegetables first. And after buying, Xiaosong drives the ox cart back. And I'll take you to the post station. Yuan curved the corners of her lips. Okay. The ingredients in the morning are the freshest. But if they are not taken back immediately after buying, it is easy to affect the texture and taste of the braised dishes. Uncle has very high requirements for ingredients. The three went to the vegetable market in the town. The ingredients here are much more expensive than those in the market. But thinking of the price offered by Miss Bai, they felt that it would not hurt to spend more money. We bought some fresh pork, mutton, chicken, duck, and vegetarian dishes. Today we are not going to prepare a banquet, but to send them to Miss Bai for tasting. We will prepare the dishes that she likes. Yusong returned to the village with a cart of food. Yuan went to buy a thick cotton coat and a box of the best frostbite cream available in town. It is so cold at the border. These things should be useful to my father. Going north from Lianhua town, there is a post station 10 miles away. This post station is the largest post station outside the capital. It mainly provides official correspondence. As long as you can afford it, they can also accept unofficial letters and materials. Today's post station is overcrowded. Some people are feeding horses. Some are changing horses. And some are staying overnight. Over there. Yufeng took Yuan to a horse stall on the right side of the post station. Yuan saw 3 carriages here. The first 2 were full, but the last one was still mostly empty. This is for the northwest camp. Yufeng pointed to the emblem on the wheel and said, Is it far from here to the northwest camp? Yuan asked. They take the official road, so they are not afraid of the distance. As if guessing Yuan's concerns, Yufeng said, The weather is cold, and things can be kept for a long time. Yeah. Yuan nodded. She didn't know if it was because the ecology in ancient times was not destroyed, and there was no greenhouse effect. She felt that the winter here was particularly cold. Besides, she was well sealed. A messenger holding a whip came over. Ready to go. Yufeng stopped him. Young man. We want to take something with us. Although he said he was taking something with us, he actually had to pay for it. Where are you taking it to? The messenger asked. Yufeng said, To the northwest camp. Northwest camp. Come on. The messenger took the brother and sister to the 3rd carriage. This is the last trip of the year. You came at a good time. How many things do you have in total? Yufeng looked at the big jar in his arms, and then at the 2 small jars in Yuan's arms, and said, These 3, and the bag on my back. This is the last trip. The price is more expensive than usual, the messenger said. Yufeng glanced at Yuan and said, Okay. The messenger pressed his hand. Yufeng put the jars in his and his sister's arms on the carriage. The postman was about to collect the money when a carriage drove up to the door. A servant jumped out of the carriage and hurried over. The servant called the postman aside and said something. The postman frowned and came back with an embarrassed look on his face. Your things can't be taken. Why? Yuan asked. The postman looked at the carriage and saw the servant and the driver unloading boxes one after another from the carriage. The postman said, See? Those things can't be put in. Where is there room for you? Yuan said with a serious look, We came first. The postman looked at her with a smile and said, Do you know who the New Year's goods are for? The newly promoted guide Lang Jiang by the emperor are all personally selected by the daughters of the general's mansion. If you know what's good for you, take your things back quickly. Chapter 30. First show of medical skills. Yuan did not move. Yufeng did not move either. Although Yufeng did not think that these things could really be delivered to his uncle. It was one thing not to be able to deliver them, and it was another thing to be forced not to deliver them. Which general's mansion is it? Yufeng asked. Jinbei General's mansion. The postman was a little impatient. Yufeng calmed down when he heard that it was Jinbei General's mansion. Just yesterday, the daughter of Jinbei General's manor helped them out. It might not be her intention to seize the carriage. After making it clear, I believe they will not force it. With a flash of thought, Yufeng decisively walked towards the carriage of the general's mansion. Make way! Make way! The servant brought down another box. Yufeng hesitated for a moment and blocked him. Didn't you hear me telling you to make way? the servant said impatiently. As servants of the general's mansion, the servant's behavior is very different from that of the maid yesterday. But it may be because he is too young and in a hurry to do things. Yu Feng said to him, young man, we also need to take things to the northwest camp. The servant looked at him strangely. What does it have to do with me whether you take it or not? Yu Feng felt a little uneasy when he heard this. But he still said patiently, you have too many things. The carriage can't put them. The postman has to take our things down. The servant said unhappily, then go and get them. You have delayed my lady's business. Can you afford to compensate? These New Year goods must be delivered to my master before New Year's Eve. But Yu Feng didn't expect the other party to say such unkind words. He wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Yuan. Yuan shook her head at him. It's useless. Big brother, Yu Feng said angrily, they must have deceived their superiors and subordinates, and used chicken feathers as a token of authority. If their lady was here, she would definitely not allow them to oppress the people like this. She said that officials should not bully the people and chill the hearts of the soldiers at the border. Yuan said lightly, whether it's deceiving superiors and subordinates or using chicken feathers as a token of authority. Aren't they all people from the general's mansion? You mean? Yu Feng was stunned. Yuan looked at the white snow on the eaves and said, I didn't say anything. But these are the things she bought. And it was her order to deliver them before New Year's Eve. In such a snowy day. If you want to arrive at the northwest camp before New Year's Eve, I'm afraid you have to rush 800 miles. 800 miles of rush. If you don't do it well, how many horses will die and how many people will be exhausted? Yu Feng was stunned. Then, what about the things for Uncle San? Yu Feng asked after coming to his senses. Yuan didn't say anything, but stretched out a pair of slender hands with many scratches from years of labor. These hands can dig bamboo shoots, chop wood, farm, and carry the burden of the family. But they can't send the things they made at night to their father, who is far away at the border. Wang Yishur. Wang Yishur. It's bad. A postman ran over in a panic, interrupting Yuan's thoughts. The postman who was helping the general's mansion to load the goods turned around coldly and said, What are you yelling about in broad daylight? Don't you have business to attend to? The postman didn't recognize the identity of the general's mansion servant, but he felt that he was powerful. He swallowed his saliva and said carefully, What I want to talk about is also business. The horse shipped from the western regions seems to be fast. How fast? Asked Juan the postman. Is it fast enough? Said the postman. Wang Yishur was furious. That was no ordinary horse. It was a Fergana horse that they had bought from a western region caravan with great difficulty. Soon after they bought it, they found out that it was pregnant, which meant that they would get at least one adult Fergana horse and one Fergana colt, which was a rare good thing. This horse had been reserved by a nobleman in Beijing, and they would send it to the nobleman's mansion when the weather got better. Now that the horse was not okay, what could they say to the nobleman? Quickly notify the postmaster, Wang Yishur said tremblingly. The postman said with a sad face, It's too late. You go and have a look yourself. Wang Yishur hurriedly put down the things at hand and went through the inner hall with the postman to a stable that was much more upscale than the stable in the outer courtyard. The stable was bigger than the old house of the Yu family. It was clean and tidy, with soft hay, top-quality red charcoal, abundant feed and sufficient water. The only flaw was that the carefully cared for Fergana horse suddenly collapsed on the ground. Wang Yishur was terrified. What did you feed it? The postman said, I didn't feed it anything. Then why did it become like this? Wang Yishur asked. I don't know. The postman was almost crying. He was just the lowest postman. If something like this happened, he would be the first to be punished. As his immediate superior, Wang Yishur was also involved in this. And it might even implicate the postmaster. Where is the post doctor? Wang Yishur asked. The postman cried. He went back to his hometown for the new year. He left half a month ago. Have you forgotten? What should we do? There are clinics in the town. But these days, there are many doctors who can treat people, but few who can treat horses. Can I come in and take a look? A quiet female voice suddenly appeared at the door of the stable. Wang Yi and the postman turned their heads and saw the little village girl standing in the snow just now. Wang Yishur said in a deep voice, What are you doing here? Get out now. Yuan's lips curved, pointing at the blood horse lying on the ground. Are you sure you want me to get out? I can cure it. What nonsense are you talking about? He would never believe that a village girl can cure a horse. Yuan said, but I can't cure it for free. You have to promise to help my father carry things. Yuan continued, as for the consultation fee, I will only charge you half of the shipping fee you charge me. It's a good deal. Right? The sighing tone was as if he had really taken advantage of her. But did she know how much the freight from here to the northwest camp was? Wang Yisha glared at her with gritted teeth. Can you really cure it? If you don't believe me, forget it, Yuan said, turning around and leaving. Wait, Wang Yisha said. I can help you take your things over. But I can't afford to offend the daughter of the general's mansion. So I can only help you take 1. 3. 2. It can't be cured. Come back. Yuan turned around. Wang Yisha was so angry that he was choking. 3 is 3. But I have to say this. This is not an ordinary horse. If you can't cure it, you will lose your life. Chapter 31 Miraculous Healing. Yufeng grabbed Yuan's arm. Awan. This is no joke. Don't just bring something for Uncle San. Just. Yuan smiled slightly. Don't worry. Brother. I have treated the horse's illness before. I know my limits. You treated it? When? Yufeng asked with his eyes wide open. It was the year I left home. Yuan made up a lie calmly. This is the most reasonable explanation. Sometimes Yuan is even grateful for the original owner's experience. Otherwise, she really doesn't know how to explain to her family the extra abilities she has gained out of thin air. When Yufeng heard that it was about that year, he didn't ask any more questions. What are you hesitating about? Will you treat it? Wang Yisha urged impatiently. I'm coming. Yuan entered the stable and walked towards the paralyzed horse. This is a golden Fergana horse, the most precious and rare breed among Fergana horses. It is not as big as a Mongolian warhorse, but it has tight lines, well-developed muscles, and its explosive power and endurance are far beyond ordinary warhorses. Even though it is paralyzed there, it exudes a rebellious aura of a king. So beautiful. Yuan squatted on one knee beside the Fergana horse and took off the bit on the horse's head. Seeing her take off the horse bit, Wang Yisha's heart jumped to his throat. He was so anxious that he forgot to remind her that this was a wild horse that had not been tamed. Without a bit, it would bite people. The previous postman was bitten by it and sent to the clinic. They only took off the horse bit when feeding it. But they all wore armor and protective gear to take it off. He just said a word slowly, and the little girl took the horse bit with her bare hands. This. Wang Yisha was about to rush over to pull Yuan back, but saw Yuan gently put her hand on the head of the blood horse. You took the horse bit and didn't run away, but you still touched it. But what happened next made him dumbfounded. The violent blood horse, under Yuan's touch, not only did not go crazy, but rubbed Yuan's palm docilely. Wang Yisha. Yufeng didn't know much about horses, and thought it was naturally so docile. So he didn't feel too surprised. He was more concerned about whether his sister could cure it. After Yuan calmed the blood horse's emotions, she carefully examined it. The result was the same as expected. It was indeed prenatal paraplegia. This disease often occurs in domestic animals, and is rare in wild horses. There are many causes. Perhaps malnutrition, or the fetus is too large, or there is too much amniotic fluid. The main manifestation is that it cannot stand or lie on the ground. Generally speaking, there are some signs before paraplegia, but it is not ruled out that it will suddenly occur. This horse belongs to the latter. If it is not treated in time, it is easy to induce infection, and then both the mother horse and the fetus will be in great danger. I need a pair of silver needles, Yuan said. Wang Yisha hurriedly ordered the postman. Quick! Go buy silver needles for the girl. Yuan said. Wait! There are also medicinal materials. Get paper and pen. Wang Yisha personally took the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Yuan naturally didn't understand the writing of this dynasty, but the original owner seemed to know it. She wrote down the prescription fluently and noted the size of the silver needle. Yufeng's expression was surprised again. Dangui 13 qian. Baishao 10 qian. Shudi 13 qian. Do these medicines really work? Wang Yisha read the prescription. Yuan put down the pen, whether it works or not. Won't you know if you try it? Wang Yisha had nowhere to go, and had to seek medical treatment in a hurry. He asked someone to go to the clinic to buy silver needles and give medicine. The medicine stove is here. Yuan pointed to the aisle in the stable. Wang Yisha did as he was told. Yuan began to give acupuncture to the sweat blood horse. The pain of the needle often frightened the fierce horse. But this horse seemed to be completely unfrightened. This was something that even the post doctor couldn't do. Wang Yisha was stunned. He was not the only one who was stunned. A window had opened in the attic opposite the stable. The window was shaded by trees, so people could not see in from outside. But people could see out clearly from inside. This was the middle room of the post station, second only to the upper room. Inside sat a man in his 50s, dressed in gray fur, and a handsome young boy in green. The young boy did not understand why his uncle did not want to go to the upper room, as they were not short of money. "Uncle, you are afraid you will lose. The horse can be saved. Just half an hour ago." The two of them also discovered the situation in the stable. The man called uncle shook his head without thinking and said, "What a pity for a good horse." The young boy asked, "Uncle, do you think it is going to die?" Uncle said, "It is not a feeling, but it is dead." This sounded strange. It was obviously still alive, but it sounded as if the uncle had seen it die with his own eyes. The young boy blinked in confusion. "How about we make a bet?" On the other side, Yuan finished acupuncture and boiled the medicine. Yuan made pills of the medicine juice and mixed it with feed for the horse to eat. About an hour later, a miracle happened. The horse that had been paralyzed for half a day actually stood up slowly. "Uncle, look! It stood up. It's fine. It's really fine." The young boy was so excited that he knocked over the teacup on the table. He won the bet. The person who helped him win a painting by a famous artist from the previous dynasty was actually an inconspicuous little village girl. He suddenly became interested in the little village girl. The tea spilled all over my uncle, but he seemed to be completely unaware. He stared at the village girl in the stable with a confused look on his face. It shouldn't be. Where did she come from? The horse made so much noise that it attracted many onlookers. When the paralyzed horse really stood up, the whole stable was in an uproar. "Miss, you are really a living bodhisattva. If there weren't so many people watching, the postman would have wanted to kneel down to Yuan." The postman was also shocked. He never expected that a little village girl would have such good medical skills. "Does Wang Yisha still keep his word?" Yuan looked at Wang Yisha. Wang Yisha cleared his throat. "Of course I keep my word. I'll give you the medical fee later. As for your things, I said I'll only put 3 in there. Go get one yourself." Yuan patted the back of the Fergana horse and turned around. She had a bundle, a large jar and 2 small jars. The bundle contained frostbite medicine and cotton clothes. The large jar contained baked pancakes, and the 2 small jars contained pickles and fried meatballs respectively. Yuan thought about it, picked up the small jar on the right, took out the meatballs one by one, and stuffed them into the jar containing the pancakes. There was still some space in the neck of the jar. Half of the meatballs were filled, but the remaining half could not be stuffed in any way. "Enough to eat," Yufeng said. Yuan nodded. She had made more than 100. "Come here and press your handprint," Wang Yisha said to Yuan. Yufeng glanced at Yuan's obviously haggard face. "Did you not sleep last night again?" "Forget it. I'll go. You wait here. I'll rent a carriage for you to go back after I press the handprint. Renting a car is expensive. But this girl hasn't slept for 2 nights. Yufeng still feels more distressed than physically hurt." "Thank you, brother." Yuan smiled and nodded. Not long after Yufeng left, a carriage really stopped behind Yuan. Yuan was not sure at first whether it was rented by Yufeng for her. But after waiting for a long time and not seeing the carriage leave, she went up with the jar in her arms. The car looks inconspicuous on the outside, but it is very delicate and warm inside. And there is a faint, floating smell of good fragrance. It costs a lot to rent a car like this? Brother really spent a lot of money. Yuan sat down on the soft couch. The soft and comfortable feeling made her enjoy it so much that her eyes narrowed. Perhaps because she was too sleepy or the carriage was too warm. Yuan soon fell asleep hugging the jar. Chapter 32 First Encounter with the Young Master. Yin Jiuchao just went to the comfort room. And when he came back, he found that there was one more person in the carriage. A woman. It was no wonder that no one was watching. Uncle Wan went to book a wing room. The coachman went to a charcoal, and the guards followed him. But even if no one was watching, not everyone would have the courage to enter the carriage of the young master of Yinqing. Every decoration inside was engraved with the emblem of the Yinqing city lord's mansion. If it were someone else, as soon as the curtain was opened, I'm afraid they would be scared away by the emblem. But unfortunately, Yuan didn't recognize it. Yuan slept soundly with the jar in her arms. And she didn't know that someone had come on the carriage. She lay on her side. Her eyelashes were as slender as butterfly wings, and a faint shadow fell on her slightly red skin. I don't know if her cheeks were frozen or smoked by the charcoal fire in the carriage, but they were red and somewhat tempting. Yin Jiuchao stared at her flushed face, and suddenly a fierce murderous aura burst out of his body. In a flash, a small white ball rushed in with a swish. If it wasn't the little snow fox rescued by Yuan from the animal trap, who else could it be? The little snow fox stabilized its small body, blocked the floor in front of Yuan, and stared at Yin Jiuchao fiercely. Ever since Yin Jiuchao snatched 2 big meat buns from it, it always went against Yin Jiuchao 3 or 4 times a day. But it has already made trouble 4 times today. Does this little thing want to make trouble for the 5th time? Yin Jiuchao threatened lightly. Get out of the way. The little snow fox stomped its feet angrily. No! No! If you have the guts, step over the baby. Bang! Yin Jiuchao stepped over the little snow fox. The little snow fox that was stepped on and couldn't get up. After being interrupted by the little thing, Yin Jiuchao's murderous aura suddenly became less heavy. He walked to the couch with a calm expression and sat down next to Yuan, who was lying on her side. Yuan not only got on Master Yan's carriage, slept on Master Yan's couch, but also wrapped herself in Master Yan's brocade quilt. Master Yan was afraid of cold, so all his quilts were made of the best fire silk brocade from the western regions, filled with the lightest and warmest fire silk. Fire silkworms cannot be raised artificially, so they have to be collected later. It takes 3,000 fire silkworms to weave such a quilt. It is said that all the fire silk tribute from the western regions was delivered to Master Yan's mansion without a single strand left. Even the direct son of the current emperor did not have this honor. But now this quilt, the only one in the Great Li dynasty, was wrapped on a strange woman. Yin Jiuchao glanced at her dangerously. You are so brave. Did Shang Wanyan send you here? Yuan was sleeping soundly, so of course she couldn't answer him. Yin Jiuchao snorted coldly, stretched out his slender jade-like hand, and gently grabbed her neck. Such a thin neck. It would break if I twisted it. Don't twist it. Don't twist it. The little snow fox picked itself up from the ground and flew to bite Yin Jiuchao's hand. Yin Jiuchao didn't even raise his eyelids, stretched out the index finger of his other hand, and pushed it back to the ground. The confused little snow fox. Yin Jiuchao's hand fell on Yuan's neck. Yuan had never covered herself with such a warm quilt before, and she felt hot unconsciously. She moved her body and kicked off the quilt, revealing her shabby and worn clothes. Yin Jiuchao's hand, which was about to strangle Yuan, paused. Yuan's dress was too shabby to praise her. Yin Jiuchao had never seen anyone more miserable than this. Not to mention the woman Shang Wanyan sent to his bed. Aren't you afraid that he won't be able to eat it? He knew Shang Wanyan well, and her taste was not so unrefined. So it was a self-recommendation? Yin Jiuchao wanted to kill her again. The little snow fox jumped over for the 3rd time, and its defense of Yuan's heart was clear to all. It jumped into Yuan's arms, stood on the small jar that Yuan had warmed up, stared at Yin Jiuchao with a fierce look, and exerted force with its hind legs. Bang! The lid of the jar was kicked off by it. It should have pounced out like an arrow from a bow, but its claws slipped, and it fell face down on the jar with a bang. Again. I was confused again. After the jar lid slipped, a rich meaty aroma floated out of the jar. Yin Jiuchao, who had lost his appetite for several days, suddenly had a rumbling stomach. A meatball rolled out of the jar and hung on the mouth of the jar, seemingly unable to fall off. The color was not very good, and the workmanship was not delicate, but it was fragrant. Yin Jiuchao picked up the meatball with his cold fingertips and took a light bite. Yin Jiuchao was stunned, and the next second, he stuffed the whole meatball into his mouth. The meatball was quickly eaten, and Yin Jiuchao took another one. This one was eaten even faster. A quarter of an hour later, Yin Jiuchao had already snatched the jar, holding the jar with his left hand, pinching the meatballs with his right hand, and putting them into his mouth one by one, his cheeks bulging with food. Half of the jar of meatballs was finished at an incredible speed. Young Master Yin, who couldn't even fill up half a bowl of rice, was not full for the first time. He looked at Yuan on the side, not knowing what he thought of. He picked up Yuan's slightly shiny fingertips and held them in his mouth very calmly. On the other side, Uncle Wan went to book a wing room. He thought it would be difficult to book the upper room as the new year was approaching and there were many guests coming and going. But he'd booked it as soon as he went. It's good to be settled, so as to avoid any unhappiness. It doesn't matter if others are unhappy, but the young master's unhappiness will change the world. After Uncle Juan settled the room, he asked the post station to fry a few refreshing side dishes. The young master didn't eat much in the past few days. He wondered if there were too many meat dishes, and he should change to some light dishes. For example, meatballs and meat slices, etc., must not be served on the table. Everything was ready, and he went to the car to call the young master. But as soon as he opened the curtain, he saw Yan Jiucha holding Yuan's fingertips. He was dumbfounded immediately. Uncle Juan, Princess. Princess. It's not good. The young master's condition has worsened again. He has started to eat people. Shangwan Yin. Chapter 33. Slap and send the pig flying. Yuan hadn't slept so comfortably for a long time. So comfortably that she actually started to dream, which was really a rare thing. However, her dream was a little strange. She dreamed that she was lying on the soft beach, basking in the sun comfortably. But suddenly a little wild boar came from nowhere and bit her finger. She tried to pull it out for a long time but couldn't. So she raised her other hand and slapped the little wild boar away. In the dark carriage, the translucent gauze covered the clear and moist brilliance of the night pearl. The atmosphere was extremely cold, and even breathing seemed to be permeated with a trace of cold air. Yin Jiucho sat on the messy soft couch, with a big bump on his forehead and a big slap mark on his right face. And his face was ashen. Uncle Juan sat beside him, not daring to breathe. Who could have expected that the young master of Yinqing, whose hair had never been touched by anyone, would be raped by a little village girl? Ahem. Uncle Juan covered his mouth with his fist and whispered, "Who told you to flirt with others? The princess sent so many women, but you didn't want them, and you had to flirt with a village girl. Young master, your taste is a bit too strong." Of course, this is not the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing is why the young master didn't kill her. Yin Jiuchao's face was extremely ugly. The little snow fox on the side hugged the small pot that exuded the fragrance of meat, and fell asleep with saliva flowing. Yin Jiucha pinched it up, and woke it up in 2 or 3 strokes. The little snow fox opened its eyes sleepily, with a small tuft of hair on its head. Looking confused. "Young Master Yin, don't sleep." "Little snow fox, baby wants to sleep." One man and one fox started to argue. Uncle Juan was afraid that he would be the next person to be affected. So he stood up and said to Yin Jiuchao, "I see the snow has stopped outside, so we can travel now. We might as well go to Beijing earlier. The real reason is that it is not appropriate for the young master to go out to meet people in this state of honor, which will damage his lofty image. It is better to stay in the carriage." Uncle Juan went to check out the upper room, paid the bill for the dishes he asked the kitchen to cook, and picked a few light and unique dishes to take away. Looking at the carriage turning around and leaving the post station, the uncle in the attic showed a puzzled look. "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" The young boy had just gone to see the Fergana horse that was cured by the little village girl. When he returned to the room, he saw his uncle staring at the night in a daze. It was not until the carriage disappeared into the night that the shadow brought by the terrible man finally seemed to dissipate from his head. He found his voice again. "The one who should die didn't die, and the one who should be saved didn't stay. How could this happen?" "Uncle, what are you talking about?" The young boy didn't understand. "Ah, nothing." The uncle came back to his senses and looked the young boy up and down. It was a look of lost and regained, as if he couldn't see enough. "Uncle, why are you looking at me like that?" The young boy tilted his head in confusion. "I haven't seen you for a long time." A thin layer of moisture welled up in the uncle's eyes. "Haven't I always been with my uncle?" The young boy didn't notice his uncle's strangeness. His parents died early, and it was his uncle who raised him. Wherever his uncle went, he went there. Even when his uncle returned to Beijing to resume his post, he followed him. "Do you still want to live in the upper room?" The uncle changed the subject. The young boy instantly put his uncle's strangeness behind his mind, hugged his arms, and nodded like crazy. "I do. This room is too cold. I'm shivering." "Wait, can we live in the upper room? Didn't you say no just now?" "Now we can," the uncle said. "Why?" the young boy asked. The uncle smiled, touched his tender little head, but didn't answer him again. Yuan woke up in a turbulent state. When she opened her eyes, she first saw a dim lantern. Then, with a weak light, She saw her situation clearly. She was lying in a carriage that was much more dilapidated than before. Yu Feng was dozing off beside her, his head nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. She was puzzled. How could she sleep and change the carriage? She propped herself up and sat up. Creak. The dilapidated board under her made a sound. Achoo. It was too cold in the carriage. And she sneezed unexpectedly. Yu Feng shuddered, opened his eyes, and turned to look at her. Are you awake? Yeah. Yuan rubbed her sore arm. Brother, why did our carriage change? Yu Feng glared at her with a look of disappointment. It's not that the carriage changed. You just got on the wrong one. After Yu Feng and Wang Yishe finished their business, they rented a carriage and returned to the compound, but found that Yuan was missing. He searched inside and outside, almost turning the post station upside down, but couldn't find her. Did she get kidnapped by a kidnapper? The postman's words scared Yu Feng so much that his face turned pale. The post station was crowded with people, and there were fakes mixed in. I hope my sister didn't really have an accident. Just when he was about to report to the police, a middle-aged man in his 40s came over and asked him if he was looking for someone. A little village girl of 16 or 17? He learned that his sister had fallen asleep in someone else's carriage. I'm outside the carriage. You won't wake up no matter how I call you. The middle-aged man then asked Wang Yishe to find 2 maids to carry Yuan back to the carriage he rented. Although Yu Feng had never seen much of the world, he could see that Wang Yishe treated the people in the carriage more respectfully than the people in Jinbei General's mansion. So it was not difficult to guess that the other party was more powerful than the general's mansion. It's rare that he didn't care, Yu Feng said, glancing at Yuan. You even pulled off my quilt. Huh? Yuan was stunned at first, and then found that she was indeed wrapped in a light and thin quilt. Yu Feng was too embarrassed to recall the situation at that time. The maid was sweating profusely, but she couldn't pull it off from her hands no matter what. And the middle-aged man laughed. Finally, the middle-aged man asked his sister to take the quilt away. The sister rolled the quilt over her body on the spot. You said you were sleeping soundly, but you still remembered to roll up the quilt. Yu Feng is really... Where is my jar? Brother? Yuan suddenly couldn't find her jar. Yu Feng thought for a while and said, maybe it fell on someone's car. I forgot about it. Yuan sighed. There is still half of the fried meatballs in the jar. I was planning to have a meat meal with you guys tonight. Now it's all gone. Yu Feng covered his heart and breathed a sigh of relief. Old Yu. Your daughter brought meatballs. You dad, my daughter fried the meatballs. I have to eat them even if I cry. Chapter 34 His fiancée. The carriage was faster than the ox cart and arrived at the entrance of the village at nightfall. Not to mention in a poor little village. Even in the town, carriages were very rare and valuable. Even if it was a carriage that was so simple that it was hard to describe. The villagers envied it. Oh, is that Xiaofeng and Awan? They came back in a carriage? An ant named he heard the sound of the wheels and came out with a half-eaten bowl of rice to watch the excitement. Aunt Sue from next door also came out curiously, holding her 2-year-old grandson in one hand and holding a steaming sweet potato in the other, chewing it and saying, the old Yu family has made a lot of progress. And they are riding in a carriage. And he took a bite of brown rice. Is the old Yu family cooking something delicious again? It smells so good. Recently, the old Yu family often smells meat. And they can smell it from half a village away. Since Yu Sanlang was conscripted and Yu Daolan broke his leg, the Yu family's life has fallen into decline. No one expected that they would be able to turn things around after being so poor. Of course, it is too early to say that they have turned things around now. The Yu family has not even earned the medical fee for treating the uncle's leg. But in the eyes of others, being able to eat meat is considered to have escaped poverty. Hey. And he winked at Aunt Sue. Why doesn't her family eat meat? In the past 2 years, the Zhao family has been the most meat eater in the village. Coincidentally, at this time, Aunt Zhang came out with a basin of bath water. Hearing this, as if deliberately speaking to someone, she shouted, there are no pigs. Where can we eat meat? And he and Aunt Sue laughed together. Not far away, Xiao's family, who was rolling the bruises on her face with eggs, naturally heard the noise here. She was so angry that her face, which had finally shrunk by 1/3, swelled up again. I pushed Ba Xiao, who had a big front tooth knocked out by Jiang. Spat. Dare to laugh at me. All right. Wait for me. When Ah Hung passes the imperial examination, you will regret it. As for the Yu family, They beat her like this and blackmailed her for a pig. When Ah Hung comes back, she will divorce that damn girl. Yuan naturally didn't know about the Zhao family's movements. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care. She was not the original owner. And she didn't care whether she could marry Zhao Hung. She just wanted to make money now, so that her family would no longer be short of food and clothing. And so that her uncle could go to Beijing to treat his leg. Before the brother and sister entered the old house, they could already hear the chattering of little Taidan, and the occasional babbling of the little girl. Xinjin is more talkative than before. Yufeng sighed. Although she still didn't speak well, she was more talkative. When did she start? It seemed that it was after the two families reconciled. In fact, even if the two families were together again, the only one who really accompanied the sister in the fun was little Taidan. But the sister was happier. They were too. Sister. Little Taidan found Yuan, rushed over like a whirlwind, bumped Yuan into his arms, acted coquettishly without being obvious, and then looked at Yufeng shyly and said, "Brother." The little girl also came over here, sister. Big bang fell down. Yufeng hurriedly picked up his sister and went into the house with Yuan and Xiao Taidan. The house was filled with the rich aroma of braised meat, and the four siblings were instantly a little hungry. "Why did you take so long?" Yu Song walked in from the back door holding a few dry firewood. They set out before dawn, and it didn't take long to buy things. The post station was not too far away, so they should be back in the afternoon. Yufeng helped his brother put the firewood into the charcoal basin. "Something delayed us." "What is it?" Yusong asked. "You didn't get bullied again, did you?" "What are you talking about?" Yufeng glared at his brother, but he knew in his heart that his brother was right. He was almost bullied today, but the ending was a bit ridiculous. "What are you laughing at?" Yusong frowned, and without waiting for his brother to answer, his eyes fell on the quilt that Yufeng put on the chair after entering the house. "Did you buy a quilt?" Ahem. Yufeng couldn't say that Yuan was shameless and dragged it down from someone's car, so he could only hum vaguely. "Where's my mother?" Yuan asked Xiao Taidan. Xiao Taidan puffed up his chest and said, "She's counting money with my aunt in the house." It turned out that Miss Bai had come today. She came to try the braised dishes of her uncle. Her uncle made a braised duck with sauce, a braised meat platter, a bowl of braised lotus root and dried tofu, and a pot of braised lamb with carrots. The dishes made by her uncle not only tasted good, but also looked good. Miss Bai was very satisfied. She immediately ordered all the dishes she had tasted, and paid half of the fee in advance, and paid the other half after the birthday banquet. However, the prices of vegetables are rising rapidly now. Who knows what they will rise to in 3 days? Excluding the cost, the money they actually get is probably less than one tael. But it doesn't matter. There are many guests at the birthday banquet. If they can take this opportunity to spread their reputation, their business will become more and more prosperous in the future. After counting the deposit paid by Miss Bai, the eldest aunt and Jiang walked out of the house hand in hand with rosy faces. Yuan has already started to think about where to reserve the ingredients for 3 days later. The long alley is quiet, and snow is falling. A luxurious carriage stopped in front of an ancient mansion. On the plaque of the mansion gate, the Big Yin mansion was written in brand new gold paint. "Miss, we're here." The middle-aged maid got off the carriage and lifted the curtain for the girl in the carriage. "It's snowing. Please watch your step." Yin Ryu held the heater in one hand and rested her other hand on the middle-aged maid's arm, and stepped on the exquisite wooden stool to get off the carriage. She glanced at the newly renovated mansion and said softly, "It's been 3 years, and I'm finally home." The middle-aged maid wiped her red eyes. "Yes, I'm finally home. My son," a noble lady wearing a lavender crane cloak, supported by a maid, came out excitedly and trembling. When Yen Ryu saw her, her eyes immediately turned red, and she bowed to her, "Mother." Madame Yen held her arm and helped her up, choking and saying, "Stop bowing. Let me take a good look at you." Yen Ryu raised her head, revealing a face full of tears. She was born very beautiful, and her tears really broke people's hearts. "You have lost weight. You have suffered a lot in the past few years." Madame Yen touched her face and said, "I am an unfilial daughter. I didn't come back early, and made my parents suffer." Yen Ryu shook her head with tears. The Yen family had an accident, and it was only rehabilitated a few days ago. Even this mansion was repaired after the rehabilitation. Madame Yen looked much more haggard than 3 years ago. But when she thought of the glory in the future, she felt that those hardships were nothing. Madame Yin said proudly, "My son has given birth to Master Yin's child. From now on, he will be the most honorable lady in the Dali dynasty. I have sent out the invitation. 3 days later, there will be your welcoming banquet. I will let everyone in the capital know that the daughter of the Yin family is back. Master Yin's fiancé is back." Master Yin frowns. Fiancé? Little Fish Ball raises his hand. Here. Chapter 35. Preparing for the birthday banquet. At night, the family of 3 covered themselves with the quilt that Yuan had just bought, pulled back. The quilt was very thin, and Yuan was worried that it was not warm enough. So she covered it with a thick quilt from her own home. As a result, in the middle of the night, the family of 3 were all as hot as steamed shrimps. And the mattress was soaked. Breakfast was the white flour steamed buns and stewed vegetables left over from last night, which could be eaten after being heated. While the steamed buns and stewed vegetables were steaming in the pot, Yuan went to the pigpen. The pigpen was no longer used to raise pigs. Yuan cleaned it very cleanly, and now it was used to raise chickens. In order to keep the pheasants warm, Yuan surrounded the outside with cotton cloth. Although it was not as warm as the wall, it was much better than sleeping in the open air. And Yuan also burned a brazier next to the chicken coop. The pheasants were placed in different chicken coops. Yuan touched them one by one. And when she touched the third one, she paused. "You didn't lay eggs again? You didn't lay eggs yesterday." Yuan. Yu Feng knocked on the back door of the kitchen. He was here to take Yuan to the town to buy vegetables. Thinking that Xiao Taidan and Aunt Sam were still asleep, he didn't want to wake them up. So he went around the back door. Yuan opened the door for Yu Feng. Yu Feng saw the 2 eggs in her hand and said, "Where are you collecting eggs?" Yuan shivered in the cold wind. She hurriedly welcomed Yu Feng in, closed the back door and said, "One of the chickens stopped laying eggs. I was thinking, why not take it to the town and sell it later? It should be able to sell for a good price." As soon as she finished speaking, a crisp clucking sound came from the chicken coop. Yu Feng ran over to take a look. Huh? It laid eggs. After eating a white flour bun with marinade, Yuan and Yu Feng set off together. As usual, they went to Xuanzi's house to rent a bullock cart. But unfortunately, the bullock cart broke down. So the 2 had to walk. Yuan was used to walking, so she didn't think it was far. And walking could save money. Although they can eat meat every meal now. It's just because they are in the braised meat business. Excluding the high cost of ingredients and condiments such as salt, the actual money they get is not much. And they need to collect 100 taels of medical fee, which is really a long way to go. However, as long as they work hard, Yuan believes that they will be able to earn it one day. Don't buy vegetarian dishes. I have already told the villagers that when the time comes, we will go to their fields to pick them and buy them at the market price. Yu Feng said halfway through the cold wind. Yuan nodded. The proportion of vegetarian dishes is not large. It may not be easy to order them at the market. It is better to ask the villagers to buy them. Besides, the fat water does not flow to outsiders. Isn't it better to let the villagers make money at the same price? As for meat dishes, they must go to the market to purchase. The 2 first went to the market, where Yuan sold live fish and winter bamboo shoots. "How much is the pork belly?" Yuan pointed to a beautiful long pork belly and asked. The stall owner said, 20 cents a pound. Yuan paused. "So expensive? Wasn't it only 18 yesterday?" The stall owner chopped off a pig's trotter and said, "It will be 22 tomorrow if you come." The price changes every day. And it's always like this during the new year. Even if you ask other shops, there's no lower price. Yuan didn't believe it at first, and took Yu Feng around the market for a whole circle. But as the stall owner said, there was no lower price, brother. Is there another market in town? Yes, there is another one. The brother and sister went to another market. But it was a pity that the price of this market was higher than the previous one, because it was closer to the north town entrance. We still need to buy salt. The cost of ingredients is too high, and we will lose money. Although Yuan didn't plan to make much money, it didn't mean that she wanted to do a losing business. Yu Feng thought about it and said, "There is a market in Shido village. I heard that the vegetables there are cheap, but it's too far away." Heavy snow fell from the sky. The 2 walked for more than 10 miles in the wind and snow before finally arriving at the market in Shido village. Yuan's ears were frozen red. Her hands were stiff. Her face was numb. And she couldn't even speak a word. However, the sad thing is that the vegetables here are not cheap at all. Why are you here? A carriage stopped beside Yuan. The curtain was lifted, and Bai Tang looked at the brother and sister. Yuan said with difficulty, "Let's buy vegetables." "What vegetables do you want to buy so far? Aren't there any in the market?" Bai Tang asked. "Buy vegetables for Mr. Bai's birthday banquet," Yuan said word by word. Not because she wanted to speak so slowly, but because her cheeks were really stiff. Bai Tang's eyes widened as she said, "Didn't I make it clear yesterday? I'll buy the ingredients. You just need to follow me and cook." Hearing this, even the usually calm Yuan was stunned. Miss Bai promised 5 taels of silver. Didn't that mean they should prepare their own ingredients? They only went there to cook stewed dishes for a day, and they could earn so much net? What kind of a spendthrift daughter is this? Seeing that Yuan couldn't speak clearly, Bai Tang knew that she was frozen, and sighed. "Get in the car. I'll take you back." Yu Feng couldn't go in, so he sat outside with the driver. But Bai Tang gave him a thick cashmere blanket. He wrapped himself in it, and felt as if it was on fire. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the village. Yuan, who had warmed up, thanked him sincerely. Bai Tang waved his hand and said, "I will send someone to pick you up the day after tomorrow." Yuan said politely, "The town is not far away. We can go there by ourselves." Bai Tang raised his eyebrows. "Who said my home is in a town?" In the afternoon, the snow fell more and more heavily. It was windy and snowy outside, but the warm room was as warm as late spring. The red charcoal was burning vigorously. Madame Yin was only wearing a thin short jacket, but she didn't feel cold at all. In front of her, the kitchen manager Du was asking her for instructions. "The venison has been ordered. Do you think we should prepare some fresh donkey meat? It is said that dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat on the ground are perfect for entertaining guests." "But the price is," Manager Du said, revealing an embarrassed look. Madame Yin stroked the lazy white cat in her arms and snorted coldly. "Does our general's mansion look like a place that is short of money now? Just go and get what you want and how to entertain the guests. You don't have to ask me for everything. Just remember that the princess and young Master Yin are also coming to the banquet, so don't neglect them." Manager Du was shocked. "Yes, madam." Boom, 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 boom. Not far away, there was a deafening drum sound. The white cat in Madame Yan's arms was frightened and jumped away with a meow. Madame Yan frowned. "Who is so bold as to beat the drum in the mansion? I wonder if the young lady has been traveling for such a long time and is resting. Go, beat that desperate servant out." Manager Du touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "It's not from our mansion, but from the Bai mansion next door. I heard that the master of his family is going to celebrate his birthday, so he specially invited a troop from outside to come back." "Brother Jiao, are you going to the Yin family's banquet?" Young Master Yin, "No. I heard that Wanwan is next door." "Brother Jiao? Brother Jiao? Brother Jiao? Eh? Where is he?" Chapter 36 Scallion Pancake. Just after midnight, the Bai family's carriage arrived. The person who came to pick them up was a steward of the Bai mansion, surnamed Ding, and about the same age as the uncle. The original plan was for the uncle to go with Yuan and Yufeng, but little Taidan suddenly woke up, hugged Yuan, and cried to go with them. "Sister is going to work, not to play. Besides, it's not like selling things in the market, and you will be back in an hour or two." Little Taidan held Yuan tightly. Yu Song came out, coughed lightly and said, "Taidan has never been to the capital since he was a child. Let him go. At most, I will watch him." "Right?" Yuan and Yufeng's eyes flew over. "You want to go yourself, right?" Little Tiadan's coquettishness didn't work on Yuan, but softened the uncle's heart. Bringing a child is not a big deal. In the countryside, people who help cook and prepare banquets almost always bring their own children. But it is different in the city. The uncle looked at Steward Ding. Steward Ding said generously, "It's okay, as long as someone is watching." So Yu Song and Xiao Taidan successfully got on the carriage. Except for the uncle. It was the first time for several people to go to Beijing. At first, they were a little excited and wanted to see the scenery along the way. But they didn't even go to Lianhua town. So they all leaned on the carriage and fell asleep. When they were woken up by Steward Bai, they had already entered the Bai mansion. It was still dark. "Hurry up, Uncle Ding." As soon as Yuan got off the carriage, a handsome young man led 3 vegetable vendors carrying shoulder poles and hurried past. The young man greeted Steward Ding, who said H. Low lightly and waved his hand to let him go. The young man and the vegetable vendor entered the temporary bamboo shed in the front right, where food and tools were mainly placed. 10 steps further east was the kitchen. The kitchen was very large, with 2 courtyards in front and back, and a well in the backyard. There were 9 stoves in the kitchen, 5 around the wall, 4 in the middle, and 8 of them were already occupied. Steward Ding led Yuan and her group to the stove at the back and said slowly, "There is only 1 pot on each stove. If it is not enough, there is a small stove in the bamboo shed. I will have someone bring breakfast over later. Thank you for your hard work today." The steward did not pay much attention to the young man who greeted him just now. It was probably because Bai Tang greeted him that he treated Yuan and her group so politely. The uncle thanked him. Manager Ding gave the uncle a card for receiving things. The young lady is in the flower hall. There are many guests today. She probably doesn't have time to come to the kitchen. If you have anything to do, just ask the servants in the bamboo shed to find me. Yu Song muttered. Such a big Bai mansion. She still has to take care of it herself? Manager Ding smiled and said, "The young lady is also very filial." Yu Song, "Oh, there are some things that Yu Song doesn't know, but Yu Feng has heard of. Miss Bai is the legitimate daughter of Mr. Bai and his late wife. The late wife married Mr. Bai for 10 years before giving birth to this daughter. After that, she never had any more children. When Miss Bai was 5 years old, his late wife passed away. A year later, Mr. Bai remarried, and his stepmother gave birth to a big fat boy for him. It is rumored that Miss Bai and her stepmother do not have a good relationship. Miss Bai did not want the Bai family's property to fall into the hands of her half-brother. If it were someone else, they would not be able to do so. It is natural for a son to inherit his father's business. But the stepmother was of low birth and was suppressed by the deceased first wife in every way. Miss Bai's grandfather was an official in the court. As for what official, Yu Feng did not know. Not long after Manager Ding left, a servant brought breakfast over. It was steaming white flour buns and millet porridge, with pickles, salted eggs, and a plate of bacon and cabbage. Little Tian's saliva was gushing. The uncle peeled a salted egg for him. Yuan gave him half a bowl of millet porridge and half a bun. Little Tian ate with relish. After eating, he moved a stool and sat in the yard obediently, not making any noise. Very well behaved. Yu Song looked at him closely at first, and after a while, he found that Xiao Tian could sit still better than him. He coughed lightly and turned to help his family. The people who came to cook today included the chefs from Bai Mansion and Bai Yulu. Both sides were from the Bai family, except for Yuan's family who were airborne. I heard that the young lady personally went to the countryside to invite them. The young lady is really making a fuss. How can the master's birthday banquet use a chef from the countryside? Everyone shook their heads, as if they did not believe that a few country people could make any delicious dishes. Yu Feng and Yuan went to the bamboo shed to get the ingredients, including dozens of fresh ducks. The ducks had to be slaughtered on the spot. This kind of work used to be Yu Feng's, but since Yuan came, Yu Feng's knife skills have been severely disliked. Yuan carried the duck to the backyard. The sky gradually brightened. In the dim morning light, the girl was sweating profusely while holding a knife, and the duck feathers were blown all over the ground by the cold wind. On the other side, in the Yin mansion, Yin Ryu slept until dawn. The room was warm, and 12 maids filed in, holding exquisite toiletries, as well as 8 sets of headgear and dresses for her to choose from. Today was her big day, and she dressed up carefully for a long time, picking a lake blue-waisted long skirt, a plain white rabbit fur short jacket with a pipa collar, and a pair of fine silver silk mutton fat jade earrings on her delicate earlobes like white jade. The girl was elegant, charming, and beautiful beyond description. As soon as Mrs. Yen entered the room, she saw her daughter who looked like a fairy walking down from a mural, and she was completely amazed. She excitedly held her daughter's hand. "My son, Master Yen, will never see another woman in his life after seeing you. Today is also a big day for Yuan. This opportunity is rare. She wants to help her uncle cook well and make a name for herself. In the future, she will have many orders, and she will no longer have to worry about not having money to eat and treat illnesses." All the ducks were cleaned. She was covered in blood and looked a little embarrassed, but she didn't care about that and hurried to cut radishes and sweet potato mash. For a delicate dish, in addition to the taste, the presentation is also very important. She cut it very well, with white petals, purple lace, yellow stamens, and water drops on the petals, layered and gorgeous. Not like it was made of ingredients, but like it was just picked from the tree. Sister. Xiao tied and came over with a wrong look. Yuan stopped what she was doing. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Xiao tied and nodded. Recently, my appetite has increased, and I always get hungry after a while. It's not time for dinner yet. And there is meat in the pot, but it's not cooked through. Fortunately, Yuan was prepared. I brought scallion pancakes. Find a stove to heat them for you. Yuan went to the bamboo shed to get a small stove. Found a quiet corner in the backyard. Lit the stove. Put on a small pot. Poured a spoonful of oil. Put 3 big and round scallion pancakes in. And the aroma of fried chives came out. Little Tide unconsciously brought a small stool. After the scallion pancakes were heated, Yuan extinguished the open flame, leaving only a trace of residual heat from the charcoal to continue baking the bottom of the pot. Sister, go and do your work. I'll eat it myself, Little Tide said sensibly. Okay. Yuan went to do her work. Little Tide stayed to eat the pancakes. This is a scallion pancake stuffed with mutton and carrots. Made by Yuan herself. It smells good and tastes. I'm a good brother who is not picky about food, Little Tide said, patting his chest. Chapter 37. The young master is coming. Yin Jiuqiao has his own residence in the capital. After he arrived in Beijing, he did not go anywhere and stayed in the residence with all his heart. It was not until this morning that he was fished out of the quilt by Uncle Wan. Yin Jiuqiao looked annoyed. Uncle Wan said earnestly, originally, the princess meant that only one of you could go. If the young master did not want to go, she could go too. After all, they have not yet married. This is considered to give face to the Yin family. But the princess suddenly had an urgent matter. It won't be long. The young master will show up and leave. You have already slept with her. What's wrong with going to see her? Yeah. I don't know which words touched Yin Jiuqiao. He actually agreed with a good temper. Uncle Wan, who saved a lot of saliva, was afraid that this little ancestor would go back on his word. So he rushed out like lightning and asked someone to prepare a car in order to welcome the arrival of young Master Yin. The Yin family also made full preparations. I heard that young Master Yin has a very picky taste. So you especially invited a chef from Luqing. She is a capable cook. No one can help but praise the dishes she cooks, Madame Yin said, looking at the ladies and daughters gathered in the warm room. Luqing? But Madame Du? Said a lady who had been to Luqing. Madame Yin smiled. Madame Wang has also heard of Madame Du? More than that? I went there specially to try her dishes. But unfortunately, she only receives 3 guests a day and does not accept reservations. It depends on your appearance to do business with anyone. I don't have this blessing. Madame Wang, who is from the family of the Minister of Works, sighed. In terms of status, the Minister of Works is a senior official of the 4th rank, and Yin Songming is only a 5th rank. Madame Wang should not treat Madame Yin so flatteringly. But who let the Yin family have a young master's wife who is set in stone? The Minister of Works has no chance to carry shoes for young Master Yin. Did Miss Yin invite her? This is incredible. Even Prince Rong went out to invite Lady Du back home. If it was flattery just now this is from the heart. Lady Du from Luqing is indeed arrogant, and even looks down on the identity of a cook in the palace. I don't know how Miss Yin invited her out of Luqing. Madame Yin skipped this and cleverly shifted the focus from Lady Du. Everyone, try this stuffed winter bamboo shoots. How does it taste? The ladies picked up chopsticks and tasted a little of the stuffed winter bamboo shoots on the plate. Everyone was stunned. It was sour and spicy, refreshing and greasy. I had eaten too much snacks just now. Now I tasted a bite of stuffed sour bamboo shoots, which was simply comfortable to the bones. Madame Du's craftsmanship is well deserved. Madame Wang sighed sincerely. Madame Yin pulled her daughter's hand and said with a deep smile, "This is not Madame Du's craft. It's yours." What? Your daughter's? Several ladies were surprised at the same time. Yin Ryu smiled reservedly. Madame Yin smiled and said, "On the way to the capital, you and Madame Du learned a few dishes. I'm sorry to show you how ugly they are today." Everyone was stunned. This is called showing off? Then their chef could just hang himself. Besides, she had only learned for a few days, and already had such a superb skill. Even those who looked down on Yan Ryu for her pre-marriage infidelity could not help but praise her for her intelligence. Madame Yin smiled proudly. Her daughter was smarter than her brothers, since she was a child. Not only was she better at reading than her brothers, she was also proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and was outstanding in writing and archery. What was a mere cooking skill? If she had not been born a girl, she could have become a king or a general. A maid hurried in and reported loudly, "Madam, Master Yan's carriage is coming." Madame Yan's eyes lit up. "Go and inform Madame Du." Yan Jiuchao's carriage did come, but it did not enter the Yan mansion. When the carriage was halfway there, he suddenly heard a clacking sound. He opened the curtain strangely, and the aroma of fried scallion oil and mutton rushed over fiercely. His eyes paused. "Stop." The carriage stopped. The handsome attendant in the carriage got off the carriage very attentively and knelt on the ground. Yan Jiucha stepped on his back and walked into the alley between the two mansions, faced the high wall from which the fragrance came, stared at it for 3 seconds, and said, "Ladder." The accompanying guard disappeared in a flash. The accompanying guard came back in a flash. There were 2 more ladders in his hands, one outside the wall and one inside the wall. The angle of the ladder was very good, and it was as easy to walk on it without holding on. Yan Jiucha walked up calmly. The cold wind blew up his sleeves, and he took 1 step at a time, looking lonely and cold. He was obviously climbing over someone else's wall, but he had the aura of a coronation ceremony. Little Taidan was eating with great concentration, holding the green onions he had brought from the kitchen in one hand and the scallion pancake made by his elder sister in the other. Suddenly, he didn't know there was a ladder behind him, and a man walked down the ladder and came behind him. Yan Jiucha looked down at little Taidan and poked his butt with his noble toes. Little Taidan turned around with his eyes wide open. Yan Jiucha looked at him fiercely. Little Taidan opened his mouth wide. "How could my brother be so handsome? He was even more handsome than my mother and elder sister. Do you want to eat?" Little Taidan handed over half of the scallion pancake in his hand blankly. Master Yan thought of 100 ways to grab the pancakes. It was time to start the feast, and everyone was busy with their hands and feet. Even Yu Song was so busy that no one came to the secluded corner of the backyard. "Okay. It's hot. You can eat it." Little Taidan not only enthusiastically invited this handsome brother to share the pancakes made by his sister with him, but also kindly lit a fire and heated up the 2 untouched but mostly cold scallion pancakes in the pot. Master Yan picked up a scallion pancake politely with chopsticks. "It tastes better with scallions. This young master won't eat this kind of thing." A quarter of an hour later, Uncle Wan, who was dragging 3 carts full of gifts, finally caught up with his master. But there was no one in the carriage. He hurriedly stepped on the ladder and climbed up the wall. He looked from a distance. He saw that his noble young master, who was not interested in worldly things, was squatting with a country boy who came out of nowhere, like a poor old farmer. The big and the small squatted side by side in front of the stove, holding a scallion pancake bigger than the face plate in his left hand and a scallion thicker than his finger in his right hand. "Hug it," said Xiao Taidan. "Build it," said young Master Yan. Successfully led his brother-in-law into the ditch. Chapter 38 Public Humiliation. It was a deep winter night, with lightning and thunder, and strong winds. A hasty carriage stopped in front of the Imperial College. The gate of the Imperial College had been broken. Blood splattered all over the walls, and a body that had not escaped in time was lying on the threshold. Gao Yuan jumped off the carriage, and a strong smell of blood hit his nose, making him retching uncontrollably. "Fusheng, Fusheng, Fusheng." He squatted down and shook the body on the threshold. But unfortunately, the body had already stiffened. He stood up palely and staggered into the Imperial College where blood flowed like a river. "Feng Su, Ayu, Gu Chang." He called out to the students one by one, but no one could respond to him anymore. A bolt of lightning struck the bloody hall, and he saw the man standing on the steps of the hall. The man was dressed in black, standing tall, his eyes so cold that he almost blended into the cold night. The man looked at him for a moment, and Gao Yuan felt that he saw Shura in the dark night. Gao Yuan said in horror and anger, "It was you, who killed him. You killed them all." The corner of the man's lips pulled out a cold arc. "I ask you again, where is my son?" Gao Yuan's eyes were red. "They all don't know." "Why did you kill them?" The man said lightly, "So you know?" Gao Yuan's whole body was stiff. "Uncle!" Accompanied by a burst of rapid horse hooves, a young man of only 17 rushed in anxiously. Gao Yuan's eyes trembled. "Who asked you to come? Go back quickly." "Tsk," the man laughed coldly. "Uncle." The young man came to Gao Yuan, took a look at the arrogant man, frowned and said, I recognize you. You are the one who robbed our upper room at the post station before. Go back, Gao Yuan shouted in a low voice. I won't go back. The young man drew his sword and looked at the man with a fierce look. If you dare to touch my uncle's hair, I will kill you now. The man listened to his threatening words, but he didn't even raise his eyelids. Gao Jiji, I will give you one last chance. I will count to 3. If you still don't tell me the whereabouts of my son, I will kill your little nephew. You dare? The young man shouted. 1. Cold sweat broke out on Gao Yuan's forehead. 2. Gao Yuan pinched his fingers. 3. I said. Gao Yuan roared. Too late. As soon as the man finished speaking, a long sword pierced the boy's heart. Qilin Gao Yuan screamed and sat up. The young boy sitting on the edge of the bed looked at him strangely. I'm here. What's wrong with you? Uncle? Gao Yuan looked at the familiar room, then at the boy in front of him, and breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Nothing. Just a nightmare. What did you dream about? Qilin asked curiously. Gao Yuan looked away and said, I forgot. Oh. Qilin expressed his understanding. After all, he also forgot what he dreamed about as soon as he opened his eyes. By the way, Uncle, the decree of reinstatement has come down. From now on, you are the chief priest of the Imperial College again. Uncle, why are you unhappy? Gao Yuan did not answer him, but wiped the sweat from his forehead and grabbed his arm tightly and said, Linner, you promised your uncle one thing. No matter what happens in the future, you must not provoke anyone. Who? Yin Jiuqiao. In the backyard of the Bai mansion, 2 heavy lamb, carrot and scallion pancakes were eaten by Yin Jiuqiao without leaving any. Young Master Yin was full and in a good mood. He looked at the little guy beside him and opened his mouth rarely. My name is Tai Dan. Young Master Yin shut up. Soon. He moved again. I live in Lotus Village. Young Master Yin shut up again. He moved for the 3rd time. The scallion pancakes were made by my elder sister. The highest level of a chatterbox is not only to say your own words, but also to say other people's words, leaving others speechless. Young Master Yin looked at little Taidan depressedly. Little Taidan felt embarrassed by being looked at, and smiled awkwardly. Just say what you want to say. I won't interrupt. Young Master Yin, no more. Yin Jiuqiao moved his sleeves and stepped on the ladder with a faint expression. Even though he was shameless, Uncle Wan still wanted him. Uncle Wan always adhered to the bottom line and stood on this side of the wall. When he came over, he chased after him worriedly. Young Master, you have gone too far this time. You are the young master of Yinshan. How can you eat the food of a strange child casually? Do you know that child? Do you know who he is? Aren't you afraid that someone will take the opportunity to poison you? It is true that you can't eat other people's food casually. Yin Jiuqiao said in agreement. Uncle Wan was stunned at first, and then his eyes were filled with tears. After trying for so long, the young master who was as hard as a rock finally listened to his advice. Yin Jiuqiao pointed to the 3 carts of gifts behind him and said to the guards, Send it to the little guy. This is not considered eating casually. He exchanged things. Uncle Wan, who felt like 2 arrows hit his knees in an instant. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to visit the Yin mansion? Yin Jiuqiao looked at Uncle Wan with dissatisfaction. Oh, do you still remember the Yin mansion? But you have lost all the gifts. What are you going to do if you go empty-handed? Uncle Wan had no choice but to persuade Yin Jiuqiao to stay in the carriage. He hurried back to the young master's mansion and hurriedly packed a bunch of gifts. Due to the rush of time, the 3 carts could not be put together, and only one lonely small cart was left. However, to make matters worse, when he finally dragged the gifts and could finally go to the Yin mansion, Yin Jiuqiao had already fallen asleep with a scallion in his arms. Yin Jiuqiao didn't make it to the Yin residence in the end. Uncle Wan dragged a cart of gifts that were all over the place and went to meet Miss Yin and Mrs. Yin. They thought it was young Master Yin who came in person. So the Yin family made a big show of it, not only calling all the guests to watch, but also almost bringing up the ancestral tablets. In the end, they only saw Uncle Wan, with such a young master who was so arrogant. Uncle Wan looked 10 years older in the morning. He didn't look like a powerful steward at all, but more like a handyman in the garden. Then look at the gift cart he dragged over. The antique vase with a missing leg, hid by the bumps in the car. The painted golden enamel armchair, scuffed when dragged into the car. The moldy Bayou frosted dry persimmon cake, awarded by the emperor last year. Forgotten to eat and thrown away. Everyone, this is not to visit the Yin family. This is to humiliate the Yin family. Mrs. Yin couldn't catch her breath, rolled her eyes and fainted. Chapter 39 Happy tied in. With the last dish of white braised mutton being served on the table, the banquet at the Bai mansion finally came to an end. The popularity of braised dishes exceeded everyone's imagination, especially the white braised mutton. Even the uncle himself did not expect it to be so popular. People in the Central Plains are not used to the smell of mutton. In order to remove the smell, the cooks often choose to add more spices and sauces. The spicy red brine has become the first choice for braised mutton. However, the uncle did the opposite and used the light white brine. As a result, the braised mutton was not fishy or smelly, but very tender and refreshing. This was the only braised dish that did not even have the soup. The remaining braised dishes were not bad either. They were all the first dishes on the table that were snapped up. The chefs, who didn't believe Yuan and her group could cook any good dishes, felt very embarrassed. They tasted the dishes of the Yu family and found them to be delicious. It was no wonder that the eldest lady invited them from afar. I admit defeat. An old chef of the Bai family patted his uncle on the shoulder and said with conviction, "The little girl can do it." The chef of Bai Yulu said that he had seen Yuan and knew that she could cook salt. But Miss Bai had issued a gag order, so this matter was not publicized. What he didn't expect was that the girl's knife skills were so good. If his apprentice was half as smart as this little girl, he could cook much faster. Of course, the two young men were not bad either. They worked hard all day long and did the dirty work without complaint. Even the youngest son stayed in the backyard obediently and didn't come in to make a fuss. They were all exhausted, especially the uncle who had difficulty walking. Yuan had tried not to let him do anything other than stewing, but even sitting on a chair and cutting vegetables all day was hard enough for him. "Where is little Tai Dan?" the uncle asked breathlessly. "In the backyard," Yu Song said. The three siblings went to the backyard. They were so busy today that they didn't care about the little guy's meal. He must be starving. He sat in front of the cold stove and ate the scallion pancakes that Yuan had left for him in the morning. They felt guilty, and their consciences hurt. However, when they went around the fence and came to that secluded corner, the little Tai Dan, who should have been hungry, cold, wronged and scared, was sitting on a box that he didn't know where he had moved from. How exquisite that box was. How exquisite it could be. He crossed his legs, holding a bunch of crystal clear purple grapes in one hand and a piece of dried meat with a good balance of fat and lean meat in the other. On the stove in front of him, the scallion pancakes had disappeared, replaced by a pot of milky and thick stew. Little Tai Dan ate a mouthful of dried meat and a grape with great relish, and drank a mouthful of hot thick soup from time to time, feeling so happy that he almost flew away. The corners of Yuan's mouth twitched. So, they worried for an afternoon and blamed themselves for 3 seconds. But in the end, this little guy lived happier than a god? Soon, Yuan discovered a number of exquisite and luxurious boxes beside little Tai Dan. Compared to these, the off-season fruits, dried venison, and oxtail soup that Xiao Tai Dan ate were nothing. What happened? Under Yuan's detailed questioning, Xiao Tai Dan honestly told everything that happened during the day. After listening to Xiao Tietan's words, the three of them heard the sound of their own heartbreak. They worked hard all day, but they were not as good as Xiao Tai Dan, who sold 2 cakes casually. "Ah, there is such a thing?" The uncle seemed a little surprised. "It's not that there are no little dandies in the capital who act eccentrically, but this kind of nonsense is rare in his life. There were only a few people when they came, but there were more carts when they went back. I'll ask if the Bai mansion has any extra carriages to rent to us," Yu Feng said. The uncle nodded. Yu Feng went to the bamboo shed to find Manager Ding. But he didn't find Manager Ding, but got a cold shoulder. "What did you say? You want to take 3 carts of things away? Who allowed you to take things from the Bai mansion?" The servant of the Bai mansion slammed the table and said, "The previous servant was gone, and this one was someone Yu Feng didn't know." Yu Feng explained, "It's not the Bai mansion's things. It's ours." "Your own? Why didn't I see you bringing so many things when you came?" The servant didn't believe Yu Feng's words, and hurriedly asked someone to invite Mrs. Bai. This Mrs. Bai was the second wife of Mr. Bai, a few years younger than Jiang. But she didn't look as young and beautiful as Jiang. But she was also pretty. Mrs. Bai led a large group of maids and old women to the kitchen in a mighty manner. The cooks who were packing up and preparing to leave were all frightened by this posture. Where are the things? Mrs. Bai asked with a cold face. The servant said, In the backyard. Please follow me. Madam. Madam Bai and the servant went into the backyard together, and came to the place where the gifts were placed. Madam Bai's eyes widened when she saw the top-grade yellow pear wood boxes. And when she looked at the things inside, her eyes almost fell out. Xiaoyan's family also had them. But who had ever seen such a big one? She could afford to wear fox fur. But when had she ever worn a Yuanshan purple fox? The silver she had on hand could buy a mountain of cows. But she would not dare to kill one of them to make oxtail soup even if she had 100 guts. Each and every one of these, although not gold, silver or jewelry, was worth a lot of gold. Silver or jewelry. Madam, there are so many guests today. They must have stolen the guests' gifts when no one was paying attention. If I hadn't discovered it in time, I'm afraid the people in the mansion would have allowed them to smuggle the things out of the mansion for the sake of the young lady. The servant said with a face full of praise. The servants were stupid and could not see the value of the gifts. But Mrs. Bai knew everything. With the status of the Bai family, if it were not for the relationship of the late Mrs. Bai's family, they would not have been able to buy the house on this street. How could the guests they made friends with get these rare things? But so what? She knew the truth. So she must tell the truth? The uncle said, We didn't steal anything. This is our first time to the Bai family. We don't know where you put the gifts. Besides, we didn't leave the kitchen without permission. The whole family is cooking in the kitchen. I can testify that they have never left. The old cook of the Bai family stood up and said. The cook of Bai Yulu also stood up. Yes. We can all testify that they have never left. The servant sneered. Really? Haven't they even gone to the toilet? This is a bit far-fetched. Yu Song pointed at his nose and said, Then use the time you spend going to the toilet to steal so many things for me. How dare you be so arrogant? The servant relied on Mrs. Bai's support for him, and did not take a country cook seriously at all. He raised a fist, and smashed it towards Yu Song's head. He is a martial arts master. If he takes this punch, Yu Song will have a bloody head. It was said that it was too late, and a white hand grabbed his wrist, turned around, and threw him to the ground with a beautiful shoulder throw. Then, Yuan took a step forward and stepped on his chest. Yuan, you dare to snatch the things my man gave you? You are tired of living. Chapter 40 Confrontation in Public. The servant immediately showed an extremely painful expression. He was trampled to death, and could not move at all. The scene in front of them only stunned everyone. No one expected that the servant would fight over a disagreement, and even more so that the servant would fail. Everyone's eyes fell on Yuan at the same time. They did not sympathize with the servants of the Bai mansion. They believed that the Yu family was innocent. But the girl's skills were too fast. They did not see how she moved. And the servant was trampled on the ground by her, crying and howling. What a bold wild girl. How dare you do evil in the Bai mansion? Mrs. Bai shouted angrily. The faces of the uncle and Yu Feng suddenly darkened. Get out of here. Mrs. Bai waved her sleeves and shouted. Although Mrs. Bai was not of high birth, she was the dignified mistress of the Bai family. She would not easily take Yuan, a little village girl with no birth and no support. Seriously? Is it a big deal to have a few tricks? She didn't believe it. They had so many guards in the Bai mansion, but they couldn't control a wild girl. What are you all standing there for? Go and find the guards. Mrs. Bai coldly ordered the maid beside her. The maid came back to her senses from the intense shock and looked at Yuan in horror. The cold eyes made the maid's heart jump. Husband. Madam. Do you want to? Mrs. Bai said impatiently. Just go if I ask you to go. What nonsense! The maid didn't dare to neglect it, and took small steps to ask for the guards. The guards came quickly. At this time, the servant who was stepped on the ground had completely fainted. It was unknown whether it was Yuan who stepped on him, or he was scared. Madam. The leading guard bowed to Madam Bai. Madam Bai's lips curled up proudly, pointing at Yuan and said, You guys, arrest her for me. The leading guard looked at Yuan and said awkwardly, Madam. They were invited into the mansion by the young lady. It would be inappropriate for me to arrest them rashly. May I ask, Madam, what exactly did this girl do wrong? The guard was quite clear-headed, and the father and son secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Madam Bai was a little unhappy. They didn't dare to arrest Bai Tang because he invited her into the mansion. Do they still have her as their mistress in their hearts? You mean, I can't order you around anymore? Madam Bai asked sarcastically. The leading guard said in a gentle voice, That's not what I meant. I That's enough. Mrs. Bai interrupted him very magnanimously. I understand that you are doing your duty. I might as well tell you that she stole the gifts from the Bai mansion and injured the servants. What do you think? Should she be arrested? The leading guard looked at the unconscious servant on the ground, and then looked at the pile of gifts. For a moment, he was hesitant. Mrs. Bai was a little embarrassed. The thief has entered the house. If you don't help catch the thief, what's the point of the Bai family keeping you? Madam Bai, you are the one who wants to throw dirty water on us. Why do you bother your guards? Yuan sighed. Who threw dirty water on you? Madam Bai asked, straightening her back. Yuan said, you keep calling us thieves. What did we steal? Madam Bai said, of course it was these gifts. Yuan said slowly, since Madam Bai insisted that they were gifts from the Bai family. Why don't you ask Madam Bai to bring the list of gifts today and check them in front of everyone to see which guest these gifts came from? Madam Bai choked immediately. Why? Madam Bai doesn't dare? Yuan asked calmly. Mrs. Bai's eyebrows jumped. But she cleverly didn't respond to Yuan's words. I wonder if you are really worldly wise. Or just pretending to be worldly wise. The number of guests who came to the Bai mansion today and the number of gifts given is so large that I can't count them even in 3 days and 3 nights. Then count for 3 days and 3 nights. Yuan interrupted her calmly. It would be best to invite the people from the government office and the people from the capital to make a notarization to see if we have stolen anything from the Bai family. You? Mrs. Bai choked and blushed. Who do you think you are? You said you want to check the list. So can I check the list for you? Mrs. Bai doesn't want to check. So I have to ask Miss Bai. Big brother. Please tell Miss Bai that you have something to ask her. Yuan's last sentence was to the leading guard. Mrs. Bai glared at the guard fiercely. You dare to go. Why doesn't he dare? Bai Tang walked out from behind the crowd. The moment she saw Bai Tang, Mrs. Bai's face changed. Miss Bai? Yuan greeted. Bai Tang walked to Yuan, took a list from the accompanying Ding Guancher, and said to Mrs. Bai, the details of the birthday banquet are all here. If you can't read, I will ask someone to read it to you. Or if you can read, you can read it yourself? This was really impolite. And Mrs. Bai was so angry that her face turned green. Sister Bai, we didn't steal anything. Xiao Taideng came over very politely. Bai Tang said, I know. I believe you. The list has been brought. If it really goes on, Mrs. Bai will lose face. If you insist on protecting a few little thieves, then go ahead. I don't care about the affairs of this mansion anymore. Mrs. Bai said coldly and left angrily. Let's all go, Miss Bai said to everyone. And did not forget to tell Steward Ding beside her. You've worked hard all day. Remember to reward them for me. When they heard that there was a reward, everyone stopped thinking about watching the fun and went to the account office with Steward Ding. Bai Tang looked at the Yu family with guilt. I'm sorry. You have been wronged. Yuan said, we should be the ones to say sorry. We have caused you trouble. Not everyone has the courage to tear their faces with their own family for a few outsiders. Even if the other party is a stepmother who is always at odds with them. Bai Tang said, I've heard enough nice things today. So don't be polite to me. It's getting late. I'll arrange a carriage to take you back. Yuan curled her lips. Thank you. What about you? Yufeng asked. The uncle glared at his son. It's Mr. Bai's birthday. So Miss Bai must stay to celebrate with her father. Miss Bai rarely showed a shy smile of a girl. Miss, the master is looking for you. Bai Tang was about to arrange a carriage when a servant from Mr. Bai came over. Bai Tang looked at Yuan and said, You just wait here. The carriage will be here soon. Yuan nodded. Bai Tang and the servant went to see Mr. Bai together. Not long after, several carriages really drove over. 3 of which were used to transport goods. And the other 2. They actually only needed 1 carriage. Yuan paused, not knowing what she was thinking about, and walked to the last carriage, gently lifted the curtain, and saw Bai Tang sitting in the carriage. Bai Tang, who was still high-spirited a second ago, now looked like a child who had suffered a lot of grievances. His thin back was stiff. His hands tightly grasped the handkerchief. His eyes were red, and big tears fell. I feel sorry for Xiao Bai for a second. Chapter 41 Whereabouts of the Child. On the way back, Yuan and her brother and Bai Tang were in 1 carriage, and the uncle and his son were in another carriage. The remaining 3 carriages carrying New Year goods followed steadily behind. When they came out of Bai Mansion, it was snowing lightly in the sky. The carriage was moving slowly, leaving a creaking sound in the snow. Little Tai-Dan was tired from playing, and fell asleep in Yuan's arms as soon as he got on the carriage. Everyone on the way was very quiet. It was midnight when they arrived at Bayou Tower. The whole town fell into a deep sleep, and the door of Bayou Tower was closed. Do you want me to call someone? Yu Feng jumped off the carriage, came to the carriage of Yuan and Bai Tang, and asked through the curtain. Bai Tang's expression had returned to normal, and she responded lightly. Yu Feng hurriedly knocked on the door of Bayou Tower. The old man who opened the door was the maid brought by the late lady from her parents' home. After the late lady passed away, he and his wife had been serving Bai Tang. Now the two old men live in Bayou Building and do not interfere with the restaurant business much, but are more responsible for Bai Tang's daily life. It's Mississippi. Seeing Bai Tang coming out of the carriage, the old man did not show too much surprise. He held the lamp and welcomed Bai Tang in. Wait. Yuan took down the gift that she had picked before getting on the carriage. It's not a valuable thing. I hope Miss Bai will not despise it. Bai Tang looked at Yuan expressionlessly, without asking why she was giving it to her. Nor did he say anything to refuse. Yuan didn't care about her stinky face. After all, children, if they are wronged, they will always be in a bad mood for a while. Yuan curved the corners of her lips and said, I'll take it up for you. Yeah. This time she spoke. Let me do it. The old man went to help Yuan. I'll do it. Yu Feng took a quick step forward and took over most of the things. Only 2 boxes of snacks were left, which Yuan carried in. The old man woke up his wife, and the 2 old people went to the kitchen to boil water for Bai Tang and make supper. Yu Feng and Yuan followed Bai Tang to the backyard. The lights in the house had been turned on by the old man, and Yu Feng walked towards the house with his head down, walking faster than Yuan and Bai Tang. Oh! Yuan thought of something and was about to call Yu Feng, but Yu Feng had already rushed into the house carrying several large bags of things. After a while, Yu Feng came out with a red face. I didn't see anything when he passed by Bai Tang, he said incoherently, and then he stiffened his neck and ran out of Bayou Tower with his hands and feet together. Bai Tang was worried and didn't hear what Yu Feng said at all, nor did he notice Yu Feng's panic. Before crossing the threshold, she paused, as if she was whispering or explaining. My father was not like this before. When I was a child, he treated me very well. I understand. Yuan nodded. Here are the things. Bai Tang took the 2 boxes of snacks. Yuan said goodbye to her and turned to walk towards the door. Thank you, Bai Tang suddenly said, not knowing what he was thanking Yuan for. Yuan turned around and smiled. Yes. Bai Tang did not explain what happened to him, and the Yu family members did not ask him. However, not asking did not mean that they would not guess. Most likely, Mrs. Bai was defeated by Bai Tang, and turned around to complain to Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai blamed Bai Tang for embarrassing her stepmother for a few outsiders. How could Miss Bai swallow such grievances with her hot temper? The father and daughter probably quarreled a lot. Miss Bai is a poor person. Yu Feng sighed on the way back in the carriage. Yu Song rolled his eyes at his brother. She is pitiful? She has no worries about food and clothes. And the Bai family has more money than she can spend in a lifetime. If she is pitiful, then what are we? You are almost unable to eat, and you actually pity a rich lady. Brother, are you stupid? Yu Feng was choked and his face flushed. The corners of Yuan's lips curled. Apart from the misunderstanding of Mrs. Bai, this visit to the Bai mansion was fruitful. The stew dishes they made were well received by the guests. Many people asked the Bai mansion where the chef was hired, when they heard that it was not from the Bai mansion or Bai Yulu. Some people immediately expressed their intention to invite the Yu family to their own house. Yuan and her uncle declined the guests' kindness, and the guests placed orders instead. Yesterday alone, they received orders from 3 large families. If Yuan was not worried that she would be too busy to accept them, there would be more. The above is what they earned. And there is also what Xiao Tai-Dan earned. Xiao Tai-Dan earned a little more. The family, including the 6 Jiang, counted together for a whole morning before they finally finished counting the 3 carts of things. It was not yellow or white, but all of them were top-quality rouge and powder, silk and satin, rare animal skins, antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and some local specialty food. They couldn't wear silk and satin, so they could sell them at the cloth shop. Animal skins could be worn under cotton-padded clothes, which were windproof and warm. As for those strange bottles and jars and calligraphy and paintings, this jar is big, just right for pickles. An antique kiln jar from the previous dynasty was taken by the aunt to pickle pickles. This jar is a little small, but it can be used to raise fish fry. A translucent glass bowl from the western regions was taken by Yusong to raise fish fry. The luminous cup was used to feed water to the chickens. The bronze fish wash basin, shaped like a wash basin, from the previous dynasty was used to soak feet. There's a hole in the wall. It's always ventilated. The original painting of the first imperial painter in the palace was pasted on the earthen wall of the kitchen with a snap. On the other side, Madame Yin couldn't bear the humiliation and fainted on the spot. It took her 3 days to wake up. All the guests that day witnessed the humiliation of the Yin family. As the saying goes, good news doesn't go out, but bad news spreads 1,000 miles. For a time, the news that Yin Ryu fell out of favor before she got married spread like wildfire in the capital. Madame Yin almost fainted after hearing about it. Yin Ryu brought a bowl of ginseng soup and sat down by the bed. Mother, please take care of yourself. How can Madame Yin take care of herself? Their Yin family was responsible for the murder of the royal heir, and it was only thanks to the marriage with young Master Yin that they were able to redress it. If young Master Yin refused this marriage, wouldn't their Yin family have to go back to jail? Madame Yin stopped Yin Ryu from feeding her the ginseng soup, stared at her and said, you must think of a way quickly. You can't let young Master Yin cancel this marriage. He won't cancel it. Yin Ryu lowered her eyes and stirred the ginseng soup with a spoon and said, I gave birth to his flesh and blood. Have you forgotten, Mother? Madame Yin murmured, flesh and blood. Yes, that's right. You also have Yin Jiocha's flesh and blood. Mothers are honored by their sons. And he will definitely recognize you and your son. Yin Ryu scooped a spoonful of ginseng soup and fed it to Madame Yin's mouth. Don't worry, Mother. I have arranged everything. The children will arrive in the capital in 2 days at most. Chapter 42. 3 Little Kids. Gao Mansion. Gao Yuan stood in the corridor where the cold wind was howling, staring at the heavy snow in the courtyard. Shi Lin did not sleep well, but planned to escape late at night and stroll around the most prosperous place in the capital. However, when he pushed the door open, he saw his uncle standing at the door in a daze. He was so scared that his knees went weak. But soon, he found that his uncle did not see him. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and after hesitating for a while, he walked towards his uncle. Uncle, it's so cold. Why are you standing in the wind? Gao Yuan's eyes still fell on the flying snow. The weather is going to change. Change? Shi Lin looked at the flying snow and said puzzledly, it's already so cold. How can it change? I'll ask you again. Where is my son? Gao Jiji, I'll give you one last chance. I'll count to 3. If you still don't tell me the whereabouts of my son, I'll kill your little nephew. Gao Yuan closed his eyes with a complicated expression. 2 more days. 2 more days before he disappears. His voice was very low, but Shi Lin had good hearing. Shi Lin wondered, what's missing? Who's missing? Uncle has been really weird lately. Yuan was awakened by a grunting sound of chewing. She turned her head and found that the quilt beside her had bulged out. Little Taidan was kneeling under the quilt with his butt sticking out. He grabbed a piece of crispy, soft, sweet, and moist crabapple pastry and stuffed it into his mouth. He thought the noise was not loud, but he didn't know that he had woken Yuan up. Yuan was so embarrassed that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These 2 nights, she always heard the sound of a little mouse chewing something. It turned out that it was not a dream, nor was it a little mouse, but this little Taidan who was stealing food. How many times have I told you not to eat at night? You will eat your teeth. You know? As soon as Yuan's voice sounded, there was no movement in the quilt. Yuan was even more amused. Okay. It's daybreak. Come out if you want to eat. Xiao Taidan didn't come out. At this time, a small sound came from behind the kitchen. Yuan looked in the direction of the kitchen, patted Xiao Taidan's butt through the quilt. I'll deal with you when I come back. After that, she put on her clothes and went to the backyard to open the door for Yufeng. They received 3 orders at the Bai Mansion's birthday banquet, which were 30 kilograms of white braised mutton, 10 red braised ducks and 20 red braised elbows, 10 kilograms of yellow braised tofu, 5 kilograms of braised large intestines, and 10 kilograms of pork belly. Today is the delivery day, and the location is Bayou Building. But Yufeng didn't come to ask her to deliver the goods. He came to give Yuan some steamed buns, freshly cooked steamed buns, with cabbage filling, mutton filling, and brown sugar filling. Thank you. Brother. Yuan took the basket, lit a fire, heated the steamed buns in the pot, washed up, took a brown sugar steamed bun, and went out with Yufeng. They took the ox cart that they had rented with Xuanzi's father 2 days ago, and went to the town. The town was more lively than usual, with a constant flow of traffic and pedestrians. Some were returning to Beijing, and some were returning home from Beijing. The restaurants and inns were full, and even the Feitsue building, which had lost most of its business to the Bayou building, was full of guests. The brother and sister moved the braised dishes into the Bayou building. Are the brothers and sisters here? Shopkeeper Zhou came over with a smile. Shopkeeper Zhou, Yuan greeted. We are here to deliver the dishes. Shopkeeper Zhou said with a smile. You are here really early. They haven't arrived yet. But it doesn't matter. The young lady has already told you that if they don't arrive, you just leave the dishes here, and I will pay you first. Yuan did not refuse. Then I will trouble you. Shopkeeper Zhou. It's a small matter. Shopkeeper Zhou waved his hand, and turned to check the goods. Yufeng suddenly said, Is Miss Bai not here? Yuan glanced at him. Shopkeeper Zhou was stunned for a moment and said, The young lady has returned to Beijing. I'm afraid she won't come before the new year. Did she go back by herself? Yufeng asked. Shopkeeper Zhou smiled and said, The master took her back. Is that so? Yufeng was a little surprised. Yuan was also like that. She thought that Mr. Bai was partial to Bai Tang to the core, and didn't care about her life or death at all. It seemed that he still loved her. But maybe the bowl of water was not so fair. Braised mutton is 80 won per catty. Braised duck is 100 won per head. Braised elbow is 80 won per head. Braised tofu is 10 won per catty. Shopkeeper Zhou recited while clacking on the abacus. Soon, he calculated all the accounts. A total of 4 taels of silver and 840 won. This is the New Year's price, which is twice as much as usual. Yuan was very satisfied. After taking the silver, Yuan thanked Shopkeeper Zhou. I'm going to drive the ox cart. You wait here for me, Yufeng said. Their ox cart was parked in the alley on the right side of Bayou building, where there was a waiter watching. Yufeng went. Yuan waited for him in the lobby. But after waiting for a long time, Yufeng didn't come with the ox cart. Yuan felt something was wrong and hurried to the alley where the ox cart was parked. The ox cart was still there, but Yufeng was gone. Yuan asked the waiter who was watching the cart, but was told that Yufeng didn't come to drive the ox cart at all. Yuan went to the toilet and the backyard to look for Yufeng again, but still couldn't find any trace of Yufeng. This was strange. Yufeng was not a person who would leave without saying goodbye. If he had any temporary changes, he would definitely let her know first. Are you looking for your elder brother? Asked a young man who was doing sweeping. Yuan nodded. Did you see him? The waiter pointed to another alley not far away. He went there with a few people. Yuan's first reaction was that Yufeng was kidnapped. In fact, Yuan really guessed it right. Yufeng was kidnapped by a few thugs. When the brother and sister pulled a cart of goods into Bayou building, the thugs had already targeted them. However, the thugs probably never expected that the silver was not on Yufeng, but in Yuan's hands. In this case, Yufeng was afraid that he would suffer. Yuan's eyes turned cold. Are you sure it's that alley? Sure. Turn right, the cleaning boy said with great confidence. Yuan clenched her fist, grabbed a sickle from the basket, and walked in the direction the boy pointed. Shh. Keep your voice down. I finally caught someone. Don't scare the police. Passing by a seemingly abandoned house, Yuan heard the voice of a man from inside. Yuan stopped and heard another person say, Don't be afraid of the police. We have more than a dozen brothers. Yuan, who was about to rush into the yard with a knife, stopped. Besides, didn't he give me medicine? He can't wake up. He was given medicine? Yuan felt strange. Come here, all of you. The leading man whispered something to his brothers. And soon, the door was opened. Yuan hurriedly hid behind a big tree nearby. About 7 or 8 people left. With half the number of people, Yuan felt more likely to win. But she still didn't plan to force her way in. She looked at the big tree in front of her, put the sickle on her waist, climbed the tree with her bare hands, and climbed over the wall. It's time for dinner. Coming. This house didn't look big, but it had 2 entrances. The place where she climbed over happened to be in the last row of wing rooms. The guard went to the main room to serve food, and Yuan wanted to rescue Yufeng before he came back. Yuan came to the locked wing room, pulled out the hairpin on her head, pried open the lock, and entered the door silently. The room was quiet. The curtains on the bed were lowered, covering the inside tightly. Yuan felt even more strange. Was it too grand to treat a country vendor like this? She frowned and pulled back the curtain. How could it be her eldest brother? They were clearly 3 little kids under 2 years old. Chapter 43. Take the buns away. These little kids are so cute. Chubby. White and tender. Yuan has never seen such a charming child in her life. She wanted to kiss their chubby faces. Yuan is not good at getting close to others. She only held hands with little Tai Dan. However, she wanted to kiss, hug and hold the children she met for the first time. This is really unlike her. Yuan shook her head. Now is not the time to sigh about this. These children were wearing cloth clothes that didn't fit them well. It should be that the robbers had replaced their original clothes to hide their tracks. To be able to do this, it can be seen that they are veterans. Once they are discovered, it will be difficult to escape. After thinking about it, Yuan didn't dare to stay any longer. She found a backpack in the house to carry sundries. The backpack hadn't been used for a long time. It was dusty and had 2 holes. But Yuan didn't care about these. She first tested the sturdiness of the backpack, then spread the quilt into the backpack, and then carefully put the 3 children in. Finally, she covered the children with cotton, put the backpack on her back, and walked out of the house quietly. As soon as she left, the robbers came with food. He was eating while walking, and as soon as he looked up, he saw the copper lock on the ground. He frowned, kicked the door open, walked to the bed in 2 steps, and rudely pulled down the curtain. When he saw that there was no one on the bed, and even the quilt was missing, he shouted loudly, "Oh no! Someone has been here. The children are gone." The robbers hurriedly dropped their bowls and chased out in a swarm. After Yuan climbed out of the house, she was going to run to a crowded place. But she ran into the robbers soon. These people were not staying in the house to take the money, but were ordered by the leader of the robbers to go out to get information. Yuan ran into them by chance. They didn't know Yuan, nor did they know what was hidden in Yuan's basket, so they didn't intend to bother her. Unexpectedly, the robbers in the house chased her out, and one of them shouted angrily, "Heisey! Catch her!" She took the person away. Upon hearing this, the robbers rushed towards Yuan. Yuan kicked a robber away, and the robber bumped into the robber behind him, forcing a path out. Yuan rushed over. Just as she was about to cross this deserted alley, the robbers in the house took a detour from the other side and blocked the exit mercilessly. This time, they couldn't rush through. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. Yuan took a few steps back and turned into another alley at the fork in the road. This group of people seemed to be very familiar with the terrain. They not only blocked all the alleys that might lead to the downtown, but also led away the patrolling officials. Yuan had not been to Lianhua town many times. She relied on her instinct to avoid danger to shuttle through the secluded alleys. In the end, she didn't even know where she was. Along the deserted path, Yuan panted and held onto a tree. Although her body was strong, it couldn't withstand such a tossing. The 3 children didn't weigh much when separated, but they still weighed a lot when stacked together. Not to mention that she had to run so fast. I'm so tired. Yuan was exhausted and her clothes were soaked. But she didn't dare to stay any longer, as she was worried that the robbers would catch up with her. She continued to walk forward with her head down. After about half an hour, a dilapidated temple appeared in front of her. Yuan really didn't have the strength to continue on her way, so she decided to rest in the temple first. She entered the dilapidated temple, but unexpectedly found that she was not the only one who rested there. The benches in the temple were all broken, and on the messy ground where there was no place to stand, a man in a sky blue cloak sat on a broken piece of wood. The man was tall, and his sitting posture was somewhat casual and unrestrained, but his back was straight, and he exuded a gentle and elegant temperament. The light in the temple was dim. Yuan could only see the outline of a face, but it was definitely an impeccable outline, handsome to the point of being unexpected. Yuan couldn't help but take another look. She was very sure that the man had heard her movements, but the other party looked calm and relaxed, and didn't even raise his eyelids, as if he didn't care at all that another person had broken into this place. The other party didn't say anything, so Yuan naturally wouldn't take the initiative to strike up a conversation. Yuan found an old mat opposite the man and sat down. She held the backpack in front of her and looked at the man warily. Seeing that the other party really didn't pay attention to this side, she gently lifted a corner of the quilt and looked at the child sleeping soundly inside. Brother, there is a temple in front. Not far away. The voice of the robber came. Yuan's expression turned cold. All of you. Follow me. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Yuan hurriedly walked towards the back door, but found that there was a lake behind the back door. She gritted her teeth secretly, turned back to the temple, and hid behind the Buddha statue covered with spider webs. When the 5 robbers crossed the threshold, Yuan drew the sickle from her waist. Did you see a girl? Carrying a basket? Said the leading robber. Yes, said the man. Yuan tightened the handle of the knife. Where? Asked the leading robber again. The man pointed outside the door. Go east. The robbers looked at the man deeply, and then exchanged glances with each other. I don't know if the man's aura frightened the group of people. In the end, the group of people did not choose to provoke him, and turned to chase in the direction he pointed. Yuan closed her eyes, breathed a sigh of relief, put away her sickle, held the backpack, hit the Buddha statue and walked out. Thank you, she said. Do you know how to make a fire? The man asked. Yes, Yuan said. The man threw a fire starter to Yuan. Yuan put down the backpack, found some hay and dead branches, and lit a small fire in front of the man. Then, she returned to the place where she had sat before and held the backpack in her arms. The man picked up a piece of dead branch, poked the fire and said, If you keep it like this, it will suffocate the child. Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of vigilance. If you don't mind, come and warm yourself by the fire, the man said calmly. Yuan looked at him without blinking, although she didn't know how he saw it. If he had evil intentions, he would have betrayed her long ago. Thinking of this, Yuan suppressed her vigilance again. She sat over with the backpack and the mat, and slowly uncovered the quilt. The bright firelight suddenly shone over, reflecting on 3 rosy little faces. Looking at those sleeping little faces, somehow, her heart softened. Chapter 44 Successful Escape. Outside the temple, heavy snow began to fall. The snowflakes fell in a flurry, and there was silence all around. Such weather was not suitable for traveling. Yuan glanced at the children beside her. She didn't know if they were drugged by the robbers, but they were still sleeping soundly. However, the 3 of them were breathing evenly, and their faces were ruddy. They didn't look sick, which made Yuan feel relieved. Soon, Yuan thought of Yufeng. She was going to find Yufeng, but the robbers chased her all the way here. She didn't know what happened to Yufeng. She hoped that he was smart enough to find a way to get away. Bang! The firewood in the fire exploded lightly. Yuan came back to her senses, picked up the dead branches, and moved the firewood that was heated unevenly. She only had a bun for breakfast, and now she felt a little hungry. She went to the backpack to find something to eat. As soon as she reached out her hand, she remembered that this was not the backpack she'd brought from home. She took her hand back with regret. Suddenly, a white pancake was handed over across the firewood. Yuan's eyes fell on the hand that handed the pancake. It was undoubtedly a hand with distinct joints, strong and slender, but there were thin calluses and scratches on the index finger and the base of the thumb. Yuan looked at his luggage again. A bundle, and a long thing wrapped in black cloth. Yuan didn't look at more. There was nothing to see. The man only brought 2 pieces of luggage. Yuan took the pancake he handed over, and said thank you again. Yuan was about to put the pancake into her mouth, but she thought of something and asked him again, Do you have any more? Yes, the man said in a low voice. Yuan asked again, Do you need me to heat it up for you? Okay. The man took out the remaining 2 pancakes from his bag. Yuan built a simple rack with dead branches and baked her own pancake. The pancake was baked crispy and soft. When you bite it, you can hear the crispy sound of the pastry. The solidified white sugar juice melted completely, soaking the inner layer of the pancake soft, and the sweet taste filled the whole mouth. At this moment, Yuan was really glad to hide in this dilapidated temple, and even more fortunate to meet this man. Not only did she successfully get rid of the group of robbers, but she also ate such delicious pancakes. But soon, Yuan found that she was too lucky. There was another rustling sound outside the dilapidated temple. Is it the group of robbers? Yuan paused with the pancake in her hand. Before the man could answer, he heard a whoosh, and an arrow flew through the window. Yuan's eyebrows jumped, and she quickly turned sideways, and threw herself on the 3 children. The arrow rushed past her back, passed through the fire on the firewood pile, and shot straight at the man opposite. The man's hand touched the thing wrapped in black cloth, raised his hand and pulled it, and a sword with cold light flashed out, splitting the oncoming arrow in half without mercy. Yuan thought to herself, "It's a swordsman." More and more arrows flew in, and the window frame couldn't bear the impact. And with a click, the whole piece fell off. The cold wind mixed with snow blew in wantonly. Yuan hurriedly stuffed the child into the backpack. The gate of the dilapidated temple was rudely kicked open, and more than a dozen well-trained figures jumped in, all holding knives, masked, and murderous. Yuan could almost conclude that this was a group of killers. This day was wonderful. Today, she not only encountered robbers, but also killers. She didn't think that she, a little village girl, had the ability to provoke a group of killers. If she guessed correctly, the other party was coming for the man in the temple. She happened to stay with him, so she was regarded as his accomplice. Now it's good. I thought I had a backer. But who would have thought that it turned into a volcano? Killers are much more difficult to deal with than robbers. If she had known earlier, she should have run farther away. But knowing earlier is worth 1,000 gold. Now she has no choice but to fight to the death. Fortunately, in her previous life, she was forced by her aunt to learn some skills, so she was not completely defenseless. But the three little things in the backpack. The group of killers seemed to have seen her weakness, and they bypassed her front and attacked her backpack instead. A long knife stabbed over, and it was about to stab the backpack. Yuan turned around without thinking and pointed the blade at her heart. It happened in a flash. "Brother, look! It's that woman! The group of robbers are back again. Don't wade into the muddy water." The leading robber stopped the brothers, who were about to rush in. "We are not their opponents. Money is important, but it can't buy life." The robbers turned around and were about to leave. But Yuan opened her mouth and said, "Brother, you came at the right time. They bullied us. Come over and kill them." Hack! The leading robber gritted his teeth. It was too late to get out. The killer listened to Yuan's words and divided a group of people without saying a word, and started killing the robbers. The quiet ruined temple suddenly became extremely lively. Yuan took advantage of the chaos to escape. The man was still inside. Yuan looked back at the ruined temple. He fooled the robbers for her once, and she helped him to pull a group of scapegoats. It was even. From now on, they will each take care of their fate and owe each other nothing. With the killer's restraint, no robbers caught up with her along the way, and Yuan returned to the town safely. She first went to Baiyu Tower to see if Yu Feng had returned. But when she arrived at the door, she ran into Bai Tang coming out of the lobby. "Miss Yu?" Bai Tang was surprised. Yuan was also quite surprised. "Miss Bai?" Bai Tang frowned and said, "Where did you go just now? Your elder brother has been looking for you." Yuan said, "My elder brother is back?" "Yes." Bai Tang nodded. "Is he okay?" Yuan asked. Bai Tang raised his eyebrows and said, "What can happen to him? That is, he was not bullied by those hooligans. Come to think of it, Yu Feng is honest, but not stupid. I was too concerned and thought that he couldn't even deal with a few little hooligans. Fortunately, it was a misunderstanding. Otherwise, I had been waiting for him in Baiyu Tower. How could I have met these kids by accident?" Bai Tang urged, "Don't run around anymore. Just wait for your elder brother in Baiyu Tower. He will come back here if he can't find you." Yuan smiled and nodded. "By the way, Miss Bai, I heard from shopkeeper Zhou that you went back to the capital and won't come before the new year. Did something happen in Baiyu Tower?" Bai Tang sighed. "It's not Baiyu Tower. It's the capital. Something big happened in the capital. The flesh and blood of young Master Yin disappeared. I heard that they disappeared near Lianhua town. So I came here to find out the news. Is it the flesh and blood born to that general's daughter?" Bai Tang and Yuan mentioned the relationship between the general's daughter and the young master of Yinqing. But Yuan was not sure whether young Master Yin had only this woman. Bai Tang looked at Yuan strangely. Of course, he had children with her. Young Master Yin is not interested in women. There is not even a maid in his room. It is rumored that he is inhumane. Only Miss Yin made him make an exception. If it is not with her, who else could it be? Yuan thought of the children in the backpack, pinched her fingers and said, "It can't be 3 children. How do you know it's 3? To be honest, if the news of the huge sum of money to find the child had not spread, Bai Tang would not have known that Miss Yin was so fertile." When Yuan thought of a few little milk bags calling other women mother, she felt a little uncomfortable. It must be the post station that made me prejudiced against her. After finding a perfect excuse for her irrational emotions, Yuan took a long breath, hugged the backpack in her arms, hesitated for a moment, lifted the corner of the quilt and said, "Look. Is it them?" Chapter 45. Going to recognize the sun. As the year draws to a close, every household is busy, and the Gao family is no exception. The servants sweep the courtyard, hang red lanterns, and paste couplets. Shi Lin also went to paste a few couplets, not because he likes it, but only in this way can he leave the study with a clear conscience. Uncle is good in everything, but he always forces him to study. "Oh, I'm so tired." Shi Lin was sweating profusely for fear that his uncle couldn't see it, so he sat directly opposite his uncle. Gao Yuan was playing a chess game. Shi Lin was not surprised. This was a game left by a fortune teller of the previous dynasty. It has been passed down for hundreds of years, and no one has solved it so far. He has always seen his uncle thinking about this game, since he could remember. Uncle is the most knowledgeable person in the Dali dynasty, and the emperor still hopes that he can solve this game in his lifetime. "Uncle! Uncle!" Shi Lin waved his hand in front of Gao Yuan's eyes and snorted. "Don't stare at the chess game all the time. It will hurt your mind. You have been sitting here for 3 hours. This is a bit exaggerated. They just sat down in the afternoon, and it was not even evening yet." But Gao Yuan's consciousness finally returned, and he sighed softly. Shi Lin vaguely felt that his uncle sighed not because he couldn't solve the chess game. He rolled his eyes and looked at Gao Yuan on the table and said, "Uncle, what are you thinking about? Is it about Yin Jiuchu?" Since his uncle inexplicably told him not to provoke this person, he began to inquire about the other party's news everywhere. Unexpectedly, the life story of this young master of Yinqing is quite complicated. His father was once the Prince of Yin. The current emperor is his uncle. Yinqing, the richest city in the Dali dynasty, was his family's fief. The Prince of Yin died when he was 7 years old. After that, Yin Jiuchao neither appointed a crown prince nor inherited the throne. It was not because the emperor did not allow it, but because he himself did not want to. Shi Lin did not know what this guy was thinking, but it was none of Shi Lin's business. Less than a year after the death of the Prince of Yin, the Princess of Yin remarried. She married Xiao Shenting, the current Grand Marshal of the army. It is said that this Lord Xiao doted on the Princess of Yin very much and treated Yin Jiuchu as his own son. It was a pity that Yin Jiuchao could not adapt to the climate of the capital, so he still lived in Yinqing. Shi Lin grabbed his head and said, "How old is Yin Jiuchu this year?" 22. 25. 23. Gao Yuan said. Shi Lin smiled mischievously. Uncle is really thinking about him. By the way, I have some news about him. Do you want to hear it? Uncle? What news? Gao Yuan asked. The child born to him by the daughter of the Yin family is missing. Shi Lin had inquired about so many things about Yin Jiuchao, and naturally did not miss the most romantic and most talked about one. It was rumored that he was impotent, but he made 3 rumors one by one, which really slapped many men in the face. Uncle, why are you not surprised at all? Last time you said someone disappeared 2 days later. Are you talking about Yin Jiuchao's flesh and blood? The time just happens to match. Uncle, didn't you send someone to steal his child? Gao Yuan really wanted to kill this kid. Shi Lin curled his lips. Well, he was just talking nonsense. Uncle is not that kind of person. A servant who was hanging lanterns in the corridor said, Master Qi, the news you said is from before. Master Yan's flesh and blood have been found. Not to mention Shi Lin. Even Gao Yuan was shocked. In Lianhua town, the majestic guard surrounded the Bayou building. A graceful daughter of a noble family, wearing a translucent veil and a soft pink cloak, got off the carriage with the help of a maid. She walked into the Bayou building with an anxious look but elegant steps. The restaurant had been cleared, and the huge lobby was packed with guards from the Yin mansion. Miss, the child is in the side room in the backyard. A guard said respectfully. Reward? Yin Ryu said lightly, and the accompanying maid took out the reward silver for the guard. The guard was ecstatic. Yin Ryu and her servant went to the backyard. Bai Tang's side room. Bai Tang and Yuan were waiting early. The news was sent by Bai Tang, since he lived next door to Bai's house. It was easy to find him. He was notified soon. Yin Ryu came without stopping. She didn't look embarrassed at all. She seemed to be able to maintain the reserve and elegance of a noble lady, no matter when and where. This was the first time Yuan saw the true face of the daughter of a general. She was indeed a woman who even the impotent Master Yin had successfully charmed. She was really pretty. When Yuan looked at Yin Ryu's eyes also turned to Yuan. This was also the first time Yin Ryu really saw Yuan. She recognized at a glance that this was not the daughter of a merchant in Bai's house. Not her shabby clothes, but her quiet and peaceful temperament when she was still, which made people think of without indifference. One cannot clarify his ambition. And without tranquility, one cannot achieve far. Such a person would not be a merchant woman. Such a village girl, even when she is farming, is as beautiful as a painting at sunset. The middle-aged maid bought the braised meat from the Yu family, and quickly recognized Yuan. She smiled kindly and said, "Girl, is it you? Do you still remember me? Mother Lin. Do you know her?" Yin Ryu was surprised. Mother Lin smiled and said, "The marinade that you praised as being as good as Lady Dew's was bought from her stall. Is it that, the village girl who was almost caught by the brigade?" Yin Ryu murmured, looking at Yuan, showing a gentle smile through the gauze. "We are really destined to meet." Yuan did not respond. Nor did she even look at her, but just silently stayed by the bed, watching the three sleeping children. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Mother Lin smiled awkwardly and tried to smooth things over, saying, "Last time, the young lady helped Miss Yu out of trouble. And this time Miss Yu saved the young lady's flesh and blood. This is what good deeds do." Bai Tang didn't like what she said, as if her child was saved because of her own good deeds and had nothing to do with others. She didn't think about the fact that even if she hadn't been there, Yuan might not have been caught. But if Yuan hadn't been there this time, her child would not have come back. Do you know what kind of people they are? Desperate robbers. Cold-blooded killers. Which one is easy to deal with? Yuan's life was almost lost. You can't say that, Mother Lin. Yin Ryu said gently. No matter what. I really thank Miss Yu for this matter. Mother Lin smiled and nodded. Miss. You are right. I am too. After talking for so long. Don't you come to see how the child is doing? Yuan suddenly said. The expressions of Yin Ryu and Mother Lin froze at the same time. Little milk bag, if you don't let me wake up, I will wet the bed. Asterisk. The Crown Prince becomes a concubine. Your Highness the Crown Prince wait for me / Wan Ningning. Introduction. As a waste in the killer world of the 21st century. She is, in the words of her companions, incapable of success and more likely to fail. She traveled through time and space and became a crown prince disguised as a man? No. In fact, it was a female gangster who met an ascetic old driver. He is the crown prince of Chiyua country. Handsome and unparalleled. Moody. And behind his peerless elegance is a ruthless and decisive killer. Because of a dream, she met him. Since then, there have been 2 rumors about Chiyua that have become the topic of conversation among the people of Beijing. It is rumored that the Crown Prince of Nanyang and the peerless Crown Prince are a pair of gays. It is rumored that the Crown Prince is still the one below. Chapter 46. The young master arrives. Miss, don't just be grateful to your benefactor. Go and see the children, Mother Lin said with a choked voice. Yin Ryu hurried to the bed. Since her mother had come, Yuan couldn't stand here any longer. So she got up and walked to Bai Tang's side. Yin Ryu sat down at the head of the bed, looked at the 3 children worriedly, then reached out to tuck the corners of the children's quilts, and found that the children's clothes were not right. She frowned and said angrily, "What do the wet nurses do? Why do they dress the children like this?" Yuan said, "It should not be the wet nurse's business. The robbers changed the original clothes to cover up their tracks. Otherwise, a group of men in cloth clothes, holding 3 children dressed in fine clothes and eating delicious food, would be seen as wrong by anyone." Yin Ryu nodded and said softly, "So that's how it is. I almost blamed the Nani wrongly. Mother Lin, go get some clothes from the carriage." "Yes, Mississippi." Mother Lin went to the carriage and got a few clean and warm clothes, including tiger head hats, tiger head shoes, cotton padded clothes and trousers. As expected of a child from a wealthy family, the clothes alone are enough for ordinary people to eat for several years. Mother Lin started to change clothes for one of the children. Yin Ryu paused for a while, and also picked up a set of clothes. There was only one set left, and Yuan took it over with ease. Bai Tang couldn't do the delicate work of taking care of children, and there was no 4th child for her to worry about. She just watched quietly from the side. Unexpectedly, something incredible happened. The child held by Lin Mama and Yin Ryu twisted and turned in their arms, kicking and hitting his legs, as if he was about to break free at any time. Looking at the child in Yuan's arms, he had been stripped down to his underwear by Yuan, and his head was still being tossed around, but he was still sleeping like a pig. In the end, Lin Mama and Yin Ryu were sweating, but they didn't even take off the pants of the eldest and second child, while Yuan had already dressed the third child beautifully. "Let me do it," Yuan said to the two. Lin Mama was so tired that she couldn't speak. Who would have thought that the child was so small, but so strong? In the past, wet nurses always complained that it was difficult to take care of children. She and the young lady didn't take it to heart, thinking that the wet nurses were lazy. Now that they tried it themselves, they realized that the wet nurses were still holding back. "I don't know how Miss Yu did it so easily. Could it be that the farmers are strong?" "Yes, that must be the case." Mother Lin handed over the clothes in her hand. "Then I'll have to trouble Miss Yu." Yuan picked up the second child. Strangely enough, the second child, who was kicking and hitting, became obedient and motionless when he was in Yuan's arms. If he was not still snoring, several people would have thought he had fainted. After the second child was dressed beautifully, Yuan looked at Yin Ryu. Yin Ryu gritted her teeth and handed over the clothes in her hand. Yuan also dressed the eldest child. It went incredibly smoothly. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Yin Ryu and Lin's mother wouldn't have believed it was true. These little devils, who drive away 7 or 8 wet nurses a month and have bad tempers even when sleeping. How could they be so obedient in the hands of a village girl? "I heard that the robbers drug him. I'm afraid the drug hasn't worn off yet, and he's still confused," Lin's mother whispered. Yin Ryu didn't say anything, just stared at Yuan. She didn't know what she was thinking of. She whispered a few words in Lin Mama's ear. Lin Mama's eyes lit up, and she went up to Yuan and said, "Miss Yu, I see you get along well with these children. I wonder if you are willing to come with us to take care of the children." Bai Tang was unhappy. "Why? You want Miss Yu to be a wet nurse for your little master? She has no milk." Mother Lin misunderstood Bai Tang's reluctance to let Yuan enter the mansion as a servant. She said kindly, "The little master has stopped breastfeeding, but we will let the little master regard Miss Yu as a wet nurse. When the little master grows up in the future, Miss Yu will take care of him until his death." In the Dali dynasty, the status of wet nurses was higher than that of ordinary servants. Any family with some attention to detail would provide for wet nurses in their old age. In Lin Mama's opinion, a village girl who made a living by selling braised meat would never encounter a better way out in her life. Besides, they were very strict in selecting wet nurses. But considering that Miss Yu saved their lives and was so capable, they reluctantly made an exception. Mother Lin said with a smile, "In terms of monthly wages, Miss Yu must be satisfied. And when the time is right in the future, I can also find a good marriage for Miss Yu. Maids from wealthy families are always sought after. Not to mention maids who have served young masters. Even if they are 9th rank officials, they can still marry Miss Yu. What do you think?" Mother Lin asked confidently. "Not very good." Yuan poured cold water on her. "It's true that she likes a few children, but she can't do it to let her go to Yan's house as a servant." The smile on Mother Lin's face froze. Yin Ryu said softly, "If Miss Yu despises the low status of a wet nurse, how about being a female teacher for the child? A female teacher is much more respectable than a wet nurse. At least she is not a servant. And the monthly salary is particularly generous. This is the limit of what Yin Ryu can give to Yuan. She can't let her give up the position of a biological mother." Yuan glanced at Yin Ryu coldly. "Miss Yin, haven't you heard that everyone has their own ambitions? It's not because I am born in a humble family that I have to curry favor with your family. The jobs you gave me are worthless to me. If you really want to thank me, why not give me real gold and silver? I won't ask for more. Just 1,000 taels of gold. 10,000 taels of silver? The flesh and blood of Master Yin should be worth this price." Yin Ryu was choked and couldn't speak for a while. "I thought she was a reasonable person. But who would have thought she would ask for such a lion's mouth? Thousands of taels of gold. Tens of thousands of taels of silver. Does she still have any shame? Or does she? If she agrees, where can she get so much silver? But if she didn't agree, wouldn't it mean that Master Yan's flesh and blood is not worth the price?" Yuan said coldly, "Isn't Miss Yin very generous? You can't even take out such a small amount of money? Then you keep calling her a wet nurse and a female teacher. I think your general's mansion has too much money to spend." Yin Ryu almost vomited blood. Mother Lin winked at her. This is the young master's benefactor. Stay calm. You must stay calm. Yin Ryu calmed down her mood fiercely, and said with humiliation, I am abrupt. Please don't mind. Miss you. I take back what I said before. It's getting late. I should take the child back. I will personally deliver the thank you gift and reward to Miss you. Yuan frowned as she stretched her hand to the child on the bed. Just then, a huge noise came from the lobby of Baiyu Building. Young Master Yin is here. Yin Ryu quickly withdrew her hand and turned around with the people in the room. Yin Jiuchu walked in with big strides. With his slow temperament, he rarely walked so fast. Uncle Wan could hardly keep up. Yin Jiuchao entered the room. Everyone's eyes fell on him. This was the first time everyone saw the rumored young Master Yin. He was wearing a white silver fox cloak, with a slender figure, black hair like ink, a face like a crown, and bright eyebrows. At first glance, he looked thin, but if you look closely, he is broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, elegant and perfect to the extreme. The moment he stepped over the threshold, the whole room seemed to be bright. Bai Teng was shocked. No wonder this man had such a bad reputation. But there were still so many women who wanted to marry him. He really had a face that would bring disaster to the country and the people. Yuan also felt that he was too handsome. But she didn't care about that. She felt that this face looked familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Yen Ryu, who had just been ridiculed, was so excited when she saw someone who could support her. She bowed and saluted. Yin Jiuchao walked past her without even looking at her. Yen Ryu's body froze. Yin Jiuchao came to the bed. Uncle Wan also chased after him. The two stared at the sleeping child, and a thought flashed through their minds. This little nose and eyes were exactly like Yin Jiuchao's. If they said they were not his biological children, no one would believe it. Yin Jiuchao said without question, take him away. Chapter 47. Thank you in person. What does it mean to let the cooked duck fly away? This is it. Watching Yin Jiuchao sweep away the three children he had finally found like a hurricane, Yin Ryu was struck by lightning. Mother Lin on the side was not much better. Although she knew that Master Yin would get the news sooner or later, she never expected that he would come so swiftly and take away the young lady's child without asking. Of course, it was also his child. But after all, he was raised by the young lady. Shouldn't he at least ask the young lady? How can he be so overbearing and arbitrary? Even though Mother Lin was full of complaints and grievances, she didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction in front of Yin Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao's guards flashed in, and each picked up a little kid. The three little guys didn't even have a chance to struggle before they were carried to their father's carriage. Yin Jiuchao left with what he wished for. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word to Yin Ryu, and didn't even look at her. Yin Ryu couldn't hold back no matter how well she was restrained. It was okay to be ridiculed by an ignorant village girl, but how could the father of her child ignore her like this? Just when Yin Ryu was almost crying, Yin Jiuchao, who had left with big strides, came back with a strange look. This time, he came for the women in the house. Seeing Yin Jiuchao walking towards her, Yin Ryu was delighted. He recognized her after all. But the next second, Yin Jiuchao passed by her. Yin Ryu was struck by lightning again. Yin Jiuchao walked towards Yuan and Bai Teng. Bai Teng's eyelids twitched. What is this lunatic doing? Bai Teng pulled Yuan to retreat. But there was a bed behind her. Her knees hit the edge of the bed, and she fell on the soft bed with a thud. Miss Bai, who is known as the overlord of Lianhua town, has never been so embarrassed. Yuan, on the other hand, was not panicked at all. She looked calmly at Yin Jiuchao, who had frightened Bai Teng to death, and stopped one step away from her. Yuan was tall among women, but in front of Yin Jiuchao, she looked a little petite. Yuan gently raised her head and met his inquiring gaze. Have I seen you somewhere before? Yin Jiuchao said. At this time, Uncle Wan came over breathlessly and explained in a low voice. She is the girl who got on our carriage by mistake at the post station that day. The carriage that day was his? Yuan was surprised. Really? Yin Jiuchao looked at Yuan and squinted. Uncle Wan said, what else? Has the young master seen this girl before? Yin Jiuchao had no impression. But Yin Jiuchao vaguely felt that she was not on the carriage. She only showed a little red face in the carriage, which was not the same as her current appearance. To be honest, Yuan also had a sense of déjà vu when she saw him for the first time. But soon, Yuan realized that it was just because he looked too much like Xiao Naibao. How could she, a mud-legged person from a remote village, Have seen the young master of Yinqing who is above the clouds? She is your son's savior. She snatched your son back from the robbers. She even met a killer on the way. She risked her life to save your son, fearing that this moody young master would go crazy if he disagreed with her. Bai Tang risked his head to speak a few words for Yuan Mei. Really? Another really? But this time, Yin Jiuchao's tone was a little more intriguing. What's your last name? Yin Jiuchao stared at her and asked. Uncle Wan, don't stare at other girls like this. You are shameless. I still want you. You? Yuan said calmly, without any panic or shyness on her face. You and Yumarin? Yin Jiuchao took a half step forward and asked cynically. You and Yuboya. Yuan answered seriously. Yin Jiuchao sneered. Why? You still want to find a soulmate? Bai Tang, is this guy sick? The two were so close that their breaths intertwined. Others were frightened, but they were calmer than each other. Young Master Yin. Yin Ryu mustered up the courage to speak. She was far away and couldn't hear what the two said, but she thought it should be a thank you for saving his life. It couldn't be that he fell in love with her. A lowly village girl? How could it be possible? As proud as Yin Ryu was, she didn't think there was such a possibility. But she was unwilling to be treated as heir. She was the mother of 3 children and Yin Jiuchao's fiancée. She was the only woman in this room who should be treated differently by Yin Jiuchao. She walked to Yin Jiuchao's side, looked at that perfect handsome face, smiled gently and said, I have prepared the thank you gift. I will thank Miss Yu. There is a mystery in this statement. Yin Jiuchao has not looked at her straight in the eye since he entered the house. Most likely, he did not recognize her identity. After hearing what she said just now, he should ask, who are you? Why should you be the one to thank? In this way, she can introduce herself. No need. But Yin Jiuchao refused without thinking. Yin Ryu was stunned. Yin Jiuchao looked at Yuan deeply and said meaningfully, the lifesaver of my child. I will thank you personally. But he did not say how to thank you. Turned around and left, leaving the people in the room looking at each other. Yin Ryu's face was completely black. She was so angry that her nails dug into her flesh, and her body trembled slightly. Seeing that the situation was not good, Mother Lin hurriedly pulled her out. Only Bai Tang and Yuan were left in the room. Bai Tang patted his chest with a sigh of relief, looked at Yuan strangely and said, why aren't you afraid at all? Yuan asked her to hold her palm. Bai Tang was startled. Oh, I'm sweating. Yuan nodded. Although she acted calm, only she knew that she had a rare emotional fluctuation in front of that man. It was not because of fear. She couldn't answer the specific reason. Chapter 48. Little Bozy wakes up. A day passed without any danger, and the onlookers were evacuated by Manager Zhou. Bai Tang had just heard something extraordinary, and he dragged Yuan to gossip about the incident of mistakenly entering Yin Jiuchao's carriage that day. I fell asleep and didn't know anything, Yuan said truthfully. Bai Tang put his hands on his hips and glared. How big is your heart? You actually fell asleep in that madman's carriage. Madman? Yuan blinked. Bai Tang nodded and pouted. Aren't those who dare to make trouble in the Golden Palace crazy? However, he is also the most beautiful madman in the world. Of course, Bai Tang could not have any improper thoughts about such a man. She still wanted to live a few more years. While the two were talking, Yu Feng came back. What happened? Why are there so many people outside? He asked. It turned out that the evacuated people had not gone far, and were still standing in groups of 3 or 5, talking about it. You have to ask your sister about this. Bai Tang walked into the lobby from the back door. Yu Feng looked at her. His eyes paused slightly. Awan is back? Is she okay? Bai Tang said with a smile. You 2 brothers and sisters asked the same question. She is in my room. Go ask her. Yu Feng remembered a close-fitting dress he saw in Bai Tang's room last time, and his ears were burned. Well, Miss Bai, please call Awan out. Oh! Bai Tang did not notice Yu Feng's abnormality, nor did she ask Yu Feng why he did not go himself. She went back to the room and called Yuan to the lobby. Yu Feng was relieved to see that Yuan was safe and sound, but after listening to Bai Tang's story about the robbers, he was scared and broke into a cold sweat. Robbers? Killers? What does this girl do? Don't you know how dangerous it is? She dared to go deep into the robbers' den alone. It's a good thing that she escaped. What if she didn't? Has she ever considered the consequences of being caught by the robbers? How can you be so brave? Didn't I tell you to wait obediently in Bayutang? You almost lost your life when I didn't watch you for a while. If anything happens to you, how can I explain to my uncle and aunt? How can I explain to my father? It's because I'm worried about you. Bai Tang snorted. Yu Feng's anger dropped a lot. And he didn't know if it was because of this sentence or because of the person who said it. Yuan looked at the two of them, her eyes sparkling. Yu Feng cleared his throat and said with a stern face, in the future, don't act on your own. Understand? I know. I'll listen to you. Big brother. Yuan agreed readily. Look. This is his sister, who always behaves well, but secretly does things that can scare people to death. This is not like saving a horse. He needs time to digest it and think about how to tell his family so as not to scare them to death. On the other side, Yin Jiuqiao brought 3 little kids back to the young master's house. The 3 children were lying on the warm bed. In Yin Jiuqiao's 23-year life as a young master, he had never seen such a fragile and petite thing. Wearing the same clothes, the little body seemed to be no bigger than the pillow. The little fists were raised above the head. The little head tilted in the same direction, and the nose emitted even breathing. Yin Jiuqiao was a little confused. He stretched out his slender jade-like index finger and poked the belly of a little guy. The little guy clenched his fist and stretched. Yin Jiuqiao poked the other 2 soft little bellies. The 2 also began to clench their fists, yawn, and stretch. So the little guy who couldn't wake up no matter how he slept was ruthlessly poked awake by his own father. The 3 little guys opened their big black eyes. Surprisingly, they didn't cry. Yin Jiuqiao looked at them, and they also looked at Yin Jiuqiao. Suddenly, the eldest, who was woken up first, crawled towards Yin Jiuqiao. And then, the remaining 2 crawled over. Yin Jiuqiao had never been so close to anyone before. Seeing the 3 soft little bodies crawling into his arms, his chest was filled with an indescribable emotion. Even his eyes softened. However, he didn't enjoy it for long before he felt his stomach getting hot. He was petrified. In the evening, the brother and sister returned to Lianhua village. Every family was busy preparing for dinner, and the small village was shrouded in a curl of smoke. Xiao Taidian and Yu Song were pasting couplets at the door of the old house. Yu Song lifted up Xiao Taidian, who was holding a red paper with a paste on it, a little higher. Second brother. A little to the left. All right. A little to the right. A little higher. Yu Song was sweating profusely. Do you know that you are really heavy? Xiao Taidian snorted. I am still so young. How can I be heavy? It's you, second brother, who is too weak. I will never admit that I have gained weight. You will be 6 years old after the Chinese New Year. And you are still young? Yu Song rolled his eyes. Yu Feng came over, took Xiao Taidian from his brother, let Xiao Taidian sit on his thick and strong shoulders, and put his arm around him. Xiao Taidian instantly felt that he was sitting firmly. He lowered his head and smiled at Yu Feng. Brother. Then he looked at Yuan beside him. Sister. Yuan curled the corners of her lips. Several people worked together to paste the festive and bright couplets. In the main hall, the aunt and Jiang were making dumplings, and the little girl was playing with a piece of dough. Mother. Aunt. Yuan greeted. Jiang smiled slightly. Are you back? Why so late? The aunt looked at the dark sky. Yu Feng told his family about Yuan saving 3 little dumplings. Of course, he omitted the thrilling details, just saying that she met kidnappers on the way and saved the 3 children from them. Is Wan okay? Didn't the kidnappers target her? The aunt asked fearfully. Where's the kidnapper? The uncle also came over from the kitchen with a cane. Yu Feng knew that his parents would react like this. He hadn't told him about the assassin yet. If he told him everything at once, his parents would probably beat him for not taking good care of his sister. No. The kidnapper has been caught. This was the excuse Yu Feng came up with to comfort his parents and his third aunt. What Yu Feng didn't know was that the robbers were not only caught, but also killed in all likelihood. The assassins in the ruined temple were not vegetarians. If Yuan could escape alive, she would lose. Yuan is really amazing, Jiang said with a smile as she looked at Yuan. Wan, I always feel like my mother knows something. Chapter 49. Business goes to Beijing. Dinner is dumplings stuffed with pork, cabbage and pork and green onion, accompanied by a pot of thick and appetizing white radish and oxtail soup. Oxtail soup is a good thing. It can not only replenish qi and remove dampness, but also strengthen tendons and bones, and regulate the 5 internal organs. It tastes delicious and is suitable for all ages. However, cattle were very important agricultural power in ancient times. So the previous dynasty issued a decree prohibiting the slaughter of oxen. So who on earth has the courage to cook a pot of forbidden oxtail soup? A handsome face suddenly flashed through Yuan's mind. It's not such a coincidence. In any case, thanks to Xiao Taidan, their family can drink oxtail soup that ordinary people can never drink in their lifetime. The oxtail was stewed until it was mushy, and the gelatin melted into the soup. The light soup instantly became thick. After drinking a spoonful, you can feel the mushy meat skin melting in your mouth. The sweetness of the white radish also blended well into the spicy soup. The water tofu was the finishing touch, which completely brought out the freshness of the ingredients. The family drank it very well and warmed up. In the winter, it is necessary to have such a bowl of soup to be satisfied. The last piece of oxtail was gnawed clean by Xiao Taidan. After chewing it, he sucked his fingers and didn't miss even a drop of fat. The dumplings were also eaten, but there was still a lot of stuffing left. After dinner, Yuan stayed with her aunt to make corn flour and white flour, rolled them into dumpling skins and bun skins, and wrapped all the remaining meat stuffing. Xiao Taiyan also made some, and he did a pretty good job. But he was a child after all, and he fell asleep on the chair after a while. Yuan wrapped Xiao Taidan tightly with a cotton coat, held him, and went back to the house with Jiang. Yuan boiled hot water and lit the brazier. After the family washed up, they lay on the warm bed. Xiao Taidan lay on the pillow, drooling in his sleep. The fire in the room gradually dimmed. Yuan closed her eyes, tossing and turning. Can't you sleep, Awan? Jiang asked softly. Yuan turned around and looked at Jiang in the dark night. Did I disturb Anyang? Jiang looked at her sideways, and there seemed to be a radiant light in her beautiful eyes. No. I slept a lot during the day, and I'm not sleepy. Anyang is thinking about something? Yuan opened her mouth. Anyang, where did I go when I left home that year? Did I tell you about it? No. Jiang lay down flat, shook her head slightly, and looked at the beams in the night. But you brought something back. Really? Yuan was slightly stunned. Jiang gently lifted the quilt and got out of bed, came to the closet, opened the door, bent over and took out a box, and took out something from the box. She returned to the bed, covered herself with the quilt, and reached out to hand the thing to Yuan. Yuan touched it, and then looked at it with a faint light, and asked in confusion, a tassel? Jiang said, it is a tassel from a jade pendant. You sold a jade pendant, and the tassel is broken at home. Yuan stroked the tassel and said, it's hard for mother to keep it. The knot is very delicate. Jiang smiled, explaining why she kept a broken thing. Yuan looked at the tassel in the firelight. There is a bead on it. I wonder if it can be sold for money. Awan, aren't you curious about what happened back then? Jiang looked at her and asked. Yuan shook her head. I don't think it's something worth remembering. Otherwise, I would definitely tell my mother. Jiang smiled faintly. Go to sleep. Yeah. Yuan casually stuffed the tassel under the pillow, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. The last trace of fire was extinguished. In the endless darkness, Jiang sighed softly. Get out. Get out. In the Guiyun pavilion of the Jinbei general's mansion, Yen Ryu smashed a room full of porcelain. The maids in the room were scared. This young lady, who usually never spoke loudly, was offended by someone outside. As soon as she returned to her room, she started smashing things. A maid took advantage of Yen Ryu's carelessness and secretly took a vase and slipped out. Stop right there. Yen Ryu raised her hand and pointed. The maid froze at the door. Turn around, Yen Ryu said coldly. The maid didn't move. Yen Ryu raised her voice. I asked you to turn around. Are you deaf or stupid? If you can't hear me again, I will find a human trafficker to sell you tonight. Miss, spare me. The maid turned around and knelt on the ground with a vase in her arms. This vase was sent by the young master's mansion. I was afraid that you would break it by mistake, so I thought of putting it away. Yen Ryu said coldly, you are now my master. Otherwise, I will give you the position of the daughter of the general's mansion. You will be the eldest daughter. You will marry into the young master's mansion for me. The maid was frightened and kowtowed to beg for mercy. I dare not. I dare not. What's wrong? Mrs. Yen hurriedly walked in with the maids. When she saw the mess on the ground, she gasped, looking at her daughter who was always calm. She was as angry as a lion. She immediately turned cold and said, you all leave. Yes. The maids walked out tremblingly. The maid kneeling on the ground also stood up. Leave the vase, Yen Ryu said fiercely. How dare you make trouble? Madame Yen said angrily. You are the daughter of the Yen family. But you actually learned the style of that street shrew. Where is your upbringing? Did you let the dog eat you? Yen Ryu was angry, annoyed and wronged. Madame Yen knew her daughter's temper very well. She didn't get angry easily. What could make her so angry was definitely not an ordinary grievance. Madame Yen sighed. Mother knows you have been wronged. But getting angry won't solve anything. You are the smartest. If you just calm down and think about it, you will know what to do to keep your status as the young master's wife. Yen Ryu pondered for a moment and really calmed down. She opened her dressing box and took out a jade pendant with a tiger pattern wrapped in white silk. Mother, prepare a gift for me. I want to see the princess. At dawn, Yuan was awakened by her biological clock. As usual, she went to the chicken coop to collect eggs, and then cooked a pot of pork and cabbage dumplings for breakfast. 3 days later was New Year's Eve. They still had some silk and satin that they hadn't sold. The cloth shop in the town didn't offer a high price. So Yuan decided to try her luck in the capital. The material that could make Mrs. Bai's eyes open could be sold for at least a dozen taels. Right. If all 6 pieces of cloth were sold, the uncle's medical fee would be settled. Yufeng knew that she was going to the capital, so he came early. Yufeng said, take the ox cart to the town first, and then change to a horse carriage to the capital. The price of the horse carriage had increased from 100 won per trip to 2 or 3 times. But there was nothing he could do. Although the ox cart was cheap, it was too slow. He didn't want to go to the capital when the city gates were closed. Yuan curled her lips. Don't be afraid, big brother. These materials are very good, as long as they are sold. The car fee will be a small matter. Shang Wenyin, you dare to sell the materials that this princess gives to her future daughter-in-law? Hurry up and put them on. Chapter 50 To make a fortune. They went to the town's carriage shop to rent a horse carriage. As expected by Yufeng, the price increased a lot. Isn't it 200 won? How come it became 300 won? Yufeng frowned and asked. They rented the most simple horse carriage, which was similar to an ox cart, except that the ox was replaced by a horse. This kind of carriage would not cost more than 100 won on weekdays. 300 won. Rent it if you want. The clerk waved his hand impatiently. The business of the carriage shop was good in previous years, but not as popular as this year. I wonder if it was because the young master Yen returned to the capital and planned to get married. Many local nobles rushed to the capital to join in the fun. Yufeng wanted to bargain, but Yuan gently pulled him back and said to the waiter, 300 coins is 300 coins. Please help us pull the carriage. The waiter glanced at Yuan and said, do you want a driver? The driver will add another 100 coins. You? Yufeng was so angry that he didn't want to talk. How could a driver raise the price? This is clearly taking them for granted. Yuan comforted him. Brother, it's important to go to the capital. It's New Year's Day, and it's not easy for the driver. What Yuan didn't say was that the carriage shop was overcrowded and the driver was in short supply. If he hesitated any longer, he might not be able to hire one. As expected, as soon as Yuan handed over the copper coins, a master with a foreign accent on the other side shouted, there are no drivers yet. How can you hire one? The last driver was hired by Yuan. Along the way, Yufeng was heartbroken about the 400 copper coins. Yuan's future goal thus added another thing, to make money to buy a carriage, so that her elder brother would no longer have to worry about renting a carriage. She is really a sister who dotes on her elder brother. Master, I want to ask you something. Which cloth shop in Beijing is the best? Yuan suddenly asked the driver before entering Beijing. The driver thought for a while and said, the best. Honda Cloth Shop in Kaiyangchuan. Kaiyangchuan is a place for nobles. If you want to buy cloth, you can go to Honda. Yuan nodded, which was consistent with what her uncle said. The reason she asked him was that she was worried that the market price of cloth shops would change after 3 years. However, she was not buying cloth, but selling cloth, so of course she had to go to the most expensive shop. Master, please go to Kaiyangchuan. Driver, Kaiyangchuan is located in the most prosperous street in the capital. The street is wide enough to accommodate 4 carriages driving side by side. There are shops on both sides and pedestrians are constantly flowing. Compared with it, the bustle of Lianhua town is simply not worth mentioning. We have arrived at Kaiyangchuan. The driver stopped the carriage in front of an embroidered building with carved beams and painted rafters. The brother and sister got off the carriage. It is worthy of being the road in the capital. Even the bluestone slabs underfoot reveal an indescribable solemnity. Kaiyangchuan is as its name suggests. The plaque is surrounded by colorful silk. The shop is as bright as brocade. And even the waiters and maids inside are dressed very brightly. Do you want to see fabrics or ready-made clothes? A smart waiter came up with a smile on his face. And he didn't seem to be neglected by Yuan and Yufeng's shabby dress. Yuan saw through his far-fetchedness. It was not surprising to think about it. They looked like they were wearing a vest, shorts and flip-flops, and walked into a 5-star hotel. No one would look at them with high regard. Strange eyes were cast around. Yufeng felt a little uncomfortable. Yuan looked calm and said to the clerk, "We are not here to buy clothes. We have a few pieces of fine fabrics on hand. I wonder if your cloth shop needs them." Selling fabrics? The clerk looked them up and down and smiled faintly. "We don't accept those fabrics on the market." Yufeng said hurriedly, "Take a look first. Our fabrics are not even sold in town." "Brother, you are so stingy. Does sister-in-law know?" Chapter 51, Getting Rich, Part 2. In town? The clerk couldn't hold it anymore. It wasn't that he looked down on people. But did these two country bumpkins ask about the market of Kaiyangchuan? Is it strange that there is nothing to sell in town? Any piece of fabric here is not available in other shops. You want to sell fabrics? I'll show you a way. The clerk pulled Yufeng to the door and pointed to the east. See that alley? Go through it. The whole street is selling fabrics. You can try your luck there. It was a street for buying smuggled goods. Of course, the fabrics were much better than those in the countryside. But as soon as he finished speaking, a woman exclaimed from behind him, "Oh, am I dazzled? I actually saw Biluo Xiangyansha." Biluo Xiangyansha is a kind of silk Xiangyansha, with a green color, warm in winter and cool in summer. The production is very rare, and can only be seen in the palace. The waiter thought, "Who is this ignorant woman who can even mistake Biluo Xiangyansha? Where does his family get such a rare thing?" Before he could finish his complaints, another surprised voice came, "Shuitian Yunjin? Eyes silk. Yuzhou Kaijin. Wait, what are these people talking about?" The waiter turned around strangely, and was shocked by the scene in front of him. Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with the waiter, so she simply opened the box. Kaiyangchuan entertained all distinguished guests. Even if they had never eaten pork, they had seen pigs walk immediately. The wife of a third-rank official recognized the Biluo Xiangyansha in the box. Her cry attracted other ladies. So, Shuitian Yunjin, Binkan silk, Yuzhou Kaijin, and other precious fabrics that could only be seen on the empresses in the palace were recognized one by several knowledgeable ladies. The waiter could no longer remain calm. "Is this the material she said is not available in town?" "Of course it is not available in town. Even Kaiyangchuan doesn't have it." Auntie, miss, can you please talk to me?" Yuan went with the waiter, and Yufeng stayed to guard the fabric. A quarter of an hour later, Yuan came out. Yufeng felt relieved. If his sister didn't come, he would be eaten alive by those ladies. "How?" Yufeng asked. Yuan curved her lips and said, "Let's go out for a walk and come back later." Yufeng looked at her in confusion. Yuan smiled and said, "These materials are very expensive. The shopkeeper is out, and the clerk can't make the decision. Let's wait for the shopkeeper to come back. He won't be back until the afternoon. And it's not even noon yet. Let's go eat something first. Just wait here." Yufeng cleared his throat. "I brought food, in order to save money for a meal." Yufeng is also very hard. Yuan was amused by her brother's stinginess. It's not easy to come to the capital. You can skip food, but you have to ask the pharmacy. I just asked the clerk. There are several good pharmacies nearby. The doctors there are very skilled. Let's ask if they can treat Uncle's leg injury first." Yufeng coughed in shame, then go. "Where is the food?" "Leave it for now. He has already paid me a deposit in advance," Yuan said, taking out a 50 liang silver note. Yufeng's heart skipped a beat. The deposit is so high. Wouldn't it be great if they sold all of them? Yuan smiled. "I'm going to make a fortune." Chapter 52. Three Little Darlings. Since they were not far away, Yuan and Yufeng told the driver and walked to a medicine shop called Guangrantang. According to the clerk of Kaiyangchuan, Guangrantang is a century-old brand that has been practicing medicine for generations, and has been passed down to the 6th generation. It is not big and is located in a remote area, but perhaps because of its reputation, many patients come to buy medicine and consult. The doctor was a young man in his 30s. There were 7 or 8 patients waiting in front of him, and he was taking pulses with a numb face. "Doctor, can my mother be cured by taking these few doses of medicine?" asked a man in cloth. He was accompanying his old mother, who suffered from rheumatism, to see a doctor. His old mother's knees were so painful that she couldn't stand up straight. The young doctor hummed lightly, "Next. Doctor. Doctor." The cloth-clothed man wanted to ask something else, but the patient behind him had stepped forward and squeezed him out of the way. Yufeng frowned. What kind of doctor is this? Too perfunctory. Yuan didn't say anything, and didn't even frown, as if she was used to this kind of thing, and this kind of doctor. The young doctor was very efficient, and it was not long before it was the brother and sister's turn. "Who of you is treating the patient?" the young doctor asked without raising his head, as he buried his head in writing the prescription for the last patient. Yuan said, "It's not us. It's my uncle. He broke his leg 2 years ago, and didn't get timely treatment. He still can't bear force. I wonder if Guangrantang has treated similar patients before." The young doctor finally looked up at them. His eyes turned around their faces, and finally locked on Yuan. "It's been 2 years. Yuan nodded. "I'm afraid it's difficult to treat." The young doctor continued to bury his head in writing prescriptions. After leaving Guangrantang, Yufeng's face became very ugly. Yuan comforted him, "Don't be discouraged. There are still many doctors in the capital." However, Yufeng could not be as optimistic as her. The doctors in the town said. Yuan interrupted him in time. "There are no good materials to sell in the town. There are mountains outside the mountains and people outside the people. If the doctors in the town can't cure it, we will go to the capital to find one. If the doctors in the capital can't cure it, we will go to other cities to find one. The world is so big that there must be a miracle doctor who can cure Uncle." Yufeng wanted to ask where your confidence came from, but when he saw the pair of eyes full of determination and stubbornness, he couldn't say a word. The two went to the remaining 2 pharmacies and got the same answer as before. When they arrived at the 4th one, they met an old doctor who had served as a military doctor. After listening to the description of the two, the old lady did not rush to make a conclusion, but touched her gray beard. "I have never treated this kind of injury, but I have seen others treat it. You bring the person to me first." The two left the pharmacy in a good mood. Yufeng was obviously very happy. This was the first time he heard of hope for recovery after consulting countless doctors in the past 2 years. "I'm so hungry. Where's the food you brought?" Yuan said. Yufeng said straightforwardly, "The cakes are cold. I'll take you to have a good meal." A quarter of an hour later, the two appeared in the alley next to Wangjianglu, the most luxurious restaurant in Beijing. Yuan sat on a stool with half of her leg broken. In front of her was a table with peeling paint and no longer visible color. On the table was a large bowl that seemed not to be washed very clean. In the bowl was a black dumpling soup. Dumpling soup literally means no dumplings, only soup. Yufeng took out 2 cold and hard pancakes, broke them, and soaked them in the hot soup. "It's not cold anymore. Eat it quickly." Yuan rolled her eyes. At Wangjianglu, separated by a wall, someone also ordered a bowl of dumpling soup. The dumpling soup here is much more luxurious. It is made of pork bones, shark fins, scallops, winter bamboo shoots, and more than 10 kinds of wild mushrooms as the main ingredients. It is made into a thick soup with exquisitely made meatballs, shrimp dumplings, and egg dumplings. In order to better enhance the freshness of the ingredients, a circle of seaweed is sprinkled on the soup. This bowl of dumpling soup alone is worth 100 taels. The sky-high dumpling soup was sent to the Tianzihe wing room of Wanjiang Tower. Uncle Wan and 3 delicate little girls sat at the table. The 3 little girls were excited. Their eyes were wide open, and they seemed to be very energetic. Looking at Uncle Wan next to them, he had 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes and looked haggard, as if he had aged several decades overnight. Why it became like this? We have to start from last night. Not long after Yan Jiuchao brought the 3 children back to the young master's mansion, the children woke up. After waking up, he first urinated 3 times on his father, and then he was completely energetic. Uncle Wan thought that the children must be hungry after sleeping all day and not eating, so he quickly asked the kitchen to cook a big table of delicious food. However, the little guys ran all over the yard and couldn't be caught. Yin Jiucha finally forced them to sit on the chair. But the little guys suddenly became tearful. The aggrieved look really broke people's hearts. Before they cried out, Uncle Wan's tears fell first. Yin Jiucha didn't buy it, and threatened to throw them out if they cried. The three little guys stopped crying instantly. Uncle Wan thought it was time to eat well, but they started to hold their stomachs again, as if they couldn't hold it back and were about to go to the toilet. Uncle Wan quickly took them to the toilet. As soon as the three little kids sat on the toilet, they stopped holding their stomachs and frowning, and looked at the sky leisurely. This sitting lasted for half an hour. Uncle Wan was at a loss. It was young Master Yin who ordered the guards to lift the three little guys up. But as soon as the guards lifted them up, they heard a sound of pooping, as expected of your father's biological children. Uncle Wan said desperately, as he scooped up the dumpling soup. The three little guys had been making a fuss all night, and until now, they had neither food nor drink. Uncle Wan coaxed them all night, and he was almost unable to hold on. Uncle Wan scooped the dumpling soup into 3 bowls of white rice. As he was scooping, his head sank, and he fell asleep on the table. The 3 little guys climbed onto the chairs, opened the window, and lay on the windowsill looking down. Yuan and Yufeng were sitting in the alley below, drinking the indescribable dumpling soup. Yufeng glanced at her and said, "I'll go buy 2 scallion pancakes." After that, he stood up and left. The 3 little guys climbed down the chairs, walked to the low table, took the small bowls on the table, and slid downstairs. On the street stall, Yuan gritted her teeth and drank the hard-to-swallow dumpling soup. She turned her head and saw 3 chubby little guys. "Huh? Aren't these the kids I met in Lianhua town yesterday?" The flesh and blood of the daughter of the Yin family and the young master of Yinqing. They were still wearing the clothes she changed into by herself. But the pants were different. Strange. Why are they here? And they all are holding a bowl of rich rice. The table was too high, and the 3 little guys stood on tiptoe and put their rice on the table with difficulty. It wasn't placed very steadily, so some of the soup spilled out. Then, the 3 of them pushed the rice in front of Yuan. Chapter 53, Prison Disaster. Yuan looked at the 3 small bowls pushed in front of her, each of which was filled with a rich soup with rice, including crystal clear shark fin, plump and juicy meatballs, sweet and chewy fish, tender and delicious winter bamboo shoots, and several wild mushrooms that were almost melted into the soup. This is truly a veritable delicacy from the mountains and the sea. The soup base seemed to use pork bones, exuding a strong bone fragrance, and milky white bone marrow floating on the soup. Yuan felt that her stomach, which was obviously not hungry, began to growl again. It was not yet time for dinner, and there were no other customers on the stall. Only the stall owner and his wife, who were silently wrapping dumplings on the side. The 2 smelled the mouth-watering aroma and looked over here involuntarily. The little guy had his back to them, so they only saw 3 small figures. But the things on the table. The 2 swallowed their saliva, said nothing, lowered their heads, and continued to make dumplings. The 3 little kids put their hands behind their backs, opened their big black eyes, and looked at Yuan without blinking. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. "Food. For you. Eat." Yuan was stunned. "Do you know who I am?" The 3 little kids looked at her cutely. "You woke up in the middle of yesterday and saw me, right?" Still looking at her cutely. Yuan thought it was probably the case. They looked less than 2 years old, but they could recognize her after only seeing her once. They were really 3 smart babies. Yuan looked at the food on the table again, thinking, they also know how to repay kindness. How could there be such smart, sensible, and incredibly beautiful children? Yuan has always disliked children, but now she feels that her heart is about to be melted by them. Who could have expected that the daughter of the Yin family was so annoying? But the children she gave birth to were all very cute. What should I do if I really want to sneak them home? Yuan was frightened by the idea that popped up in her mind out of nowhere, and her whole body trembled, and even her stomach stopped growling. She might be crazy. This is someone else's child, not hers. What is she thinking? Taking a deep breath and calming down, she looked at the 3 children and said, "Who did you come out with? Do your family members know you are here?" The 3 little kids didn't say anything. Yuan's eyes wandered around the 3 people. "Who is the boss among you?" This time there was finally a reaction, and the 3 of them took a step forward together. "Everyone wants to be the boss." Yuan couldn't ask anything. so she had to wait here with them. Suddenly, the three little guys' stomachs growled. So you haven't eaten either. Yuan picked up the small bowls on the table to feed them. But they refused to open their mouths. Yuan thought for a moment, and scooped a meatball from each bowl into her dumpling soup. The dumpling soup was really unpalatable, and the meatballs also became extremely unpalatable. But Yuan felt that this was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten. She drank up the last mouthful of soup. She touched her stomach, which could no longer hold any more food. I'm full. If I eat any more, I'll explode. The three little guys looked at her bulging stomach, then opened their mouths and waited obediently for Yuan to feed them. The little kids were very well behaved. They ate whatever they were fed. They were not picky and did not drag their feet. The 3 bowls of food were quickly finished. Seeing them eating with relish, Yuan actually felt a little bit of happiness from it. They were Yen Ryu's children. How could she treat her children so badly when she hated Yen Ryu so much? Am I a saint? Yuan thought with despair. The 3 of them finished the last mouthful of rice, without wasting a single grain of rice. Yuan took out a handkerchief and was about to wipe the mouths of the 3 of them. But at this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the alley, and then a large group of soldiers rushed into the alley. Yuan had never seen an official from the capital, but the stall owner and his wife recognized each other's identity at once. This was clearly the patrol guard of Jingzhou Prefecture. The patrol guard was a kind of constable, but the official position was higher than that of the constable. Often, the famous patrol guard would be dispatched only when there was a major case in the capital. The alley, which was not narrow, was instantly crowded with dozens of patrol guards. "Where is the person?" asked the young patrol officer. The stall owner and his wife did not know how they had offended Jingzhou Prefecture. They were so scared that they put down the dumplings in their hands and stood up tremblingly. The clerk beside the patrol officer passed by them, raised his hand, and pointed guiltily. There. The person pointed out was Yuan. Yuan paused with the handkerchief in her hand, and looked at the Kaiyongchuan clerk, who pointed her out with a calm expression. The city patrol saw her and narrowed his eyes. "This girl is really pretty. What did I do that you want to bring soldiers to arrest me?" Yuan looked at the waiter and said lightly. The waiter didn't dare to look her in the eye and bowed his head deeply. To be honest, he didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. He just reported the matter of the cloth to the shopkeeper in detail. He thought the shopkeeper would praise him for taking a good business. Who knew that the shopkeeper insisted that those were tributes from the palace? 2 country bumpkins could never get things from the palace. They must be stolen goods. He asked, how could the country bumpkins have the courage to steal to the palace? Besides, they didn't have the ability. The shopkeeper said that it might not be that they stole it themselves. Maybe they were just selling stolen goods for others. Then the shopkeeper reported it to the authorities. Then, he was dragged by the city patrol to identify Yu Feng and Yuan. This kind of case would not have alarmed the city patrol guards. But the newly appointed city patrol guard had never received a case so far. When he heard someone report the case, he immediately rushed over with great force. "Didn't you say they were brother and sister?" the city patrol guard asked unhappily. The waiter whispered, "I don't know. Lord Yen. Why don't you ask her?" "Lord Yen?" Yuan tightened her eyes. "Are you from the general's mansion?" Suddenly recognized. The patrol officer put his hands on his waist and smiled. "Yes. I am the eldest son of the general's mansion. I will not change my name. Yen Xie. Young Master Yen is my brother-in-law. His child is my nephew." The 3 little kids looked at him with disgust. Yen Xie didn't care about the extra child next to Yuan at all. "You have good taste to recognize me. But it's a pity. I have always been selfless. Even if you try to make friends with me again, I will never forgive you. Come on. Bring her back to the government office." The 3 little kids hugged Yuan's legs and glared at Yen Xie fiercely. One of the patrol officers touched Yen Xie's arm. "Sir, there are 3 children here. Catch them together," Yen Xie said without thinking. "Patrolman, but..." Yen Xie interrupted him angrily. "But what do you mean? Just catch them if I tell you to. Bring them all back. Search this place again and dig deep to find that man. This is the first case I've taken on. If anyone tries to stop me from making a contribution, I'll be angry with him." Chapter 54. Visiting the Xiao Mansion. Yen Ryu got up before dawn and dressed up. She had someone deliver a visiting card to the Xiao Mansion last night, and the Xiao Mansion naturally agreed. Although it was expected, Yen Ryu still couldn't hide her excitement. This former princess of the Prince of Yen, now the mistress of the Xiao family, is a legendary figure in the Dali period. Before she got married, she was not well known. Who would have thought that she would marry a perfect husband like the Prince of Yen? When the Prince of Yen was alive, he was the most intelligent and handsome man in the Dali dynasty. It is rumored that the Prince of Yen can conquer the city with one smile, the country with another smile, and the world with a third smile. There is no woman in this great capital who does not dream of marrying the Prince of Yen. Who would have thought that Shangguan Yen would succeed? If you say that her family background is good, then it is indeed good. Her grandfather was a veteran of 3 dynasties, and her grandfather-in-law was the richest man in Jiangnan. She has power and money. When she grows up, she will marry a man that all women in the world dream of. Such a woman is born to be envied. After the death of King Yin, it was thought that this delicate flower was finally going to wither. But who knew that in less than a year, she married into the Grand Marshal's mansion as the original wife? If there was any man who could be compared with King Yin in the entire Dali dynasty, it must be this Grand Marshal Xiao. Although Xiao Shinting is not as handsome as King Yin, he is a real battlefield warrior. He strategizes and wins thousands of miles away. Since he beheaded the Turkic king at the age of 13, he has never suffered a defeat in his 20-year military career. He is the well-deserved god of war in Dali. Wherever he is, it is the graveyard of the Tartars. Such a man of iron will actually bend his back for a widow, which is really a pity for the world. Miss, I heard that the reputation of the princess is not very good. She and General Xiao, the accompanying maid, whispered. Yin Ryu interrupted her coldly. You can also criticize the princess? Be careful with your head. The maid shrank and shut up. An hour later, the carriage arrived at Zhao's house. Yin Ryu's identity is special. Knowing that she is coming, someone was waiting outside the door early. A clever little maid led Yin Ryu's carriage into the corner gate. When it reached the second gate, the carriage stopped. Yin Ryu got off the car, and the little maid took her to the back house full of flowers. Along the way, the pavilions, towers, waterside corridors, quite a bit of the style of the misty rain in the south of the Yangtze River. In order to maintain her dignity, Yin Ryu did not dare to look at her anymore, and quietly followed the maid to the main courtyard. Madame Fong, Miss Yin is here, the maid said to a respectable maid who was standing outside the courtyard. The maid was about the same age as Madame Lin, but her aura was far from comparable to Madame Lin. Miss Yin, Madame Fong greeted her kindly. Madame Fong was of a high rank, so she did not need to bow to Yin Ryu. Instead, Yin Ryu bowing to her, hello, Madam. Madame Fong supported her firmly. We will be one family sooner or later. Miss Yin, there is no need to be so polite. Yin Ryu smiled shyly. Nanny Fong took her hand and led her into the warm room, motioning her to sit on the con covered with a mat. Yin Ryu sat down on the right. A maid brought tea and snacks. Nanny Fong sat down on the left, with a small yellow pear with table between them. The moment she sat down, Yin Ryu's eyes paused. Logically, she came to see the princess, and if she wanted to sit, it should be the princess who sat down. Since Nanny Fong sat in the host's seat, it meant that the princess would not come. Nanny Fong smiled and said, the princess is out. Please sit for a while. Miss Yin, knowing that she was coming, but letting her wait in vain, the princess must have looked down on her future daughter-in-law. She muttered in her heart, but did not show it on her face. Did I disturb the princess? Yin Ryu said gently. I should have expected that the end of the year was coming, and the princess would be busy with household affairs. I shouldn't have chosen a day. Nanny Fong said, it's too formal to say this. The princess was very happy to hear that you came. Yin Ryu smiled and said, I came today to thank the princess for finding a good job for my eldest brother. Everyone in the room knew that this was just a compensation for the public humiliation of the Yin family by Yin Jiocha on the day of the banquet. Yin Ryu came to thank her on such a busy day at the end of the year. Probably not for this. As expected, after Nanny Fong praised the princess for her high hopes for Yin Xia, Yin Ryu hesitated and said, to be honest, Nanny Fong, there is actually another thing. Nanny Fong looked at her with a smile. Yin Ryu took out a jade pendant from her purse, looking like a little girl who was angry and aggrieved, and said, this was dropped by Master Yin that night. I was going to return it to him in person, but after thinking about it, I'd better trouble the princess to pass it on for me. Madame Fong took the jade pendant. This was the wedding gift that His Highness personally gave to the princess on the night of the wedding. After the prince passed away, the princess put the jade pendant on Xiao Gu. Huh? What's wrong? Madam? Yin Ryu asked. The tassel is missing, Madame Fong said. The tassel? Yin Ryu was stunned. Nani Fong nodded. The tassel was woven by the princess herself, with the lace and beads made by the princess. Yin Ryu tightened her fingers buried under her wide sleeves. I was in a hurry at the time, and I only picked up the jade pendant. Maybe it broke, Nani Fong said. The tassel has been there for many years. You don't have to blame yourself. It's good enough that you can find the jade pendant. You should give it to Xiao Gu in person. Nani Fong returned the jade pendant to her. But Nani Fong patted her hands and said, the princess knows everything about the little master. I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. The princess is also a mother. How can she not understand that such a young child cannot leave his mother? Don't worry. The princess has already gone to the young master's mansion in person, and she will take the little master over. She blamed the princess wrongly. It turned out that the princess was not neglecting her, but really wanted to help her. Yin Ryu took out her handkerchief and shed tears of emotion. Thank you so much, princess. Then the princess found out that your brother had arrested the little kid and put him in jail. Chapter 55 The Princess's Fury. Shang Wanyan left the Xiao mansion at the time of seizure. This time was neither early nor late. If she could successfully pick up the 3 children, she could still catch lunch when she returned to the Xiao mansion. The carriage was extremely luxurious, almost comparable to the carriage of a phoenix. Shang Wanyan again. Every time she makes herself look like a princess, afraid that people would not know that she is here. If I were her, I would find a hole in the ground to hide myself and not go anywhere. Yes, she still has the nerve to go out. Shang Wanyan had heard such remarks for 10 or 20 years, and her ears were almost calloused. The new maid next to her blushed and turned pale. But Shang Wanyan did not even raise her eyelids, but just blew gently on her newly trimmed nails. But probably because she was about to see the little ones, Shang Wanyan was in a good mood and surprisingly opened the curtains. The moment the curtain was opened, the carriage stopped. Everyone was startled by the carriage that suddenly stopped beside them. An extremely beautiful face appeared from the side window. Shang Wanyan smiled and said, Speak. Why don't you say anything? Everyone swallowed their saliva, not knowing whether they were scared by being caught or were amazed by this beautiful and enchanting face. Shang Wanyan looked at a lady with jewels and said, You are so ugly, and you dare to go out. Why can't I? The lady who just scolded her for having the nerve to go out was immediately furious. Shang Wanyan looked at another woman with thick makeup and powder. Also, what do you mean by making yourself look like a princess? I am a princess. I am both Mrs. Xiao and Princess Yin. What? Jealous? Do you have that fate? You. The woman was so angry that she trembled all over, and her makeup fell down. You are so shameless. Shang Wanyan smiled and held her chin. If it was your old face, I would rather not have it. The woman, who was obviously the same age as Shang Wanyan, but old enough to be Shang Wanyan's mother, was finally so angry that her eyes rolled back and she fainted on the spot. After this incident, everyone was even more angry with Shang Wanyan. Shang Wanyan was in a good mood. She lowered the curtain and let the carriage continue to the young master's mansion. She didn't need to inform anyone when she went to the young master's mansion. She went to Yin Jiuchao's yard with ease. Yin Jiuchao happened to come from another road and ran into her. Where did you go? She asked. Yin Jiuchao was accompanied by only a long-serving man, and Uncle Wan was not seen. The long-serving man saluted and retreated tactfully. Yin Jiuchao glanced at her lightly, did not answer her, but said, What is Madame Xiao doing here? Shang Wanyan said as usual, Of course I'm not here to see you. Where are the children? What does it have to do with you? He didn't ask her how she knew that the 3 little guys had moved into the young master's mansion. Shang Wanyan walked into Yin Jiuchao's yard openly and said, I came here today to inform you that I have taken the children away. Before the wedding, they will all live with Miss Yin. If you want the father and son to be reunited, you should marry Miss Yin as soon as possible. Yin Ryu misunderstood Shang Wanyan. Shang Wanyan didn't want to help her get the child back. She just wanted to force her son, who refused to get married. Shang Wanyan said again, Don't rush to refuse. Although I want to force you to get married, it's also for the good of the child. The child is so young and can't be without a mother. I don't know what he thought of. Yin Jiuchao sneered. Really? Shang Wanyan knew that Yin Jiuchao would not give in so easily. Forcing too hard would only backfire. She had a countermeasure. But before she could speak, a servant suddenly stumbled in. Shang Wenyan frowned, and heard the servant fell to the ground with a plop, tearing his throat, and said, "Oh no! Young master was captured." In the dungeon of Jingzhou Prefecture, Yin Xie walked through the long and narrow passage, swinging the key in his hand and humming a little song triumphantly. Yin Xie was in a very good mood at this time. When he heard that the princess had arranged a job for him as a city patrol officer, he was a little unhappy. What's so good about a city patrol officer? He is just a street patroller, and he has to work in the sun and rain. It's so hard. With the status of the princess and Xiao, he should be given the title of chief constable. But now it seems that even with his own ability, he will soon become a chief constable, and it is very likely that he will be a city patrol censor. The city patrol censor is a high-ranking official of the 4th rank, a whole rank higher than his father. The theft case in the imperial palace. Yin Xie couldn't help laughing. How can this young master be so lucky? It's really a noble man who has his own help. Young Master Yin. A jailer ran over with a frightened face. Yin Xie glanced at him impatiently. Why are you so nervous? Do you have any manners? The jailer said tremblingly. No. Master Yin. Master Yin. Master Yin and Madame Xiao are here. Yin Xie's eyes lit up. What? My brother-in-law and the princess are here? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Where are they? Have they entered the government office? I will go to greet them myself. After saying that, he strode away without waiting for the jailer to answer. In the lobby, Yin Xie saw Yin Jiuqiao and Shang Wenyan. The two of them were really outstanding in appearance. Yin Xie had lived for so many years, and the most beautiful woman he had ever seen was his sister. However, compared with Shang Wenyan, his sister's beauty lost a bit of flavor. Besides, how could Yin Jiuqiao, a grown man, be so beautiful? Also, why did he feel like he had seen him somewhere before? These eyes, this nose, look familiar. On the other side, Jing Xiaoyin also arrived. He lowered his head and stood in front of Yin Jiuqiao and Shang Wenyan, not daring to breathe. Seeing Jing Xiaoyin so scared, Yin Xie thought that Jing Xiaoyin was just like this. He was scared to death when he met his brother-in-law and Madame Xiao. He was different. He had confidence. Yin Jiuqiao played with a cup in his hand leisurely. I heard that it was someone recommended by my mother. Yes, brother-in-law. Yin Xie straightened his back. Shang Wenyan's face turned very ugly. Jing Xiaoyin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yin Xie, I heard that you handled a case. And Master Yin and Madame Xiao came to see you handle the case. Yin Xie straightened his back even more. Oh, it's just a small case. Why did you bother your brother-in-law and the princess to come in person? I'm so embarrassed. It's not worth mentioning. He said it was not worth mentioning, but he kept talking. Jing Xiaoyin turned his face away, feeling that he couldn't bear to look at it. We just caught a few petty thieves. The man ran away. Jing Xiaoyin also wanted to run away, but I have detained the village girl. Jing Xiaoyin could not run away. There are also a few children who are also dishonest. I have locked them all up. Jing Xiaoyin fell to his knees with a plop. Yin Xie glared at him, stepped forward and supported Jing Xiaoyin. My lord, what's wrong with you? Princess, look at him. Before he finished speaking, Shang Wenyan picked up the heater in her hand and smashed it down on his forehead without mercy. Chapter 56. A family of 5. Yin Xie didn't even react to what was happening, and was knocked to the ground by the copper hand warmer that couldn't be broken even by a hammer. Yin Xie's head immediately swelled up. Shang Wenyan didn't feel satisfied after beating him, and she stretched out her foot and kicked him hard a few times, causing her foot to hurt. She also threw all the fruits and snacks on the table that she could get her hands on at Yin Xie. Yin Xie screamed in pain. He really didn't understand what happened. Why the princess who valued him suddenly attacked him. Could it be that she, like Yin Jiuqiao, had also become crazy? Bang! Another thing hit him. The last snack was also cleaned up by Shang Wenyan. Seeing Shang Wenyan grabbing from the table next to him, the master suddenly had an idea and handed the snack next to him to Jing Xiaoyin. Jing Xiaoyin handed it to Shang Wenyan again. After repeating this for dozens of times, the master had nothing left. He reached under the table and gave it to Jing Xiaoyin. Jing Xiaoyin handed it to Shang Wenyan without thinking. After handing it over, he realized that it was a hammer. Xiao. It was too late to stop him. Shang Wanyan knocked Yan Xia unconscious with a hammer. Humph! Shang Wanyan was relieved a little and walked towards the prison. Such a young child must be scared to be caught in such a place. 3 shivering little poor things flashed through Shang Wanyan's mind, and her heart was tied into a ball. However, when she came to the cell where Xiao Naibao was imprisoned, she saw a completely different scene. Sitting on the ground was a young girl wearing shabby and old clothes. She should be the village girl that Yan Xia said was caught with the child. The village girl closed her eyes, her black hair covering her face, revealing only half of her fair and somewhat transparent face. Shang Wanyan was amazed by herself countless times every day, so she naturally didn't care about a woman's appearance. What caught her attention were the 3 precious children tightly hugged by the village girl. The children lay obediently in her arms, and seemed to be asleep. Their little faces were pressed chubby and drooling. The woman also fell asleep. The 4 people seemed out of place in terms of clothing and status. But at this moment, they snuggled up tightly, and there was no sense of disobedience. Shang Wanyan was stunned. Yin Jiuqiao, who entered the prison with her, also saw Yuan and was surprised. In the end, Yuan woke up first. The 3 little guys clung to her tightly, and would not move if anyone touched them. So she had to ask her to send the little guys back to the mansion. At this time, Uncle Wan, who had just finished his work, hurried over. He was the first to discover that the child was missing. It was so scary to wake up and find that the little boy was gone. He asked the people at the street stall and learned that the little boy was taken away by the newly appointed Yan Xia as a thief. Because Yan Xia was promoted by the princess, he thought again and notified Yin Jiuqiao first. He never expected that the village girl, who was mistaken for a thief, was Miss Yu. No wonder the young master had that expression. On the way out of the prison, he told the princess about Miss Yu saving the young master from the kidnapper. It's likely that the young master recognized Miss Yu and went downstairs to find Miss Yu, but was caught by Yan Xia. In this case, it's no wonder that Miss Yu implicated the young master. Blame Yan Xia for being blind and greedy for merit, and a fool. After leaving Jingzhou Prefecture, 2 carriages drove over at the same time. Go to Xiao Mansion, Shang Wanyan said. Young master's mansion, Yin Jiuqiao said. Uncle Wan had no choice but to hold his forehead. Yuan asked him in a low voice, "Why do you want to go to Xiao Mansion? What is Xiao Mansion?" She had learned from Uncle Wan that Shang Wanyan was Yin Jiuqiao's mother, and Uncle Wan hadn't had time to say anything else. Uncle Wan glanced at Shang Wanyan, who was close at hand, cleared his throat, and said evasively, "Miss Yin is in Zhao's house. The princess came here to take the child back to Miss Yin. Such a young child. How can he leave his mother?" Right. The last sentence seemed to be a double talk under Shang Wanyan's coercion. Shang Wanyan snorted coldly and turned away. "Why don't you get in the car?" This was said to Yuan. Yuan said "Oh," and got in a car with 3 little kids in her arms. But it was not the carriage of Dao's house, but Yin Jiuqiao's. Shang Wanyan's eyes widened. A barely perceptible smile flashed across the corner of Yin Jiuqiao's lips. Uncle Wan thought he was dazzled. Was he seeing correctly? The young master actually smiled? Since the death of the prince. How many years has it been since he saw the young master smile? Uncle Wan wanted to take a closer look, but Yin Jiuqiao followed Yuan and got on the carriage like a wife following her husband. Shang Wanyan didn't come to her senses until the carriage disappeared at the end of the road. My wife was looked down upon by a village girl. It's not looked down upon. It's ignored, the new maid added. Shang Wanyan was in a bad mood. The maid continued, "What about Miss Yin?" Shang Wanyan got angry when she was mentioned. "I'm like this. Why should I care about her? What kind of person is she?" The Yin family raised a scourge like Yin Xia. "I don't think she will be much better." This was a complete vent of anger. Shang Wanyan gritted her teeth and said, "Tell her to get out." So Yin Ryu, who was waiting for the princess happily in Zhao's house, was carried out and thrown rudely on the street. Yin Ryu fell flat on her face. She didn't know why. The carriage drove into the young master's house and stopped outside the second entrance. It was Yuan's first time here, but Yuan didn't feel too uncomfortable. Compared with going to Bai's house, this place made people more relaxed. Or maybe it was because going to Bai's house was for business, and Nanyan had to be tense. Although the children were small, it was still very difficult to hold 3 at the same time. Yuan was studying how to hold them in the most labor-saving way, and a pair of jade-like delicate hands reached over, regardless of how the little milk bags struggled, and picked up one by one. Yin Jiuqiao got off the carriage holding 2 children. Yuan followed with another child. The sky, which had been snowing for several days, cleared up. The afterglow of the setting sun fell obliquely from the sky, shining on the 2 people, and their shadows were reflected on the ground, as if they were tightly attached. The servants watched from afar as the young master and a woman holding children walked over. The scene was indescribably harmonious, just like a real family of 5. The young master never brought any woman back home. He never got so close to any woman. There were also 3 little princes, who made a lot of noise all night, and the roof was about to be overturned. Now they were finally quiet. The quiet little princes were so cute. The 2 entered the yard. A nanny came forward to pay her respects, took the 2 children from Yin Jiuqiao's arms, and went to the prince's room with Yuan, looking at Yuan's back as she gradually disappeared at the end of the corridor holding the child. Yin Jiuqiao's eyes flashed with an intriguing gleam. Brother Jiu is going to cause trouble. Chapter 57 Cooking in Person. Although he had returned from Jingzhou Prefecture, Uncle Wan was not idle. Miss Yu was imprisoned by Yin Xie because someone accused her of theft. He went to see the so-called stolen goods and was a little dumbfounded. He brought the stolen goods back to the young master's house and asked someone to move them to Yin Jiuqiao's house. Young master, Uncle Wan greeted. Yin Jiuqiao was standing in front of the window, staring at the courtyard, not knowing what he was thinking. When he heard Uncle Wan's voice, he did not turn around, but just responded lightly, "What's the matter? Put it there." Uncle Wan pointed to the 8 immortal table not far away. The servant put the big box behind the 8 immortal table and retreated tactfully. Uncle Wan opened the lid of the box, looked at Yin Jiuqiao's back and said, "Young master, come and take a look." Yin Jiuqiao turned around and his eyes fell on a box of dazzling fabrics. These fabrics were part of the gift sent by Shengwen Yin, and Yin Jiuqiao was asked to take them to welcome Yin Ryu. After the gifts were delivered to the young master's house, Uncle Wan accepted them directly. Yin Jiuqiao did not even look at them, and gave them to a country boy he met by chance in Bai's house. "Young master, I'm afraid you don't know?" Uncle Wan told Yin Jiuqiao the origin of the fabrics. "They are all materials from the palace. No wonder they want to report to the police. It's just strange. Didn't the young master give these things to people? How did they end up in Miss Yu's hands?" Yin Jiuqiao understood it in an instant, and hummed softly, "She is the sister that the child mentioned." But after Yuan followed the nanny into the house, a maid immediately brought hot water. Yuan stripped the clothes of the 3 little guys, gave them a bath, and changed them into dry cotton shirts. The little guys were tossed around, but none of them woke up. Seeing the young master being so well behaved in the arms of a village girl, the nanny was a little stunned. But then she thought, the young master had been making a fuss all night, and he should be sleepy now. He must have slept too deeply. The nanny took a deep look at Yuan. Although the girl was poor, she had a very good temperament. She was quiet and peaceful, which could calm people's restless hearts. The nanny didn't care much about her appearance. After all, beauty lies in the bones, not in the skin. However, at this time, the nanny couldn't help but say that this girl looked too outstanding. She was not as beautiful as the princess, but a graceful, quiet, and extremely comfortable appearance. No wonder she could catch the young master's eye, the nanny thought. After stuffing the 3 little guys into the warm quilt, Yuan was sweating. Rich people are different. The ground dragon is warmer than several large pots of firewood. Yuan tugged at her collar and lowered her head to look for a handkerchief in her purse. But suddenly, a white silk handkerchief was handed to her, and a slender jade-like hand was holding the handkerchief. Yuan paused, without looking up, but guessed the other party's identity. She took the handkerchief and said, "Thank you, young Master Yin." The nanny had left with the maid the moment Yin Jiuqiao entered the room, and except for the 3 sleeping little guys, there were only the 2 of them left in the room. "Thank me for what?" Yin Jiuqiao stood by the bed, looking at the whirl of hair on her head, and asked leisurely. Yuan pinched her handkerchief and said, "Thank you for the handkerchief of Master Yin, and thank you for saving me from the fire and water today." Yin Jiuqiao said indifferently, "You also saved my son. These are 2 different things." Yuan said. I don't know what he thought of, but Yin Jiuqiao nodded in agreement. "Yes, 2 different things. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. My master just saved you, and you just left like this?" Yuan finally raised her head and looked at Yin Jiuqiao in confusion. Yin Jiuqiao asked lightly, "Can you cook?" Yuan was stunned. "Yes, But the cook in the mansion has asked for leave, a certain master said calmly. The cook who just walked to the door. Yuan had never stayed in the young master's house. But since he said so, he must have really asked for leave. Otherwise, he had a good chef and wanted to eat the dishes made by a little village girl like her? How is it possible? If young Master Yin doesn't mind, I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. He helped her a lot today, and it was only right to give him a meal in return. The two went to the kitchen. The cook was on leave, and the kitchen was empty. But there were many ingredients, and anything could be made into a dinner. Yuan thought about it and decided to ask him, what would young Master Yin want to eat? Yin Jiuchu said, steamed buns, meatballs, scallion pancakes. Yuan was surprised that the young master of a wealthy family actually liked to eat these things. She thought he would order some complicated dishes. These dishes were all Yuan's specialties. Yuan immediately found all the ingredients. Mix the flour first, and then chop the meat, pork and mutton. After the dough was fermented, the meat filling was mixed with egg white and other auxiliary ingredients. She wrapped the mutton stuffed buns and put them in the steamer. She heated another pot of vegetable oil and fried a large bowl of crispy meatballs. Finally, she scooped up the oil in the pot, leaving only a thin layer of fried scallion pancakes. I don't know if it's because the ingredients are too good. This time the meatballs and scallion pancakes actually exuded an unprecedented fragrance. The whole yard was tempted by this fragrance. Yin Jiuchu was hungry. Uncle Wan kept drooling, considering that the cook was gone. The little guy and Uncle Wan and others had nothing to eat. Yuan simply cooked for everyone. She worked for a full hour until the sun was setting. Coincidentally, Yu Feng came to the door at this time. My elder brother is here. I'll leave first. Yuan said goodbye to Yin Jiuchu. Uncle Wan personally sent her to the door, watched her and Yu Feng get on the carriage, then turned around and strode back to the yard. However, surprisingly, when he hurried back to the yard, the meatballs and scallion pancakes that had been craving him for the whole afternoon had already been eaten by Yin Jiuchu. That's 5 servings. Young master, you can't even swallow half a bowl of rice on weekdays. How did you eat so many meatballs and scallion pancakes? Did you throw them away? Yin Jiuchu touched his stomach and burped, feeling extremely satisfied. But the 3 little guys slept until midnight, and when they woke up to find that Yuan was gone, they jumped up immediately in anger. But fortunately, there were the buns left by Yuan. It was just that the buns had been left for too long, and they were cold and hard. The 3 of them couldn't chew them for a long time. It was still the 3rd child who mustered up his strength and took a bite. Crack! The little bad tooth that had hurt him for a month was knocked out. The little snow fox, who ran away from home because of the Cold War with Yin Jiuchu, came back in a heroic and high-spirited manner after smelling the aroma of the big meat buns. It walked into the house with a swagger and showed the 3 new little guys the correct way to open the big meat buns. It threw a small piece of crispy candy on the ground, and stood beside it with 2 small paws holding a meat bun that was bigger than its head. Suddenly, a small black shadow rushed over. In a flash, the little snow fox swung the big meat bun in its hand and smashed it down majestically. With a smack, the little mouse, who stole food, was smashed into a meat pie. 3 little milk buns. Chapter 58, Receiving New Year Gifts. The new year is approaching, and every household is busy. However, far away in the northwestern frontier, in the bitter cold land of the northwest, where the flames of war are spreading, there is no trace of the new year atmosphere. The cold wind is bleak, the night is long, and the entire northwest camp is shrouded in a white world. The patrolling soldiers numbly stepped on the heavy snow that was over their knees, making a creaking sound. Apart from that, the entire camp was very quiet. The light reflected from the snow illuminated the camp slightly. On the observation tower that was more than 10 feet high, Yu Shaoqing finished his duty for the day. According to the rules, after becoming a centurion, there was no need to rotate on the sentry tower. But this was an order issued by General Guide Lang himself. Yu Shaoqing did not seem to have any complaints. After explaining the observation situation to the soldiers who replaced him, he returned to his tent expressionlessly. Just as he arrived at the door, a postman from the south camp came over. The south camp always looked down on the north camp. Even a small postman often looked down on the centurion of the north camp. Not to mention that now General Guide was suppressing Yu Shaoqing everywhere. It was a rare thing for the postman to come and talk to him. Are you Shaoqing? the postman said arrogantly. Yu Shaoqing's rank was higher than his. Logically, he should call him centurion properly. Calling him by his name was really a violation of his superiors. If this gets out, what if it gets out? With General Guide suppressing him, can those who bully Yu Shaoqing get away with it? What's the matter? Yu Shaoqing asked calmly. The postman curled his lips and glanced at Yu Shaoqing. There are your things from Lianhua town. Go to the south camp and get them. Yu Shaoqing's eyes paused, as if he was a little unbelievable. But he didn't say anything. He went to the south camp with the postman and got his things back. There were 2 jars of food. The small one contained pickles, and the big one contained meatballs and pancakes. They came from Lianhua town, so they were sent by family. Yu Shaoqing touched the cold jars with both hands, still with a look of disbelief. After Wu San finished patrolling, he came to Yu Shaoqing's tent as usual. He didn't come to eat today, but to give Yu Shaoqing wine. Isn't it almost the new year? He asked someone to buy a pot of wine from outside, intending to spend New Year's Eve with Yu Shaoqing. However, when he walked in, he saw the jar on the table at a glance. What is this? He asked in confusion. Yu Shaoqing still had an icy face, but the angles of his eyebrows seemed to be softened, things sent from home. Wu San was stunned when he heard this, and then laughed sarcastically. Oh, those bastards are not greedy for your things this time? When did they become so kind? You better be careful. Don't let them put some drugs on you. In the past few years in the military camp, Lao Yu's life was not easy. He was a good person and had many military achievements, but he was too stubborn and offended many people. All the letters he sent to his family could not be delivered. I think his family also sent him letters, but none of them could reach him. Strictly speaking, this is the first batch of things that Lao Yu has brought back home. Is there a letter? No. My family can't read. This was the case when he left. Wu San was also illiterate, and didn't think it was strange. He walked forward and carefully looked at the things in the jar, and couldn't help but exclaimed, so much food. There are meatballs, pickles, and pancakes, all of which are what he and Lao Yu like to eat. Your family loves you so much, Wu San said with envy and jealousy, and took out a heavy pancake. Is this really a pancake? Oh, it's so heavy. Wu San took a bite like a wolf. Damn. Why is it so hard? He ate another meatball. Why does it taste so weird? Finally, Wu San placed his hopes on the jar of bright red pickles. He gently tore off a small piece, but after licking it, he rolled his eyes. It was late at night in the capital, but the imperial study was brightly lit. What did you say? The 20,000 soldiers in the northwest camp will be wiped out overnight. No one will survive. The emperor sat behind the desk, put down the memorial he had just approved, and looked at Gao Yuan in front of him and said. Gao Yuan answered with difficulty, yes. No one survived. The emperor slapped the desk. Asshole. Who taught you these nonsense? Gao Yuan took a deep breath and said, I am not making nonsense to confuse the people. I have made great determination to risk my life to advise your majesty. The emperor laughed angrily. Okay. You risked your life to advise. Then tell me, how did you get the information that the border soldiers could not get? Without waiting for Gao Yuan to answer, the emperor continued, you asked me to send 100,000 troops from Tong'o to reinforce the northwest camp. Have you ever thought that there are 150,000 Han troops stationed outside Tong'o City? There are hundreds of thousands of people in Tong'o City. Do you want me to hand over the entire Tong'o City to the Huns? Gao Yuan said solemnly, the military report is wrong. There has never been a 150,000 Xiongnu army outside Tong'o City. The army has gone to the northwest camp. They are planning to take the food and grass from the camp. As soon as the Xiongnu entered winter, they were short of supplies, and they had to rob for food and military pay. The northwest camp had abundant supplies, and it was indeed easy for the Xiongnu to become fat meat in their eyes. But what Gao Yuan could think of? Couldn't the generals in the camp think of it? They had already strengthened their defenses, making the entire camp impregnable. Moreover, they also spied on the military intelligence and learned that the Xiongnu army had moved their camp outside Tong'o City. If nothing unexpected happened, they would attack Tong'o on New Year's Eve. Gao Yuan bowed and said, Your Majesty, everything I said is true. The emperor snorted coldly. Then answer me honestly. Where did you get the military information? Gao Yuan lowered his eyes, sweat dripping from his forehead. I am not spying. I am observing the stars at night. The emperor interrupted him angrily. You are the chief priest. You went to the Imperial Academy, not the Imperial Astronomical Observatory. You are also observing the stars at night. I summon you back to Beijing to let you support the country, not to let you make alarmist remarks and disturb the morale of the army. Your Majesty. The emperor suddenly narrowed his eyes. Or, you colluded with the Huns. And the Huns told you all these military intelligence? I remember that your little nephew seems to be half Hun. Your Majesty. Gao Yuan's body trembled, and he raised his head suddenly. The emperor brushed his white sleeves and said coldly, Come. Take Gao Yuan to the prison and wait for his fate. In the cold dungeon, Gao Yuan fell asleep again. He dreamed that he was standing on the wall of Tongou, looking at the snow-covered distance. Suddenly, a fast horse came galloping. There was a man on the horse. The man was carrying many arrows, and seemed to be seriously injured. He lay on the horse's back, dying, as if he might fall off at any time. When he got closer, Gao Yuan saw clearly that he was not carrying so many arrows, but was shot by so many arrows that he was almost shot like a hedgehog. An ordinary person would have died long ago if he was injured like this. I don't know what kind of obsession he had to hold on until now. He delivered the last and most important military intelligence. But he didn't get to see Tongou, which he saved. Gao Yuan closed his gradually losing luster eyes with his own hands, took off the iron plate on his neck, wiped the blood and took a look. Captain. You Shaoqing. Wan, I don't care. My father must live. Humph. Chapter 59 The Young Master's Thoughts. This incident was really an unexpected disaster. Yu Feng did not blame Yuan for anything. Instead, he felt a little guilty. If he did not go to buy scallion pancakes, he would have been with Yuan when she was imprisoned. A girl was suddenly arrested by a group of officials and taken to such a place. She must be a little scared. Right? However, when Yu Feng looked at Yuan, he found that the girl's face was not only not a bit of a life after the disaster, but with a faint smile. This was not a pleasant experience. My sister might have gone crazy in prison. Right? Alwan. Alwan. Yu Feng called out twice nervously, and then pulled Yuan back from her wandering state. The carriage was swaying, and the light of the oil lamp was up and down. Yuan turned around in a good mood, curled her lips and said, Brother. What's wrong? I should be the one asking you this. Did you suffer any injustice in prison? Yu Feng asked. Yuan shook her head. No. Indeed. The people from the young master's mansion arrived in time, and Miss Yan's brother didn't have time to interrogate her before she was rescued from the prison. Of course, she understood what Yu Feng was worried about. She looked so happy, and she didn't look like someone who had been in prison. She was thinking about the three little guys. They were so cute and adorable. Yu Feng wanted to investigate further, but suddenly thought of something serious, and said with a serious look, Alwan, where is our fabric? It's not still in Jingdao Prefecture. Is it? Then, go back and get it before leaving the capital. Everyone is fine now. The fabric will not be withheld. The fabric. Yuan lowered her eyes and stroked the wrinkles on her cuffs. It should not be in Jingdao Prefecture. Then where is it? Yu Feng asked. Young Master's mansion. Yuan got on the carriage before Uncle Wan, and did not see Uncle Wan's actions afterwards. But not seeing it does not mean that she will not guess. Jing Zhaoyin did not even dare to breathe in front of young Master Yin. She was taken away by young Master Yin. Jing Zhaoyin would never dare to withhold her things. The fabric is probably already in the young master's mansion. Then why didn't you bring it out just now? Yu Feng said with a headache. Did you forget it? Of course not. She was going to ask, but just as she was about to open her mouth, the figures of the three little guys suddenly flashed in her mind, and she swallowed all the words she wanted to say. Yuan smiled. It's okay. I'll get it back another day. Yu Feng showed the same resentful expression as Yu Song. I have to go to the young master's house again. On the other side, Yin Jiuqiu and his servant also talked about the cloth. But it was not Uncle Wan who mentioned it. Uncle Wan had already realized that the country boy he met in Bai's house that day was Miss Yu's younger brother. It was fate that he could always meet Miss Yu or people around her again and again. He was just greedy by the aroma of scallion pancakes and meatballs, and forgot to return the cloth to Miss Yu. Uncle Wan said, the material is still in the mansion. I will send it to her tomorrow. The government office has a record that Miss Yu lives in Lianhua town, Lianhua village. If we hurry, we can get there in an hour. Why did the young master suddenly ask this? compared to what happened to the material. Uncle One seemed to be more concerned about why Yin Jiuchu asked about the material. The young master never asked about his job. Could it be that he lost the young master this time and made the young master dissatisfied? And the young master began to doubt his ability to do things? Uncle One was frightened. Young master. Yin Jiuchu interrupted him lightly. Does she know that the things are in the young master's house? Uncle One was stunned and opened his mouth in confusion. She knows. Right? She was in the yard in the afternoon. She must have seen the box being moved into the young master's house. Although Uncle One did not guess everything, he was almost right. Although Yuan did not see it, she guessed it. Yin Jiuchao snorted coldly. She knew it, but didn't ask for it. And just left like that? Uncle One always felt that Yin Jiuchao had something else in his words. As expected, Yin Jiuchao spoke without waiting for Uncle One to answer. My young master asked her to come to my mansion. And she came obediently. She was so obedient that she even disobeyed my mother. Later, she deliberately left things in my room. Yin Jiuchao narrowed his eyes. As soon as she heard that the cook had taken a leave, she immediately cooked a meal for me. I eat alone. Is it necessary to cook so much? She cooked the amount for the whole yard. Uncle One felt bitter. You ate up all the food on the table because you thought it was your dinner. Yin Jiuchao walked to the window, looked at the plum blossoms in the yard, and said in an indistinct way, You treat my son as your own. What do you want to say? Young master? Yin Jiuchao smiled coldly. Don't you see what she is up to? What's going on? Uncle One was stunned. Could it be that the young master suspected that Miss Yu had ulterior motives? Although he had not had much contact with Miss Yu, he could feel that Miss Yu was not a spy of any faction. Nor was she a villain who fawned on the powerful. Uncle One was about to say that Yin Jiuchao had misunderstood. But who would have thought that the little guy who couldn't sleep, holding a big meat bun in his hand, and the little snow fox, who was obviously very sleepy, but was dragged by the third brother by the tail, came into the house. Almost at the same time, Yin Jiuchao said nonchalantly, She obviously likes this young master. And in order to stay by my side, she really uses all means, and does not hesitate. Uncle One with a black face. The confused little milk bag. The little snow fox who was scared of sleepiness. The night is long and deep. The carriage arrived at the dark Lianhua village. It was past midnight, and everyone in the village was asleep. The village fell into a deathly silence. Yu Feng jumped off the carriage, handed his hand to Yuan, and took Yuan into the carriage. Yuan did not rush back, but opened her purse, took out 200 copper coins from it, and handed them to the driver, saying, It's New Year's Day. Thank you for your hard work. Originally, the carriage should have been returned to the town before dark. But something happened and delayed it. The driver had to run around all day in fear. The driver never complained from beginning to end. Yuan felt that he should be paid for his hard work. The driver accepted it happily without any pretense. Yu Feng looked at the heavy copper coins and hesitated to speak. After the driver drove away, Yu Feng said with a pained heart, Why give so much? Yuan smiled with curved eyebrows. Go home, big brother. You? Yu Feng sighed. Yu Feng sent Yuan back first. What she didn't expect was that in the middle of the night, there was a person standing at the door of Yuan's house. He was a very young man, wearing a white gown, tall and straight, with clear eyebrows and eyes, as if waiting for someone, and exuding the aura of a scholar in his every move. This is none other than Yuan's fiancé Zhao Heng, whom she has never met. Brother 9, fiancé? Haha. Yuan has already fallen in love with me. Chapter 60 Doing nothing will make you die. Yuan had not seen Zhao Heng since she traveled through time, and there was no memory of him in her mind. Logically, she should not have known him. But the moment she saw him, she miraculously matched him with the rumored Zhao family scholar. An inexplicable emotion spread over her heart, and she suddenly had the urge to go up and slap him. Yuan clearly understood that this feeling did not come from her, but was most likely the anger left in the original owner's subconscious. So what did this guy do to the original owner? When the brother and sister found Zhao Heng also saw them. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes, but not that much. It seems that he has learned from others that the two Yu families have reconciled. But hearing about it is one thing, and seeing it with your own eyes is another. His brief astonishment made the timing of speaking at a disadvantage. Yu Feng said coldly, What are you doing here? Yu Feng has disliked Zhao Heng since he was a child. This is not entirely because of Yuan. He is the same age as Zhao Heng. so it is inevitable that they are compared. Xiao Heng is very good at studying, but he is just a mud-leg who makes trouble for the crops. The villagers always say that their family depends on Xiao Heng in the future. It doesn't matter if he, the eldest brother-in-law, can't study. As long as Xiao Heng can study, Xiao Heng will make the whole old Yu family live a good life in the future. Xiao Heng is delicate and tender. He can't carry anything on his shoulders or pick anything with his hands. Would he count on such a sissy scholar? Not to mention that Xiao was making trouble in front of Awan again, causing Awan to be separated from the old house. He is Zhao's biological son. Yu Feng doesn't believe that he knows nothing about this. To put it bluntly, he also likes to hear about it. After all, his sister 2 years ago was carrying a large sum of windfall. And once the money is drained, what will the sister get? Let's not talk about how the sister fell into the water. But during the days when the sister was unconscious, this good brother-in-law didn't even enter the door of Awan's house. In the past, Xiao Heng and Yuan were together, and Yu Feng was like an outsider. Now that the brother and sister have reconciled, Xiao Heng has become the one who is excluded. When Yu Feng asked him so impolitely, Xiao Heng's face changed slightly. I came to find Awan. The tone is very restrained. He looked at Yuan on the side. His eyes slightly narrowed. The person was still the same person, but gave him an extremely strange feeling. Yu Feng took a step forward and blocked his sight. It's so late. Why are you looking for my sister? This word sister made Xiao Heng frown. This is a matter between me and Awan. I think you'd better avoid it. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't be a woman, Yu Feng said bluntly. You? Xiao Heng's face turned red with anger. Yuan walked forward slowly and whispered to Yu Feng, forget it. It's so late at night. Uncle and Aunt must be waiting anxiously. Brother, go back quickly. I will tell you everything he said to me later. Xiao Heng looked at Yuan in disbelief. Yu Feng's face looked better now. Of course, he did not really leave Yuan and walk away, but stood in a place where he could see the figures of the two, although he could not hear their conversation. If that boy behaves badly towards his sister, he will rush over and teach him a lesson. Can you tell me now? Yuan asked indifferently. Xiao Heng was stunned by Yuan's indifference. He finally understood why Yuan felt strange. In the past, whenever he appeared, she wished she had a pair of eyes on him all the time. However, tonight, he stayed in front of her for so long. But she didn't even look at him. If you come to me in the middle of the night just to stare at me, I'm sorry I can't keep you company, Yuan said, and was about to go into the house. Xiao Heng paused and called her. Are those things true? What is it? Yuan asked. Xiao Heng took a deep breath. It's what you did to my mother and my family. Yuan's face flashed with a look of reminiscence. Those things, yes. They are all true. Xiao Heng didn't expect her to admit it so easily, and couldn't help but raise his voice. Don't you even ask which ones? Yuan looked at him strangely and said, don't I know what I did? I need to ask you. Are you stupid? And, keep your voice down. Don't wake up my mother. Xiao Heng choked. He was well educated and was best at verbal battles. But now, he was almost choked to death by Yuan's words. He wanted to say, what if some of it was not your fault? But when he met Yuan's eyes that looked at him like a fool, he swallowed his words and asked instead, why did you do this? Do you know that my mother is old and in poor health? You and your mother have bullied her again and again. Have you ever thought about? No. Yuan interrupted him indifferently. Xiao Heng choked again, and his anger gradually became uncontrollable. Don't take revenge on my mother because I refuse to marry you. My mother is innocent. In the end, this matter is your own fault. If you hadn't gone to the brothel to do that shameful thing, would I want to cancel your marriage? Mother! Mother! Zhao Baomei rushed into Zhao's room like a fire on her, but Zhao had not left the house since she was scolded by Jiang, and she was about to get sick from being bored at home. It was only when her son came back and poured out a wave of bitterness to him that she felt better. You came back so soon? Were you discovered? Zhao was worried that her son could not deal with the little BXXXH, so she asked her daughter to follow him. Zhao Baomei snorted. I hid so well. Who could find me? Zhao grabbed a handful of melon seeds and said, then why did you come back? Where is your brother? Has he dealt with the little BXXXH? Zhao Baomei muttered. How could my brother deal with the little BXXXH? He only talks about it. And he can't even do it if I ask him to slap him. Zhao stared at her daughter coldly. Xiao Baomei stuck out her tongue and tried to take the melon seeds from Zhao's hand. But Zhao slapped her hand away. Xiao Baomei was bored. But she didn't dare to get angry. She hugged Zhao's arm and said flatteringly, "Mom, you will never guess what I just heard." The next day, Xiao got up before dawn. Xiao was bullied by Zhang's mother and daughter, and lost a pig. She had long been resentful of them. But because her son was not around, she had no one to back her up. So she didn't dare to go back in a big way. Now, she finally caught the little BXXXH's handle. She had endured it for so long. It was time to teach the little BXXXH a lesson. This time, she didn't even need her son to do anything. She could tear the little BXXXH apart by herself. Last night, she had already thought about it. She wanted to publicize the fact that the little BXXXH had been in a brothel in front of the whole village. She wanted the whole village to see how the little BXXXH shamelessly deceived her son, using the money earned from selling her body to please her and her son. She really could do it. The whole village was deceived by this girl. This girl has been missing for a whole year, which means she has been in the brothel for a whole year. After so long, she might have contracted syphilis. If she remembered correctly, losing virginity before marriage would be thrown into a pig cage. If she refuses to be put into the pig cage, she will be driven out of Lotus Village. You little BXXXH. Let's see how you can turn things around this time. Xiao smiled triumphantly, and went to the old well at the entrance of the village. There was a bell next to the old well. The bell would only be rung when something big happened in the village. Xiao was going to ring the bell today. However, before she could ring it, she found someone sitting on the well. So early. Who could it be? Xiao walked forward in confusion and took a closer look. Jiang. Jiang was sitting on the well, playing with the ears of corn. She raised her head with a smile when she heard the voice. Long time no see. Sister Zhao. Chapter 61 The Doting Man. Knock. 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 At 4 o'clock in the morning, and Zhang heard a gentle knock on the door. Who is it? And Zhang asked in a daze. It's me. Xiao Jiang. The voice was as gentle as water, like the drizzle in the misty waters of Jiang'an. And Zhang hurried to open the door, and saw Jiang wearing an old cloak, standing at the door with a slender figure. This was a face that was not worldly. When Jiang entered the village, and Zhang was still a newly married young wife. 18 years later, and Zhang was no longer young. But Jiang still seemed to be the same as when they first met. And Zhang said in surprise, "Why is Xiao Jiang here? Is there something wrong?" Jiang said softly, "My elder brother and sister-in-law are preparing New Year's dishes. I have to go over to help. Alwan and Taidan are still asleep. Alwan seemed to have caught a cold yesterday, and she is hot and cold. I am a little worried. Can you trouble Sister Zhang to help me keep an eye on her? I know it's too early. It's a pity to trouble Sister Zhang, but I can't think of anyone else." And Zhang said readily, "What's the matter? I'll go and keep an eye on her for you." Jiang smiled gently. "Thank you, Sister Zhang." "Oh no! Oh no! Something big has happened." Li was awakened by Aunt Bai's scream. Aunt Bai is famous for her loud voice in the village. With a good voice. I wish I could go to the town and still hear her voice. She lived next door to the village head. Her husband was a cousin of the village head's mother. She couldn't figure out whether they were 5 generations apart, but they lived close to each other and often visited each other. She seemed closer than other relatives. So when something happened, she was the first to run to the village head's house. However, it was too early and the village head's family was asleep. The village head frowned in dissatisfaction and pushed the woman next to him and said, "Go and see what happened." "I won't go." Xiaochen turned over in her quilt. The village head's sister-in-law also had the surname Chen. People in the village called his sister-in-law De Chen and his wife Xiaochen. His eldest brother's family had moved to another village, but the names had never been changed. "You lazy woman." The village head couldn't get Xiaochen to come up, so he had to put on his clothes and get up. Aunt Bai's screams, like a pig being slaughtered, continued, accompanied by the action of knocking on the door. The village head seriously suspected that his door was about to be knocked down by this distant cousin. "I'm coming. It's early in the morning. Why are you yelling?" The village head took off the cold bolt, and his fingers were frozen and painful. Aunt Bai heard the sound of the bolt being taken off, and broke into the house without waiting for the village head to open the door. Fortunately, the village head hid quickly. Otherwise, he would have been knocked on the door. The village head glared at her, Look at you. Aunt Bai said in a panic. No. No. I really have something important to do. Xiao Heng's mother. Something big happened. What happened to his mother? When he heard Xiao Heng's name, the village head looked a little concerned. Aunt Bai said, She jumped into the well. Go and see. On New Year's Day, someone actually threw himself into a well. How could this be tolerated? The village head did not bother to complain to Aunt Bai and went to the old well at the entrance of the village with her. This well is a few years old, but it has never dried up. Villagers still come here to fetch water from time to time. Aunt Bai is one of the people who came here early in the morning with a bucket. She threw the bucket down and heard a clang, as if it hit something. She leaned over and saw a person whose body was mostly submerged in the water. She thought she saw a water ghost and fell to the ground in fear. Then she thought it was not right. It was already dawn. Where did the ghost come from? So she took a closer look and recognized that it was Zhao. When the village head arrived at the old well, Zhao had already been fished out by Xuanzi's father and several strong farmers. Zhao's body was frozen stiff. Her face was deathly pale, and her head was covered with ice. If she hadn't twitched from time to time, everyone would have thought she was dead. Her legs seemed to be broken. A hunter in the village said. Her arms seemed to be broken too. Xuanzi's father whispered. Why can't she throw the ball into a well accurately? Xuanzi complained. If he threw the ball into a well. Bah! 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 What well would he throw the ball into? Everyone also thought that her body was broken when she threw the ball into the well. Otherwise, what else? Could she be broken by someone? Who has the ability to do that? Most of the people in the village were startled by Aunt Bai's loud voice. No one expected to see this so early in the morning. What a sin! Aunt Bai said. Mom! Zhao Heng rushed over in a panic, followed by Zhao Baomei, who even wore her cotton jacket backwards. When Zhao Baomei saw Zhao's corpse-like appearance, she burst into tears. Zhao Heng squatted down helplessly. Mother! 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 Aunt Bai said anxiously. Oh, don't just stand there. Take off your cotton-padded clothes and wrap her up. Go back and boil some water and give her a hot bath. Zhao Heng did as he was told and took off his cotton-padded clothes to wrap Zhao up. Xuanzi's father and several men found a door panel and carried the dying Zhao back to the Zhao family. Several women went to help boil water. Zhao Baomei cried and could not help it all. Xiaochen rushed to the Zhao family and changed Zhao into dry clothes with several ants. The village head began to ask Zhao's brothers and sisters why Zhao Shi was so upset that she jumped into the well. Zhao Heng was confused. My mother was fine last night. Although Zhao Shi was angry, her son came back and she was alive and kicking again. She complained bitterly and was more energetic than anyone else. She could live another 100 or 80 years. Why did she suddenly become upset and jump into the well? Zhao Heng was more confused than the village head. The only one who knew was Zhao Baomei. After Zhao Baomei told Zhao Shi about Yuan's experience in a brothel, Zhao Shi immediately said that she wanted to make the scandal of that little hoof known to everyone. She wanted that little hoof to be put in a pig cage. She wanted that little hoof to die. So her mother went to the village entrance. Not to jump into the well, but to ring the bell. But how could she fall into the well? Her mother is not so careless. When Zhao Baomei was puzzled, Jiang and Yuan came to visit. The mother and daughter used to live a hard life, with pale and thin faces. But now they are living a good life, gaining weight, and looking rosy. At first glance, they are refreshing. Of course, Jiang is still a little sick. Yuan held her arm, as if she was afraid that she would fall down. I heard that Sister Zhao was in trouble. It's so sad, Jiang said with a heartache, holding the handkerchief. The head of the village sighed. It's hard for you to forget the past and come to see her. It should be, Jiang said innocently. The village head said with a headache, I heard from Zhao Baomei that her mother went out at dawn. Oh, why did she jump into the well for no reason? Yes, why did such a cowardly person jump into the well? Yuan looked into the inner room with doubts. At this moment, Zhao Baomei came out with a large basin of wet clothes and met Yuan's eyes. A thunder suddenly exploded in Zhao Baomei's mind. She pointed at Yuan and said, It's her. She killed my mother. She pushed my mother into the well. Are you scared by Xiao He Jiang? Chapter 62 The truth is revealed. And Zhang said with wide eyes, What nonsense are you talking about? I went to Awan's house in the middle of the night. Awan slept until just now. Bai Meizi woke up because she yelled that something happened. Xiao left home at 5 o'clock in the morning, which Xiao Baomei admitted to the head of the village herself. And Aunt Zhang went to Yuan's house at 4 o'clock in the morning and stayed there afterwards. She didn't see Yuan go out. So Xiao Baomei's finger at Yuan doesn't make sense from the timing of the crime. Xiao Baomei pointed angrily and said, "Who knows if you lied? You took the meat of that little bxxxh. Don't think I don't know." Everyone looked at Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang choked immediately. That was the day when Jiang just woke up. Jiang rushed to find trouble with Zhao. She was worried that Jiang would be bullied. So she hurriedly reported the news to Yuan and Yufeng. Yuan was grateful and gave her 2 pounds of meat afterwards. This was not a big deal, but it was exposed at this critical moment. And it was inevitable that she was too close to the Yu family and was suspected of protecting Yuan. What's more, that was real meat. Although everyone didn't say it, they were jealous in their hearts. Aunt Zhang felt the dissatisfaction of the crowd and wanted to explain. But she was afraid that the more she explained, the more it would make things worse. Fortunately, the village head was clear-headed and was not blinded by the 2 pounds of fat meat. He said, "You keep saying that Alwan framed your mother. So I want to ask her why she wanted to harm your mother? If it was because of the last incident. It was too long ago. Besides, the Zhao family compensated the Yu family with a pig, and the two were even at that time. The village head didn't think that the Yu family had any dissatisfaction. And the fact was indeed so. On the contrary, Zhao was injured and lost a pig. So she looked more like the one who wanted to harm others." The village head's sharp eyes fell on Xiao Baomei's face. Xiao Baomei tightened her fingers and quickly glanced at Jiang and Yuan. Jiang looked innocent. Yuan looked cold. No one took this seriously. Xiao Baomei felt upset. But she didn't dare to tell anyone about the eavesdropping. Because once she did, Xiao would no longer be able to hide the fact that she had tried every means to put Yuan in a pig cage. But Xiao Baomei thought about it. Even if her mother wanted to put that little bxxxh in a pig cage. So what? Wasn't it that the little bxxxh did something that deserved to be put in a pig cage? Her mother exposed her because she didn't want the whole village to continue to be deceived by her. Her mother did nothing wrong. It was the little bxxxh who was wrong. Yuan looked at Xiao Baomei's unpredictable expression and felt that this woman was going to make trouble again. Jiang glanced at Xiao Baomei sickly and lowered her head to play with the ears of corn. The two people's nonchalant attitude further angered Xiao Baomei, and the last bit of fear in her heart disappeared. Her eyes swept over the head of the village, and all the villagers crowded in the main hall, and finally fell on Yuan's face. "My mother learned a piece of news yesterday, and went to the village entrance before dawn today. She originally planned to ring the bell and announce the news to the public, but someone didn't want the news to be exposed. So they pushed my mother into the well." She said this while looking at Yuan, and it was self-evident who she was referring to. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yuan. Yuan didn't look panicked at all. "What did your mother know?" "My mother?" "Shut up." Zhao Heng walked out from the inner room. Xiao Baomei glared at her brother with grievance and anger. "It's time to support this little bxxxh. You don't let me say it. I have to say it." She looked at Zhao Heng, but pointed her finger at Yuan. "She has been to a brothel. She is not clean. I don't know how many men have touched her. She still wants to marry into our Zhao family. How shameless." After these words came out, everyone was stunned. Is this true? Did this girl Alwan really go to a brothel? When did it happen? The head of the village was so shocked that he stuttered. Xiao Baomei raised her chin and said, "It was the year she went to her cousin's house. She lied to us so badly. She worked in the brothel for a year, but she insisted that she lived in her cousin's house for a year. Alwan returned to the village 2 years ago and inexplicably had a lot more money. She thought it was given by her cousin's mother-in-law. But who would have thought that she earned it in the brothel? But then again, all the money was spent on Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng's dowry turned out to be the money his fiancée sold her body for, which was embarrassing." Zhao Heng's face turned blue and red. The reason why he kept this secret was because if it got out, he would become the laughing stock of the whole village. If he had waited a little longer until Alwan accepted the reality, he would have been able to cancel the marriage naturally. However, thanks to this stupid sister, his plan was ruined. Xiao Baomei didn't know what kind of disaster she had caused, and was looking at Yuan smugly. What? Nothing to say? In this matter, Zhao Heng and Yuan were on the same boat, and they would prosper together and suffer together. Zhao Heng was embarrassed, and Yuan was not much better. In fact, she was even more miserable, because if everything was true, she would most likely be thrown into a pig cage. Jiang said with a wronged look, "My daughter has never been to a brothel." Zhao Baomei looked at the villagers who were suspicious in the room, asked the villagers, "Who believes it?" "Of course, they don't believe it." Jiang said sickly, "You said Awan went to a brothel. Do you have any evidence?" Zhao Baomei had a flash of inspiration. "Then you said she went to her cousin's mother-in-law's house. Do you have any evidence?" Jiang was speechless. If everyone believed only 50% before, Jiang's reaction now made them believe 70% or 80%. "Mom, it's okay." Just as Yuan was stroking Jiang's little shoulders that were shaking with anger and comforting her softly, a huge noise suddenly came from not far away. Listening to the direction, it seemed to come from Xuanzi's house. Xuanzi's father ran out first, and soon he started howling, "My cow! My cow!" The cow sheet of Xuanzi's family had too much snow and could not bear the load. So it collapsed and the cow was buried underneath. This is the only cow in Lianhua village. There were 3 cows the year before last, but one died of illness and the other died of old age. Now there is only the only one left in Xuanzi's family. This cow can plow the land during the busy farming season and pull carts during the slack season. I can't imagine what will happen to the village's businesses with so much land and so many people if it is gone. The situation was urgent, and everyone didn't bother to interrogate Yuan. They all went to Xuanzi's house and rescued the cow buried in the cowshed. However, the cow was injured and lay on the ground, groaning in extreme pain. Chapter 63, Treating the Injured Cow. The people of the old Yu family came after the accident in the cowshed. It's not that they didn't hear that something happened to the Zhao family, but they didn't like to watch the excitement of the Zhao family, and they were impatient to care about the Zhao family's affairs. Xuanzi's family was different. His family was all honest and loyal, and they raised cows, so they were quite popular in the village. The uncle and the aunt were still busy preparing New Year's Eve dishes in front of the stove. It was the Yufeng brothers who came over. The 2 first saw the third aunt and Yuan behind the crowd, and went up to say "Lo. Yufeng, third aunt." Awan. Yusong, third aunt. Ignore Yuan. Yuan laughed secretly. What a weird child. What happened? Yusong asked, looking at the crowd in front of him. Yuan said with regret, the cowshed collapsed, and the cows don't seem to be in good condition. Yusong snorted, I didn't ask you. I asked Aunt San. Aunt San rolled her eyes at him resentfully. Yusong was disappointed, touched his nose angrily, and went to pay attention to the movement inside. It's the same as Aunt Zhang's cow the year before last. It suddenly became lame and died of illness not long after. Is Xuanzi's cow okay? This is the last cow in the village. I was hoping to borrow it to plow the fields in the spring. What should I do? The villagers were anxious. Although Yufeng couldn't see what was going on inside, he could hear most of it. He had an impression of Aunt Zhang's cow. It seemed that it was injured first, and then someone treated it, and it could continue to work in the fields. However, after a few days, the cow's body became scalding hot, and half a month later, the cow died. If Xuanzi's cow is really the same as Aunt Zhang's cow, then it is really in danger. Suddenly thinking of something, Yufeng turned his head and looked at Yuan beside him. Awan. You? As soon as he started talking, he was interrupted by Aunt Bai's voice. Let go. Old Chui is here. Not far away. Xuanzi was running towards this side, with a gray-haired local doctor. The local doctor was old, and was out of breath from running. When he got here, he almost rolled his eyes. This was the local doctor who had treated Aunt Zhang's cow before. He was a witch doctor from the next village. He usually treated people, and occasionally looked after livestock and poultry. His surname was Chui, and the villagers called him Old Chui. Hurry up! Xuanzi dragged Old Chui, who was panting and rolling his eyes, into his backyard. After entering the yard, Old Chui's first reaction was not to treat the cow, but to look at the collapsed shed and said strangely, this cowshed collapsed strangely. As soon as Xuanzi let go, he saw that he didn't catch up, and hurriedly urged, Oh, don't dawdle. The cow is almost dead. Old Chui walked towards the injured cow, frowning and muttering, It's strange. Jiang, who was behind the crowd, was playing with the ears of corn in her hand. The cool sunlight reflected on her thin face, making her skin almost transparent. Old Chui started to diagnose the cow's illness. Aunt Bai on the side said, Can he cure it? Aunt Zhang's cow was killed by him. Old Chui was unhappy and turned his head with a dark face. What do you mean by let me cure it? It was going to die that day. I extended its life for half a month. Aunt Bai curled her lips. You said that Awan was hopeless that day. But wasn't Awan alive and well? Old Chui thought for a while, as if he was recalling who Awan was. After a while, he wondered, that child survived? How is it possible? Why not? I think you are a quack. Aunt Bai hummed. It's no wonder that Aunt Bai thought so. In fact, Old Chui has been a local doctor for so many years, and he has never cured a few diseases properly. But he still brags that he is a miracle doctor. Thinking back then, Old Chui began to brag about his glorious history as a miracle doctor. Xuanzi interrupted him. Can it be cured? If not, I will ask someone else. Old Chui closed his mouth. He opened his mouth again after a while. Xuanzi said, cure the disease? Old Chui was completely silent and honestly diagnosed the cow. This diagnosis lasted for a long time. What's the matter? Xuanzi's father couldn't help asking. The fingertips of Old Chui's left hand moved, and a complicated look flashed across his face. It can't be cured. Then what are you waiting for? Go to the town to ask for a doctor. Aunt Bai urged. The doctors in the town are all doctors for people, not cows. The head of the village thought of this and pondered. Let's go to the post station to ask for the doctor. I just went to the post station a few days ago, and the doctor has returned home. A deep voice sounded from the back of the crowd. Everyone looked back and saw Yu Feng squeeze through the crowd. Yu Feng looked at the head of the village and said, let my sister try. Your sister? Awan. The head of the village was stunned. Yu Feng nodded. Awan cured the horses at the post station. So maybe she can cure this cow. This? I haven't heard that Awan knows medical skills. The head of the village looked at Yuan, who was walking calmly with doubt. Is it an illusion or something? I always feel that this girl is not the same as before. Old Chui also looked at Yuan. Yes, it was that girl. But the girl's pulse was clearly a dying disease, and there was no medicine to cure it. How could she come back to life and recover so quickly? The head of the village didn't say whether Yuan should try or not. Yuan walked straight to the cow and squatted down. She first checked the external injuries to rule out the possibility of fractures, and then focused on the cow's lame left thigh. She saw that the thigh was severely swollen. There was no obvious wound, but there was a local hemorrhage. It's a contusion. Yuan made the diagnosis. A contusion is a closed injury to the skin without a break caused by blunt external force. The symptoms are the same as those of Xuanzi's cow. Later on, fever, loss of appetite, and functional disorders may also occur. Mild contusions can usually heal on their own. But this cow was seriously injured, so intervention was necessary. In addition, Yuan also found an unhealed old wound on the affected area of this cow. It can be said that the old wound was the key to causing the contusion. But its swelling and pain were not obvious. If it hadn't happened this time, I'm afraid even she wouldn't have found it. Fortunately, it was discovered. Otherwise, the consequences would be serious if it was discovered later. Can it be cured? Xuanzi didn't understand what the accidental injury was. He only cared about whether it could be cured. Yes, Yuan said without hesitation. How do you plan to cure it? Old Chui asked without hesitation. And it was unclear whether he was worried or just curious. Yuan said truthfully, 30 qian each of rhubarb, pH, lodendron, turmeric, and angelica, 12 qian each of erythema, tangerine peel, atractylodes, radix trichosanthes, magnolia bark, and licorice. Grind them into powder. Add sesame oil and mix well. And make it thick but not thin. This is an external medicine. There are also internal medicines. 9.5 qian of chuanxiong, 12 qian of yuanhu, 3.5 qian of safflower, and 3 qian of angelica. Also grind them into powder. Mix with boiling water. This is a single dose. First grab 2 sets to see the effect, and then determine whether the prescription needs to be changed. Little Black Jiang, Awan is the best. No rebuttal accepted. Chapter 64, Breaking off the engagement in public. As soon as she finished speaking, the noisy room instantly became quiet. Although they didn't understand the names of the medicines, she explained them so clearly that everyone couldn't help but feel a little impressed. Even if it was made up. It's not something that anyone can do to make up so many in one breath, and even to the point of how much money it cost. Hey, Old Chui. Aunt Bai moved to Old Chui's side and whispered. Is her prescription correct? Old Chui said unhappily. Didn't you say I'm a quack? How can I know if her prescription is correct? Aunt Bai knew that he was arguing with her, and she couldn't help but glare at him fiercely, and walked away with disgust. You old man. Although old Chui rebuked Aunt Bai, he turned around and said to Xuanzi and his father, What are you doing? Go get the medicine. This was a tacit approval of Yuan's prescription. Of course, in everyone's eyes, he was just a mediocre doctor who was famous for nothing. When he said it was feasible, people might not believe him. But there was no other way at the moment. It didn't matter if it was a desperate attempt or a desperate attempt. Xuanzi's father really told his son to go to the town to get medicine. I'll go with you, Yu Feng said. Xuanzi thought about it and nodded. Thank you, Brother Feng. Yu Feng and Xuanzi went out with the prescription. Just halfway through, they ran into Zhao Heng, who was coming towards them. Zhao Heng heard the movement in the cow shed and saw Xuanzi dragging old Chui over. He guessed that Xuanzi's cow was injured. In the past, he would be invited to take a look at this situation. Of course, he was not to see the disease, but to write the prescription for others. However, he waited and waited, but no one came to invite him. He was confused, but couldn't let go of his high airs. He was about to turn back halfway, but he ran into Yu Feng and Xuanzi. He greeted them awkwardly. Little did he know that the two didn't even notice where he was going. He cleared his throat, glanced at Yu Feng, who looked indifferent, and said to Xuanzi, Is your cow okay? Where are you going? Xuanzi treated him politely. It's injured. Brother Feng and I are going to the town to get medicine. After that, he shook the prescription in his hand. It's called a prescription, but it's just charcoal written on old cotton cloth. Zhao Heng never thought that there was another person in the village who could read and write besides him. The sense of superiority accumulated over the years was suddenly impacted, and he stretched out his hand almost without thinking. Let me see. Xuanzi was stunned, said oh, and handed him the prescription. Zhao Heng took the faded and dirty cotton cloth, and after just one look, he was stunned. It was surprising enough that there was a second person who could write, and he could write so well. The beautiful hairpin-shaped small regular script made him feel that he was holding not a piece of rag, but a piece of rice paper. Have you seen enough? Yu Feng took the prescription away without any hesitation. Zhao Heng raised his eyes and looked at Yu Feng. He vaguely remembered that Yu Feng had also been to a private school in his early years, but he was naughty and had no skills, so he dropped out of school in a few days. Could it be that this word was written by Yu Feng? Just as Zhao Heng was about to ask, Xuanzi beside him spoke up. How is it? Is Awan's prescription okay? Awan's prescription? Zhao Heng looked at Xuanzi in confusion. Xuanzi nodded and told Zhao Heng about Yuan's treatment of the injured cow and writing the prescription. Zhao Heng couldn't believe it. How could it be? Okay. Don't delay. Didn't Awan say the situation is urgent? Do you still want to treat the cow? Yu Feng was too lazy to pay attention to Zhao Heng, and pulled Xuanzi away, leaving Zhao Heng alone. The two of them walked fast, and bought the herbs before noon. Xuanzi didn't bring enough copper coins, so Yu Feng paid for it. Yuan checked the herbs one by one, and after confirming that they were correct, she ground them into powder, took a small bowl of her own sesame oil, made a bowl of external ointment, and applied it to the affected part of the cow, boiled the internal medicine into soup, mixed it with some grass to make a paste. The cow was in great pain and was reluctant to eat. Yuan fed it for a full quarter of an hour before feeding the small bowl of medicine paste clean. During the whole process, old Chui watched without saying a word, and his eyes flashed with a hint of meaning that others could not understand from time to time. After half an hour, the effect of the medicine began to take effect, and the cow no longer groaned in pain, and it also had an appetite. Yuan brought grass, and it opened its mouth and chewed slowly. Seeing that the cow was willing to eat, everyone was relieved. This is alive, Aunt John said excitedly. Her cow didn't eat so quickly at the beginning. Old Chui nodded and murmured, He can live. Although he always boasted about how brave he was in his early years, he never made any promises to patients. If he said he could live, then he was really saved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. For them, what was saved was not only the only cow left in the village, but also their farming and their business. Everyone looked at Yuan with a different look, and then they came to their senses. Awan was a native villager. She didn't know a single word before, so how could she suddenly know medical skills? Awan, are you hiding something from everyone? The head of the village expressed the doubts in everyone's hearts. Yuan said calmly, to be honest. My cousin's family is a post-doctor. I learned some superficial medical skills there. After studying for a few days, I only know the basics. It's not easy to show off. The head of the village suddenly realized. So that's it. However, this is not just knowing the basics. She is better than a local doctor. The head of the village did not doubt that Yuan was lying. After all, Yuan's medical skills were real. And her beautiful handwriting was not fake. How could these things be learned in a brothel? Everyone also felt that they had wronged Yuan. And they all lowered their heads in shame. Yuan did not mean to blame everyone at all. She slowly said to the head of the village, I don't know what I did wrong to let the sister of the Xiao family misunderstand me so much. I troubled the head of the village to invite her here so that I can confront her face to face. The head of the village nodded. It should be. Zhao Baomei was called over. And Zhao Heng came with her. Zhao Heng was still somewhat immersed in the huge shot that Yuan brought him. Medical skills? Literacy? These were things that had nothing to do with that rustic little village girl. But Zhao Heng had to admit that Yuan was indeed different from before. When he was like a lion with frizzled hair. She didn't even frown from beginning to end. Are you done? She said this and turned to go into the house. For the first time in his life, he felt the coldness from Yuan. Of course, he would have the second time soon. Yuan asked Zhao Baomei. Let me ask you. Who told me those nonsense when I entered the brothel? Was it your elder brother? Zhao Baomei wanted to deny it. But her eyes betrayed her. Aunt Bai put her hands on her hips and cursed, Zhao Heng. You son of a bxxxh. How did Yuan support you to study? Now that you have graduated, you look down on Yuan and want to kill her. Right? Hack you. Zhao Heng was wronged. I didn't. Yuan secretly wondered if she should cooperate and pretend to be hit hard. She imitated Zhang Shizi holding her heart. But she didn't imitate it very well. If you didn't know, you would think she was choking. The head of the village was about to give her a cup of tea. And she sighed and said, Zhao Heng, I really misjudged you. Since you are so unwilling to marry me, I won't force you. Today, I will ask the head of the village to be a witness to cancel the engagement between the Xiao and Yu families. From now on, I and the scholar of the Zhao family will go our separate ways. Zhao Heng was delighted. At the same time, please ask the Zhao family to return the money I spent on you in the past few years. Zhao Heng's expression froze on his face. Chapter 65 Night Raid. On New Year's Eve, an unprecedented heavy snow fell at the border. The falling snow covered the entire camp, and the towering observation deck became a small white tower. Yu Shaoqing stood on the observation deck, concentrating on tonight's duty. Ever since Yan Soming tasted the sweetness of being a guide Langjiang, he let Yu Shaoqing take the most difficult shift every night. The heavy snow blocked Yu Shaoqing's sight, and he could only vaguely hear the sound of drinking and having fun in the Xiongnu camp. The Xiongnu army also had the custom of celebrating the New Year. Every New Year's Eve, both sides reached an unwritten tacit understanding. That is, no one would mobilize troops. It was like this in previous years, and this year seemed no different. However, Yu Shaoqing had never been on duty on New Year's Eve in previous years. For him, this was the first time he heard the lively and extraordinary sounds coming from the camps on both sides at the same time. Old Yu Wusang climbed up in the snow, opened his tightly wrapped cotton coat, and took out a bottle of hot red wine. Have a drink to warm yourself up, Yu Shaoqing said. I'm on duty and can't drink. Wu San sighed and put the bottle into his hand. Just drink it without worry. Yu Shaoqing didn't drink, but asked, is it like this in previous years? What? Wu San followed Yu Shaoqing's gaze and looked in the direction of the Xiongnu camp, and said with understanding, it's New Year's Eve. No troops will be sent out. How do you know? That's the rule. Who made the rule? Wu San was at a loss for words. Paused, scratched his head, and said, this is not your first day in the camp. Don't you know the rule of not fighting on New Year's Eve? I heard that it was General Xiao who personally made it with the Xiongnu generals. For so many years, no one has invaded on this day. Really? Yu Shaoqing's eyes were deep. Wu San tried to persuade Yu Shaoqing to drink again, but Yu Shaoqing refused to drink. So Wu San left angrily. Yu Shaoqing stood in the wind and snow for 2 hours like an iron man, waiting until the next soldier came up before he walked down the observation deck. At this time, both sides had finished guarding the year, and the camps on both sides fell into a deathly silence. Yu Shaoqing returned to the tent on the creaking snow. As soon as he opened the curtain, He felt a strange breath from the darkness. His eyes turned cold, and he drew his sword and swung it towards the bed. "It's me." A woman's voice sounded with a slight fear. Yu Shaoqing paused. The woman stood up, took out a tinder, and lit a weak oil lamp. Under the oil lamp, the woman's appearance and figure were revealed without reservation. It was the official prostitute who walked out of Yin Songming's tent that day. Yu Shaoqing turned around. "Put on your clothes." The woman stepped barefoot on the cold ground and bent down to pick up the clothes that fell on the ground. After picking them up, she was not in a hurry to put them on. Instead, she smiled charmingly. "I was attracted to you the first time I saw you. Tonight, let me serve you. Okay? Go out." She walked behind Yu Shaoqing step by step, after so many years. "Isn't your master lonely?" Her eyes followed Yu Shaoqing's strong waist down. "If you are not lonely, it should be lonely too. Let me help you relieve your loneliness." Yu Shaoqing suddenly turned around, with a fierce murderous look in his eyes. "Get lost." The woman was so scared that she fell to the ground. Realizing that Yu Shaoqing really wanted to kill her, she hurriedly ran away with her clothes in her arms. The tent was quiet. Yu Shaoqing sat down on the bed dejectedly. Loneliness. How could he not be lonely? He missed his wife and children at home, and his heart ached. Yu Shaoqing polished the 2 jars sent by his family, and laid down on the cold and hard bed with his clothes on. Just after the 4th watch, a soldier screamed from the camp, "Night attack! There is a night attack!" Yu Shaoqing suddenly opened his eyes. The soldier on the observation deck was drunk. It was a new recruit who went to the toilet at night and met a Han soldier who sneaked into the camp. Only then did he discover the enemy situation. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Hun's death squad had already sneaked into the camp. The 50,000 Hun troops also arrived outside the camp. "Hack! I'm surrounded." Wu Sen picked up a spear and went to Yu Shaoqing's tent. General Xiao led 2,000 light cavalry and killed through a gap in the Hun army. Yin Songming received an order to clean up the Han death squad who sneaked into the camp. However, the death squad was mysterious and unpredictable. Yin Songming tried for a long time, but didn't catch a single Hun soldier. Old ding. Old ding. Yin Songming lifted the blanket of the centurion he had promoted, only to see a round head rolling down. Yin Songming felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. Guide Langzhong. Lu Qianfazang was killed. Guide Langzhong. Lu Beifazang was killed. Guide Langzhong. Zhou Qianfazang was killed. Guide Langzhong. Guide Langzhong. One after another, the team was killed, and the team became leaderless and panicked. At this juncture, Yin Songming finally thought of Yu Shaoqing. "Where is Yu Beifazang?" The soldier next to him said he went to the granary. Hearing the news that Yu Shaoqing was still alive, Yin Songming was relieved. "Go and call him to me. Let him guard the camp." Yin Songming panicked. "Forget it. I'll go myself." When Yin Songming arrived at the granary, Yu Shaoqing was ordering the pouring of kerosene. "What are you doing?" Yin Songming asked sternly. Yu Shaoqing said, "Burn the grain and grass." Yin Songming was furious. "You are crazy. This is all our grain and grass. What will we eat if you burn it?" Yu Shaoqing said seriously, "If we don't burn it, we will become the Huns. They are coming for the grain and grass. The Huns are short of grain and grass. If they can't grab the grain and grass from the northwest camp, they can only wait to die. Then we will starve to death." Yin Songming didn't let him burn it. General Xiao was away, and he took over the command of the camp in full. His words were the highest military order. "Yu Shaoqing, I now order you to lead 500 elite soldiers to clear out all the dead soldiers in the camp. If you dare to leave a fish that slips through the net, you will be held accountable." Chapter 66 Dark Cuisine. Leading 500 elite soldiers. This is a task that only the centurion commanders are qualified to complete. The centurion commanders in the camp have not been killed. However, at this moment, the only person Yin Songming can rely on is Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing took the order and left. In a moment, the first corpse of a Xiongnu soldier appeared in the camp. In a blink of an eye, the second, the third, one by one, the Xiongnu soldiers with strange figures were pulled out by Yu Shaoqing. But the 500 elite soldiers were not without casualties. On the contrary, these Xiongnu soldiers were highly skilled in martial arts and well-trained. The elite soldiers were no match for them in a single fight. Yin Songming was only happy that there was one more corpse of the soldier, but he did not see the 3 elite soldiers who fell on the side. Yu Shaoqing was so angry that he chopped off the head of a Xiongnu soldier with a sword. Blood splashed all over his face. The seriously injured General Xiao was carried back by his men. None of the 2,000 light cavalrymen who fought their way out of the siege with him survived. It turned out that the number of the Xiongnu army was far more than 50,000. After tearing a hole, there were still 50,000 in the rear. The 2,000 light cavalrymen had no power to fight back in front of the 100,000 strong army. The Xiongnu army rushed in, and the northwest camp was in disarray. Of the more than 20,000 soldiers, only less than 100 escorted General Xiao to escape. They fled into the snow-capped mountains, which can be called the Ridge of Death. This is the only place not guarded by the Xiongnu. If you go in, you will die, so there is naturally no need to guard it. After entering the mountain, everyone got separated. Wu San followed Yu Shaoqing closely, and there were 5 new recruits who had been in the camp for more than a month. The new recruits were not under Yu Shaoqing's command. Their centurion had died. They were originally selected by General Xiao to carry food and grass. But General Xiao lost them, and the food and grass were gone. The 5 followed behind pitifully, fearing that Yu Shaoqing would chase them away. Yu Shaoqing paused and said, "There is a cave ahead. Let's go in and take shelter first." Wu San led the way, carrying a large bag of things and grumbling. "Old Yu." After checking the cave, Wu San waved to Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing walked over. The new recruits followed, looking at each other in bewilderment. The cave was quite spacious. Wu San opened his bag and took out the food and grass he had brought with him. There were 20 white steamed buns, 5 caddies of white flour, 5 caddies of glutinous rice, and 2 jars that he had rushed into Yu Shaoqing's tent and snatched. The moment he saw the jars, Yu Shaoqing's eyes lit up. Wu San smiled. "I know you can't bear to part with it. I will take the things my sister-in-law and niece sent me with me even when I die." "Thank you," Yu Shaoqing said. Wu San pouted. "I have followed you for so long, but this is the first time you thank me." Everyone was hungry. Yu Shaoqing gave each of them a steamed bun. The new recruit devoured it ravenously. But before he could take 2 bites, Yin Songming and 10 of his men escaped. Yin Songming was in a very bad state. His hair was loose, and his shoes fell off. He collapsed on the ground as soon as he entered the cave. "Where is General Xiao?" Yu Shaoqing asked with full energy. Yin Songming said breathlessly, I have to ask you. Why are you asking us?" Wu San snorted. "We are responsible for the rear guard, and we were not with General Xiao. You are General Xiao's close bodyguard." Yin Songming choked. Of course, he would not admit that he was only concerned with escaping and left the injured General Xiao behind. Yu Shaoqing's eyes fell on the backs of the soldiers behind Yin Songming. Wu San understood. What are they carrying? It's not food and grass. Yin Songming, ahem. Wu San was furious. You left General Xiao behind, but took away the food and grass. Do you want General Xiao to starve to death? Don't be so harsh. What do you mean I left the general behind and took away the food and grass? Although this is true, he has fought for many years and survived until now. What he fought for is not the same iron will as Yu Shaoqing, but his shameless survival skills. Wherever the food and grass are, he is there. The general can be left, but the food and grass cannot be let go. You. Wu San simply had no mouth to say to him. Wu San, come here, Yu Shaoqing said in a deep voice. Wu San rolled his eyes and returned to Yu Shaoqing. Oh, you are also very capable. You said that I took away the food and grass, but I think you took a lot. I brought this myself, Wu San said with his back straight. Yin Songming snorted coldly. I told you to kill the enemy, but you stole the food and grass. Your crime is even worse. The 5 new recruits were so scared that they didn't dare to swallow the steamed buns in their mouths. In the end, Yin Songming did not punish Wu San according to military regulations, but used it as a trick to confiscate all the food and grass Wu San brought out, and drove him and Yu Shaoqing out of the cave. As for the 2 jars of food made by Yuan, Yin Songming generously returned them to Yu Shaoqing. Then, Yin Songming looked at the 5 new recruits arrogantly and said, if you are willing to follow me, just come over. I will never let you go hungry if I have a bite of food. If you are willing to leave with him, I will never say a word. It's just your own responsibility to decide your life and death. Among the 5 people, only 1 new recruit named Dania did not stay, and the remaining 4 entered Yin Songming's camp. It is not surprising that he would make such a choice. apart from his official position. Yin Songming has food and grass in his hands. Yu Xiaoqing and the other two settled down in another cave 5 miles away. Wu San said with a bitter face, without food and grass, we can only eat snow to fill our stomachs. The big cakes, meatballs and pickles listed as inedible. Yin Songming's cave began to be full of delicious food. Since it was food and grass for General Xiao, it must be very rich. There were not only steamed buns, steamed cornbread, rice, white flour, but also pickles and dried meat. In addition, his marching bag also contained several boxes of birds' nests, tea and snacks that Yin Ryu had people bring. After eating and drinking, make a pot of fragrant Longjing tea and eat a box of soft and crispy osmanthus cakes. It is so enjoyable. On the other side, Wu San and Danny were starving, and Yu Xiaoqing was also a little hungry. Finally, he took out the big cake from the jar. Wu San was terrified. Yu Xiaoqing said calmly, you have eaten Guanyin soil, so why can't you eat this? Wu San, why does this sound wrong? The three of them finally ate it. Strangely enough, the pancake was hard, but I was full after 1 bite, and full after 2 bites. The taste of the meatballs was hard to describe, but after eating one, I felt full of energy. As for the pickles, a small piece was used to cook a pot of soybean paste soup. After a few sips of the hot soup, the three of them were sweating profusely, and even their toes that had lost consciousness due to the cold instantly warmed up. Wanwan, crying, Mom, Dad actually said that what I made was worse than soil. Jiang, squinting, you. Only now? No. Chapter 67 Little Milkman arrives. Yuan's production concept is this. The main function of the pancake is to satisfy hunger. And in addition, it also has to resist hunger. She pressed layer after layer, and made the dead dough into a compressed pancake comparable to military rations. The meatballs are used to replenish physical strength. She put the best snowflake salt and sugar, but accidentally put too much salt. In order to balance the taste, she had to add a spoonful of sugar. But the sugar was too much, so she had to add another spoonful of salt. This repeated process made the taste a bit difficult to describe. As for the pickles, she strictly followed her uncle's method. Just leaked a bag of chili and salt at the bottom of the jar, and it didn't melt until it reached the border. On New Year's Eve, the palace held a banquet and invited all the princes and dukes to the palace for the banquet. Yin Jiuqiu was naturally among the invited guests. Eunuch Wang just sent a message saying that His Majesty misses the young master very much. The young master should not excuse himself from attending the banquet because he is not feeling well. There are also 3 young princes. Bring them along to make it more lively. There have been no children in the palace for many years. Uncle Wan brought a set of clothes made in accordance with the regulations of the prince for Yin Jiuqiu to change into. The emperor asked Eunuch Wang to send this set of clothes. The emperor's meaning was very clear. The position of the king of Yin had been vacant for too long. It was time to pass it to Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu glanced at the dark purple clothes embroidered with a pale golden 4-clawed giant dragon and said disdainfully, "It's so ugly." Uncle Wan sighed helplessly. "Even if it's ugly, change it." It was given by His Majesty himself. Yin Jiuqiu refused to change. This picky personality is exactly the same as that of the princess. When the prince was alive, he was so easy to serve and never picked and choose. Fortunately, Uncle Wan is used to it. If he doesn't want to wear it, then he doesn't have to wear it. His Majesty dotes on the young master, and he won't get angry with the young master for a set of clothes. What's more, there are 3 little masters. When His Majesty sees the little masters, that would be really angry. Uncle Wan, who has aged several decades by being tortured by the 3 little kids, has lost all hope in life. Looking at the little kid who had just climbed onto Yin Jiuqiu's bed and fell asleep after making a fuss all night, Uncle Wan thought of the fabric that had put the little kid in jail, and said to Yin Jiuqiu, "Young master, how should we deal with those fabrics?" "What fabrics?" Yin Jiuqiu asked in a long tone. "Misused fabrics," Uncle Wan said. "Since they have been sent out, they belong to others. You haven't dealt with them yet?" Yin Jiuqiu asked indifferently. "Uncle Wan, I'm waiting for your instructions." Yin Jiuqiu snorted. "Send it back to her. This young master will not allow any woman to show off her scheming under this young master's nose. She wants to take this opportunity to pester this young master. But there is no way." Uncle Wan went to ask the servants to move things, although it was to return the cloth. It was the new year, so there had to be some New Year gifts. It didn't have to be too rich, nor too shabby. As soon as Uncle Wan left, Yin Jiucha woke up the three little kids. The three little kids had just fallen asleep, and were suddenly woken up by their father. They were so angry when they got up. The three of them clenched their fists angrily, and were about to start climbing up the roof. But suddenly, they saw the big box at the door. Uncle Wan called the servants and said, "Be gentle. Don't break them. These things are for Miss Yu." The three little kids glared and climbed down from the bed. The third child also pulled the little snow fox that was crushed by him off the bed. The poor little snow fox. Its tail was plucked by the three little kids, and its butt hair was also pulled out by the three people. It only had a small milk tooth left, which was knocked off with a click when it was dragged across the threshold by the third child. The three little kids opened the box, raised their short legs, and couldn't reach it for a long time. So they moved a small stool, stepped on the stool, and smashed it in one by one. Today is New Year's Eve, and every household is busy, and the Yu family is no exception. Yuan went to the old house early in the morning, and worked with her uncle and aunt to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner tonight, while the Yu Feng brothers were responsible for repairing the roof that was damaged by the heavy snow. The little girl was sent to Jiang. Jiang took out a box of top-quality rouge and powder and painted her daughter beautifully. Tai-Dan, come here. Jiang waved to little Tai-Dan, looking at her sister's fiery red lips. Little Tai-Dan was frightened. I don't want it. Sickly Jiang grabbed little Tai-Dan. Little Tiadan's thin arms and legs fluttered. When will his mother change her habit of raising him as a daughter? When little Tai-Dan wanted to cry but had no tears, someone came to the door. Excuse me. Is this Miss Yu's house? Jiang put down little Tai-Dan and the rouge in her hand, got up and went outside. A luxurious carriage stopped in front of her house, attracting the attention of many villagers. Everyone ran out of the house and looked over here eagerly. The person who just spoke was Uncle Wan. The villagers only felt that although this man was old, he was handsome and dressed elegantly. They wondered what wealthy family the Yu family had met. When Uncle Wan saw Jiang, he was shocked. You are? I am Awan's mother, Jiang said. Uncle Wan bowed and said politely, It turns out to be Madame Yu. I'm sorry. Miss Yu is beautiful, but her mother is also a first-class beauty. Her appearance is probably comparable to that of her own princess. What kind of village is this? Why do they support people like this? What's the matter? Jiang asked. Uncle Wan explained his purpose and was hesitating about how to convince the other party to accept so many things when he heard Jiang Shi speak quietly. Thank you very much. Please help me move into the house. Uncle Wan. Are people in the village so impolite? Uncle Wan instructed the servants to move a box of cloth and 2 extra boxes of thank you gifts into Yuan's house. Nothing. I'll take my leave first, Uncle Wan said. Jiang Shi nodded slightly. Take care, Master Wan. Uncle Wan staggered and got on the carriage and left. Xiao Tainan also took the opportunity to sneak to the old house for refuge. You are still obedient. Jiang Shi pinched her little girl's red face and opened the box with her bare hands, and saw 3 round little carrot heads sticking out of the box one by one. Chapter 68 New Year's Eve Reunion. In the kitchen of the old house, Yuan, her uncle, and her aunt were busy preparing the New Year's Eve dinner tonight. Yuan was good at cutting, so she was mainly responsible for cutting vegetables, while her aunt washed the vegetables and her uncle cooked. This was the first time the 2 families had gathered together for a New Year's Eve dinner after the separation. Although they didn't say anything, they were very happy in their hearts. The uncle cooked a lot of dishes, including chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised carp, stewed vegetables, and braised bones. These were Yu Shaoqing's favorite New Year's dishes. Although Yu Shaoqing was not around, Awan inherited his taste. In addition, there were also lotus root stewed with cured pig's trotters, braised pork with black beans, fried spring rolls, and sticky bean buns that Jiang and several children loved to eat. Why did you cook braised lamb? Asked the aunt. The cooking process of this dish was not simple. The pot was full, not to mention that there were enough dishes. The uncle smiled naively. Don't you like this? The aunt blushed and said sternly, Who likes this? Among the New Year's goods that Tide and earned with 2 scallion pancakes, there were several nutritious seafoods. Yuan brought them all to the uncle to cook. The uncle's cooking skills were good, and the seafood he made had no fishy smell at all. This New Year's Eve dinner was quite rich. The food was ready, and could be served at any time. Yuan walked into the yard and looked up and asked, Brother, is the roof repaired? Yufeng replied, yes. I will come down soon. The two of them stepped down on the ladder. Yuan looked at the main room and said to the little Taidan, who was eating frozen pears outside the kitchen, go and call Anyang and Jinjin to come for dinner. The little Taidan was as if facing a great enemy. I don't want to. After that, he ran away. This child. Yuan had to go and call her herself. The village was not big. Although one lived in the east, and the other lived in the west. It only took 2 sips of tea to walk there. Mother. When she was near the door, Yuan called softly. No response. However, as soon as she opened the door of the main hall, she heard Zhang's pig-like laughter. The laughter was so devilish that Yuan's heart trembled. And she staggered and almost fell on the door. The laughter in the house stopped abruptly. Is it Awan who came? Zhang's gentle voice sounded sickly. Yuan almost suspected that she had just heard it. One must be hallucination. After all, her mother is a lady from a noble family, not a female bandit. How could she laugh like a pig? But then again, what is her mother doing? Yuan pushed open the door and saw Jiang sitting on a chair with peeling paint with her back to the door, holding rouge in one hand and a handkerchief in the other. In front of her, the people she was smearing were 3 little girls wearing red flowered cotton jackets, wearing big red flowers on their heads, with big eyebrows and pursed red lips. Yuan felt that her eyes were blinded by the light. When Uncle Wan went to Lianhua village to return the cloth to Yuan, Yin Jiuchao also boarded the carriage out of the mansion. He was going to the palace. He sat in the carriage with a calm expression, and the long servant beside him boiled a pot of tea and gently poured it for him. The ride was bumpy, and being able to pour tea without spilling a drop was a skill. Yin Jiuchao didn't drink it, but tapped the warm jade table with the tip of his right index finger a few times. Slowed down. Yes. The driver slowed down the carriage. This was the 3rd time Yin Jiuchao had told him to slow down since leaving the house. No one asked why, except Uncle Wan. No other servant had the right to talk too much in front of Yin Jiuchao. Eunuch Wang followed the emperor's order and waited for Yin Jiuchao outside the palace gate. This was a treatment that even the princess had never enjoyed. But who would have thought that Eunuch Wang waited for a full hour and didn't wait for the little ancestor? Just when Eunuch Wang was thinking about whether to go to the young master's house again, Yin Jiuchao's carriage arrived. Eunuch Wang was overjoyed. He raised his whisk and greeted him with a smile on his face. The young prince is finally here. Your Majesty has been waiting for you for a long time. He was interrupted by a shrill scream halfway through his words. Young master. Something bad has happened. Uncle Wan got off the carriage crying and ran to Yin Jiuchao's carriage, pushing Eunuch Wang away. Little master is missing again. Eunuch Wang, who was pushed aside, even forgot to be angry. Again? Uncle Wan said tremblingly, when I just returned to the mansion. The nanny cried and told me that they had been guarding the door since the young master left, and they didn't see the little master come out. But the little master just disappeared. Yin Jiuchao lifted the curtain, looked at Eunuch Wang and said, report to the emperor uncle for me. I can't eat the New Year's Eve dinner today. When I catch those naughty little guys, I will take them to the palace to pay my respects to the emperor uncle. After that, he lowered the curtain, and regardless of how stunned Eunuch Wang was, he told the driver to go back to the mansion. Hey, little prince, little prince, little prince. The carriage went away. Eunuch Wang chased after him for a few steps, panting so hard that his face wrinkled into a ball. The one who dares to disrespect the emperor is you, Yin Jiuchao. Eunuch Wang walked to the imperial study room cautiously and reported the truth to the emperor, in order to show that he really tried his best. He spoke for Yin Jiuchao. This is also human nature. The 3 young masters are the flesh and blood of the young prince. If the young prince is not worried about them, who else can he worry about? The emperor didn't know whether he was persuaded or not, but he didn't hold on to this anymore, and asked instead, did he change into the prince's clothes I gave him? Eunuch Wang opened his mouth and said in embarrassment, when the young prince lifted the curtain, I dared to take a look, but there was nothing. The emperor put down the half-approved memorial, pinched his slightly aching eyebrows, and sighed helplessly. He still refuses to forgive me. Chapter 69. Laughing like a pig. The Yu family hasn't been so lively for a long time. Not only are the 2 families together, but there are also 3 cute little guys. Why did they come to our house? Yuan asked. The one surnamed Wan sent them, Jiang said. The one surnamed Wan sent a box with children in it. Rounding it off. It must be him who sent it. Yuan touched her chin in confusion. Why did he send the young master of the young master's mansion? He didn't say anything? No. Jiang spread her hands. Indeed. Uncle Wan was deeply stimulated by being called Uncle Wan. He put down his things and went back to the mansion in shame. Jiang, I am really an especially honest mother. Why did Uncle Wan do this? Was it Yin Jiuchu's instruction? Or did the little milk bag miss her? Yuan couldn't figure it out. So she simply gave up and went to the old house to celebrate the new year with 3 cute little milk bags. Of course, it was the little milk bags after washing their faces and changing clothes. Little Naibao has a big head and big eyes, long eyelashes, black grape-like eyes that flicker, and a very cute expression. No one has ever seen such a beautiful child. Even Yu Song, who is usually the most arrogant, wants to pounce on him and give him a kiss. Except for not speaking. The children are almost perfect. I don't know if they can't speak or don't want to speak. Yuan met them several times and never heard them speak. The nobles speak slowly, said the uncle. The aunt also nodded. Jinjin speaks slowly too. Yu Song gave a sidelong glance. Where's your face? What face? The aunt, who felt guilty, punched him. Yu Feng didn't dare to tell his family that Yuan and little Naibao had been in jail. But they knew that Yuan had saved little Naibao from the kidnapper. They were all honest farmers. Although they were shocked by the identity of the little guy, they didn't have the intention of climbing up the social ladder. So they naturally wouldn't tread on thin ice. Let's eat, said the uncle. The 8 immortal table was quite big, with 4 benches. The uncle and the aunt were invited by Jiang to sit at the top. Jiang and Yuan sat on one side, and Yu Feng and his brother sat on the other. The children were too short, so there was no room for them to sit down. The aunt removed the benches opposite and put a small table on the side. Little Tide started to eat with a snort. The little girl ate slowly and spilled a lot of rice. But she was also eating with a stammer. Originally, they were a little worried that the 3 little guys would not be able to get used to their cooking skills. But the facts proved that they were completely overthinking. The 3 little guys were very well behaved. They ate whatever they were fed. They ate vegetables, meat, fish, and rice in big mouthfuls. Even when Yuan accidentally fed them some ginger slices and garlic, the 3 of them ate them with relish. Everyone likes these kids so much that they can't help but sigh. How great it would be if they were their kids. The most popular dish tonight is the fish maw and shark fin soup. The heat is perfectly controlled. The fish maw is cooked until it melts. The golden glue and the tender shark fin like tofu blend together. Smooth and delicate. Salty and slightly sweet. And mixed with a few chewy and refreshing scallops. It's so delicious that you can swallow your tongue. Taidan and his sister ate their fill and burped in their mother's arms. Little Milk Bag also leaned into Yuan's arms. Yuan stroked their warm little heads, feeling that her heart was about to melt. After dinner, Yu Song lit a fire outside the house and threw in a dozen pieces of bamboo. The bamboo was burned and exploded one after another, making crackling sounds. The 3 little kids had never seen firecrackers before, and they laughed out loud with excitement. This devilish laughter was exactly the same as Zhang's. Yuan's face was instantly black, and she thought it was an auditory hallucination. But look, the little ones have learned it. When the old house was so lively that it was out of money, a carriage stopped quietly at the entrance of the village. Yin Jiuchao was sitting in the carriage, and Uncle Wan was there too. Uncle Wan heard the indescribable laughter and said, "Whose child laughs like a piglet?" The guard said calmly, "Ours." Uncle Wan. Uncle Wan cleared his throat. So do his own children know how to laugh? Or are they the kind that can laugh like pigs? Yu Song threw several more firecrackers. I don't know if it was because of the firecrackers or because of the laughter of the 3 little kids. But everyone in the old house laughed. The carriage was in the dark, and I could vaguely see the fire at the gate of the old house, and a group of people illuminated by the fire. They wore the shabbiest clothes and lived in the most dilapidated houses. But everyone's face was filled with uncontrollable smiles. Uncle Wan couldn't help but think of the Prince of Yan's mansion many years ago. At that time, the Prince of Yan was still alive, and they also lit a fire and firecrackers. The young master was like a pony that had broken free from its reins, running around the fire again and again, and the princess watched from the side, her smile full of satisfaction. Although the Prince of Yan was gone now, and the princess had remarried, It was a great comfort to have a few young masters. Young master. Uncle Wan looked at Yin Jiuqiao and was about to ask him when he would get off the car, when he saw Yin Jiuqiao close the curtain and let the driver go back home. Uncle Wan was stunned. You're leaving now? You're not going to Miss Yu's house? Not bringing the young master back? Not eating the New Year's Eve dinner? In fact, he didn't want to bring the little bastard back. But Uncle Wan, who wanted to taste Yuan's cooking skills, left very unhappy. After Yu Song finished setting off firecrackers, the family returned to the house to watch the new year. The children fell asleep while watching, and Yuan was also sleepy. She could vaguely hear her uncle and aunt discussing going to visit the graves of their grandfather and grandmother, asking them to bless the children and her father to win the battle at the border. With 3 more children, Zhang's bed was a little too small to sleep in. Fortunately, the family bought new mattresses and quilts before the new year, and Yuan slept in her own room with the 3 little babies. It is said that children have a bad temper, and this is true. There were 3 small heaters in the quilt, and Yuan was sweating. Just as Yuan lifted the quilt to cool down, there was a rustling sound outside the house. The sound was so light that she would not have noticed it if she had not been awakened by the heat. Yuan's first reaction was that she had been robbed. But the next second, a shiny long knife was across her neck. "Don't act rashly, or I will kill you now," said the man in black with a knife. Yuan's eyes rolled, and the man in black said again, "Don't look. There are many of us. You can't run away." Yuan closed her eyes to calm herself down, and tried not to look sideways to prevent the man in black from noticing the child beside her. "What do you want to do? Hand over the things." "What? Don't play dumb." "No." The man in black's knife moved an inch closer to Yuan's neck, and the sharp blade touched her delicate neck. "That day in the ruined temple, Yu Zigui gave you a brocade bag. Hand it over." Chapter 70. A Hero Saves a Beauty. Yuan thought about it for a long time before she connected Yu Zigui, ruined temple, and the escape. She asked, "The blue-clothed swordsman is called Yu Zigui?" The man in black snorted coldly. "Don't pretend that you don't know him. If you don't know him, how could he give you the brocade bag? He really didn't give it to me." She didn't expect to take refuge in the ruined temple and get into trouble. She didn't know the man named Yu Zigui at all. They just met by chance. She didn't know what the man in front of her was saying, that the brocade bag was in her hand. What was his basis? "Who told you that the brocade bag was in my hand?" Yu Zigui said. Yuan said calmly. A trace of subtle surprise flashed across the cold eyes of the man in black. Even with the knife on her neck, this woman could still remain calm in her dress. She was indeed the person entrusted by Yu Zigui. The man in black said, although he didn't say it. "We searched his body and found nothing on him. If it's not on him, does it mean it must be on me?" Yuan was simply shocked by this divine logic. The man in black narrowed his eyes and said, "Everyone who is within 3 feet of Yu Zigui is dead. If he didn't trust you so much, you would have been left with only a corpse when our people arrived at the ruined temple." Yuan was speechless. The man in black said coldly, "Don't delay any longer. It's useless. If you don't hand over the brocade bag tonight, even the great Luo immortal can't save you." As soon as he finished speaking, a small white shadow flew over, as fast as lightning, raised its sharp little claws, and scratched him fiercely. The man in black wanted to dodge, but it was too late. 3 shocking bloody cuts were scratched on his face, and even the veil fell off. However, even so, the room was dark, and Yuan couldn't see his face clearly. She only vaguely caught a glimpse of a strange totem on his forehead through the faint snow light that penetrated through the paper. Yuan didn't have time to take a second look. The scratched man in black angrily raised his sword and slashed at the little thing that attacked him. The little snow fox was so frightened that its fur exploded. In a flash, Yuan kicked the man in black in the stomach and kicked him back several steps. Yuan was secretly shocked. She had practiced martial arts for 7 or 8 years in her previous life and was very good at using tricks. If it were someone else, she would have fainted on the spot with this powerful kick. However, just now, she could only force him back. Tonight, is he really going to hand over some secret bag before he will give up? No. He came with a mask because he didn't want anyone to see his true face. But she had already seen it. It seems that one of them must die tonight. The man in black attacked again, and the little snow fox entangled him. "Get out of the way. I'm going to poison." Yuan picked up a small basin on the ground and poured it fiercely at the man in black. The little snow fox dodged quickly. The man in black lifted up the table to block Yuan's poison. Boy's urine poured all over the table. Yuan took advantage of this opportunity to take out the sickle under the bed. The man in black smelled the strange smell of urine and realized that he had been fooled. He was filled with anger and rushed towards Yuan again. Yuan put a sickle against his neck. If you move again, I'll cut off your head. The little snow fox stood behind Yuan with a fake tiger's power and made a gesture of wiping her neck. The man in black moved his left hand without a knife slightly, and a hidden weapon slipped into his palm. And your bag of offspring, Yuan said calmly. The man in black suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. He looked down and saw that she was not the only one with a secret in her left hand. Yuan's left hand had a dagger that was pressed against his unspeakable place. He was so ashamed and angry that his veins were throbbing. But just when Yuan thought she had a glimmer of hope of winning, a devilish voice came from behind her. If you don't want these children's lives, just do it. Another killer came in and grabbed a sleeping baby. Put down the knife, or I'll kill him, Yuan said calmly. If you don't want to take the sachet back, just take his life. The two men in black narrowed their eyes. The two exchanged glances, as if they were going to attack at the same time. They were still their brothers outside the house. As long as the men in black were willing to sacrifice, their chances of success were very high. The killer whistled. But surprisingly, a painful groan suddenly sounded outside the house. The two people's faces changed, and before they could react to what went wrong, a dart broke through the window and pierced the killer's wrist. The killer loosened his hand, and the child fell down. Yuan didn't care about the man in black anymore. She threw away the sickle and rushed over to hug the child. The man in black thought he was finally free. But before he could make a move, he was strangled by a silver thread and flew out of the window. After that, another killer was also strangled by the silver thread and flew out. When Yuan put the sleeping little baby back into the quilt and rushed out of the door, there was no trace of any killer at the scene. Only a young man who looked familiar. I've seen you at the young master's house, Yuan said. The guard bowed. My name is Ingshur-san, and I'm the young master's guard. Yuan said, have you been nearby? Ingshur-san paused. Yes. Shanlin Villa is also nearby. Right. The young master will stay there tonight. But strictly speaking, it doesn't seem to be that close. And it's a lot of trouble to rush over. Where are those people? Yuan asked. Lu will take care of them, Ingshur-san said. Since someone is taking care of them, Yuan doesn't have to worry about it. Yuan said again, who are they? I saw a strange tattoo on the forehead of one of them. Ingshur-san showed a trace of doubt and said, they are assassins from Qianji Pavilion. The young master has no grudges with Qianji Pavilion. I don't know why they came to the young master this time. Yuan opened her mouth, embarrassed to tell him that it was not your young master who provoked Qianji Pavilion. Is this Qianji Pavilion powerful? If it is powerful, she will consider it. Ingshur-san snorted. It is the former Qianji Pavilion. Yuan looked at him in confusion. Ingshur-san said coldly, after tonight, there will be no more Qianji Pavilion in the world. This is to destroy the whole family, offending Yin Jiuqiao. The end is so miserable. Miss you. Do you have any questions? Ingshur-san asked. No. Yuan decided to keep her little secret to herself. Don't blame Wan Wan for being cruel. The assassins of Qianji Pavilion almost killed Xiao Naibao twice. Jiugu will destroy them no matter what. Chapter 71 Business comes to the door. After what happened, Yuan dared not let the three little guys stay by her side any longer. At least she had to stay out of the spotlight for the next few days. She would wait until that damn Qianji Pavilion was really destroyed before taking the kids over. Yuan dressed the three sleeping kids one by one. The kids seemed to have sensed something and opened their eyes dazedly. When they opened their eyes, they saw Ingshur-san behind Yuan and Lu, who had returned from business. The three little guys frowned and threw themselves into Yuan's arms. Their chubby little hands tightly hugged Yuan's neck, as if no one could take them away. The two guards had been serving the young master for so many days, and they had never seen them stick to anyone like this. They secretly thought that Miss Yu was really good at taking care of children. It would be great if they could invite them back to the mansion. That way, they and Uncle One wouldn't have to be tortured to death. Yuan touched the heads of the three little guys, coaxed them, and promised to visit them next time she went to Beijing. She did have to go to Beijing because she had to treat her uncle's leg. In this way, she was not deceiving the little guys. Under Yuan's solemn promise, the three little guys let go of their hands reluctantly. But the aggrieved expression seemed to be abandoned by Yuan. The two guards didn't know that this wave of assassins was coming for Yuan. So they naturally didn't understand that Yuan did this to protect the young master. They thought that Yuan was afraid of being implicated by the young master. Therefore, when they saw Yuan pushing the young master away so cruelly, they had some complaints in their hearts. Yuan knew that they had misunderstood when she saw their expressions. She held her forehead. Everything is a double-edged sword. Ing Shersan and Ing Lu took the three little guys away. I don't know if it was Yuan's illusion, but in the glimpse before they disappeared, she seemed to see the three little guys secretly wiping their eyes. The little guys left, but the little snow fox didn't. Its tail was slightly injured. It was not hit by the black-clothed man, but it was bitten by itself. After fighting like this, Yuan was convinced. Yuan bandaged it with clean gauze. Are you the little? Yuan wanted to say the little stupid fox. But when she saw the little snow fox's aggrieved expression, she quickly changed her words and said, Little snow fox? The little snow fox's eyes lit up. It's really you. No wonder it can bite itself even when biting a person. I'm afraid there is no other fox in the world that is so stupid. Are you with them? Yuan asked after tying the gauze. The little snow fox turned his face away. Humph! The baby is not with him. Yuan was amused by its arrogant and silly appearance. After bandaging its wound, she went to the kitchen to heat up a big meat bun. The little snow fox got a big meat bun bigger than the faceplate and left contentedly. The next day, the lazy Tainan got up early and ran to Yuan's room with a big box of snacks that he wanted to eat but couldn't bear to eat. He planned to share it with a few little guys, but found that the room was empty. At the old house, the uncle also cooked himself and made the scallop egg custard that the children loved. They took him away, the uncle said with a look of disappointment. Yuan did not mention the assassin's visit in the middle of the night, but said that he was taken away at dawn. The uncle did not suspect anything, but just missed the children. After breakfast, the group went to the mountain to visit the graves of their grandfather, grandmother and several ancestors of higher generations. Burned paper money and kowtowed. When they returned to the village, they met Zhao Baomei, who also went to visit the graves. Zhao Heng and Zhao Baomei's father died on the way to escape. The orphan and widow could not even collect his body. After settling in Lianhua village, with the help of the villagers, they built a tomb for Zhao's father. In previous years, Zhao brought her two children to worship. However, this year, Zhao jumped into the well and lost half of his life, so only the two younger ones could come. But Zhao Heng was not seen. Zhao Baomei didn't dare to provoke the Yu family now. When she saw them, she just wanted to hide away. When they passed by, Yu Song stopped her and said, Hey, where's your brother? Did he run away overnight because he didn't want to pay back the money? Zhao Baomei was so angry that she stopped and glared at him. My brother won't run away. It's just a few hundred taels of silver. Do you think my brother can't pay it back? Yu Song laughed and said, I don't know whether Zhao Heng can pay it back or not. I only know that you have only 3 months to pay the money and the marriage certificate in one hand after 3 months. Otherwise, you will be driven out of the village. These are the original words of the head of the village. He only gave Zhao Heng a lighter sentence because he was a scholar. Otherwise, considering that the Zhao family had done so many cruel things, it would not be as simple as paying some money. Zhao Baomei was so angry that she was shaking all over. That's enough. It's New Year's Day, so stop talking. The aunt pulled her son to stop him from getting involved in the bad luck of the Zhao family. The family went down the mountain happily, and no one paid attention to Zhao Baomei anymore. Zhao Baomei was a spoiled child. All the things she was proud of were gone overnight. Her mother was injured, and her brother blamed her. She had to endure the cold eyes of the whole village and the ridicule of the Yu family. She felt very wronged. Squatting on the side of the road, holding her head and crying. Did Yuan sympathize with her? Not really. If she hadn't saved the cow, if she hadn't clarified the rumors, the poor little girl squatting on the side of the road crying might have been her. On the 4th day of the new year, business came to the door. The market at the entrance of the town was closed during the first month of the year, and Yuan didn't expect their business to open so quickly. Get rich. Shopkeeper Cui of Baiyula got off the carriage with a red face. The carriage stopped in front of the old house, and the family was sitting inside eating. Get rich. The uncle came up with a cane and greeted with a smile. He hadn't seen Shopkeeper Cui yet, so Yu Feng introduced him. Dad, this is Shopkeeper Cui of Baiyulu. Shopkeeper Chui. This is my dad. Shopkeeper Chui was followed by a strange man in his 30s. He was dressed in low-key clothes and didn't look like a very expensive fabric. But he had a very strong aura, and it was obvious that he was from a prominent family. Shopkeeper Chui smiled and said, "This gentleman's surname is Xiao. And he is the 5th child in the family." After saying that, he winked and gave the Yu family a fat sheep look. It turned out to be Master Xiao Wu. Yuan made tea generously. Shopkeeper Chui. Master Xiao Wu. Please have some tea. Shopkeeper Chui took the tea. But Master Xiao Wu didn't move. Yuan noticed that since he entered the room, this gentleman's eyes had been fixed on his head. Those who knew him said he was here to discuss business, while those who didn't think he was here to collect debts. Chapter 72 Great Cooking Skills. Shopkeeper Chui probably realized that the gold owner he brought with him had a bad face. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Master Xiao Wu's aunt is going to celebrate her birthday. And Xiao has always been frugal and doesn't want to make a big fuss. But Master Xiao Wu still wants to show some filial piety to his aunt. His aunt is old and her appetite is not very good. I heard that your braised dishes are good, so I want to come and try them." When Shopkeeper Chui said this, he kept winking at the Yu family, fearing that the Yu family didn't understand and thus neglected this distinguished guest. And if he knew that the old house of the Yu family, which was in the wind and rain, had once hosted the young master of the young master's mansion, he would never wink like this again. Of course, the Yu family would not misunderstand his kindness. And this Xiao Wuya did have an extraordinary origin. His sworn brother was the current military marshal Xiao Shinting, and his biological sister was the most outstanding concubine in the harem, Wan Zhaoyi. The aunt mentioned by Chui Guancher was his only elder in the world, and he regarded her as his own mother. These words were not easy to say in front of the Yu family, but Chui Guancher had great trust in the craftsmanship of the Yu family. Otherwise, he would not have dared to kidnap him to the Yu family after learning about Xiao Wuya's filial piety. Chui Guancher said, "Although I am the shopkeeper of Baiyulu, when it comes to the craftsmanship of making stewed dishes, I still admire Chef Yu." "Oh, you are too flattering." The uncle was embarrassed by the praise and smiled and waved his hands. Master Xiao Wu said with a cold face, "Whether it is a mule or a horse, pull it out for a walk. This means that they are going to taste the food." But why does it sound so much like a fight? The corners of the aunt's mouth twitched in the house. She put down the half-cut window paper cuts with Jiang and the 2 children, and went to the field to pick vegetables. The marinade and meat at home were ready. With the help of Yu Feng and Yuan, the uncle quickly made a pot of fragrant red braised pork belly. The pork belly was braised very well. The fat was cooked shiny. Fat but not greasy. The lean meat had a firm texture. Lean but not dry. And when you bite it, you can feel the tender juice bursting in your mouth. The spicy taste is most suitable for the cold winter. A spoonful of white sugar was added to enhance the flavor. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the most delicious pork belly that Shopkeeper Chui has ever eaten. However, Master Xiao Wu seemed unmoved. He took a few bites without even raising his eyelids. That's it? He was actually rejected. The Yu family was stunned. "If you don't mind, try this bowl of braised lamb." Yuan brought a hot lamb hot pot. The taste of lamb is more unique than pork belly. Shopkeeper Chui tasted a chopstick and wanted to eat the whole pot alone. This should be satisfactory, Shopkeeper Chui said secretly. But to everyone's great disappointment, Master Xiao Wu didn't even move his chopsticks. "My aunt doesn't eat lamb." "What kind of meat does your aunt like to eat?" As soon as Yuan opened her mouth, the aunt who was cleaning the kitchen screamed, "Oh!" Yuan turned around and went to the kitchen. "Aunt, what's wrong? Did you get burned?" "It's not me." The aunt held a dustpan in her left hand and a rag in her right hand, and said anxiously, "I bought tofu before the new year and forgot to put it in the jar. What should I do if it stinks?" Yuan could smell the fermented odor without the aunt saying anything. However, Yuan did not show the anxiety she imagined. On the contrary, her eyes lit up, and she curved her lips and said, "It's good that it stinks." "Ah?" The aunt looked at Yuan in confusion. Yu Feng also rushed over and took a look at the tofu in the jar that had grown hair and was covered with cold. He blocked his mother behind him, but he felt very sad in his heart. This was 10 kilograms of tofu, and it went bad before it was eaten. "Brother, help me add some firewood," Yuan said. Yu Feng frowned. "What are you going to do?" "You will know soon." Yuan opened the cupboard, took out a large bowl of vegetable oil, and poured it into the wash pot. Yu Feng had an ominous feeling in his heart. Add more firewood. Big brother. Yuan urged. I am such a big brother who spoils my sister. Yu Feng took a deep breath, added more firewood and heated the pot. Yuan fished out the stinky tofu, cleaned it briefly, cut it into pieces, and put it into the hot oil pan. Yu Feng and his aunt had never expected that she wanted to do this. They were about to stop her, but it was too late. The tofu slipped into the pot and was fried into a golden color, making the stinky kitchen even stinkier. The aunt couldn't stand the stench and ran away with her nose covered. Yu Feng was soon smoked away. When Yuan came out with a full plate of fried stinky tofu, the whole old house was gone, and only Master Xiao, who was in meditation, was left. Where are the people? Yuan blinked. Master Xiao looked at the thing in Yuan's hand with disdain. Yuan understood, and suddenly realized. She turned to look at Master Xiao and said with a smile, Master Xiao is still a good judge of goods. Master Xiao, I just have numb legs. Yuan put the plate on the table. This thing smells bad, but it tastes delicious. Master Xiao's eyes were throbbing with blue veins. Is this thing actually for eating? Yuan said. Master Xiao, please try it. Master Xiao did not try it. Yuan looked at him deeply. You are not afraid to eat it? I have eaten the flesh of dead people. Master Xiao said with a cold face. Then you try it. Yuan pushed the plate in front of him calmly. Outside the gate, from bottom to top. 1, 2, 3, 4 heads lined up, all with their nostrils blocked with cotton wool. Does he dare to eat it? Little Titan asked with a buzzing nose. Do you want to eat it? The little girl imitated. Master Xiao was sharp-eyed and could see everything that everyone was doing. He could not let the kids look down on him. So he clenched his fist, grabbed a piece of stinky tofu, and stuffed it into his mouth without saying a word. I'll die of the stink today. Well, it's really delicious. One's fried stinky tofu is super stinky, ha 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 ha. Chapter 73, Stinky Soul. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched him eat the stinky stuff. Wow! Little Titan made an unbelievable sound, while the little girl also made a soft and thick baby voice. After eating one, Xiao quickly grabbed the second one. Perhaps because he didn't like the chopsticks, he just put his hands on it, as if the stinky tofu, just out of the frying pan, was not hot at all. Brother Yu Feng was dumbfounded. If Xiao only ate one, he could still be considered brave and a tough guy. But why did he eat one after another, and couldn't stop at all? Is he stupid? Yu Song muttered with a frightened face. Yu Song lowered his head and glared at his brother's head floating below him. Don't talk nonsense. Am I wrong? That's spoiled tofu. It's stinky. And it's even stinkier after being fried. Can it be eaten? Yu Song couldn't believe that such a thing could be eaten, especially since it was fried by Yuan. With her cooking skills, she could make good tofu bad. Not to mention bad tofu. Slurp Xiao tied and was drooling at the sight of Xiao eating voraciously. It seems to be really delicious. The stinky tofu that Yuan brought out did not add any condiments or sauces, and it retained the original taste of tofu after fermentation. The skin was crispy, but the core was so tender that it melted in a slurp. Xiao had eaten fried tofu before, and the taste was so unique that he had never seen it before. Coupled with the indescribable smell, it really fits the saying, it smells stinky, but tastes delicious. It smells so good. A whole plate of stinky tofu went into Master Xiao's stomach without leaving any. The tofu was gone, but the stubborn stench lingered in the house for a long time. Are there any more? Master Xiao asked. Yes. Yuan went to fry another plate. This time, Little Titan couldn't hold it anymore. Broke free from his brother's grip, ran over, poked a piece of stinky tofu with chopsticks, and stuffed it into his mouth. Wow! Hot! 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 Little Titan exhaled because of the heat. Jinjin. Eat it. The little girl saw her brother Titan eating it, and she also became greedy. In the end, the whole family, including shopkeeper Cui, who had escaped to the fields, tasted the stinky tofu one by one. It could also be eaten with vegetables. Yuan poked a small hole in the center of the stinky tofu, cut the sweet and spicy dried radish pickled by her uncle into cubes and put it in, and poured a small spoonful of spicy red brine. And the taste of the stinky tofu instantly became richer. The hot tofu paired with the cold pickled radish, the spicy taste with a salty and sweet taste. awakened all the taste buds on the tip of the tongue. Those who don't like soup can also dip it in chili. The taste is also indescribably pure. Except for Yufeng and the ant who really couldn't get used to it. The rest of the people grabbed a basket of fried tofu. Seeing that Yuan could make the spoiled tofu so delicious, Xiao Wei couldn't help but admire her cooking skills, and asked her to make a few home-cooked side dishes. As a result, after trying them, Xiao Wei doubted his life. Master Xiao Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Well, let's just make stinky tofu. Yuan's eyes curved. I won't charge you less money even if I only make one dish. Master Xiao Wu said seriously, yes. Add a few more dishes, and you will charge me less money. Your other dishes can kill people. What can I give to compensate you? The business was happily settled. Master Xiao Wu was frugal, but he was never stingy with his ant. There were a total of 10 taels of silver, and he paid a deposit of 5 taels in advance. Thanks to shopkeeper Cui, they received a big business. Yuan gave shopkeeper Cui a big red envelope of 5 taels of silver, but shopkeeper Cui refused to accept it. Yuan then went back to the house and took 2 boxes of tea that Uncle Wan had sent along with the cloth. It was not elegant to put them in a bundle. Yuan casually took a piece of paper to pad the table and wrap the boxes. If you think highly of it, shopkeeper Cui, take these tea leaves back and drink them. At this point, if you don't accept them, you will look down on them. The poor old farmers. Shopkeeper Cui took the tea leaves and thanked Yuan. I thought it was the bitter mountain tea grown locally, but after getting on the carriage, I opened it and was almost scared. Who can tell him why a farmer in a mountain valley can only produce 10 kilograms of top-grade Longjing tea a year? And the calligraphy and painting on this bag of tea. Are you sure it's not the calligraphy of the current emperor? Shopkeeper Cui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He seemed to have met some extraordinary people. After shopkeeper Cui and Mr. Xiao Wu left, Yuan returned to the stove in the old house and worked hard. This is the first business of the new year. She must do it well, so that their business will be booming for the whole year to come. To make stinky tofu well, the filling is very important. In Yuan's opinion, diced radish and spicy marinade are delicious, but stinky tofu stuffed with them is soulless. There are still 3 or 4 pounds of stinky tofu left in the jar. She decided to make them into stinky tofu fermented paste, with tofu as the filling, so that it can be even more stinky. Stinky out of the soul. Stinky out of the sky. In the Yen mansion, Madame Yen and Yen Ryu also talked about the birthday girl of Master Xiao Wu's family. The birthday girl's husband's surname is Wei, and now they have settled in the capital. People respectfully call her Madame Wei. Yen Ryu wondered, on the 10th day of the first lunar month, aren't we going to worship our ancestors? Madame Yen said, of course we have to go to worship our ancestors. Madame Wei's birthday is not a big deal. We don't need to go to disturb her. We can just send someone to deliver the gifts. I didn't see anyone from the Wei family at the welcoming banquet, Yen Ryu said lightly while playing with her handkerchief. Madame Yen sighed slowly. You don't know? Madame Wei has no sons. Only a beautiful daughter. And Miss Wei was taken into the palace by consort Wan to be educated. So it's rare for her to come out. We can't let Master Xiao Wu come. These rough men are the most impatient with courtesy and reciprocity. Yen Ryu didn't respond. Madame Yen said, besides, we are not completely unrelated to the Wei family. Her cousin is the sworn brother of Marshal Xiao. When you marry the young master in the future, you will be the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family in name. This Master Wu is still your elder. Yen Ryu said, but my daughter heard that the 5th Master Xiao is just a subordinate of Marshal Xiao. Mrs. Yen smiled knowingly. In terms of wisdom, Mother is not as good as you. But in terms of these overt and covert relationships, you should ask me for advice. Why? Is there something else going on? Yen Ryu asked. Mrs. Yen whispered a few words in her daughter's ear. Yen Ryu was surprised. Is there such a thing? Mrs. Yen smiled faintly. So, don't underestimate this 5th master. Marshal Xiao values him. Moreover, brothers who go through life and death together on the battlefield are sometimes more precious than brothers. You have offended the princess, so you must have someone who can speak to the princess. Chapter 74. Enemies meet on a narrow road. It was the 10th day of the first lunar month in a blink of an eye. Uncle got up before the 4th watch. Ed was woken up by him and grumbled in dissatisfaction. You are not going. Why did you get up so early? Xiao Wei only ordered a dish of stinky tofu, which Yuan could make, so there was no need to trouble Uncle to follow. The fact is that Uncle secretly made it several times behind his back. But no matter how he made it, it was never as stinky as Yuan's stinky tofu. Uncle was deeply shocked and decided not to let anyone find out the secret. He was still a legend in the kitchen. And he was still the most powerful uncle. Aunt and Yufeng brothers, who had already discovered the secret. Uncle put on his clothes and said with a smile, Alwan is going to Beijing. After she is done, she will go to visit those children. I will make some food for her to take. Does she need your food? Aunt glared at him. But she also resisted the sleepiness and got up. After the 5th watch, the sky gradually turned pale, and the faint morning light penetrated the clouds and fell down brilliantly. Shang Wanyin sat in front of the dressing table and glanced casually. She was pierced by the colorful glazed tiles outside the window and closed her eyes slightly. Nanny Fong quickly drew the curtain. The little maid stood behind Shang Wanyin and tried on a whole row of dazzling hairpins for her. Shang Wanyin rarely got up early. Not for anything else, but because today was the birthday of Mrs. Wei, the aunt of Mr. Xiao Wu, and she went to celebrate Mrs. Wei's birthday. Speaking of this Mrs. Wei, she was really an extraordinary person. She lost her husband in her early years and her daughter in her middle age, and only had a little daughter. When life was about to get worse, she took her daughter to her distant cousin, that is, Xiao Wu's family. However, what Mrs. Wei never expected was that Xiao Wu's family was also extremely poor. Xiao Wu's father was an idler, and Xiao Wu's mother was too weak to control him. She also had a pair of children to take care of, so she had no time to support the family. Fortunately, although the Xiao couple was poor, they did not mind having 2 more mouths to feed. However, even if they did not mind, the rice bag was still shrinking a little bit. Mrs. Wei was forced to do the craft she learned from her late husband and started to make a living from street to street. A widow, supporting a large family alone. The hardships are unimaginable for ordinary people. It can be said that without Mrs. Wei, there would be no Xiao Wu family today. Zhao's father and mother passed away one after another in the past few years. Mrs. Wei originally planned to take her daughter back to the countryside, but was left behind by Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu bought a house for her to live in, and Wan Zhaoyi even asked for an imperial decree for her. Not only that, Wan Zhaoyi also took her daughter to the palace to be educated. In this way, Madame Wei could not mention returning to her hometown anymore, and she settled down in the capital. Madam, the second master's carriage is ready. A second-class maid came in through the curtain and reported softly. The new maid picked up a peacock and kingfisher hairpin and said arrogantly, "Let him wait." Nanny Fong glared at the little maid. The little maid pouted, "Madam always let the second master wait." Shang Wanyin adjusted the hairpin on her bun, looked at herself in the bronze mirror and said, "Today, I really can't let him wait. Second master can wait." Second master said that Madam is the most important. The little maid said with great confidence. Shang Wanfingso looked in the mirror and put on the earrings. Who is afraid that he will wait? Today is Madame Wei's birthday. Shang Wanyin still owes Madame Wei a big favor, so naturally she can't make trouble at her birthday party. The little maid helped Shang Wanyin get on the carriage. After arriving at the Wei mansion, the male guests went to Master Xiao Wu's place, and the female family members were led into the Sichuan pavilion in the inner house. Only Shang Wanyin was invited by the housekeeper to Madame Wei's room with a smile on her face. On the other side, the Yu family's carriage also arrived at the Wei mansion. The uncle didn't come, but Yufeng and Yusong came, and both of them were helping Yuan. Yuan jumped off the carriage with a bag on her back and a small jar in her arms, and the two of them carried down the baskets and jars containing the ingredients. The jars were sealed very well, and the smell inside could not be smelled. However, compared with the delicacies from the mountains and seas that came in and out beside them, a few baskets and clay jars still looked a bit shabby. The gatekeeper looked at them for a long time, but he didn't recognize what they were doing. It was not until Yuan took out the note left by Xiao Wu that the servant realized that the 3 people in front of him were the cooks invited by Master Xiao Wu. The Bai family learned from the previous experience. This time when they went to Beijing, the 3 of them changed their original clothes. Although they were still wearing a few sets of cloth clothes, they looked more decent than before, but they seemed a little too young. However, Master Xiao Wu also said that the chef was a young girl. The servant took the note and gestured to the mansion, saying, "Please come this way." The 3 of them walked into the mansion. Suddenly, Yusong felt loose on his back. It turned out that one side of the strap broke, and the backpack tilted down. The sweet potatoes and radishes inside fell out, and rolled on the ground like beads. Yu Song bent down to pick them up. But he was too anxious to pick them up and didn't notice that a carriage stopped in front of him. A maid jumped down from the carriage and bumped into Yu Song by chance. Yu Song finally picked up a lot of things. But they fell again. And the box in the maid's hand was also knocked off. The lid of the box fell open with a snap. And the snacks were scattered all over the floor. The maid was horrified. "Oh, my things?" Yu Song was stunned. Yu Feng and Yuan rushed over. The maid was furious and said, "Look at what you have done. I have been holding it until now with great difficulty. But you knocked it down in one go. Now my lady will scold me to death." Yu Song looked at the snacks on the ground and muttered, "Aren't they all good? Just pick them up. Pick them up. Pick them up?" The maid was so angry that she was about to fume. "What kind of person is this? It's already dirty. How can you pick it up and eat it?" Yu Song knew that he was in the wrong. So he lowered his head and didn't argue with her. Yuan took a look at the snacks, opened the bag and walked forward, saying to the maid, "I'm sorry to have knocked your snacks down. I have a lot of snacks here, which are made by my uncle. He used to be a chef in Beijing and has great skills. Try them and see if you like them. These were all made by my uncle for the little ones. Not only did they taste great, but the styles were also very delicate." Yuan was confident that they would be no worse than the box of snacks that was thrown away. "If she likes it, I will give her 2 boxes as compensation. If she doesn't like it, we will discuss other ways of compensation." But the maid didn't even look at it. "Who is your uncle? Can he compare with Madame Du?" The maid flicked her hand and knocked all the snacks in Yuan's bag to the ground. Chapter 75 The World's Best Chef. Uncle's legs and feet are not good. Although he never said it, Yuan knew that every step he took was like a thorn in his bones. In order to finish these snacks, Uncle worked alone in the kitchen for 2 hours. And he couldn't help much and wanted to wake up Yu Feng and Yuan. But Uncle refused. When Yuan went to the old house early in the morning, Uncle had already gone to bed, and his whole face was pale. However, at this moment, all his hard work was cruelly ruined. Yu Song couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward. "Are you still being reasonable?" The maid was frightened by his sudden action and her face changed. But she quickly calmed down and refuted in a delicate voice, "Who is unreasonable? It was obviously you who bumped into me first. Did I bump into you on purpose? I didn't mean to do it. But you did it on purpose. What's more, there were so many people at the door. Why didn't I bump into anyone else? But only you. Even if I don't have eyes. Don't you? Didn't you see me coming? Don't you know to avoid it?" Originally, Yu Song felt that he was in the wrong for bumping into the girl. So when Yuan wanted to compensate the other party, he didn't object at all. But this woman was too much. Not only did she not accept their compensation, but she also took the snacks that his father made all morning to vent her anger. You. The maid was so angry that she couldn't find a way to refute Yu Song for a while. Yuan didn't say a word, but just squatted silently and picked up the snacks on the ground one by one. Yu Feng looked at Yuan with a complicated expression and pulled the furious Yu Song back. Yuan picked up the snacks and picked them up at the feet of the maid. The maid glanced coldly and kicked the crab roe crisps at her feet far away. Yuan's hand that was going to pick up the snacks stopped in midair. Bad luck. The maid stomped her feet and led the servants carrying the gifts behind her into the Wei mansion. The maid's name was Taoji. She was 17 years old this year. She was a first-class maid beside Madame Yin, and was quite popular in the Yin mansion. If Yin Xie hadn't gotten into trouble this time, Madame Yin would have wanted to marry her to Yin Xie as a concubine. She dressed more beautifully than the ladies of ordinary official families. She wore a smooth silk Lucian long skirt, gold and jade jewelry, and her feet, which were comparable to 3-inch golden lotus, stepped on a pair of pink pearl embroidered shoes. What Taoji didn't notice was that the big pearl on her left shoe had disappeared without a trace. Yuan stood up and weighed the pearl in her hand. "It's from the Yin mansion. What a rare guest. Miss Taoji, please come this way." This was the last time she was called Miss Taoji. Yuan thought with a sigh. Taoji lifted her skirt with a proud look. But just as she was about to cross the threshold, her foot slipped. "Ouch. My hand." Taoji's hand was broken. The one that had knocked over the snack. Yuan and her group entered the Wei mansion through the corner door. They were lucky this time, and were assigned to a separate kitchen. Of course, it might also be because the smell of stinky tofu was too strong, and Master Xiao Wu was worried that it would affect other cooks. Yuan was very satisfied with this arrangement. Master Xiao Wu was a rough man, not as careful as Miss Bai, and they did not have the same friendship as Miss Bai. The servant led them to the place and left them alone. No food, Yu Song muttered. Last time he went back to the Bai mansion, he had a meal before doing anything. Yu Feng said in a deep voice, "Didn't you eat in the carriage? Aren't you full?" "I am full," Yu Song pouted. "I just want to see what the officials eat." The Bai family is a merchant, but this old lady Wei is a lady of honor personally appointed by the emperor. I think the food is much better than that of Miss Bai's family. The news that the maid of the Yin mansion broke her hand at the door soon reached the ears of old lady Wei. She fell by herself. No one touched her at that time. The pearls on her shoes fell off, and she slipped because she stepped on the pearls. The shoes were hers, and the pearls were hers too. So it was not someone else's fault. But it happened in the Wei family after all. So Madame Wei called a doctor for her. After the doctor's diagnosis, Madame Wei sent Song Mama to personally send Taoji back to the mansion. About half an hour later, Song Mama came back. Song Mama said, "Madam, Miss Yin is here." Madame Wei frowned. "Is she here to ask for an explanation?" Song Mama shook her head and said, "That's not the case. Miss Yin said that the maid was ignorant and broke the snacks made by Madame Du, which ruined your fun. She came to apologize." This child. Madame Wei twisted the Buddhist beads in her hand. Mother Song added, "She also brought Madame Du here, saying that if the old lady doesn't mind, she will let Madame Du cook a few delicious dishes for you. Who would dislike the dishes made by Madame Du? It is said that the emperor wanted to summon her to the palace to be a royal chef, but she refused. It is an honor for Madame Wei that she can come to cook for her." But Madame Wei also knew that Yin Xie had arrested the young master of the young master's mansion and put him in jail, and she was not sure whether Shangguan Yin was willing to see Yin Ryu. Just as she was about to send him away, she heard Shangguan Yin say lightly, "Bring the person in." When Yin Ryu learned that she was invited to the Wei mansion, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her mother was right. The princess owed Madame Wei a favor, and the princess would give Madame Wei face no matter what. Madame Du was also invited into a separate kitchen, but it was much more upscale than the Yu family's. She used the small kitchen exclusively owned by Madame Wei. Before coming, Yin Ryu had already inquired about it. Madame Wei was old and had a light diet, not eating any meat or fish. This was exactly what she wanted, because Madame Du was best at vegetarian dishes. Madame Du made a dish of osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root, a dish of crab, and a staple food. Osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root is made by stuffing glutinous rice into the lotus root holes and cooking it with brown sugar, rock sugar, red dates, and fresh osmanthus. Osmanthus is rare in this season, so Madame Du used osmanthus fragrance. Osmanthus fragrance tastes worse than osmanthus laurel. Not only is the fragrance light, but it is also easy to leave astringency if you are not careful. However, Madame Du handled it very well, and it tasted almost the same as osmanthus laurel. Soft, glutinous and sweet. But it did not cover the fragrance of lotus root. This is the sweetest and most delicious sweet-scented osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root that old lady Wei has ever eaten. Crab is actually scrambled egg flour, with only a piece of ginger as the ingredient, and no chopped green onion. But Lady Du relied on her superb cooking skills to fry the taste of crab roe and crab meat. It is a real skill to be able to make the richest taste with the simplest ingredients. It is worthy of Lady Du. Old Lady Wei praised. All the female relatives were conquered by Lady Du's cooking skills, and even Shangguan Yin, who was always picky, could not find fault with her. In the world, I am afraid that no one can surpass Lady Du. Stinky Tofu expressed dissatisfaction. Chapter 76. Substituting one thing for another. Soon, another plate of assorted dim sum and a basket of qingtuan were presented. It was called assorted because there were more than one dim sum on the plate, including flower-shaped pastries with red bean paste filling, goldfish pastries with lotus seed paste filling, SHL pastries with sesame filling, and crab roe pastries with egg yolk filling. Each dim sum was made to look childish, and several young children in Sichuan Pavilion instantly widened their eyes. Everyone couldn't help but exaggerate again. Let's not talk about how it tasted for now. Just look at how she took care of the children who came to the banquet so well. She really deserves the word meticulous. Yin Ryu was also very surprised. Having known Madame Du for so long, she naturally knew that Madame Du was an extremely boring person. Her craftsmanship was rigorous and exquisite. But she had never been as childish as today. Of course, this was not a bad thing. The more attentive Madame Du was, the happier Old Lady Wei would be. When Old Lady Wei was happy, the chances of her speaking well of her to the princess would greatly increase. I want LS. I want fish. I want crabs. I want flowers. The little guests each chose their favorite snacks. And there were still quite a few left. Madame Wei and the other women were able to feast on them. But I don't know if it was an illusion. The pastry of these snacks seemed to have fallen off a little. But it didn't affect the taste. The pastry was layered. And each layer was as thin as a cicada's wing. When you bite it, the overlapping crispy and soft sound makes your eardrums feel like they are being massaged. The sweetness of the filling is just right. 1 point less is bland. 1 point more is greasy. Thick and soft. Melts in the mouth. Even Madame Wei, who has bad teeth, thinks it is incredibly delicious. The most popular dish was the crab roe crisp. Different from the salted egg yolks we had eaten before. The egg yolks here seemed to be smaller in size. But the color was better. Orange red. And oozing with oil. The oily taste was strong and the saltiness was moderate. It had the inherent gritty feeling of the salted egg yolk when you took a bite. But it melted in your mouth with a light sip. Paired with the taste of sweet bean paste and milky crispy skin. It was simply wonderful. It was just, the crispy skin was a little sandy. But the flaws did not outweigh the merits. The flaws did not outweigh the merits. Old Madame Wei was old, and could not eat as much as the young people. She only tasted 1 bite of the dishes presented before. But she ate 2 crab roe crisps. If it wasn't for the children's expressions that they wanted to revolt, she would probably want to eat another one. Under the hot demand of crispy snacks, Qingtuan was not popular. To be honest, today's Qingtuan is the most delicious Qingtuan that Madame Wei has ever eaten in her life. Qingtuan is a delicacy from Madame Wei's hometown. It is made of emerald green dough made by beating mugwort juice and glutinous rice together. In winter, fresh mugwort cannot be found. So Madame Du uses mung beans instead. The color is similar, but the taste is more refreshing. The fillings also use red bean paste and salted egg yolk. However, with the pearls and jade in front, the red bean paste in the Qingtuan seems too sweet. And the taste of the salted egg yolk is slightly inferior. Yin Ryu whispered, Mother Lin. Go to the kitchen and ask Madame Du to make more of these pastries, and send them over. Hey. Mother Lin went to answer. Crispy pastry? Madame Du, who was wiping the knife, paused. I didn't make it. I only made Qingtuan. Oh. Where are our snacks? Why are they gone? In another kitchen. Yu Song asked in amazement. The 3 of them originally came to make stinky tofu. But Yu Song smashed a lot of side dishes at the door. He asked the servants in the mansion, and learned that the Wei mansion had its own vegetable garden. After obtaining consent, they went to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables. But when they came back, the things on the table were gone. See if anything else is missing? Yu Feng asked. Yu Song began to check their ingredients. No. Only that box of snacks is missing. Who took it away? Take it away if you want to. That box is dirty. I put the unstained ones here, Yuan said, taking out another box of snacks from the basket. Yu Song, oh. On the other hand, Yin Ryu also knew that those crispy snacks that beat the Qingtuan were not made by Madame Du. Then who could it be? I heard Mr. Xiao Wu invited a few cooks from outside. Could they have made them? Mother Lin said in a low voice. The fact was just as Mother Lin guessed. The maid who served the dishes waited for a long time, but didn't hear any movement from Yuan. So she went to urge the dishes herself. When she entered the house, she found that the servant, who was supposed to be on duty, was not there. And the cook was not there either. The maid saw the snacks on the stove and thought they were made by the cook. So she served them on a plate. Yin Ryu said calmly, Don't make a sound yet. Mother Lin was puzzled. Yin Ryu whispered a few words in her ear. Mother Lin was stunned. Was she trying to bribe the maid to lie that the crispy snacks were brought from Madame Du's room? It's not like Madame Du can't make them, Yin Ryu said. That's true. Mother Lin just quietly took a few crispy snacks to let Madame Du taste them. Madame Du said that although the taste was good, she could also make it. And even better. Madame Du never boasted. If she said she could do better, then she would definitely do better. Yin Ryu said calmly, Go and see what dishes they are going to make. And let Madame Du make them before them. Stinky Tofu smiled. Chapter 77, overwhelming the whole audience. Mother Lin went there without stopping. Everyone was immersed in the temptation brought by the food, and no one paid attention to the departure of a servant. Mother Lin quickly found out the kitchen where Yuan and her group were. She didn't know that the other party was the girl she had met twice before. It was just that from the distance. The kitchen was a bit remote, and it could even be said to be deserted. Placing people in such a place shows that they don't attach much importance to it. It's not like our Madame Du, who used Madame Wei's small kitchen as soon as she arrived. Madame Du is famous all over the world, and naturally it is not a nameless little chef who can compete with her. Thinking of this, Mother Lin wondered if they were too cautious. Is it necessary to use such means to deal with a few insignificant cooks? While thinking, Mother Lin had already come to the path near the other courtyard. She walked with the wind, and didn't smell anything for a while. But when she turned a corner, the wind changed direction, and the overwhelming stench hit her head and face. She felt her head buzzing and her scalp suddenly went numb. She covered her nose and said dizzily, "What is this smell?" The Wei mansion was too much. Even if they disliked those cooks, they shouldn't have arranged them in such a smelly place. Right? They were just being too hard on those cooks. Soon, Mother Lin realized that she had thought too much. How could they arrange the cooks in a smelly place? It was obvious that the cooks had made half of the Wei mansion stink. Mother Lin stumbled back to Sichuan Pavilion. She was holding her breath all the way, and her face turned purple. Too smelly. It was so smelly that Mother Lin couldn't see what was inside, and couldn't help but flee. Smelly? Yin Ryu frowned slightly. Could it be stinky mandarin fish? Mother Lin still had a faint lingering smell on her nose, which made her slightly dizzy. Yin Ryu was sure of her guess. It must be stinky mandarin fish. Go and ask Madame Du to make a stinky mandarin fish. She had eaten stinky mandarin fish before, and knew that the fish smelled and tasted stinky. She really didn't know why the other party chose such a dish, but she couldn't say anything else. This dish was Madame Du's hometown dish. The stinky mandarin fish she made was the stinkiest of all mandarin fish, but the taste was also the most memorable. They were also lucky that this ingredient happened to be in the mansion. The stinky mandarin fish was marinated, with a heavy salt content and a slightly dry texture. Unlike the previous cooking method, Madame Du steamed it first and then roasted it, bringing out the stinky smell of the stinky mandarin fish to the extreme. On the other side, Yuan's stinky tofu was also ready. I don't know if it was Yusong's illusion, but I always felt that the surroundings were quieter, as if all the people within 100 miles had run away at once. What's the smell? Asked a lady from Shichunj. Yin Ryu smiled and said, It's Madame Du who is making stinky mandarin fish. It smells so bad so quickly. This time the mandarin fish is stronger than before. Oh! It stinks. After a while, a little girl from Sichuan Pavilion frowned. Yin Ryu was a little breathless. It was too stinky. Madame Du had never made it so stinky before. After a while, the women in Sichuan Pavilion covered their mouths and noses. No. 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 Yin Ryu pressed her chest. Go to the kitchen and see what's going on. Mother Lin went. As soon as she left, stinky tofu entered Sichuan Pavilion magnificently. As soon as it entered the room, all the women in the room were overwhelmed by the stench. However, everyone was surprised to find that this was not stinky mandarin fish, but several plates of black fried tofu. This time, Yuan did everything from selecting materials to making stinky tofu. First of all, in terms of ingredients, it was an order of magnitude stinkier than the stinky tofu that her aunt accidentally made. Secondly, Yuan added homemade stinky tofu, which also improved the filling and production process by several levels. Finally, we have to mention the preservation method. In the old house, the tofu was cold as soon as it came out of the oil pan, which made the stinky tofu solidify in the molecular structure of the tofu before it completely dissipated. But this time, Yuan used the food box that she bought at a high price, 100 coins, to ensure that the stinky tofu was at the same temperature as when it came out of the pan, especially after being simmered all the way. When she opened the food box, the stinky smell was so strong that it seemed as if you could see the color. Miss Yin. Miss Yin. Miss Yin. Yin Ryu was fainted by the stinky tofu. Shang Wanyan tensed up and didn't move, staring at the plate of stinky tofu with her eyes, as if she wanted to stare a hole in it. It was so stinky that no woman in the house dared to taste it. It was Mrs. Wei who felt sorry for the children's filial piety and let Mother Song taste it. Mother Song ate it with gritted teeth. After taking a bite, Her expression instantly brightened. If you really can't eat it, then, before Mrs. Wei finished her sentence, Mother Song stuffed the remaining half of the stinky tofu into her mouth. Shocked Mrs. Wei, with Mother Song taking the lead. The brave women in the family also started to taste it. The stinky tofu is hot, and the tofu is cold. The temperature of the two ingredients is just right. Just a light bite. The taste of ice and fire bursting is so delicious that you want to close your eyes. Then dip it in the chopped seasonal vegetables and coriander foam. It is sweet and refreshing, and people can't help but eat it mouthful by mouthful. The only ones who didn't move their chopsticks were Yan Ryu and Shang Wenyan. Yan Ryu fainted. Shang Wenyan, take it away. My wife won't eat this kind of thing. How could her wife, a princess, eat such a dish? The maidservant tried to stop the plate from getting close, protecting her wife well. After a while, Dunyangzi's stinky mandarin fish was also served. However, the stench of mandarin fish was completely covered by stinky tofu, and the taste was a little thin. Although they were both pickled and fermented, they were far inferior to stinky tofu, which could burst with hot and cold alternations, and could be dipped in sauce, sweet and spicy, and refreshing, with a long aftertaste. This time, it was impossible to lie that it was Dunyangzi's craftsmanship, because Dunyangzi couldn't make this dish. Ha ha ha. Put your hands on your hips and laugh 3 times. Chapter 78 Little Husband Waiting Stone. Stinky tofu is so popular that it is not only loved by the women, but also by the men who can't stop eating it. Xiao is a soldier, and all the people he is familiar with are soldiers. When a group of soldiers eat, they can be described as crazy. 2 large jars of stinky tofu were eaten up by this group of rough men, and they were still not satisfied after finishing. Can it be made now? Asked the waiter who was urging the food. Yuan shook her head. This is not fresh tofu, but fermented. The fermentation process cannot be too short, otherwise it will not reach the heavenly taste. The waiter's eyes fell on the small half jar of fermented bean curd that Yuan had left, which looked extremely miserable. Can you give it to me? The bean curd was almost used up, and there were remaining pieces of fermented bean curd inside. Yuan gave it to him very generously. So, this half jar of fermented bean curd was also snatched up by the rough men. Everyone was surprised to find that even if this thing was not paired with fried stinky tofu, it would still taste good when mixed with rice. They didn't like the dishes made by Madame Du. Not because they tasted bad, but because the portion was too small. After 2 chopsticks, they hadn't tasted the flavor, and the plate was empty. They were not suitable for dishes that needed to be savored carefully. Only dishes like stinky tofu that hit the taste buds directly when they came up were what made them feel full and hearty. After a busy day, Yuan received the remaining 5 taels of reward and a bag of silver nuggets from Madame Wei. This was the first time Yuan received an ancient tip after doing business for so long, and it felt good. Yuan collected the silver and cleaned up the kitchen with Yu Feng and Yu Song. It was almost a habit of the Yu family to leave the kitchen the same as when they came. The kitchen was not big, and it was not difficult to clean it up. But someone came to place an order when they were halfway through cleaning it up. The 3 of them were so busy with orders that they were tired and unknowingly busy until nightfall. Yan Ryu woke up at nightfall. She almost fainted again when she heard that the maidservant had told Madame Wei about Madame Lin's bribery. Madame Wei investigated the matter carefully and found that the snacks used to entertain guests were picked up after falling on the ground. No wonder the pastry was so strange, and it seemed that you could eat a little sand. She thought that Madame Du had made it like this on purpose. Madame Wei was very upset. After further questioning, she learned that the snacks were knocked over by the maidservants of the Yin mansion. And Taoji's troubles with the Yu brothers and sisters were also exposed. Yin Ryu always gave people the impression of being well-educated, gentle and virtuous. She never expected that the servants she trained would be more arrogant than each other. They acted arrogantly and bribed the maidservants, treating the Wei mansion as a decoration. Madame Wei was very angry. Yin Ryu felt extremely wronged in the matter of Taoji. She had long disliked this maid, and had asked Madame Yin several times to send her out of the house to prevent her from causing trouble one day. However, Madame Yin felt pity for her because she had suffered with them in prison, and had a big but that showed that she was easy to bear. If she was put in Yen Xia's room in the future, she would give birth to several fat grandchildren for her. This time, before the grandson was born, Yen Ryu was pitted first. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Yen Ryu decided to seek the forgiveness of the cooks first. Now that the parties involved didn't care, It would be difficult for Mrs. Wei to continue to be angry. As for the bribery of the maid, Mother Lin insisted that it was her own doing and Yan Ryu had no idea. To dispel Mrs. Yan's doubts, it depends on how the next scene will play out. But Yan Ryu never expected that the cook invited by Mr. Xiao Wu was the girl from the Yu family, who had parted ways with her unhappily. Is it you? Is it you? The two said in unison. Obviously. Yuan also expected to meet Yan Ryu here. Are you the cook invited by the Wei mansion? Are you the master of that maid? The two stared at each other without blinking, and a strange aura floated around them. Yuan said calmly, "What can I do for you? Miss Yan?" Yan Ryu opened her mouth. Yuan said, "If you are here to plead for your maid and hope that I will come forward to say that everything is a misunderstanding in front of Madame Wei, then I am very sorry to tell you that you have found the wrong person." Yuan said everything Yan Ryu wanted to say, and Yan Ryu's face became a little embarrassed. "If I say that I know nothing about Taoji, I think you will not believe it. This matter is indeed due to the poor discipline of the Yan family. I apologize to you on behalf of Taoji." Yuan wiped the jar and said, "No. She has paid the price for her behavior." Yan Ryu was stunned. "What do you mean? Did you harm Taoji?" Yuan said calmly, "Miss Yan, do I need to remind you that I am now a favorite of Madame Wei? If you suspect me, you must provide evidence." Arrogant. Too arrogant. Yan Ryu held the handkerchief tightly. "Since you have already taught her a lesson, this matter is written off. I will not tell the old lady, nor will I expose you to anyone. Do you have something to expose?" Yuan looked at her arrogantly. Yan Ryu felt that her fingertips were about to poke a few holes in the handkerchief. Did this woman come here to defeat her? Why was she so angry every time she met her? "What do you want me to do to help you?" Yan Ryu said with humiliation. Yuan spread her hands. "Help you? Are we familiar with each other?" Yan Ryu was so angry. "Miss you. You are still young and have not experienced the ups and downs of the world. You don't know that in this world, one more friend is always better than one more enemy. I don't need to say much about my identity. I put down my status and take the initiative to establish a relationship with you. Such an opportunity is not always available. You should leave such an opportunity to others. Goodbye. I won't see you off." "You?" Yuan picked up the last jar, pushed away Yan Ryu who was blocking the way, and walked out of the yard. The carriage stopped outside the courtyard as an exception, and the two brothers sat in the carriage. After Yuan got in the carriage, she saw that the two men looked at her differently than before. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yu Song turned his face away. Yu Feng hesitated for a while, and asked in a low voice, "Awan, where are you going later?" "To the young master's house. I brought all the snacks for my uncle." Yuan patted the bag on her back with a smile. Yu Feng said with a complicated expression, "Don't you think you are too close to Miss Yan's children?" He emphasized Miss Yan's children, and Yuan was hit hard. Yu Feng sighed. "Those children are indeed likable, and you have saved them. But we are not on good terms with Miss Yan, so we should not get close to them again, so as not to make people think you have ulterior motives." "What do you think?" she said. What could she say? The night was deep, and the cold wind was blowing. Outside the young master's house, 3 little kids sat on the cold steps, their hands on their legs, their backs straight, staring into the distance without blinking. The news that the Wei family hired a cook in Lianhua town had spread all over the capital. Others didn't know. But could Uncle Wan not guess who it was? When Uncle Wan reported to the young master, he accidentally let the 3 young masters listen. After that, the little guy who was originally making a fuss in the house suddenly stopped making a fuss, came to the door, and sat down without saying a word. The 3 of them sat in a row and sat there for the whole day. They were well behaved when they were fed and well behaved when they were given water, except that they refused to leave. The 3 of them had never been so well behaved. Uncle Wan was scared, and later asked Ingshur-san, only to find out that Miss Yu had promised them that she would definitely come to visit them next time she entered the capital. The 3 little guys were shivering with cold, and they waited stubbornly, almost becoming 3 little husband-waiting stones. But they didn't wait for Yuan. Chapter 79 Encounter on the Road. The carriage swayed slowly on the cold street. A crashed house was left behind, and the noise gradually disappeared a quarter of an hour ago. After all, it was late at night, and they were getting closer and closer to leaving Beijing. The carriage was quiet, and the 3 of them didn't speak. Yu Song was tired and fell asleep, while Yuan and Yu Feng were still awake. Since that conversation, Yuan didn't say anything on the surface, But Yufeng could feel her emotional changes. To be honest, he also liked those children. But they were not children from ordinary families. And they were not people that people like them could afford to associate with. Besides, Miss Yin was not easy to get along with at first glance. Awan rejected her again and again. If she knew that they were so close to her son, she didn't know how she would misunderstand that they had ulterior motives. Awan. Yufeng finally spoke. However, before he could finish his words, Yuan's eyes turned cold, and she looked at him. Yufeng had never seen such a sharp look in Yuan's eyes. And his heart was shaking. Just when he wanted to ask Awan what happened, he felt numb. The next second, he closed his eyes and fainted in the carriage. Almost at the same time, Yusong's body also sank. There was a dull sound of collision outside the carriage, and it was obvious that the driver also fell on the seat. The reins were suddenly tightened, and the horse neighed uncomfortably, and then stopped. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. "Who is it?" Yuan asked vigilantly. A man's footsteps slowly came over and stopped a few steps in front of the carriage. The driver and the two brothers were all knocked unconscious. But she was awake. It seemed that this man was coming for her. The opponent was too fast to dodge. So Yuan simply lifted the curtain openly. And as a result, she saw a familiar green figure. "Is it you?" The other party was wearing a bamboo hat, a green robe, and carrying a tightly wrapped long sword. Who else could it be but the young swordsman who had met in the ruined temple? Yu Zigui? Yuan called out the other party's name tentatively. "Do you know who I am?" Yu Zigui said in a cold voice. Yuan's expression was indifferent. "How could you not know? Your enemies have come to your door. If it weren't for my good luck, I'm afraid I wouldn't have seen you Daxia by now. They are not my enemies." Yu Zigui said. "Is this the point? I was chased by people in the middle of the night because of you. Shouldn't you at least ask me how I am now? How did I escape from death? How did you escape?" Yu Zigui really asked. "No comment," Yuan said expressionlessly. Yu Zigui's face was shrouded in the shadow of his bamboo hat, making it difficult to see his expression. After Yuan stopped talking, he did not ask any more questions, but said, "Xianji Pavilion was destroyed, and the martial arts world has never found out who did it." Yuan's eyes paused. Was it really destroyed? Did Yan Jiuchu succeed? The timing was too coincidental. Yuan didn't believe it wasn't Yan Jiuchu's doing. However, he destroyed them so perfectly without leaving any traces. What kind of perverted method did he use? Yu Zigui did not seem to connect this matter with Yuan. He changed the subject and said, "You can return the brocade bag to me." "What brocade bag?" Yuan asked. "The brocade bag that was placed on you on the day when the temple was destroyed," Yu Zigui said. Yuan's almond eyes glared. "Did you really place a brocade bag on me?" "Yes, I did," Yu Zigui admitted very straightforwardly. Yuan was furious. "Mr. Yu, do you know that you almost killed me? I thought I was wrong by Qianji Pavilion. But it turns out, you really brought the disaster to me. I was wondering why you were so kind. You helped me deal with the bandits and gave me food. It turns out that you had been plotting against me from the beginning." Yuan became more and more angry as she thought about it. She picked up the oil lamp on the table and threw it at him. Yu Zigui turned his head to avoid Yuan's oil lamp. Yuan picked up another stool and smashed his bamboo hat hard. He caught it with one hand and got on Yuan's carriage in a flash. His powerful aura enveloped Yuan. "Give me the brocade bag." "I don't have it," Yuan said coldly. "I'll say it again. Give me the brocade bag." No means no. No matter how many times I say it. Indeed, I didn't have it. I ran for more than 10 miles that day. Who knows if it was dropped somewhere along the way. Besides, even if she had it, she didn't want to give it to this guy. Yu Zigui said in a deep voice. "The sachet is in your hands. It's no good for you." Yuan smiled coldly. "Now you know it's no good for me? Why didn't you tell me when you used me to take the sachet out?" Yu Zigui paused. "I owe you this time. You give me back the sachet." Yuan's eyes moved slightly. "Then come here." Yu Zigui seemed to be just like the man in black said, not liking to get close to people, and hesitated for a long time before approaching Yuan. At this moment, Yuan suddenly grabbed a handful of snowflake salt from her bag, rushed towards Yu Zigui, and kicked him in the stomach when Yu Zigui closed his eyes. Yu Zigui was caught off guard and kicked off the carriage. Yuan hurriedly grabbed the driver in, sat on the seat, and pulled the reins. The carriage sped madly on the quiet street. But unfortunately, Yu Zigui caught up with it before it had gone far. Seeing that Yu Zigui was about to use his qigong to fly onto Yuan's carriage. Suddenly, a strong figure flew down from the roof of the side and slashed at Yu Zigui with a sword. His left hand was not idle either. He grabbed Yuan and threw her gently into another oncoming carriage. The carriage was warm, with a faint fragrance and a hint of medicine. Yuan felt that she had fallen on a pair of long legs. Yuan blinked and raised her head. Yin Jiuchao's charming face broke into her sight without warning. No matter how many times she saw it, she felt like she had seen it before. She looked at Yin Jiuchao, and Yin Jiuchao also looked at her, with a look of arrogance in his eyes. Yuan cleared her throat and sat up. The person who saved Yuan just now was Ingshi-san. Ingshi-san and Yu Zigui fought fiercely. Who is coming? What do you care who my young master is? Young master? Yu Zigui laughed sarcastically. Could it be that the person sitting in the car is Yin Jiuchao? The first waste in Yinqing? Who are you calling a waste? Yu Zigui said, isn't it? He was crippled at the age of 7. And he can't even beat a yellow-mouthed child. What else can he be but a waste? Ingshi-san was furious, and suddenly used a killing move, stabbing Yu Zigui's left arm. Yuan didn't know if Yin Jiuchao really couldn't even beat a child. But he must not be a waste, because no waste could destroy Qinji Pavilion overnight. Yuan looked at Yin Jiuchao calmly. Yin Jiuchao looked very calm, as if he had not heard Yu Zigui's words at all. I advise you to stay away from Yin Jiuchao. If you are relying on him as a backer and feel fearless, I advise you to wake up as soon as possible. Hasn't he told you that he won't live? Before he finished speaking, Yin Jiuchao reached out with cold eyes, grabbed the back of Yuan's head, and pressed Yuan into his arms. Yuan had lived 2 lives, and had never been so close to any man. Just as she was about to push him away and sit up, she saw him press his other hand lightly. And then, with a whoosh, a cold iron arrow shot out from the place where her back of the head was facing before. Yuan immediately retracted her hand. Yu Zigui was shot and fled with injuries. Ingshi-san chased after him. There was no sound of fighting and killing, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Yuan didn't know whether he was going to shoot the second arrow, so she lay in his arms obediently without moving, until the sound of fighting stopped all around. He still didn't let go of Yuan, and Yuan didn't push him away. After an unknown amount of time, Yuan almost fell asleep in his arms. And then she asked softly, "Can I get up?" Yin Jiuchao released his hand holding her. After maintaining this posture for too long, Yuan's legs were numb, and she had to use the force to sit up. After she sat up, she felt something was wrong. She seemed to have pressed something she shouldn't have pressed. Chapter 80 Showing Affection. This size is too much. Yuan's face turned red. Why is she focusing on this at such an embarrassing moment? Experience tells Yuan that the right way to ease embarrassment is to make the person involved not know that there is such a thing at all. So in order to show that she didn't recognize what she pressed, Yuan generously stretched it again. After stretching, she raised her chin, like an elegant lady, and got off the car calmly. Young Master Yin, who was taken advantage of again and thrown away after being used. Yin Jiuchao's face turned black when she was lying in his arms like a little rabbit before. He thought she had a strong desire to survive. Yuan walked without looking away, and her back felt cold. She didn't get on her own carriage in the end, because when she crossed the alley, bypassed the street, and came to the carriage that Yu Zigui had forced to park outside a rice shop, she found that one of the wheels of the carriage was missing. I've heard of people stealing money, stealing people, and stealing treasures, but I've never seen people stealing wheels. Yuan narrowed her eyes. Fortunately, this car shop is very good and has spare wheels. Yuan took out the driver's tools and installed the left wheel. But just after installing this side, the right wheel was gone again. Yuan took a deep breath, recited a meditation mantra, walked over to take out the second spare wooden wheel, and installed the right side as well. Finally, both wheels were working. But the horse driving the carriage was gone again. It was late at night, and except for the whistling north wind, there was no sound at all. Yuan almost guessed who did it. After all, there was no one else who had time to mess with her in the middle of the night except that person. He saved her 1 second, and started to torment her the next second. No wonder Bai Tang said that he was moody. He was not wrong at all. On second thought, he had touched him in the carriage just now, so it seemed reasonable for him to have a little temper. Yuan took a deep breath again. trying to suppress the urge to punch a cow to death, stood up calmly, put the wrench back into the box with a little anger, and then took off the linen gloves, turned around, and went to the direction of Yanjio's carriage. Wheels? What wheels? What does it have to do with me if your wheels are missing? What? The horse is missing too? You are such a weird woman. If you want to ride my carriage, just tell me. Why bother to make up a story? I am not the kind of person who would not want to part with a carriage. That night, Yuan took Yan Jiuchao's carriage back to the village. Ing Lu took half an hour's journey, and even brother Yufeng had been sent home by Ing Shan and fell asleep. Yuan's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. Yan Jiuchao looked at her playfully. Yuan loosened her fists, stood up, thanked him with a gnashing expression, and got off the car without looking back. Only after he saw her enter the house did Yan Jiuchao lower the curtain and sneered. Saving her is not enough. She still has to rely on me to send her off. If I send her off, will this journey be pleasant? Ing Shan, who couldn't bear to look. Ing Lu, who wanted to hit his head against the wall. On the way back to Beijing, Yan Jiuchao complained all the way. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, Ing Shan and Ing Lu couldn't believe that their young master was so knowledgeable. He changed the meaning of the two sentences just now in 100 different ways, without repeating, and showed off in various ways, making Miss Yu seem to have him in this life. What do you think she thinks? Master, we've arrived at the mansion. I'll go see how the young master is doing. Ing Shan left in a flash. Yan Jiuchao set his eyes on another guard, Ing Lu. Tell me, Master, I seem to hear Uncle Wan calling me. Is there something wrong with the young master? I'll go check it out. Ing Lu also left in a flash. Yan Jiuchao sighed and turned to look at the two horses pulling the cart. But as soon as he opened his mouth, before he could say anything, the horses shook off the reins and ran to the stable like they were reincarnated. Even the horses couldn't stand it anymore. Yan Jiuchao returned to the yard in a good mood. But the three little guys were not as lucky as him. The three of them waited on the cold steps until the night fell completely. Carriages passed by the door one after another. Every time one came, the three of them ran over. But they all watched the strange carriages go away. In the end, the three of them sneezed, and Uncle Wan had to take forceful measures and let the guards carry the three of them back to the house. After returning to the house, the three of them did not eat, drink, or sleep. They just stood in the corner, with their heads drooping pitifully. As soon as Yan Jiuchao entered the yard, he felt a strong sense of something wrong. In the past, at this time, the little guys were still climbing up the roof to remove tiles, and the servants could be heard wailing from a distance. But tonight, it was too quiet. What's wrong? Yan Jiuchao pushed open the door and saw the three little guys huddled together, and walked over. After hearing his voice, the little kids turned around, and everyone's eyes were full of tears. Yan Jiuchao had never seen those naughty kids so sad. He called Uncle Wan coldly. What happened? Uncle Wan told him the whole story. I think Miss Yu was too busy, and had important things to do, so she couldn't come to visit the young master. Yan Jiuchao raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, important things? What important things could she have? To see this young master? Uncle Wan, who was caught off guard by the show. Yan Jiuchao carried the three little guys to bed. I don't know what he said, but the little guys actually went to bed obediently, and generously allowed him to sleep in their quilt, and gave him 3 big kisses.